At the matchmaking event, four adorable little ones clung to Qin Feng's thigh, calling out for their father. The beautiful So boldly flirted. Qin handsome, all four of them are your offspring. Goodness, how am I to sustain these four gluttonous beasts? Ding. The system of a wealthy dad is bound, starting with a generous gift package of 1 billion, rewarding donations to female streamers with a hundredfold return. When the baby catches a cold, I become a national medical sage. Encountering robbers grants me the reward of mastery in 18 martial arts. A kiss with my wife directly nets me 100 billion. With one hand, I command the heavens, and with the other, I overpower all who defy me. He's the national heartthrob, with fans surpassing 500 million. Enough of the pretense, the truth is out. A name appears at the top of the rich list. Qin Feng. Chapter 1. The Divine Daddy System. In the magical city, at KFC, you must be Qin Feng, Li Fei Fei, introduced by Aunt Wong for matchmaking. A bride price of 1 million. A 200 square meter duplex in the city. A luxury car worth 1 million. Savings of at least 8 digits. By the way, the house and car must be in my name. I have a cleanliness obsession and won't live with the elderly. I refuse to do housework. Furthermore, women's figures change after giving birth. I won't consider having children for the next 10 years. As soon as she sat down, this woman's mouth ran like a machine gun, incessantly chattering and spewing nonsense. With single eyelids, triangular eyes, short and unimpressive, she barely reached 155 centimeters, even in high heels. Did Liang Jingru give her the courage? Qin Feng rolled his eyes dramatically, sipping his free water while occasionally swiping the screen. Bang! Li Fei Fei, unable to endure any longer, slammed her palm on the table, her face contorted in anger. What is this nonsense? Qin, do you dare to disregard my presence? Qin Feng glanced at this unbearably vulgar woman, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Since birth, I, Qin Feng, have lived in a villa. Why would I need to buy a house? Driving is prone to accidents, so I travel by helicopter. As for bank savings, it's a modest 10-digit figure. Really? Is that true? Li Fei Fei's demeanor immediately shifted. Handsome, what company do you run? A key matching company. Do you qualify? Half price. You. Even if Li Fei Fei were a fool, she could discern the sarcasm in Qin Feng's words. Insane. Scoundrel. Her face turned an irate shade of green as the little white rabbit, in a fit of rage, seized her imitation handbag and stormed out. You pitiful loser. It's only fitting that you'll remain single for a lifetime. This marks Qin Feng's 99th blind date, which undoubtedly ends in failure once more. In truth, the male protagonist is merely 23 years of age and harbors no desire to prematurely conclude his bachelorhood. He revels in the freedom of solitude. The relentless pursuit of blind dates is solely due to familial pressure. His mother has been diagnosed with cancer, now in its advanced stages, and the doctor has warned that she may only have a year left to live. She hopes to witness her son's marriage and fatherhood in her lifetime. After graduating from university, Qin Feng works as a programmer at an IT company, earning a meager base salary of 4,000. The exorbitant housing prices in the bustling metropolis, exceeding 100,000 per square meter, render the dream of homeownership in such a competitive city utterly fanciful. With no house, no car, and no savings, finding a wife feels akin to scaling a mountain. A wave of unutterable sorrow washes over Qin Feng as he reflects. Mom, I'm truly sorry. It's not that I don't wish to marry, but my circumstances simply do not permit. He offers a bitter smile, downs his free drink in one gulp, and prepares to leave the fast food establishment. Daddy, Daddy! Suddenly, four cherubic toddlers, arms outstretched, dashed toward Qin Feng. In pairs, they clung to his legs with expressions of sheer delight. Daddy, where have you been? Wow, Daddy, you're so tall and handsome. Wah, we finally found Daddy. How wonderful. Daddy? Who is this Daddy? Looking down, Qin Feng is utterly bewildered. The four little toddlers, 2 boys and 2 girls, appear to be around 3 years old. They are clearly quadruplets, so remarkably alike they seem to have been carved from the same mold. The boy sports a white shirt, short suspenders, and polished black shoes, complete with a tiny bow tie, exuding an air of charming sophistication. The girl is adorned in a pink princess dress, her hair slightly curled and accentuated with a bow, looking as delicate as a porcelain doll. The four toddlers, radiant and delightful, carry little yellow duckling backpacks, their big eyes sparkling with innocence. Utterly adorable. Wow, quadruplets, how utterly adorable. Goodness, two boys and two girls, whose wife is so skilled in childbirth. Their ancestors must be smiling down. If only these adorable little ones were my own. How delightful that would be. Even Qin Feng, a grown man, is utterly enchanted by the four little darlings and cannot resist pinching their cheeks. Yet, as charming as they are, he cannot simply assume the role of their father. Daddy, we want hamburgers. Daddy, I want cola. Daddy, I want chicken legs. Daddy, I want to eat too. Little ones, you've mistaken me. I am not your father. Wah! Daddy is mean. Daddy doesn't want us. Am I not cute enough? Qin Feng finds himself both amused and exasperated. Passers-by cast disapproving glances at him, collectively denouncing Qin Feng. There are no good men these days, fickle and capricious, loving one after another. Exactly. They get others pregnant outside while refusing to wear protection, solely indulging their whims. Scoundrels. Qin Feng is on the verge of madness. Little ones, we are not related. I truly am not your father. Where is your mother? No, you are indeed our real daddy. Look, we resemble you perfectly. What? Qin Feng is taken aback, scrutinizing the four little cherubs closely. Goodness, upon closer inspection, he discovers that their features bear an uncanny resemblance to his own. My word, how could these four little ones look so much like him? This is utterly perplexing. Ding! Having traversed the universe and the realms of existence, after traversing the stars and seas, a match for the host has finally been found. The ultimate daddy system is now activated. An electronic voice resonates abruptly in Qin Feng's mind, startling him immensely. A system? Qin Feng, an avid reader of novels, is well versed in the concept of systems. With a golden finger that promises to elevate him to unparalleled heights, marrying a wealthy beauty and ascending to the pinnacle of life. He never imagined that one day he, Qin Feng, would be struck by such a system. What extraordinary luck! However, while others are bound to systems of wealth and extravagance, what on earth is this daddy system? Perceiving its host's disdain, the system retorted instantly. Do not underestimate the daddy system. As long as the host dotes on his wife and children, lavish rewards will follow. What? Rewards for pampering my wife and raising children? You must be joking. The system always delivers. Very well, I believe you. Other systems start with grand gifts. What does this daddy system offer? Upon the host's recognition of the four little treasures, the system will immediately grant a beginner's gift package worth 10 billion. Goodness, this system is indeed extravagant. Am I truly their father? DNA verification confirms that the host is 99.999 the biological father of the children. Damn it, I'm unmarried and have not engaged in any further relations with women. How could I possibly have children, let alone quadruplets? Huh, the system scoffed with derision. Does the host not feel a twinge of guilt saying that? Have you forgotten the romantic evening 4 years ago? Chapter 2. The Goddess Lin Shirin. 4 years ago, Qin Feng furrowed his brows slightly, murmuring to himself. Damn, 4 years ago he was merely a freshman in college. What romantic escapades could a 19-year-old lad possibly have? It wasn't that he was reluctant to admit it. He genuinely had no recollection whatsoever. Yet the system was not prone to deception. If it proclaimed that 4 adorable little ones were related to him by blood, then they must undeniably be Qin Feng's progeny. Engaging in fruitless arguments would yield no benefit. Only by encountering the children's mother could all enigmas be unraveled. But where was the children's mother? Daddy, I want a hamburger. Daddy, I want fried chicken. Daddy, I want fries. Daddy, I want yo-yo. The 4 little darlings skillfully ordered their meals, clearly frequent visitors to KFC. All right, my little treasures. There will be fried chicken, hamburgers, and meat. Uncle will place the order for you right away. Soon, the server brought forth the food, and the 4 little ones, indeed famished, eagerly devoured their meals, resembling 4 tiny gluttons. Slow down, little ones. Be careful not to choke. Uncle won't snatch your food. Qin Feng's face radiated affection. In that moment, he truly regarded the 4 little darlings as his own children. No, you are not uncle. You are our daddy. Yes, our dear daddy, without a doubt. Qin Feng rolled his eyes dramatically. What in the world? Had he come to a matchmaking event only to find himself labeled as someone else's father? Moreover, 4 children at once. What had he done to deserve this? Yang Yang, Chen Cheng, Cici, Chi Chi, Where have you all gone? Don't frighten mommy. On the weekend, Lynn Shireen had taken her 4 little darlings out for a shopping spree at KFC. In the midst of ordering, she suddenly felt an urgent need and instructed the 4 children to wait at the table for her. However, upon returning from the restroom, she found her 4 treasures had vanished. Fear nearly consumed her. Those 4 babies were her life. Mommy, over here. Mommy, hurry over. We found Daddy. My daddy is so handsome. Yes, Daddy is going to the parent-teacher meeting. It's so impressive. Daddy? What nonsense is this? As Lynn Shireen turned around, she saw the 4 little ones happily seated with Qin Feng, sharing a meal. Their laughter painted a warm picture. The most astonishing aspect was that the 4 little ones were calling this man Daddy. Hello, sir, I am the children's mother. Thank you for looking after them. Her voice was so soothing, akin to a lark song in springtime. Upon hearing her, Qin Feng raised his head, and before him stood an exquisite beauty. She was youthful, likely in her 20s, towering at least 170 centimeters, with a high ponytail, delicate features, sparkling big eyes, and skin that glowed like porcelain. Despite having borne 4 children, she retained the figure of a young woman, curvaceous and with a slim waist that could be grasped with a single hand. She was both sweet and formidable, a goddess among goddesses. To put it simply, she was stunning beyond measure, so beautiful it was almost unfair, captivating enough to leave one speechless. Goodness, what a gem. She exuded more charisma than any movie star. If this woman were to become my wife, I would gladly sacrifice a decade of my life. Qin Feng had always been sensitive to beautiful women. Once he had seen or touched them, their images were etched into his memory. Yet, he had no recollection of someone as breathtaking as Lynn Shireen. Could this beauty be the children's stepmother? Surely, the biological mother wasn't some ferocious tigress? As their eyes met, Lynn Shireen's heart jolted. Oh my God, it's him. The man to whom she had given her first time, a visage she could never forget. Yet, for years ago, Qin Feng was still a mere boy. Now, he possessed a chiseled jawline, a tall stature, and a more pronounced masculinity. Memories flooded back. My surname is Lin. Lin from the Double Woods. May I ask your esteemed surname? Qin Feng. Mr. Qin, thank you for helping with the children's meal. How much is it? I can reimburse you. I'm somewhat faded with the children. This meal is on me. Daddy, I want to eat chicken wings. Daddy, I want to drink cola. All right. You shall have everything. Waiter, bring them 4 of each. Thank you, Daddy. Daddy is so nice to us. Qin Feng waved his hand, a wry smile upon his lips. The 4 little ones inexplicably clung to his legs, calling him Daddy. Beautiful lady, I truly did not intend to take advantage of you. To his astonishment, Lynn Shireen boldly declared, No, Mr. Qin, you are indeed the biological father of the children. What? Today isn't April Fool's Day? Beautiful lady, such jokes are not to be trifled with. When have we ever been so intimately acquainted? Even if the enchanting beauty before him was as stunning as the celestial maidens, not every man could accept the role of a caretaker. At least, Qin Feng could not. Do you recall November 2nd, for years ago, at the Dihao Hotel, Mr. Qin? November 2nd was a date forever etched in Qin Feng's memory. For him, it was a moment of disgrace. That day, his first love, Wu Shanshan, had betrayed him, eloping with a wealthy heir. Unable to bear the betrayal, Qin Feng sought solace in a bar, consuming 24 bottles of beer. That night, amidst a torrential downpour, he howled into the storm. Drunk and feverish, he found a hotel room and collapsed into a deep slumber. November 2nd was also Lynn Shireen's 18th birthday. Friends had taken her to a bar to celebrate, and amidst a raucous gathering, one wealthy heir, infatuated with her beauty, had attempted to drug her drink. Lynn Shireen loathed this individual and resolutely refused his advances. With a flicker of consciousness, she escaped to the restroom, only to find herself pursued relentlessly. Seeking refuge, she entered a nearby hotel and, feeling dizzy, stumbled into an open room, hastily locking the door behind her. The wealthy heir, frustrated at losing his prey, cursed and departed. At that time, Qin Feng was oblivious in his feverish haze, entirely unaware of Lynn Shireen's presence. Lynn Shireen merely wished to evade danger. But as the effects of the drug took hold, she unknowingly spent the night with Qin Feng. It wasn't until the early hours that she finally left the hotel. Qin Feng, still inebriated and feverish, had not seen her face clearly. It was only the following afternoon that he gradually regained consciousness, his body aching all over. Gazing at the bloodstained sheets, he exclaimed, When did I start bleeding from my nose? Now, with Lynn Shireen revealing the truth, Qin Feng finally comprehended the gravity of the situation. Goodness, that night was not a mere dream. He had truly spent an entire night with a celestial being. How delightful! This enchanting fairy, with her alluring figure and breathtaking beauty, had been his first, certainly not a loss upon reflection. How amusing, how delightful. So this is how these 4 little treasures came into existence. Chapter 3, Starting Reward of 1 billion. Wife, you've worked hard. Thank you for bringing 4 adorable little babies into this world. His mother, battling late-stage cancer, had little time left and longed to see Qin Feng married and have children. Now, heaven had bestowed upon him 4 little darlings, 2 boys and 2 girls, quadruplets. If he brought them home, his mother would be overjoyed and comforted to see these 4 bundles of cuteness. When one door closes, another opens. Qin Feng felt extraordinarily fortunate. Lin Shireen had voluntarily disclosed the children's origins, undoubtedly recognizing him as her husband. Qin Feng was exceedingly confident in his appearance, standing at 185 centimeters with striking features. Despite being clad in Taba attire, he still stood out as the most handsome in the vicinity. What wife? Unexpectedly, Lin Shireen's expression darkened, exuding an air of dominance and seriousness. Qin Feng, let us not get this wrong. The child is undoubtedly yours, but you are not my husband. Qin Feng, taken aback, replied, I am the child's biological father. If you are not my wife, then who are you? This relationship was undeniably complicated. Your blood ties to the baby are an immutable truth. Rather than letting the child learn of this later on, it is better for you to recognize it early on. However, we do not share any substantial emotional foundation, so you cannot be my husband. This statement held a certain validity. Miss Lin, you have endured great hardship raising the child alone over the years. From today onward, I will take responsibility for both of you. Oh, responsibility? May I ask, Mr. Qin, what is your occupation and annual salary? Currently, I am interning at a company with a base salary of 4,000. However, once I secure a full-time position, my base salary plus commission could reach around 10,000. Qin Feng spoke truthfully. The imported formula milk that the baby consumes costs 2,000 per can, and with 4 children, we need at least 10 cans a month. Lin Shireen's message was exceedingly clear. The monthly expenditure on milk alone for the child amounted to 20,000. Pray tell, how do you intend to support the child? Though my salary may not be ample, for the sake of my wife and child, I, Qin Feng, am willing to toil endlessly. This man exhibited responsibility and accountability, stirring something within Lin Shireen, though she maintained her icy demeanor. The reality is harsh. From the moment I became pregnant, I never anticipated needing you to take responsibility. I can manage raising the child alone. Qin Feng felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. Does this mean I won't be able to see the baby anymore? The child's growth cannot thrive without the father's presence. I have no right to deprive you of your role as a father. How shall we proceed? Lin Shireen pondered for a moment. Here is the arrangement. Within a month, you will have 2 opportunities to spend time with the baby. No. 2 times are too few. You have no right to negotiate. Agree to exchange contact information, or we shall consider this meeting as if it never occurred. Very well. As you wish. By the way, what names have you given the 4 babies? The boys are named Lin Yang and Lin Chun, while the girls are Lin Si and Lin Shi. Lin Shireen pointed to each of the 4 babies as she introduced them. Those are quite lovely names. Qin Feng mused internally. Let the babies carry the surname Lin for now. It won't be long before they collectively adopt the surname Qin. Miss Lin, may I ask a rather bold question? Are you married? No. Qin Feng secretly rejoiced. As long as she is not married, there is hope. After a satisfying meal, the babies exclaimed, Mommy, can we take Daddy home with us? Lin Shireen's expression darkened. Absolutely not. Mommy, you are the most beautiful and wonderful mommy in the world. Please, children, behave. Daddy does not live with us, so he cannot come home. But all the other kids' daddies and mommies live together. Our situation is unique. But the babies can see their father twice a month from now on. No, 2 times are too few. Mommy, we want to be with Daddy every day. Yes. We really like Daddy. We want to bring him home. The 4 adorable children tugged at Lin Shireen's clothing, pouting and pleading. This was the power of familial bonds. Wah. If Daddy doesn't come home, then neither will we. If you misbehave, Mommy might get angry. Daddy, look at how Mommy is scolding us. Wah. Mommy doesn't like us anymore. Daddy, come and rescue us. Humph. Do you 4 wish to drive Mommy to despair? Lin Shireen's temper flared, and the 4 babies turned to cling to Qin Feng's leg, seeking solace, their tears falling relentlessly, tugging at his heartstrings. Miss Lin, please don't be so harsh. How about I spend a little more time with the babies? Lin Shireen's expression hardened. No, it's getting late. The babies must return home to sleep. Without further ado, she forcibly led the 4 children out of KFC. A luxurious, extended nanny van awaited outside, starting at a price of at least $3 million. The driver was ready inside. Wow, this woman is breathtakingly beautiful, with an impressive figure, and it seems her financial resources are equally formidable. In the face of such an enchanting beauty, Qin Feng would never have dared to dream in the past. But now, he was a man with a system. As long as Lin Shireen remained single, conquering this beauty was merely a matter of time. Qin Feng was confident in this. The four adorable children boarded the car one by one, crowding by the window to wave goodbye to Qin Feng, reluctant to part. Daddy, remember to come see us. Daddy, I want to eat yo-yo again next time. All right, all right. Babies, head home for now. In a few days, Daddy will come to play with you. Don't lie to us. It's a promise. Come on, let us seal it. Pinky swear, 100 years unchanged. Daddy, goodbye. As the car drove away, Qin Feng watched the children depart, a sense of inexplicable loss settling within him. My four children, so adorable and charming. And just like that, they leave after our first meeting. My heart feels heavy. Ding. Congratulations to the host for reuniting with the four adorable babies. A new player gift pack of 1 billion has been awarded. Please log in to collect. Log in. The system began to log in. 307-0100. Login successful. A virtual panel appeared before him, displaying various data clearly. Host, Qin Feng. Age, 23 years. Identity, company programmer on probation. Relationship status, single. Wealth value, 1,000,002, 450. Personal charm value, 80 out of 100. Stamina, 80. Attack power, weak. Wow. Starting with a gift of 1 billion. Is this madness? In an effort to save money to court a wife, Qin Feng had been reluctant to even activate a 2 yuan text message service. Yet, after 99 failed blind dates, this was a game changer. Damn it. I'm done being frugal. From now on, I'll activate all banking services, the most expensive ones. He immediately dialed to inquire. Dear customer, your current account balance is 1,000,002, 450. Just hours ago, his balance was a mere 450, and now Qin Feng had become a billionaire? This daddy system is astonishingly generous. However, he felt a twinge of worry. System, will the bank cause me trouble with such a sudden influx of 1 billion? Fear not. All rewards from the system are sourced legally and legitimately. The host may use them with confidence. 1 word, exhilarating. 2 words, truly exhilarating. 3 words, super exhilarating. If the materialistic woman from earlier were to discover he possessed 1 billion, she would undoubtedly be eager to fawn over him. 1 billion. Just counting the zeros at the back would take forever. With newfound confidence, Qin Feng raised his finger to the heavens. From this moment forward, I, Qin Feng, shall conquer the heavens, the earth, and the universe. Even the most beautiful women will become my devoted admirers. Book introduction. Our handsome male protagonist will never be a sycophant. Qin Feng will not grovel to anyone. Initially, he will remain low-key, but soon he will embark on a path of extraordinary success, receiving various rewards, ultimately becoming the world's richest individual. A sincere relationship will gradually develop between the two, with Lin Shireen developing deep affection and admiration for Qin Feng. Chapter 4. A shopping spree, an excessive spending spree. In the next moment, Qin Feng dashed towards the nearby Victoria shopping plaza. He was not one to squander money recklessly. But with an unexpected 1 billion in his account, he simply had to indulge in the exhilarating thrill of shopping. Otherwise, it would be a disgrace to this card. Victoria is the epitome of luxury and popularity in the vibrant metropolis, a shopping center that brings together renowned brands from both domestic and abroad, showcasing an opulent array of high-end goods that cater to every desire. In a nutshell, as long as you possess the financial means, you could easily spend 3 years within its confines without a care. The latest Apple devices? Purchase. Armani shirts? Acquire. Versace trousers? Buy. Gucci belts? Snatch. Crocodile skin bags? Obtain. Patek Philippe watches? Secure. A shopping spree like no other. A relentless flurry of card swipes. Buy. What a euphoric experience. My life has reached its zenith. How exhilarating it is. My existence has hit its climax. It is no wonder the affluent indulge in extravagant shopping sprees. After living for 23 years, Qin Feng has finally grasped the sheer joy of relentless purchasing. However, acquiring these items hardly dented his finances. The total expenditure barely reached 10 million. Presently, he still boasts a staggering 990 million. This is undoubtedly an astronomical figure. Even if he were to reside in 5-star hotels daily and feast on the finest delicacies, he would not exhaust that fortune in a lifetime. Yet, Qin Feng chose not to indulge in a sea view suite, but instead opted for the modest company dormitory. The one who stands out often becomes a target. Discretion is the true virtue. Qin Feng has meticulously devised a plan to admit his mother into the finest hospital, invest several million in the best anti-cancer medications, and ensure she receives the most effective chemotherapy. Following that, he aims to purchase a grand villa in the metropolis and acquire a fine vehicle, so the family can live together. The remaining funds, of course, would be allocated for investments, allowing wealth to multiply, sustaining his wife and children. You are my little apple. No matter how much I love you, it is never too much. Suddenly, his phone rang. Upon checking the caller ID, it was his mother, Qin Feng. Mom, is there something you need? Xiao Feng, how is the girl Aunt Wang introduced to you? Is she to your liking? Qin Feng was at a loss for words. Mom. We in today's world, where men outnumber women, as long as the woman doesn't mind, we can make do. Xiao Feng, beauty cannot be eaten. All that matters is her ability to bear children. His mother fretted over his prospects of marrying, her greatest wish being to witness Qin Feng wed and have children before she departs this world. Mom, I'm sorry. What's wrong? Didn't it work out? She found me lacking. No house, no car, no savings. It's hopeless. Alas, why is it so challenging to find a bride nowadays? Qin Feng sighed deeply. It's all my fault. I lack the means to provide you with a house and a car, and now I'm afflicted with cancer, burdening my children. Mom, housing prices in the metropolis are exorbitant. Many cannot afford a home. However, with effort, fortunes can change. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. In the future, we too shall reside in a grand villa. Having aspirations is commendable, Xiao Feng, but I fear I may not live to see that day. Mom, what are you saying? With advancements in medicine, your illness will be manageable. You will surely hold your grandchildren. Qin Feng was aware he was merely offering empty reassurances. With late-stage cancer, even with 990 million in his account, healing wasn't guaranteed. He fervently wished for the system to reward him with a miraculous cure to save his mother. My son, your filial piety brings me comfort. Xiao Feng, it's all right. I'll hang up now. In a few days, I'll ask Aunt Wang to find you a match. Mom, let us talk more. After ending the call, Qin Feng felt an overwhelming wave of unspeakable sorrow wash over him. At the tender age of 5, he lost his father in a car accident. While his sister was merely 1, his mother had to assume both parental roles, raising her 2 children alone. Without a male figure to support the family, they endured much hardship from outsiders. Even his uncle's family often looked down upon them. 8 years ago, when their ancestral home was demolished, they received a compensation of 3 million, all of which his uncle selfishly claimed, leaving Qin Feng's family with nothing. He harbored all these grievances and resentments deep within him. Their hometown lay in the suburbs, over 100 kilometers from the city center, at most a 2-hour drive. Qin Feng contemplated purchasing a vehicle to bring his mother home to save face, but the dealership had already closed for the day. He planned to buy a car the next day and return home to bring his mother to the best hospital in the metropolis for treatment. In 3 days, they would celebrate Qin Feng's 50th birthday. He would first buy gifts for his mother and sister from the jewelry store. Qin Feng had a sister named Qin Ling, who was 19 this year, embodying her name with her fair and delicate beauty. A freshman in college, her exquisite looks and graceful demeanor made her a campus belle, attracting suitors in droves. Qin Feng placed his shopping bags at the front desk. He entered Tiffany Company, an international luxury brand, adjusting his hairstyle and casually strolling around. In the past, he would have never dared to set foot in such a prestigious jewelry store. He was usually confined to browsing more accessible brands like Chow Tai Fook, Gold 6 Fortune, or Chow Sang Sang. However, times had changed. He was now a man with a system. With 990 million in his account, he could afford even the most extravagant jewelry. Welcome. The receptionist, noticing Qin Feng's attire, which was clearly from a bargain store, swallowed the welcoming words she intended to utter. Regardless of the era, the tendency to judge based on appearances persists. Qin Feng remained unfazed. Wouldn't it be more satisfying to let his actions speak for themselves? With a tranquil smile, he wandered around the counter. The dazzling lights illuminated the diamonds and gems, casting a kaleidoscope of colors that nearly blinded him. The sales clerk cast a disdainful glance, noting his canvas shoes and subpar t-shirt, with his entire outfit barely amounting to 100. Humph. Serving a pauper like him is a waste of expressions. Yet, these superficial individuals had no inkling that this young man, clad in thrift store attire, was actually a billionaire. Qin Feng, did you call me miss? Qin Feng was taken aback. Haha, I'm Zhang Meili. I'm 2 years your senior. Remember when you helped me chase off that bike thief? Have you forgotten me? Oh, it's you, senior. It's been 2 years. And you've become even more enchanting. Zhang Meili narrowed her eyes playfully. Flattery. Humph. At least you have the decency to remember me. After graduating from college, Zhang Meili began working at Tiffany Company, where her strong business acumen and beauty quickly earned her a promotion to team leader. Qin Feng, have you struck it rich? What wealth? I won a lottery jackpot and made a bit of money starting a business. Tonight, I have some time to buy jewelry for my mom and sister. An astute listener could easily tell he was spinning tales, yet Zhang Meili appeared to believe him. This guy was clever and hardworking. It was entirely plausible he could earn money through entrepreneurship. What jewelry are you looking for? I'm not well versed in this field. Perhaps you'd allow me to offer some recommendations. Sure, what price range are you considering? Anywhere from $1 million to several million should suffice. Qin Feng contemplated purchasing something even more extravagant, as his financial capacity allowed. Yet he didn't want to appear too ostentatious. What? You're looking to buy jewelry worth several million? Zhang Mei's mouth fell agape, prompting her to reassess Qin Feng entirely. Qin handsome, you're not just a minor success, you've made a significant fortune. Let us keep it low-key. This jade necklace and bracelet are from the same collection. Perfect for your mother, priced at 6 million. This colorful diamond necklace suits your sister, priced at 4 million, totaling 10 million. All right, I'll pay with my card. Wait, Qin Feng, I'm the team leader here. I can apply an 18% discount for you. No need, I'll pay in full. Discounts are for the less fortunate. A man with a system must be bold. Chapter 5, slapping the materialistic girl in the face. Qin Feng impressive. A true man, Zhang Mei remarked, giving him a thumbs up, her face blooming with joy. The majority of Tiffany's earnings stem from commissions. With a 10 million sale, she would earn over 40,000 in commission. A single transaction yields a profit of 40,000, inciting envy and resentment among the other female attendants. How splendid it would have been had I chosen to attend to Qin Feng back then. Alas, I let that opportunity slip through my fingers. Zhang Mei, filled with joy, clutched her jewelry as she prepared to approach the cashier. Meanwhile, Wu Shanshan strolled into Tiffany's, linked arm in arm with a balding man. Wu Shanshan, Qin Feng's first love. Mr. Fan, you must purchase that colored diamond necklace I admired last month as a gift for my darling. All right. As long as you ensure my comfort and unlock various positions, I guarantee you shall have whatever your heart desires. Now come, give me a kiss. A pair of shameless lovers unabashedly embraced and kissed in public. How disgraceful. Ah, what a small world we inhabit. After their breakup, the two seldom crossed paths. Yet the memory of Wu Shanshan's past humiliation still pierced Qin Feng's heart. They fell in love during their senior year of high school, and in his youthful infatuation, Qin Feng lavished her with heartfelt devotion. He took on part-time jobs delivering food, earning money to buy gifts to win her favor, living like a devoted admirer. However, once in university, Wu Shanshan grew increasingly materialistic, and one day, she betrayed Qin Feng, entangling herself with a wealthy heir. The heartbreak cut deep. After their split, Qin Feng drowned his sorrows in alcohol, which led to a fleeting night of passion with Lin Shirin. Wu Shanshan was beautiful and well-proportioned, but lacking in background. The affluent heir soon grew weary of her and cast her aside. Unfazed, she flitted from man to man over the years, seeking out partners of all ages. Indifferent to the prospect of marriage as long as they provided her with financial support, a quintessential gold digger. The man Wu Shanshan currently clung to was Fan Jianren, a 55-year-old tycoon, 32 years her senior, more than suitable to play the role of a father. Fan Jianren, the CEO of a conglomerate with assets exceeding 100 billion, was indeed a man of considerable means. Yet, his wife, a mere housewife, had borne him only 2 daughters, leaving the absence of a son to inherit his vast fortune a lingering disappointment. Fabricating a tale that his wife had succumbed to cancer, he intended to invest a hefty sum, enticing Wu Shanshan to bear him a son. Once the child was born, he would unceremoniously discard the gold digger. Oblivious to Fan Jianren's machinations, Wu Shanshan remained intent on marrying into wealth. Qin Feng, what brings you to Tiffany's? Applying for a security position? Applying for what? I came to Tiffany's to purchase jewelry, of course. You. Wu Shanshan was taken aback, but she was no fool. Qin, don't try to impress me. I know precisely what you're worth. In the past, every outing with you was to a roadside stall. How embarrassing that would be to mention. Even Zhang Mei found this hard to bear. Hey, gorgeous, let's not speak so harshly. Mr. Qin won the lottery and has launched a successful business. His fortunes have changed dramatically. Won the lottery? Started a business? Do you believe such nonsense? Why not? Many young people work while pursuing entrepreneurial ventures. If Mr. Qin lacked the means, would he be selecting 10 million worth of jewelry? 10 million? Did he swipe a card? Just about to. Wu Shanshan scoffed derisively. Qin Feng, if you can afford such extravagant jewelry, I, Wu Shanshan, will eat feces live on stream. Fan Jianren sneered in agreement. Poor fool, even pretending requires some credibility. If a temp can charge 10 million, I'll kneel and call you master. A gentleman may be slain, but not humiliated. Qin Feng's expression hardened. Those were your words. Don't backtrack later. Wu Shanshan rolled her eyes. Whoever backtracks is a pup. Fan Jianren added more venomously. If you backtrack, your entire family is doomed. A smirk crept across Qin Feng's lips. How amusing. Fan Jianren, with his arrogance, challenged, country bumpkin, if you can't swipe that 10 million, you'll kneel before me and bark like a dog. Dare to wager? The wealthy clientele, drawn to the spectacle, gathered around, intrigued by the bet. This kid is dressed in cheap attire. There's no way he can swipe 10 million. One shouldn't judge a book by its cover. Perhaps he is a wealthy heir experiencing life among commoners. Wu Shanshan scoffed. Huh? Would a rich heir work as a temp? Deliver takeout? Hilarious. Fan Jianren, with his arm around Wu Shanshan, laughed with reckless abandon. Ladies and gentlemen, if this lad were truly wealthy, would his woman be in my bed? With wealth and power. Fan Jianren aimed to assert his dominance, intending to crush Qin Feng beneath his heel. Qin Feng had no desire to completely annihilate them, yet after their relentless humiliation, enough was enough. With the opportunity to retaliate presented, he could not remain passive any longer. Swipe the card. Zhang Meili took the credit card, inexplicably trusting Qin Feng without reservation. At this juncture, the shameless couple still refused to believe he could swipe 10 million. You broke fool. Have the guts to enter the password. All eyes were on him, and the crowd awaited the outcome with bated breath. Qin Feng smiled calmly as his fingers swiftly entered the password. Beep, beep, beep. Cold sweat began to form on Fan Jianren's and Wu Shanshan's foreheads. Should they lose, one would have to eat feces live on air while the other kneeled to call him master. This was no jest. Ding. Payment successful. A receipt emerged, confirming the transaction. Holy cow. Holy cow. Holy cow. The men in attendance couldn't help but exclaim in disbelief. Over 10 million. This young man, dressed in cheap attire, had indeed succeeded in his transaction. What a mad world. No. Impossible. Wu Shanshan's eyes widened in shock, unable to fathom how, after years apart, Qin Feng had transformed into a tycoon. No. How could a country bumpkin swipe 10 million? You must be mistaken. Fan Jianren's complexion shifted from pale to flushed, resembling a chameleon. This boy truly swiped 10 million. He was a wealthy man. Zhang Meili was stunned. The female attendant was astonished. All onlookers were left speechless. Qin Feng turned to Fan Jianren and Wu Shanshan, a smile playing on his lips. I have successfully made the payment. Now, which of you will eat feces live on stream first, and who will kneel to call me master? Chapter 6. A good horse does not turn back. This. Fan Jianren's face had turned a deep shade of crimson, drenched in sweat, feeling more wretched than if he had consumed feces. Shoo, the show is just beginning. Gorgeous. Where will you stream it? On Shigua, Douyin, Kuaishou, or Tushio? What does that have to do with you? The onlookers relished the spectacle, fanning the flames of chaos instead of seeking peace. Willing to bet, willing to lose. Live stream, eating feces. Kneel and call him grandfather. Wu Shanshan, flushed with embarrassment, wished to vanish into the ground. She simply could not comprehend how Qin Feng had acquired 10 million. Did he steal? Rob? But even if he did, how could he possibly steal 10 million? The only plausible explanation was that Qin Feng was an invisible wealthy heir. She regretted their breakup immensely. Wu Shanshan was indeed a sycophant, swaying with the wind. Whoever had money, she would cling to. Qin Feng, how could one consume feces? Given our past affection, grant me a way out, please. I'm so sorry. She apologized profusely, tugging at Qin Feng's sleeve, feigning a pitiful demeanor. Spare Wu Shanshan, and turn your wrath toward Fan Jianren. Mr. Fan, kneel and call me grandfather. Though not a top-tier tycoon, Fan Jianren was still a prominent figure in the bustling metropolis. To kneel before Qin Feng in public and call him grandfather would be a severe blow to his pride in such a city. Today, I misjudged the situation. To you, Qin, I offer 1 million. Let this matter be settled. Is 1 million a substantial amount? Fan Jianren, gritting his teeth, declared, 10 million. Qin Feng, more ruthless, countered, not even 1 billion will suffice. Only kneeling and calling me master would truly be delightful. How amusing, quite the spectacle. Whistles erupted as the onlookers joined in the commotion, escalating the situation further. Mr. Fan, a gentleman must honor his word. Indeed, a man should uphold his promises. Fan Jianren, consumed by rage and humiliation, seethed. Damn it, country bumpkin. There must be something amiss with your bank card. It must have been stolen. The card is mine, and the funds are entirely legitimate. Nonsense. With 10 million in your card, how can you still be an intern earning a meager salary of 4,000? What job I take is my own prerogative. Humph. If you truly had wealth, would your woman have climbed into my bed back then? I shall call the police, and you will rot in prison. Fan Jianren seized the upper hand, growing increasingly arrogant, feigning to dial 110. At that moment, a middle-aged matron, her face flushed with excess, stormed into Tiffany's, accompanied by 4 or 5 women. Upon seeing the wealthy woman, Fan Jianren recoiled like a mouse before a cat, abandoning his phone call and retreating into the crowd. The matron shot a fierce glare at Fan Jianren before striding directly to Wu Shanshan. Are you Wu Shanshan? Yes, ma'am. Is there something you need? But I do not know you. You vixen, I have finally caught you. Slap, slap. The matron, her expression cold, delivered 2 sharp slaps to Wu Shanshan's face. Just when one wave of trouble had not yet subsided, another arose. Wu Shanshan, reeling from the blows, saw stars, her fingers trembling with rage. You fat hag. Why are you hitting me? Are you insane? Today, I shall make you understand. I am Fan Jianren's legitimate wife. How dare you entice my husband? I will make you pay. You lie. Mr. Fan said his yellow-faced wife died of cancer 3 years ago. What? I died of cancer? The matron's face turned green with fury. My lungs are about to burst. Today, I will strip your vixen skin off. With a command, a stout woman lunged forward, viciously grabbing Wu Shanshan by the hair. You vixen, daring to seduce my brother-in-law. First, we shall beat you, then strip you bare for public humiliation. Terrified, Wu Shanshan cried out, Mr. Fan, help me. You promised to marry me. But where was Fan Jianren now? The scoundrel had long vanished. Fan Jianren never anticipated that the yellow-faced woman would bring reinforcements to confront him, with Qin Feng demanding he kneel and call him master while his wife attacked. If he did not flee now, he would surely meet a dreadful fate. Vixen, your end is nigh? Hey, what do you think you are doing? This is a society governed by law. I am not afraid of you. Wu Shanshan feigned bravado, clutching her clothes tightly. Not afraid, are you? Very well. Slap. Slap. The stout woman delivered several more harsh slaps. Help. Mr. Fan, save me. Still yelling for help? I will strip your vixen skin off. Sisters, let us go. Strip her. Yes, tear her vixen skin off. A group of robust, middle-aged women pressed Wu Shanshan to the ground, pulling her hair, tearing her clothes, pinning her down, kicking her stomach, and clawing at her face. Soon, Wu Shanshan was left in nothing but her undergarments. My word, this girl has quite the figure. A 36D no less. Stripped of her clothing, her face scratched, hair disheveled, she looked like a ghost. Qin Feng, I must have been blind to associate with a scoundrel like Fan. Woe is me, I was wrong. Please, I beg you, save me. Save you? You brought this upon yourself. Qin Feng turned to leave, but Wu Shanshan clutched his leg desperately. Darling, I was wrong. Please, I beg you, save me. Woe is me. Stop it. I am capturing this vixen. It is none of your business. You have infringed upon her personal rights. When the police arrive, you will face at least 15 days. Kid, you've got some guts. The matron was fully aware that if Qin Feng called the police, no one would escape unscathed. Vixen, should you ever dare to tempt my man again, I will ensure you have no place to rest in death. Leave. Qin Feng, thank you for saving me. Wu Shanshan, disheveled, flung herself into Qin Feng's embrace. Yet, Qin Feng felt nothing but revulsion. Get away. Darling, listen to me. You are the one I love most. My affairs with those men were merely trifles. Qin Feng, let us reunite. Once missed, we can never return to the past. Then why did you save me? Out of humanitarian concern. To me, saving you is no different than rescuing a stray cat or dog. No. Wu Shanshan sank to her knees, clutching his leg tightly, her cries pitiful. Qin Feng, I was wrong. Please give me a chance. I will bear your children. 2, no, 10 or 20 if you desire. Qin's mother is terminally ill, and Wu Shanshan seeks to bind him with the prospect of children. 20 children? Are you a pig? Qin Feng shoved her away roughly. Get lost. A good horse does not return to old pasture. I do not take back discarded shoes. Not to mention that Lin Shireen has already borne him 2 sons and 2 daughters. Even without that, with the divine wealth system, wouldn't he finding a pristine beauty be more delightful? Qin Feng strode proudly out of Tiffany's. Qin Feng, you cannot be so heartless. Don't leave me. Don't abandon me. Leaving the gold digger, crying on the ground. Ha ha ha, what a relief. It had been 4 years since Qin Feng felt such exhilaration. At this moment, it was more satisfying than gaining a billion. Ding, face slapping the gold digger. Congratulations to the host for receiving a Lamborghini. Chapter 7. Reward, Lamborghini. What? A Lamborghini can be a reward too? Why not? The system was somewhat smug. This system's rewards are boundless, encompassing all realms, as long as the host can imagine it. There is no reward this system cannot provide. Wow, system, you are amazing. In the next moment, a car key suddenly appeared in Qin Feng's pocket. Where's the car? Parked prominently in the plaza was a supercar, as if it had descended from the heavens or emerged from the earth. Its sleek, top-tier design was visually striking, showcasing luxury and extravagance. The champagne gold body glimmered under the neon lights, appearing gilded, splendid, and imposing, captivating all who laid eyes upon it. Wow, a top-tier supercar. I didn't even notice. Suddenly, a sports car appeared. Am I seeing things? The crowd gathered around, buzzing with excitement. Such luxury cars are rare and hard to come by, a sight one may only glimpse once in a lifetime. Merely seeing one is a wish. My word. To think I could see a Lamborghini Centenario in my lifetime. How lucky am I? Oh God, if I owned this supercar, I would willingly sacrifice 10, no, 20 years of my life. Dude, have some dignity. There are plenty of wealthy people in the city. Is it necessary to make yourself look like a sycophant over a single car? Brother, you don't understand. Let me put it this way. This Lamborghini is a fighter among supercars, with only 3 available worldwide, priced at 150 million. No way it's that impressive. Good heavens. A 150 million car? I'd better keep my distance. If I accidentally scratch it, I'd be bankrupt trying to pay for the repairs. Some individuals maintain their distance, while others, undeterred by the threat of danger, lean against a car to take selfies. A striking blonde, clad in a form-fitting bodycon dress and perched on 10-centimeter stiletto heels, poses provocatively beside a Lamborghini, live-streaming her antics. This young woman is a minor internet celebrity, possessing a visage reminiscent of a serpent, adorned with heavy makeup and sensuous red lips. She is leveraging the allure of the Lamborghini to garner attention, hoping for generous donations. Qin Feng observed her for a few minutes before casually inquiring, "Miss, have you finished taking your photos? If so, would you kindly step aside?" The beauty cast a dismissive glance at Qin Feng, noting his humble attire, and immediately displayed a look of disdain. "Hey, country bumpkin, what are you pushing for? My boyfriend's Lamborghini is parked here. If it gets scratched, you'll be working your whole life just to cover the paint job." Such words were not just hurtful, but also deeply insulting. While Qin Feng could understand a woman's vanity, he had never encountered such a brazen display of shamelessness. "Oh, is this car truly your boyfriend's? Unless it belongs to you, of course not. My man is a successful tycoon worth billions. And Victoria Square is but one of his many properties. What a grandiose boast. Another shameless gold digger," Qin Feng thought, feeling no inclination to engage in further banter. Instead, he decided to let his actions speak louder than words. Rolling his eyes, he nonchalantly produced the car key from his pocket and pressed a button. Beep, beep, beep. The LED lights flashed dramatically, and the car doors opened like the wings of a great bird in flight. It was spectacular, like a phoenix reborn from the flames. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Could it be that this car truly belonged to him? This young man, dressed in what appeared to be thrift store attire, was indeed driving a Lamborghini valued at 150 million. The world had become utterly absurd. Qin Feng had perfectly illustrated the adage, appearances can be deceiving, and one should never judge a book by its cover. The female streamer seemed momentarily stunned, as if she had just tasted something bitter. Qin Feng's retaliation was impressively bold. Laughter erupted from the onlookers. Goodness, women nowadays are so vain. They claim any luxury car belongs to their boyfriends. How's that for a reality check? Yet, the beauty remained unfazed, tossing her curls and fixating her gaze on Qin Feng, her eyes sparkling with flirtation. "Handsome, is this Lamborghini truly yours? What do you think? Wow, you exude such confidence. You are definitely my type. Let us be friends, affluent gentleman," she purred, her demeanor almost comically eager. Qin Feng smiled coolly. "Do you think you're worthy? You, don't block me from driving. If you damage the car, you'll be live streaming your entire life just to pay for the paint job. An eye for an eye, a tit for tat." The female influencer had finally met her match, her embarrassment palpable. The crowd roared with laughter at the spectacle. "Wow, this young man is incredible. He must have assets in the billions to afford such a car. I envy him." Brother, being born into wealth is an art. The rich can be quite extravagant. With all eyes upon him, Qin Feng settled into the Lamborghini, reveling in the regal treatment that accompanied such luxury. Luxury cars are indeed luxurious, with exquisite interiors, plush leather seats, and an unparalleled driving experience. The passenger seat held the purchase invoice, contract, vehicle tax, and even insurance papers. What meticulous planning. Men are often infatuated with supercars. What man wouldn't wish to own such a vehicle? Qin Feng had acquired his driver's license at 19, but poverty had always kept him from owning a car. Even a Wuling Hongguang was a distant dream. Fate had smiled upon him, granting him the extraordinary super-rich dad system, initiating him with a bounty of 10 billion and a Lamborghini worth 150 million. What a twist of fortune. He decided to take a spin along the bund before anything else. He called the service desk to have all his purchases loaded into the car. Vroom vroom. Qin Feng intentionally revved the engine, the Lamborghini's alluring roar echoing through the streets, causing the crowd to part before him. Dressed in thrift store attire, yet driving a Lamborghini, he was yet another rich second generation flaunting his lifestyle. The disparity was stark, the crowd dispersed, all too aware of their own mundane lives. Ding. Are you satisfied with this Lamborghini, host? Absolutely, I am beyond satisfied. The system reveled in his approval, declaring itself the unrivaled super-rich dad system, dedicated to crafting the ultimate wealthy individual. Ultimate wealth? Indeed, the most impressive tycoon in the universe, starting with 10 billion. Yet it seems I couldn't even afford a villa at the Tangchini Pin. Qin Feng's inner musings were not lost on the system. Host, patience is a virtue. Rewards will be bestowed in due time. As long as the host abides by the rules of ethics and law, numerous rewards await. Money, planes, villas, expert chefs, miraculous healers, and even mastery of martial arts. Rewards aplenty that would certainly not disappoint the host. Oh yes, this super-rich dad system is simply remarkable. With rewards such as planes and villas, Why would I need to buy a measly apartment? With such an extraordinary system, it would be impossible for Qin Feng not to shine. The square was bustling with life, opulence radiating from every corner. Qin Feng felt an overwhelming surge of ambition. He was destined to conquer everything in his path. Soon, the entire metropolis would be under his reign. Chapter 8. Handsome, care to join? Vroom vroom. The enchanting roar of the supercar captured the attention of all pedestrians as Qin Feng's top-tier Lamborghini made its grand entrance on the bund. Wow, what an impressive vehicle. Which wealthy heir is out for a joyride? Brother, this is a high-end supercar. I just checked, and it's valued at 150 million. A single car worth such a fortune was unfathomable. Wealthy individuals are indeed remarkable. Qin Feng cruised around the bund in his Lamborghini, drawing admiration from passers-by and basking in their envy. Experiencing the luxury firsthand illuminated the reason why all men crave such vehicles. One-handed driving the Lamborghini, he reveled in the melodic rumble and seamless handling, feeling an unparalleled sense of joy. This was the pinnacle of life. Exhilarating. So incredibly exhilarating. Qin Feng had initially intended to return to his dorm discreetly. However, with the system promising to transform him into an invincible tycoon, with 10 billion in his account and now rewarded with a Lamborghini, there was no reason to remain inconspicuous. Why not book a hotel room instead? Rather than opting for a riverside view, he drove the Lamborghini to the Dihao Hotel. While not an exceedingly luxurious establishment, lacking riverside rooms or presidential suites, it held sentimental value as the site of his passionate night with Lin Shireen. As Qin Feng parked the Lamborghini at the hotel entrance, it immediately caused a stir. "Welcome, sir." The top-tier heir's arrival demanded utmost respect, and the staff rushed to greet him. A female driver in a BMW happened to park beside him, casting a glance that rendered her utterly captivated. The allure stemmed not only from Qin Feng's striking looks, but also from the Lamborghini itself. Wow, a handsome man with a luxurious car, what a true winner in life. A captivating beauty, noticing Qin Feng alone, tossed her golden curls and approached him with a flirtatious glimmer in her eyes. "Handsome, care to join me?" she confidently inquired. Aware of her charm, in a world where solitary men and women often succumb to temptation, she assumed this young man, driving a Lamborghini, must belong to a wealthy elite, and a mere tip could suffice for her to acquire a designer handbag. Qin Feng cast a discerning glance her way and immediately recognized her as a gold digger. Unworthy of his attention, with an icy demeanor, he retorted, "Do you think you're worthy?" In the past, he would have been more indulgent, but now he felt it was time to be forthright. Her allure was not even worthy of carrying Lin Shireen's shoes. Casually tossing his car keys to the valet, he picked up his shopping bag and strode into the hotel with an air of superiority. "Wow, this guy is stunning," the receptionist exclaimed. "Welcome. Would you prefer a single room or a suite? Is room 308 available?" Qin Feng, a nostalgic soul, had stayed in room 308 4 years prior. Tonight, he wished to relive those cherished memories. The staff checked and confirmed availability. "Excellent. I'll take room 308 for 3 days, and we'll see how it goes." "Certainly. Here is your room key, and enjoy your stay." Upon entering room 308, he carelessly dropped his shopping bag onto the carpet and sprawled out on the bed. As he closed his eyes, memories of his passionate encounters with Lin Shireen from 4 years ago flooded his mind. In his youthful exuberance, he felt an unexpected stir within him. Ah, that enchantress, an absolute siren. He chuckled, playfully scolding Lin Shireen before hastily taking a shower. At 11:50 p.m., despite the late hour, sleep eluded him. The events of the night had been too exhilarating. He had unexpectedly acquired a system that bestowed an initial reward of 1 billion yuan, along with a Lamborghini valued at 150 million. He had also been blessed with 4 adorable children, making him an instant father. Now he had wealth, a luxurious car, and children. It was merely a matter of time before Lin Shireen fell for him. Moreover, the system promised an unending stream of rewards, fulfilling any desire he might have. However, his greatest concern was his mother, who was battling cancer. Presently, cancer was deemed an incurable ailment. Yet with newfound wealth, he could afford the finest doctors and medications, potentially prolonging her life. If he were to reveal to her that he had bound himself to a system with an initial reward of 1 billion, she would surely think him deranged. Raised in the 1970s, she had never read web novels and would not comprehend the concept of a system which could exacerbate her condition. Therefore, he resolved to keep this matter from her entirely. The only feasible solution was to channel the funds through his younger sister, Qin Ling, a freshman at university. She was 19 years old and possessed a delicate beauty, renowned as the campus belle. To raise funds for their mother's treatment, she had started live streaming on Douyin. Qin Feng decided to support his sister with generous gifts, both to transfer money to their mother and to elevate Qin Ling's popularity. In the past, he had only given small tokens to female streamers, but tonight, he intended to play the role of a true benefactor. With ample funds at his disposal, he believed that nothing was beyond his reach. He linked his card to Alipay, opened the Douyin app, and embarked on a frenzied spree of recharging. In a whirlwind of activity, he successfully added 100 million yuan to his account, which immediately entered Qin Ling's live streaming room. Name: Qin Ling. Occupation: freshman streamer. Age: 19. Weight: 45 kilograms. Height: 168 centimeters. Talent: singing and dancing. In terms of looks, Qin Ling could undoubtedly be classified as a goddess. With exquisite features, large, round eyes, and charming dimples, she radiated an enchanting aura. However, despite her beauty, her live streaming career was still in its infancy, lacking the charm and allure that would attract affluent patrons. Those wealthy individuals, aware that they could not win her affection, refrained from showering her with extravagant gifts. In the midst of her performance, a male viewer suddenly yelled, "Hey, how about a striptease? If I enjoy it, I'll send you 10 universe hearts." One universe heart was worth 26,980 Douyin coins, totaling 26,980 yuan for 10 hearts. While such a gift was not enough to be considered a true tycoon, it still demonstrated significant wealth. To his surprise, Qin Ling, indignant, firmly declined, "I'm afraid not. This is a regular streaming session. If you wish to see something risque, you'll have to go elsewhere." The male viewer, taken aback, felt insulted and retaliated with a harsh remark. "You want to play the virtuous maiden while dancing like that? If anyone gifts you, I'll eat shit live." Just then, a universe heart worth 26,980 coins exploded on the screen, followed by a cascade of hearts. The descendant of the dragon sent 200 universe hearts to streamer Qin Ling. The descendant of the dragon sent 400 universe hearts. The descendant of the dragon sent 1,000 universe hearts. Heavenly realms. What a staggering display. Qin Ling stood agape, stunned by the sudden influx of universe hearts that seemed to rain down upon her. In a single, astonishing gesture, this mysterious benefactor, known as the descendant of the dragon, gifted her an astounding 10 million yuan in presents. Chapter 9, a hundredfold return for the streamer. Oh my god, 10 million. An ordinary person would never earn that much in a lifetime. This cannot be real. I must be dreaming. Qin Ling took a moment to regain her composure, her eyes wide with excitement. Thank you, esteemed dragon, for the universe hearts. Sending love your way. As a small streamer without fans or popularity, she had previously never received gifts exceeding 100 yuan. Yet tonight, a single tycoon had showered her with thousands of universe hearts, totaling an incredible 10 million yuan. Instantly, Douyin erupted with excitement. Qin Feng's name became synonymous with fame. The latest news flashed across the platform. User the descendant of the dragon has gifted streamer Qin Ling an unprecedented 10 million in gifts, making them the most generous benefactor in a single event. A heartfelt thanks to the esteemed dragon. The live chat exploded with admiration. Who is this remarkable individual showering universe hearts? Incredible. No one has ever gifted 10 million before. As the gifts continued to flood in, viewers from other streams flocked to witness the spectacle. What? Qin Ling only has a few thousand fans. Clearly, she is a small-time streamer. But so what? A tycoon just gifted her 10 million. Can other streamers with millions of fans compete? Dear dragon, do you need any accessories? I'm eager to cling to your fame. The affluent are seeking to provide support. The charming young lady is both sweet and salty, exceptionally obedient, guaranteed to satisfy the esteemed patrons. Waves of viewers flood into Qin Ling's live stream. 10, 000, 100, 000, 500, 000, 1, 000. Within mere moments, the viewership of her stream skyrocketed to over 1 million. The fervent netizens were in a frenzy. Qin Feng generously showered the stream with 10 million in gifts, successfully unlocking the exclusive gift, Angel's Guardian. One Angel's Guardian is valued at 10,000 Huaxia coins. To ensure the explosive popularity of his sister's live stream, grand gestures were imperative. The more extravagant, the better. Once more, he unleashed a torrent of gifts. Boom, boom, boom. Descendant of the Dragon presents 1,000 Angel's Guardians to the streamer Qin Ling. 1,000 Angel's Guardians soared through the chat, divine light illuminating the screen, a breathtaking spectacle. Angel's Guardian? Goodness. Qin Ling, overwhelmed with excitement, covered her mouth in disbelief. Within less than a month of her streaming career, she received such a lavish gift from a high roller. And to receive it all at once, 1,000 of them, was utterly astounding. The live stream erupted once again. An ever-increasing number of viewers flocked into the room, with the current count surpassing 2 million. This was precisely the effect Qin Feng desired. Gratitude flowed towards Brother Long for the Angel's Guardian. Heartfelt thanks. Qin Ling, trembling with excitement, could barely speak. Thus far, This mysterious benefactor had gifted her a staggering 20 million. After this generous act, she assumed the high roller would take a step back, but a shocking scene unfolded once more. Descendant of the Dragon presents 1000 Angels Guardians to the streamer Qin Feng. Descendant of the Dragon presents 3000 Angels Guardians to the streamer Qin Feng. Descendant of the Dragon presents 4000 Angels Guardians to the streamer Qin Feng. In total, this super mysterious benefactor had gifted Qin Feng an astounding 100 million in presents. 100 million Huaxia coins, an amount an ordinary person could never hope to earn in 10 lifetimes. The live stream was utterly obliterated. An unprecedented explosion. Goodness, a mysterious tycoon has appeared. Initially, I was unconcerned about his contribution of cosmic heart, but who would have thought he would subsequently shower her with angels guardians? Such a powerful benefactor. With 9000 angels guardians sent, that amounted to 90 million, combined with the previous 10 million in cosmic heart. A grand total of 100 million. Absolutely incredible. Who is this remarkable benefactor? I fervently seek to be taken under his wing. Qin Feng was utterly astonished. No, I must be dreaming. This cannot be real. She could no longer maintain her composure. A gift of 100 million, even with the platform's 55 cut, would still leave her with 50 million. With that sum, her mother's illness could be treated with the finest medication. With 50 million, she could buy a house and a car for her brother Qin Feng, allowing him to marry a beautiful wife. An astonishing 100 million in gifts. Throughout the entirety of Douyin's streaming history, such an extraordinary high roller had never emerged. Goodness, to donate 100 million in one go, truly extravagant, soaring to the heavens. Does Brother Long accept disciples? Esteemed benefactor, do you need a loyal follower? I am quite skilled. Qin Feng's heart raced. Thank you, Brother Long, for your generous gifts. In return, allow me to perform a dance for you. Swiftly, Qin Feng changed into traditional attire, performing the enchanting dance of the colorful sleeves. This dance was favored by the legendary Yang Guifei. It is said that when she danced, she resembled an ethereal fairy, breathtakingly beautiful. As she twirled gracefully, captivating all. It was said that such beauty could only exist in the heavens, enchanting Emperor Xuanzong of Tang beyond measure. Of course, while Qin Feng could not compare to Yang Guifei's beauty, she too exhibited lightness in her movements, her appearance stunning, leaving viewers entranced. Upon completing the dance of the colorful sleeves, the live stream erupted once more. Goodness, who knew the young lady could dance so beautifully? She possesses both beauty and talent. And with a generous high roller gifting 100 million, her rise to fame is inevitable. During her performance, numerous female streamers privately messaged Qin Feng. Esteemed benefactor, let us be friends. Kindly add my WeChat. I am 19 years old, charming and sweet, and I can unlock 18 different moves. Please, Brother Long, visit my live stream. I plead for your support. These streamers shed all pretense and eagerly messaged Qin Feng, each willing to play the sycophant. If Qin Feng were to gift them 100 million, would they ever have to worry about sustenance again? Humph. Qin Feng scoffed at these desperate approaches. Compared to Lin Shireen, they were nothing more than trivial distractions. Unworthy even to carry her shoes. Messaging them would be an affront to his dignity. Since Douyin commenced live streaming, no female streamer had ever received 100 million in gifts overnight. Qin Feng was the first. Unprecedented, unmatched. Tonight, she was destined for stardom. She had become a sensation. Although the platform would take a 50 million cut, the privilege of elevating his sister's status made the 100 million spent worthwhile. With his goal accomplished, Qin Feng logged off from the live stream. The night had grown late. Was it not more delightful to dream sweet dreams? Just as he lay down, the system's voice abruptly rang out. Ding, the host's generous gifting to the female streamer is commendable. Congratulations on receiving a hundredfold return. Goodness, a hundredfold return? Qin Feng was left dumbfounded. To gift 100 million and receive a hundredfold return? Does this mean I will receive a red envelope of 10 billion? Chapter 10. The system is extravagantly generous and remarkable. So, you mean to say that by gifting the streamer 100 million, I will receive a reward of 10 billion? Is 10 billion a lot? What a surprise. Is that all the host is capable of? How will he ever become the most powerful high roller in the universe? Goodness. This system is extraordinarily bold and impressive. Though the system's remarks were somewhat biting, Qin Feng found them oddly comforting. Ha ha ha, system, you are simply too adorable. If you were a girl, I would wish to indulge in a romantic relationship with you and pamper you endlessly. Ahem, host, please refrain from such infatuation. Do not forget you have a wife and children. This system absolutely refuses to be a third party. Qin Feng nearly spat blood in frustration. What kind of conversation is this? Do you not understand romance at all? However, this system possesses sound principles, so he would not lead him astray. As for being a bit sharp-tongued, Qin Feng could not be bothered to dwell on it. Acquiring wealth is the ultimate goal. Ding. A hundredfold return of 10 billion has been credited. Please check your account. Nice. 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 Qin Feng leaped from his bed, staring at the virtual screen before him, as a wave of rewards continuously flowed in, leaving him exhilarated. Host, Qin Feng. Age, 23. Identity, company programmer on probation. Relationship status, single. Wealth value, 10, 880, 000,000. Personal charm value, 80 out of 100. Stamina, 100 points. Attack power, 100 points. In just a few hours, his wealth value surged from 1 billion to nearly 11 billion. Haha, this high roller system is truly formidable. If only I had known that gifting a streamer would yield a hundredfold return, I should have gifted the entire 980 million. Wouldn't I, Qin Feng, have become a billionaire by now? Alas, dear system, why did you not inform me sooner? What a massive loss. Host, do not act like a miser. The system's rewards are random. Gifting 100 million may yield a hundredfold return, but gifting 1 billion may not even garner a hair. You. The words exchanged during their quarrel were astutely incisive, causing Qin Feng to roll his eyes in exasperation. Nevertheless, the system's assertion bore merit. A generous tip of 100 million would undoubtedly cause a sensation on Douyin. If one were to bestow a staggering 1 billion, it might even provoke an official investigation. Greed can often lead to one's downfall, so it is prudent to remain discreet. Just as he was about to take a respite, a video call from Qin Ling interrupted him. Brother, I have the most astonishing news to share. Promise me you won't faint from excitement. What is it? Your enthusiasm is palpable. Our family has struck it rich, truly struck it big. Rich in what way? Did you stumble upon gold? Qin Feng feigned ignorance, already aware of the answer. No, it's far more incredible. Brother, you won't believe it, just moments ago, a wealthy benefactor in my live stream showered me with a tip of 100 million. Yes, you heard that right. A whole 100 million. Qin Ling, who in their right mind would tip you 100 million? Is that person simply extravagant or has their sanity slipped? As soon as the words left his mouth, Qin Feng felt a pang of regret. How could he berate his own sister? It was from a user known as Dragoness Air. If you don't believe me, just watch my live stream. I never lie. All right, I shall take your word for it. Brother, do you think this benefactor might want to meet me privately? What if he has ulterior motives? I'm feeling quite anxious. Qin Ling understood all too well that receiving such a lavish gift from a mysterious tycoon could not possibly be devoid of implications regarding her well-being. Qin Ling, are you contemplating a date? Are you prepared to offer yourself? Offer myself? Nonsense. What are you talking about? Qin Feng replied, I am 19 this year. At the age where one might seek love. If the person is single and of good character, why not consider a friendship? Oh, and what if he is married with children? Forgive me, but even if he were to tip 1 billion, I, Qin Ling, would never play the role of the mistress. Excellent. Such a positive outlook. Thumbs up. Qin Feng felt a surge of pride in his sister's values. At least she wouldn't lose herself in the pursuit of wealth. Brother, after the platform takes its cut, I will receive 50 million. I plan to allocate 30 million for mom's medical treatment and use the remaining 20 million to help you buy a house and a car, so you can find yourself a beautiful sister-in-law. Qin Feng was touched. This young girl always thought of the family, warming his heart. Qin Ling, are you really giving us all the tipping money? What about yourself? I'm still in school. I just need a little for living expenses. I won't need that much. How can you say that? Keep 10 million for yourself to buy clothes, bags, and shoes, and treat your classmates to a feast. 10 million? To me? That's an astronomical figure. Girls must learn to treat themselves well. Qin Ling, you keep 10 million and deposit 40 million into mom's account. I'll handle the house and car with her assistance. That's fair. With several million in mom's account, she might just cheer up and feel better. May the heavens bless. Let it be so. Brother, it's getting late. I'll tell mom this wonderful news tomorrow. Good night. Good night. After ending the call, Qin Feng lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to find slumber. A disastrous blind date at KFC, the scorn of a materialistic woman, followed by the unexpected arrival of 4 adorable little treasures and the binding of a remarkable system. With an initial capital of 1 billion and a Lamborghini to boot, he had gifted his sister a hundredfold return, amassing a fortune of 100 billion. Life's dramatic oscillations were indeed astonishing. Feeling utterly fatigued, he yawned at 1 in the morning and closed his eyes. That night, he drifted into an incredibly long and splendid dream. Reclining on a leather sofa, Lin Shireen beamed with a gentle smile, tenderly massaging his back and feet. Once he felt utterly relaxed, she proceeded to wash fruits, feeding him imported grapes one by one. Daddy loves mommy, and mommy loves daddy, while daddy and mommy love the baby. 4 adorable little ones gathered around, clapping and singing nursery rhymes, creating a warm and harmonious atmosphere. With a wife, sons, daughters, luxury cars, and an abundance of wealth, what more could one desire? In that moment, Qin Feng felt like the happiest man in the world. After lulling the little ones to sleep, he was left alone with Lin Shirin. With a swift motion, he swept her into his arms and carried her into the bedroom. Their gazes locked deeply, affection igniting a passionate flame, and Qin Feng could no longer restrain himself. Embracing her fervently, in a state of blissful confusion, they spent the night entangled in each other's warmth. With Qin Feng losing count of how many times they shared that intimate connection. Chapter 11. The goddess wife makes her move. You are my little apple. No matter how much I love you, it's never too much. Qin Feng lay in bed, lost in beautiful dreams when an abrupt ringtone jolted him awake. He had not slept soundly, having spent the night immersed in sweet fantasies. He had been blissfully entwined with Lin Shirin, so much so that he did not hear the alarm. Glancing at his phone, he noted the time, 9:10 a.m. He was 10 minutes late for work. Qin, are you in the late stages of cancer, or did you get hit by a car? If you don't want to work, just get lost. His supervisor, a 32-year-old single woman, often flaunted her connection to the boss, relishing her power over others. Sharp-tongued and petty, she frequently penalized employees, and her colleagues referred to her as the elderly executioner. In his 2 months of internship, Qin Feng had been assigned the humiliating task of cleaning the women's restroom 8 times by this tyrant. How embarrassing. Qin Feng was determined to keep this job. He endured the daily grind, working over 10 hours for a meager salary of 4,000, with deductions on top. I've had enough. With 100 billion in my account, why should I tolerate her nonsense? Why not just quit and enjoy life? What do you mean? Are you saying that? The elderly executioner was bewildered. Qin Feng had always been compliant, obedient even more than her own son. When did he dare oppose her? Don't you understand the term lying flat? It seems you've truly reached your menopause. Qin, do you have the audacity to call me the elderly executioner? Do you dare suggest I'm going through menopause? Why not? I not only dare to say it, but I'll also make sure you're fired. You can go to hell. The elderly executioner was nearly apoplectic with rage. She wanted to unleash her fury, to curse Qin Feng's entire lineage. Beep, beep, beep. Qin Feng had already hung up the phone. What a relief. Thinking of the elderly executioner's face contorted with rage filled Qin Feng with delight, washing away all the grievances he had endured before. A man should always retaliate in kind. Indeed, when you possess the strength to strike back, never delay for a moment. He sprang out of bed, ready to visit the luxurious Tang Chunipin and then return to his hometown. Qin Feng intended to secretly purchase a villa first. Although the system promised rewards for luxurious residences, he had no idea when that would occur. Why not enjoy it now? After all, money was no object. He planned to bring his mother and sister to live with him, creating a harmonious family environment for his mother to relish her remaining golden years. You are my little apple. No matter how much I love you, it's never too much. The phone rang again. Damn, I've already fired you. Why are you calling? Shameless old hag. Old hag. Qin Feng, do you think I'm old in your eyes? On the other end of the line, Lin Shirin's expression darkened. Miss Lin? Who else would it be? Sorry, I must have dialed the wrong number. How could you be old? Miss Lin is the epitome of a fairy. Wow, after just one night apart, you're already missing your husband? Smooth talking. How presumptuous. Wife, where are my 4 little treasures? Summon them all and chant daddy in unison. What are you talking about? Today is Monday. The little ones have gone to kindergarten. Oh, so young and already attending preschool? Will they have enough to eat at school? Will other children bully them? 3 years old is still quite young. Isn't it? Please don't hinder their education. As long as the 4 little ones don't bully others, that would be quite enough. Indeed, I, Qin Feng, used to be a bully at school. It's hereditary, without a doubt. Lin Shirin rolled her eyes vigorously from the other end. Hey, let us get serious. What did the beautiful Lin seek me for this morning? Qin Feng, you promised last night to take responsibility for me and the babies. Does that still hold true? Of course. As a man, it is only right to be responsible for one's wife and children. Excellent. Then you must come to the paternity testing center immediately. A DNA test? What? Do you doubt that I am the father of the child? Qin Feng was quite displeased. Woman, do you not remember who you slept with for years ago? A DNA test is an affront to my dignity. I am fully aware you are the father of the child. The paternity report is merely to appease the elders of the family. Last night, after Lin Shirin returned home with the 4 little ones, they rushed to their great-grandfather, showering him with affection. Great-grandpa, we found Daddy. My daddy is tall and handsome. Daddy treats us so well. He even takes us out for chicken legs. Daddy said he would come to see us in a couple of days. We can't wait. What? They found their father? Who is he? Where is he? Daddy is at KFC. The little ones hurriedly complained to their great-grandfather, leaving the old man rather bewildered. He quickly inquired of Lin Shirin what was going on. Unable to keep the truth hidden, Lin Shireen had no choice but to recount the chance encounter with Qin Feng at KFC. It's fate, indeed. Since the biological father of the children has been found, they should be allowed to recognize one another. Lin Shireen felt grateful for her grandfather's enlightened and protective stance. Years ago, after an impetuous night with Qin Feng, she discovered she was pregnant a month later. Her parents and family elders ordered her to terminate the pregnancy. Upon learning she was carrying quadruplets, her maternal instincts surged, and she was willing to go to great lengths to protect her babies. Her parents were stubborn, preferring to see their daughter perish rather than allow the Lin family to suffer the shame of an unwed mother. In this dire situation, her grandfather boldly defended her, allowing Lin Shireen to safely give birth to the 4 adorable babies. The Lin family operated a high-end cosmetics business, involved in development, research, production, and sales, with total assets exceeding 10 billion. A year ago, Lin Shireen's parents met with an inexplicable car accident, leaving her, as the only daughter, to hastily take over the Lin Group right after graduating from university. The company was busy, and with 4 little ones needing her care, she was overwhelmed, hardly having time to sleep. Now that the biological father of the children has been found, her grandfather and Lin Shireen seriously discussed the matter and decided to have the 2 of them enter into a marriage agreement, with Qin Feng moving into the Lin household to help care for the children. This would allow the babies to grow up in a complete family while alleviating some of Lin Shireen's burdens. Qin Feng, I sought you out today not only to do the paternity test, but also to marry you. What? Marry? Qin Feng was taken aback. But, beautiful lady, you just said last night that I am poor and unworthy of being your husband. Why the sudden change of heart? Chapter 12. Qin Feng's abduction. What? What tune is this woman singing? Does Lin Shireen know about my remarkable system? And is she making the first move to force me into marriage? Huh. Women are all materialistic. As long as you have money, they'll come crawling. If it were an ordinary woman, Qin Feng would surely scoff. But Lin Shireen is different. She is not only the mother of my children, but also renowned as the most beautiful woman in Shanghai. Marrying such a goddess would be quite a catch. All right, my dear wife, don't miss me too much. I'll be there shortly. Wait, Qin Feng, don't get too excited. I must be honest with you about something. What is it? To put it strictly, our marriage isn't genuine. What? There's a difference between real and fake marriage? Qin Feng was utterly confused. For the sake of the children's healthy growth, we'll enter into a contractual fake marriage. After marriage, I'll be responsible for earning a living while you take care of the kids, and I'll pay you 2 million a month. Ha, 2 million? Wife, isn't that a bit too soft? A man living off a woman is not only a minor setback, but also quite humiliating. Qin Feng, don't overthink it. It's perfectly normal for one person to manage the household while the other provides financially in a happy family. If that's the case, then let us just get married for real. Impossible. We have no emotional foundation. It wouldn't be right to force ourselves together for the children. Do you think a marriage without love can be happy? Well, of course, if feelings develop between us in the future, a genuine marriage is not out of the question. Goodness, this woman is quite adept at treating me like a child of 3. Yet, Qin Feng willingly allows himself to be coaxed. Fine, as you wish. Great. When will you arrive? Lin Shireen exclaimed with delight. Qin Feng's agreement to marry and care for the children relieved her worries, allowing her to focus on managing the company and striving to break into the top 500. I'll freshen up and be there immediately. Okay, I'll wait for you. Gazing at a pile of luxury items, Qin Feng couldn't help but smile. An Armani shirt, Versace trousers, a Patek Philippe watch, driving a Lamborghini with one hand, and throwing out a card worth 10 billion. He was confident Lin Shireen would fall for him. However, love built on money is not true love. For her to genuinely love a broke and humble version of himself would be a true achievement. After careful consideration, Qin Feng decided to temporarily feign poverty, presenting himself as a lowly man when he meets Lin Shireen. True love is hard to come by in these times. He yearns for a sincere relationship, one that is not tied to wealth. Ding. The system's voice suddenly echoed. The host is commendable for giving up wealth and fame to pursue his wife. Applause for that. System, can my luxury cars be stored in your space? Of course. This system's storage space is limitless. It can accommodate everything on Earth. Wow. System, you are simply amazing. With a whoosh, Qin Feng stored all his clothes, jewelry, and Lamborghini into the space. The thought of soon registering his marriage with a goddess thrilled him. A fake marriage? So what? At least he could be close to the beauty and have the 4 little ones around him. That was enough. To win over Lin Shireen and make her wholeheartedly love him would take, at most, a month. Qin Feng was confident in this. After fixing his hairstyle, just as he stepped into the elevator, his phone rang again. Hello, wife. Don't be impatient. I need time to get there. I don't have wings. Wife? The other party was taken aback. Hey, Qin Feng, why are you calling me wife? I'm Zhang Meili. Cough, cough. So it's you, senior? My apologies. What do you need? It's my birthday today. I'm inviting you to my birthday party tonight. Qin Feng's lips curled up. Is Senior trying to woo me? To his surprise, Zhang Meili was bolder, flirting outright. Qin Feng, I admire you greatly. I wanted to marry you back in university. Will you be my boyfriend? Qin Feng spent $1 million at Tiffany, deeply shocking her. Handsome and wealthy, marrying such a man would be bliss. Fearing that Qin Feng might be snatched away by another beauty, she decided to make the first move. No, Senior, you're older than me. We seem incompatible, don't we? A 3-year age gap is nothing. As long as there is love, age is no barrier, and height is not a distance. Haha, that makes perfect sense. So Qin Feng, have you agreed? Zhang Meili exclaimed, her surprise palpable. Thank you, Senior sister, for your misguided affection, but I am already married. What? Qin Feng, you're married? When did that happen? Haha. The kids are almost ready to run errands. I have something to attend to. Goodbye. Zhang Meili was beautiful, with a figure and face rated at an impressive 85. However, when compared to Lin Shireen, she fell short by several notches. Qin Feng was not a man prone to frivolous romantic entanglements. If he had no intention of pursuing a relationship, he should not grant her any opportunities. Zhang Meili felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. Sigh. Why do all the exceptional men end up as someone else's husbands? Upon exiting the hotel, Qin Feng was preparing to hail a cab to the paternity testing center when suddenly, 2 burly men in black blocked his path. With dark sunglasses and snug black t-shirts. Their muscular arms were thicker than adult calves, clearly indicating their role as bodyguards or enforcers. Hey, you're blocking the way. Please step aside. Our boss wants to see you. Qin Feng frowned. Who is your boss? Just because he wants to see me, does that mean I have to go? Stop wasting time. If we tell you to leave, you leave. Otherwise, you'll suffer a gruesome fate. Qin Feng's first reaction was alarm. Oh no, I'm being robbed. He had drawn attention to himself after spending $10 million at Tiffany's and receiving a $100 million reward on Douyin, all while single-handedly driving a Lamborghini. It was no wonder that wealthy individuals often traveled with bodyguards. However, Qin Feng was mistaken. These 2 men in black were not robbers, but rather henchmen sent by Fan Jianren for retribution. Last night, Qin Feng had forced him to kneel and call him grandpa, while a scorned wife had caught him in the act, tarnishing his reputation. This man was wealthy and influential, surrounded by all sorts of characters, including one named Qian Jui, who controlled the underground organizations of the Magic City. He was a ruthless figure, known for ensuring that anyone who crossed him would face dire consequences. Fan Jianren had approached Qian Jui, plotting to seize Qin Feng's wealth and ultimately eliminate him, disposing of his body without a trace. The black-clad thugs exuded menace as one brandished a dagger, pressing it against Qin Feng's waist. Kid, don't be foolish. If you resist, I'll stab you. Qin Feng was not one to cower in fear, yet he felt a chill run down his spine. Blades are merciless, and one misstep could result in a bloody demise. Just as he had acquired the system, was he truly destined to meet the king of hell? Would his Lamborghini and $100 billion in the bank go to waste? It seems the heavens are jealous of talent. How unfortunate. Chapter 13. Reward of 18 Martial Arts. Ding. Host in danger. Special reward. 18 martial arts to help the host navigate peril. What? Martial arts can be rewarded too? Now that's impressive. In the next moment, Qin Feng felt an internal surge of energy, instantly unlocking his meridians. Boxing, Wing Chun, Nunchaku, Tai Chi, One Finger Zen, Dragon subduing 18 palms, 9 manual. And the great shift of the universe. All forms of martial arts flooded into his mind. Like a cinematic montage, each move flashed before his eyes, and he comprehended them in an instant. His internal energy flowed throughout his body, coursing through his organs and ultimately converging in his heart. His bones and muscles became immensely powerful. Qin Feng had transformed into an unparalleled master. This is the brilliance of the system, whatever it rewards. The host can master in an instant. Yes, clenching his fists, Qin Feng felt a surge of destructive power. This martial arts reward arrived just in time. He understood that while money and luxury cars were explosive rewards, in the Magic City, strength was paramount. These 2 black-clad men were likely sent by Fan Jianren for revenge. After all, this man would not let last night's humiliation slide easily. Now possessing unparalleled skills, even the mightiest of thugs would soon be reduced to nothing. Taking a deep breath, he channeled his internal energy, feeling as though his body had transformed into an impenetrable fortress. Move, or I will incapacitate you immediately. The dagger pressed against Qin Feng's waist, threatening to pierce his flesh with a single movement. If his body fell, it wouldn't matter if he had 1 system or 10. It would all be in vain. Yet, Qin Feng felt no fear. Instead, he smiled and said, Come on. If you have the guts, stab me. Go ahead. The two burly men exchanged bewildered glances, momentarily stunned. What? Did he just invite us to stab him? Is he insane? What, scared now? Too afraid to stab? You must be seeking death. These two thugs were sent by Fan Jianren, the most capable henchman of Qian Juri, the head of the underground forces in the Magic City, colluding with Fan Jianren. After being forced to kneel and call him grandpa last night, Fan Jianren would certainly not let this go unpunished. Qian Jui dispatched two enforcers to intercept Qin Feng, intending to bring him before Fan Jianren for a slow demise, subsequently disposing of him in the river to feed the sharks. With a glint of malice in their eyes, the thugs lunged at Qin Feng. Their daggers aimed for his flesh. This kid was too arrogant. They needed to make an example of him. Yet, something extraordinary occurred. The dagger failed to pierce Qin Feng's flesh, as if it had struck a wall of steel. Initially, the black-clad thug assumed Qin Feng was wearing some protective gear and thrust the dagger at his abdomen, arms, hips, and thighs. But no matter how hard he tried or how much force he exerted, Qin Feng remained unscathed. What the hell? The dagger won't penetrate? This was too bizarre. Kid, what are you wearing? Wearing? Can't you see with your blind eyes? Then why won't the dagger go in? Because you're too weak. With a swift motion, Qin Feng seized the dagger effortlessly, reversing their positions and pressing the blade against one of the thug's stomachs. If you won't stab me, then I'll stab you. The dagger glinted ominously, causing the black-clad man to tremble in fear. Having navigated the underworld for over a decade, he recognized that he had encountered a true master today. Please spare me, sir. This is a real dagger, not a prop. It can kill. You're cowards. Yes, we're cowards. Please, sir, have mercy. I have family above and below who depend on me. Without hesitation, the two hulking thugs dropped to their knees before Qin Feng. Who sent you? It was Fan Jianren. Fan Jianren? Yes, exactly him. We were just following orders. Please spare our lives. Qin Feng glanced at two large trash bins ahead, a sly smile creeping across his face. Channeling his internal energy, he effortlessly lifted both men, each towering at nearly 2 meters and weighing around 200 pounds, and tossed them into the bins with a parabolic arc. Splash! Splash! The two black-clad thugs toppled the bins. Buzzing flies filled the air, and a foul stench wafted around. Goodness, what a strong man. Is this a martial arts film? The plot is too exaggerated. The astonishing scene left onlookers in awe, speculating that they were witnessing the filming of a martial arts drama. Kid, just you wait. Our boss won't let this slide. Perfect. Qin Feng chuckled coldly. Go back and tell that fan guy to come find me personally. I promise to make his demise even more spectacular. With that, he departed. The street brawl had drawn a crowd, and he wanted to avoid the hassle of police questioning. Lin Shireen was waiting for him to get married. Wasting time was not an option. Climbing into a taxi, he sped away. Daddy. As soon as he got in, a cute child in a backseat booster chair smiled at Qin Feng and sweetly called out to him, Daddy. Qin Feng was utterly bewildered. What? Why is there a little child calling me daddy again? I, Qin Feng, am of unblemished character and have not been indiscriminate in my affections. The child, a girl of about 2 years old, donned a pink tulle dress, adorned with a matching butterfly clip, rivaling the cuteness of my 4 little ones. Oh my, what an adorably charming girl. The driver smiled apologetically. Brother, my daughter is just beginning to speak. She calls any young man daddy when she sees them. Please don't take it to heart. Isn't it a bit reckless for you to drive with such a small child? Qin Feng questioned. What can I do if it's unsafe? The driver replied with a wry smile. It's just the way it is. And where is the child's mother? Qin Feng inquired as the driver started the car. Don't mention her. She found me lacking and ran off with a wealthy older man. Qin Feng couldn't help but mutter under his breath. Damn it, yet another gold digger. However, he reconsidered, recognizing that everyone aspires to a better life. If his wife left, it was his own inadequacy at fault. This man was too honest. He bore the weight of blame upon himself, while others sowed seeds of discord above him. The little girl, accustomed to the world from being driven around by her father, showed no fear sitting beside Qin Feng, calling out daddy with glee. Daddy, daddy. Qin Feng couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy. It was indeed no easy task for a man to drive around with such a tiny child, braving the elements. This adorable girl evoked both affection and tenderness. Upon reaching their destination, Qin Feng glanced at the meter, which displayed a fare of 30 yuan. He promptly scanned a payment of 30,000. Brother, you've added 3 extra zeros, exclaimed the driver. I know. The surplus is for your little princess to have something to eat. How could I accept that? That is several tens of thousands. Haha, money is no object. We are fated to meet. Since your daughter has called me daddy, I'll take care of her milk powder. Qin Feng laughed heartily as he exited the car, waving goodbye with a flourish. Thanks, brother. The driver felt deeply touched. While there were indeed many materialistic individuals in the world, there were also kind-hearted souls like Qin Feng. The world is filled with love, and warmth can be found in every corner of humanity. Chapter 14. Jealousy for the Goddess at the Paternity Testing Center. Lin Shireen looked around anxiously, her patience wearing thin. Qin Feng, why are you so late? How long have I been waiting for you? Qin Feng flashed a charming smile. Did you miss me? We only saw each other last night. Absence makes the heart grow fonder. As if, I'm in a hurry. Lin Shireen noted that Qin Feng was still wearing the same clothes from yesterday, and the warm weather had inevitably left a bit of a sweat odor, causing her to frown. What? You didn't tea shower last night? Of course I did. I even changed my underwear. Do you want to check? Stop with the smooth talk. You should change your clothes daily, especially in this heat. Personal hygiene is important. Wife, I want to change too, but my salary hasn't been paid. And I have no money for clothes. All right. We'll stop by a clothing store later. I'll buy you a few outfits. Now, let us get to business. Thank you, dear. Qin Feng was pleasantly surprised. The goddess was buying him clothes. What a delightful thought. The paternity test results would take 7 working days. But they could expedite the process for a higher fee. Lin Shireen, not short on funds, opted for the rush service. Soon, the report was ready. DNA confirmed a 999 match, affirming Qin Feng as the biological father of the 4 children. Qin Feng looked at the paternity report, feeling quite disgruntled. They know I'm the children's father. This test is utterly redundant, a waste of time and money. But alas, grandfather insisted on the report. He needed the official documentation. Lin Shireen glanced at the time, 10:30, with just an hour and a half left before the Civil Affairs Bureau closed. Get in the car, we're going to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Today, Lin Shireen drove a striking red Maybach, her high ponytail and cream-colored suit exuding an aura of elegance and confidence. She was breathtaking. The thought that such a stunning woman would soon be his wife sent Qin Feng's heart racing. Upon arriving at the Civil Affairs Bureau, as they stepped out of the car, a young man approached, holding 99 roses, having exited a Rolls-Royce. He stood before Lin Shireen, his slender features accentuated by a designer white shirt that hung loosely on his frame, adorned with a Patek Philippe watch. His demeanor radiated disdain, an air of arrogance tinged with a hint of recklessness. The Rolls-Royce, a beacon of opulence, drew a crowd of onlookers, all eager to capture the spectacle on their phones. After all, such a luxurious vehicle, worth millions, was a rare sight. Lin Shireen was taken aback. Duan Xiaoji, what are you doing here? Their marriage certificate was meant to be a secret, known only to grandfather, who had leaked the information. Duan Xiaoji dropped to one knee, one hand holding the bouquet, the other presenting a diamond ring weighing 5 carats, gleaming with a myriad of colors. Inin, I love you. Please marry me. I will cherish the 4 little ones as my own and love you for eternity, through thick and thin, never wavering. Clearly, this Duan Xiaoji was aware of the children's existence and was willing to take on the responsibility of raising them. What deep affection he must have for Lin Shireen. The only son of a wealthy family in Shanghai, he was a well-known playboy in high society. His family dominated the real estate market, with assets reportedly exceeding hundreds of billions. Duan Xiaoji had pursued Lin Shireen since he was 18, showering her with gifts, flowers, diamonds, planes, villas, attempting to win her over. But Lin Shireen remained indifferent. The more unattainable she seemed, the more he pursued her relentlessly. Even the fact that she had given birth to quadruplets didn't deter his fervor. Upon receiving insider information that Lin Shireen intended to obtain a marriage certificate today to provide a complete family for her children, he was devastated. How could he accept that the woman he adored was going to marry another man? Thus, he blocked her path at the Civil Affairs Bureau for one final push. Having failed 99 times before, he hoped that this 100th proposal would finally win her heart. Yet, the romantic gesture only filled Lin Shireen with annoyance rather than surprise. Duan Xiaoji, I will never marry you. Please stop wasting your efforts on me. Why? Am I not worthy of your love? Is my family's wealth insufficient? It's not that. We simply are not compatible. The 100th proposal ended in failure once again. Watching Qin Feng walk side by side with his beloved goddess, laughing and sharing intimate moments, ignited a flame of jealousy within him. He had initially believed that a quality man had stolen her away, only to realize it was a mere impoverished wretch. This destitute fellow, dressed in rags worth barely 100, reeking of sweat, was even more pathetic than a laborer. This was an affront to Duan Xiaoji's dignity. Lin Shireen, is your refusal to accept my proposal due to this lowly man? Lowly man. Duan Xiaoji, watch your words, or you'll find yourself in my contempt. Stop pretending to be high and mighty. With that, Duan Xiaoji flung the 99 roses and diamond ring to the ground, crushing them beneath his foot, his cold gaze reflecting murderous intent. So, Lin Shireen, I always thought you had good taste. But it seems you'll settle for any laborer to marry? Huh, how desperate are you for a man? If you can't bear the loneliness at night, feel free to seek me out. I can certainly satisfy you. Duan Xiaoji's body trembled with rage, his eyes fixated on Lin Shireen with a lecherous glint. his hands itching to reach out and claim her. You scoundrel! You are shameless. Lin Shireen trembled with anger, despite her profound disdain for this dandy. She dared not offend the Duan family. Duan, I have already told you that we are ill-suited. Mind your own affairs and step aside. Today, I refuse to yield. Who is this wild man? Witnessing their affectionate exchange, Duan Shaoji's jealousy erupted, his glare fixed menacingly on Qin Feng, his eyes filled with a lethal intensity. I am her husband. Before Lin Shireen could respond, Qin Feng stepped in front of her. You penniless wretch, what are you even worth? Do you think you are worthy of marrying my goddess? Duan Shaoji looked at him with utter contempt in his eyes. Qin Feng was no better than the strays on the street. My goddess is not someone a pauper like you can even dream of touching. You'd better get lost. Get out immediately. Qin Feng's expression turned cold. Get lost yourself. I've fathered 4 children with Yining. We are an old couple now. The one who should leave is you. Chapter 15. A kick that sends him flying. What? 4 children are yours? What else could it be? Qin Feng leisurely retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and deliberately blew smoke rings in front of Duan Shaoji, wearing a smug expression. Duan Shaoji, infuriated, felt an overwhelming urge to eliminate Qin Feng on the spot. Impossible. Those 4 children cannot be yours. Lin Shireen is the most beautiful woman in the Magic City, with both beauty and talent. How could she ever marry a wretch like you? Has she lost her mind? Whether you believe it or not, the truth is evident. Those 4 children are indeed mine. Care to contest that? You infuriate me to no end. Duan Shaoji's fury was palpable. He wished to tear Qin Feng to shreds. You, Lin Shireen, have been secretly consorting with this scoundrel. You must give me an explanation today. What is it about this pauper that you find appealing? Speak. Matters of the heart are complex. I have found my true love. Duan Shaoji, please do not bother me again. Qin Feng basked in pride at Lin Shireen's declaration of him as her true love, casting a disdainful glance at Duan Shaoji while slyly wrapping his arm around the beauty's slender waist. Wife, it is beneath our dignity to squabble with such a trivial person. Come, let us quickly go inside and register our marriage. What? You dare to embrace my goddess? Duan Shaoji had pursued Lin Shireen for 5 years, showering her with gifts of buildings and diamonds, yet had never even held her hand. To witness this pauper boldly hugging her in front of him was utterly intolerable. He could not endure this. It was simply unacceptable. A sinister smile curled at the corner of his lips, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. You filthy beggar. Remove your dirty hands. Shireen belongs to me, now and forever. If you touch her again, I will kill you. I will annihilate your entire family. Very well. Such domineering words are quite to my liking. However, uttering them comes with a price. You are courting death. Qin Feng's arrogance was infuriating. Today, Duan Shaoji would make an example out of him. Standing at 190 centimeters, he towered over Qin Feng's 185, giving him an immediate advantage in presence. This man had trained in Taekwondo since the age of 3, under the guidance of esteemed masters, and was a black belt expert, often strutting around with an air of invincibility. With a thunderous roar, Duan Shaoji launched a swift and precise kick towards Qin Feng's chest, the force of which was akin to a tempest, packing a punch that could shatter ribs. Lin Shireen gasped in horror. Duan Shaoji's intent was lethal. If he landed this kick, Qin Feng would surely perish. Qin Feng, I am the one who has endangered you. Having married Qin Feng to provoke Duan Shaoji, Lin Shireen closed her eyes in despair, fearing the loss of the father of her 4 children. Yet, Qin Feng remained unfazed, swiftly grasping Duan Shaoji's calf while leisurely blowing smoke rings. Duan Shaoji was taken aback. He was a black belt expert, known for his swift and precise attacks. In the entire Magic City, how many could evade this kick? But Qin Feng not only dodged it flawlessly, but also effortlessly seized his leg. Let go of me. Duan Shaoji, disbelieving, struggled to break free, only to find himself utterly immobilized, as if his leg were trapped in a vice. You'd best not struggle, your leg will snap. Don't say I didn't warn you. Qin Feng's expression was nonchalant. To him, this was not a fight, but a playful tease of Duan Shaoji. With a single move, Duan Shaoji realized that Qin Feng's strength far surpassed his own, and a chill ran down his spine, causing him to break into a cold sweat. Yet, even knowing he was outmatched, he could not lose face in front of Lin Shireen. You pauper, if you have the guts, fight me one-on-one. Oh, how shall we do that? Qin Feng gently pushed Duan Shaoji, who stumbled backward and fell unceremoniously onto the ground, more embarrassed than dead. Goodness. This handsome guy's skills are impressive. He must have trained. Couples waiting outside the Civil Affairs Bureau erupted into laughter at the scene. What are you laughing at? A bunch of paupers. Duan Shaoji's face shifted from green to white as he saw Lin Shireen looking at Qin Feng with admiration, his fury intensifying. When a man is overwhelmed with rage, he loses his reason. Duan Xiaoji sought nothing less than Qin Feng's life, wanting to trample him underfoot to avenge his thwarted affections. With a grim expression, he retrieved a 50-centimeter-long cleaver from the trunk of his Rolls-Royce and swung it menacingly at Qin Feng. "Ah," he asked, using a cleaver. "This is getting serious. Quickly get away." The cleaver glinted ominously in the sunlight, causing the onlookers to scream and scatter in fear. "You pauper, I will ruin you." In a lawful society, murder incurs the ultimate penalty. Yet the Duan family was wealthy and powerful. For Duan Xiaoji, killing Qin Feng would be as trivial as squashing an ant. Qin Feng was unaware of the Duan family's influence, but Lin Shireen was acutely aware, her face paling in fear. "Qin Feng, be careful." The cleaver whistled through the air, its deadly glint promising certain death if it landed. Yet Lin Shireen could not foresee that Qin Feng possessed a system that had recently bestowed upon him unparalleled martial prowess. Regardless of how formidable Duan Xiaoji was, he would be reduced to mere dust in an instant. "Come at me. I shall teach you what a flying kick is." Qin Feng, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, wrapped his right arm around Lin Shireen and executed a perfect flying kick. Swift and fierce, it was even more imposing than that of a dragon. With a thunderous crash, Duan Xiaoji was sent flying, his body colliding with the Rolls-Royce, creating a thunderous echo. The cleaver he wielded, glistening ominously, failed to strike Qin Feng and instead inadvertently pierced his own calf, blood gushing forth. Chapter 16. A rewarding diamond ring. Hiss. The blade grazed his calf. Though the cut was shallow, it still made Duan Xiaoji draw a sharp breath in pain. Qin Feng had shown restraint. Using only 30% of his strength, had he unleashed his full power, Duan Xiaoji would have already met his end. Wow, incredible skills. This guy looks handsome and refined. Yet his strikes are so ruthless and decisive. Truly, one cannot judge a book by its cover. Lin Shireen gazed at Qin Feng, utterly astonished. This man was astonishingly powerful. Since time immemorial, beautiful women have adored heroes. This not only did not repel her, but rather sparked an inexplicable admiration for Qin Feng in her heart. Although Lin Shireen harbored immense disdain for Duan Xiaoji, she still feared the potential for fatality. "Duan Xiaoji, are you alright? Do you need me to take you to the hospital?" "Enough of this pretense. Oomph, you won't die from it." Duan Xiaoji retorted as he tore a towel from the car to bandage his wounds. Qin Feng discarded his cigarette, but, smirking in disdain, "Young Master Duan, you are no match for me. Begone, and spare yourself the humiliation." Duan Xiaoji turned to Lin Shireen, feigning a pitiful demeanor, playing his last sympathy card. "Shireen, I, Duan Xiaoji, have pursued you with great effort for 5 years, willing to be your devoted admirer. My love for you is as constant as the sun and moon. How can you be so heartless? Please grant me one more chance." Lin Shireen's expression remained icy and unyielding. "Duan Xiaoji, depart at once. It is clear that we are utterly incompatible. Do not pursue me any further. Take care of yourself." Qin Feng stood by, wearing a smug smile. Duan Xiaoji's rage boiled over. "So, Lin Shireen, I never imagined you could be such a heartless woman. Do you think that by consorting with a rugged man, you can rid yourself of me, Duan Xiaoji? Not a chance. You and your shameless partner should be prepared for what is coming." In his agitation, blood surged from his calf wound, causing him to grimace in pain. Physically wounded and emotionally tormented, he longed to rend Qin Feng to pieces. Unable to win a fight, staying only meant further humiliation. With the mountains still standing, there would be ample opportunities for revenge in the future. "Qin, I swear I will not rest until I have your blood." With a grim visage, Duan Xiaoji shot daggers at the two before driving off in his Rolls-Royce towards the hospital. Phew. Lin Shireen finally exhaled in relief. "Darling, is this man your former flame?" Lin Shireen shot him a reproachful glance, tucking her hair behind her ear, feeling somewhat exasperated. "He is a second-generation rich kid. One of the 4 young masters of the Magic City. He pursued me from the age of 18, proposing over 100 times, each time more persistent than the last. It's been utterly tiresome." Qin Feng rubbed his nose, feeling an inexplicable pang of jealousy. "This young Master Duan seems quite impressive. Driving a Rolls-Royce with a diamond that size. Why on earth don't you fancy him?" "Humph, if I were interested in him, would I have anything to do with you?" Qin Feng felt a wave of embarrassment. "Darling, can you give your husband a little respect? It's getting late. Let us hurry and register our marriage." "Qin Feng, be serious." "Yes, dear." During the wedding photo session, Qin Feng naturally wrapped his arm around Lin Shireen's delicate shoulder, slowly sliding down to embrace her slender waist. Such a tiny, soft waist. The sensation is exquisite. I could embrace it for a lifetime. "Qin Feng, you." Lin Shireen hesitated, her body trembling slightly, but she had to maintain her composure in front of the staff, smiling in cooperation. Given her unique status, a green channel was opened for her, and soon, their marriage certificates were issued, one for each of them. Reflecting on the moment, Qin Feng felt a swell of emotion. After 99 blind dates filled with disdain from gold diggers, he never imagined that today he would actually be getting married. What's more, he was marrying a goddess of a CEO, something he never dared to dream. Ding! Congratulations to the host on the joyous occasion of marriage, a moment worthy of celebration. Granting a pair of colored diamond rings as a reward, valued at 100 million. What? There's a reward for the wedding rings too? And so timely. This daddy system is truly remarkable. In the next moment, Qin Feng suddenly discovered a small box in his pants pocket. The exquisite box was clearly a luxury item. Upon opening it, he gasped in awe. A pair of colored diamonds sparkled with a dazzling brilliance. The women's diamond ring was at least 10 carats, larger and more brilliant than the one Duan Shaoji had proposed with. This reward truly enhanced his stature. Overjoyed, Qin Feng lifted Lin Shirin's delicate hand and slid the diamond ring onto her ring finger. He then presented the men's diamond ring to her, and she naturally slipped it onto his finger as well. The sizes fit perfectly. One must admit, this system was indeed thoughtful. Having exchanged rings, Qin Feng gazed at Lin Shirin with deep affection, his heart fluttering. Darling, happy wedding day. Goodness, what a massive diamond. She estimated it to be at least 10 carats. Lin Shirin had encountered many luxury items, but this was her first time seeing such a grand colored diamond. It was evidently extraordinary, likely priced in the tens of millions, if not over $1 billion. But therein lay the dilemma. He was merely an intern, earning a base salary of 4,000. How could he afford such an expensive ring? Had he stolen it? Or perhaps robbed someone? Yet, if such a large diamond were stolen, the police would have long since come knocking. Therefore, the only possibility remained. The diamond ring was a counterfeit. Chapter 17, A Kiss from the Goddess. Lin Shirin felt an inexplicable discomfort. This man really knows how to play. Bringing a fake to fool me? Is marrying such a man truly a source of happiness? Thankfully, they had merely agreed to a contractual marriage, with divorce in mind for the future. They were not truly a couple, so what did the truth or falsity matter? Darling, do you like it? Qin Feng, where did you get the money for the diamond ring? This woman truly had a keen eye. If he were to admit the truth, that it was a gift from the system, she might think he was out of his mind. After all, such abstract concepts as systems were intangible. Not everyone could accept them. Darling, I was in a hurry earlier, so I picked up a pair of glass rings from a roadside stall. I hope you don't mind. What glass rings? Indeed, your husband is so poor. How could he afford diamond rings? Will you be disappointed? Lin Shirin chuckled to herself. I will cherish them. Phew, that's a relief. Qin Feng sighed. Fearing Lin Shirin would toss the ring into the trash the moment she turned away. Losing 100 million might not be a big deal, but he did not want to disappoint the system's goodwill. After they emerged from the Civil Affairs Bureau, it was already 12:30. I, Qin Feng, am actually married. After 99 failed blind dates, I ended up with a beautiful CEO? How unbelievable. Gazing at the bright red booklet in his hand, he flashed a wide grin, utterly satisfied. Today marks our first day as a married couple. Darling, what would you like to eat? Chinese or Western? It's on me. Lin Shirin smiled. Qin Feng, you're still in your internship phase. Let us just eat something casual at an ordinary restaurant. You truly are a virtuous wife, always looking to save me money. You're both beautiful and pure. I'm deeply touched. Lin Shirin shot him a sharp glance. Qin Feng, do you often say such cheesy lines to other women? On my honor. I've not even glanced at other beauties. Smooth talker. Women enjoy sweet nothings, and Lin Shirin is no exception. Though my salary isn't high, I can still treat you to a meal. Come, darling, let us go to Victoria for the best Western cuisine. Are we really going? Of course. It's on your husband. All right, let us go. Having just registered their marriage, they felt it was time to celebrate with a nice meal. Though Qin Feng lacked funds, when had Lin Shirin ever been short on money? Qin Feng, can you drive? Yes. I got my license at 19. I can speed without a problem. Good, you drive. Lin Shirin elegantly fastened her seatbelt in the passenger seat. Qin Feng stole a glance at the goddess. Her fair neck, A4 waist, and enviably long legs, all exquisitely proportioned. Her skin was as smooth as cream, delicate and flawless, with an air of high elegance, floating like a celestial being. She could be both sweet and fierce, embodying beauty and charisma. The most stunning woman in the Magic City was certainly not a title she earned lightly, making it no wonder that Duan Shaoji pursued her relentlessly to marry her. In her alluring black stockings, Lin Shirin exudes a distinctive fragrance, pure and beautiful, utterly captivating. Such a goddess of unparalleled caliber. How many men could possibly resist her charms? Qin Feng inexplicably felt his breath quicken, and his body underwent a subtle transformation. He chuckled inwardly, thinking, this woman is truly a little enchantress. Lin Shirin shot him a sharp glance. What are you staring at? Is there something on my face? Qin Feng replied with utmost seriousness. Well, my dear, there's a smudge on your right cheek. Allow me to wipe it off for you. Really? Lin Shireen, who cherished her beauty above all, promptly leaned toward him. Smack. Qin Feng seized the opportunity and planted a kiss. All done, dear. Your cheek is clean now. Lin Shireen, her expression cold, swiftly slapped him across the face. Quick as a flash, Qin Feng grasped the goddess's wrist. What are you doing, dear? A woman should be gentle to be charming. You, Qin, dare to deceive me? We are legally married now, so what is wrong with a kiss? Qin Feng asserted, as if it were self-evident. Preposterous. Lin Shireen's face flushed with anger. If you continue with your smooth talk, our marriage will be null and void. How surprising. This seemingly delicate woman had such a fiery temper. Come on, it's just a kiss. You can't be that melodramatic, can you? Remember, we are merely in a contractual marriage. Qin, if you continue to be disrespectful, beware of never seeing the babies again. Qin Feng inwardly cursed, thinking, what kind of marriage is this? Not even a kiss is allowed. If it were any other woman, I would have cut ties long ago. With over 10 billion in the bank and a Lamborghini worth 150 million just sitting there, what kind of stunning woman couldn't I have? Why should I endure your whims? Yet Lin Shireen was different. First, she was a goddess, and second, she was the mother of 4 adorable children. In the face of such love, I, Qin Feng, must endure. Humph, it won't be long before I make you bow down and serve me, bringing me foot baths. Drive. All right, I'll let you have your moment for a few days, but mark my words, I will have you fully submit to me, or else I'll write my name backward. Lin Shireen's Maybach, valued at 3 million, was indeed a luxury vehicle. However, compared to Qin Feng's Lamborghini worth 150 million, it was akin to a grandfather and a grandson. Qin Feng felt irked and deliberately weaved through traffic at high speed. Qin Feng, are you insane? Why drive so fast? Are you trying to cause an accident? Dear, even if we did have an accident, wouldn't you have your husband to accompany you? Spare me your dark humor. If we crash, what will happen to our 4 babies? Do you want them to become orphans? Chapter 18. Rewarding the driving god skill. Right. I still have 4 little treasures. Upon hearing this, Lin Shireen's words made Qin Feng realize the gravity of the situation. He quickly adjusted his mindset, gripping the steering wheel tightly, focusing his gaze all around. Don't worry, dear, we won't have an accident. Glancing in the rearview mirror, Qin Feng was startled to discover a large dump truck tailing them closely, seemingly intent on finding an opportunity to collide with the Maybach. What the hell? The road is wide open. Why are you chasing my car? Do I have a grudge against you? Ding. Danger of a car accident detected. Please drive carefully. A car accident danger? System, is that dump truck deliberately trying to ram my car? What does it want? He intends to crush you and your beautiful wife into a pulp. Ah, Qin Feng exclaimed in shock. In light of the host's peril, the driving god skill is granted to assist the host in navigating danger. In an instant, Qin Feng transformed into a driving prodigy. Such is the brilliance of the extraordinary dad system, always safeguarding the host. Qin Feng, why are you screaming while driving? Are you crazy? Danger. Hold on tight to your seat, keep your head down, and sit steady. Qin Feng commanded sharply, as the Maybach abruptly swerved left. The sharp turn sending Lin Shireen crashing against the door, sparks flying from the undercarriage with a sizzling sound. That was close. The massive dump truck zoomed past the Maybach, missing Lin Shireen's head by a mere 10 centimeters. Qin Feng, have you lost your mind? Why did you jerk the steering wheel like that? Are you trying to murder me? Dear, that's unjust. If I hadn't swerved, we would have been crushed into a pulp. Lin Shireen gasped in shock. Are you saying that dump truck was intentionally trying to hit us? What does the driver want? He wants us dead. What did you say? He wants our lives. Lin Shireen, being a woman, turned pale with fear. Qin Feng, what do we do? We can't have an accident. Our 4 babies need both their parents. Don't worry. Everything will be all right with your husband here. Despite his usual playful demeanor, Qin Feng remained calm and composed in critical moments. With a glint of determination in his eyes, he pressed the accelerator, unleashing the fierce side of the Maybach. The force was overwhelming, nearly throwing Lin Shireen out of the car, regaining her composure. She turned back just in time to see another dump truck barreling toward them. Not another one. Fortunately, at this crucial moment, the system had rewarded him with exceptional driving skills. Otherwise, even 10 Maybachs would have been reduced to rubble. Duan Shaoji? Lin Shireen suddenly felt a chill. With Duan Shaoji injured and having married Qin Feng, this despicable man would surely seek revenge. The Duan family was wealthy and influential, easily capable of eliminating both her and Qin Feng. The dump truck charged forward with reckless abandon, its speed reaching a perilous peak, determined to crush the Maybach without mercy. Hold on tight, dear. With the dump truck approaching fiercely, Qin Feng could only wildly maneuver the steering wheel, executing another perfect drift to evade the onslaught. The driver of that dump truck was utterly reckless. The Maybach screeched as it rounded the corner, nearly stalling. Lin Shireen was disoriented, her stomach churning. gripping the seat tightly to avoid being thrown out. Boom. Qin Feng narrowly avoided disaster, but the dump truck, driven at breakneck speed, collided with a large cargo truck ahead, resulting in a catastrophic crash, a scene too horrific to behold. Serves you right. Qin Feng spat angrily, yet he secretly felt relieved. If it weren't for the driving god skill, he and Lin Shireen might have perished in that wreck. Dear, we lost them. It's all good now. Ah, Qin Feng. That was terrifying. Lin Shireen, still shaken, had gone pale, bent over in dry heaves, her hair a disheveled mess. Are you all right, dear? Do you need to go to the hospital? No need. I, Lin Shireen, am not that fragile. She tidied her disheveled hair, regaining her strong demeanor as the formidable CEO. That scoundrel Duan Shaoji, has he lost his mind to seek revenge? I, Lin Shireen, will surely flay him alive. However, Qin Feng pondered, no? That dump truck may not necessarily be sent by Duan Shaoji. If it's not him, then who else? Who would wish to harm us? Let us not jump to conclusions without evidence. However, dear, we must be extra cautious from now on. Qin Feng was acutely aware that their enemies, besides Duan Shaoji, also included Fan Jianren. In the bustling metropolis of Magic City, both individuals wield considerable wealth and influence, making them formidable adversaries. However, fortuitously, I possess an extraordinary system that renders me unafraid of any challenge. I shall confront adversaries as they come, whether they be soldiers or floods, ready to retaliate with precision. Lin Shireen wore a stern expression, her beautiful eyes widened in defiance. Humph, if that scoundrel Duan dares to lay a finger on my dear, I shall not hesitate to take his life. Chapter 19. Qin Feng is a dandy. Darling, do not be agitated. Everything will be handled by your husband. Remember, do not confront Duan Shaoji, as we lack evidence. Humph, shall we allow the villains to roam free? That is out of the question. Qin Feng gripped the steering wheel tightly, his eyes flashing with a cold light as he spoke each word deliberately. Once I uncover who is behind this, I, Qin Feng, will ensure they wish they had never been born. Though Qin Feng's words were resolute, a tinge of concern lingered within him. His enemies, Fan Jianren and Duan Shaoji, were merciless demons who would not hesitate to kill. With the systems safeguarding him, even the most formidable opponents would inevitably crumble to dust. Yet, he feared that these two might retaliate against Lin Shireen and their 4 children, posing a threat to their safety. Qin Feng silently vowed, no matter what, he must protect his wife and children. Showing mercy to foes would only lead to his own detriment. Should they dare to provoke him again, there would be no mercy. As their Maybach glided to a halt at Victoria Square, Lin Shireen remained shaken, her heart racing. Oh my God, that was truly terrifying. Qin Feng opened the car door and assisted her out, seizing the moment to wrap his arm around her slender waist. My dear, it was but a trifling matter. I am here to shield you from any calamities. Lin Shireen recognized that Qin Feng was taking advantage of the situation, yet she chose not to confront him directly, understanding that men often require their pride to be preserved. With a smile, she subtly evaded his touch and shifted the conversation. Qin Feng, your driving skills are quite impressive. Those drifting maneuvers were executed with remarkable finesse. Have you ever studied racing? Qin Feng flashed a charming grin, reveling in the opportunity to boast. Indeed, I did. Back in my university days, I raced with friends, wooed girls, and watched sunsets. Ah, those days were truly beautiful. What? Are you starting to develop feelings for your husband? Lin Shireen shot him a sharp look. How self-indulgent. You receive one compliment, and you float to the heavens. How blunt was this woman? Did she not realize this was playful banter? Qin Feng felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Hee, my dear, let us go have a meal. Romantic Haven was the most luxurious and popular Western restaurant in Magic City, situated on the 88th floor. The restaurant offered a breathtaking view of the Bund through its floor-to-ceiling windows, boasting opulent and romantic decor that combined dining with sightseeing. It was said that all ingredients were air-freighted from overseas, with caviar priced by the gram. Guests dining here were invariably affluent, including wealthy magnates, celebrities, and internet influencers, making a reservation a coveted achievement. Naturally, as a female CEO, Lin Shireen had frequented this establishment on numerous occasions. Welcome. Are you two here for dinner? The hostess, clad in a stunning uniform, epitomized elegance with her fair complexion and striking figure. While she was undeniably beautiful, she paled in comparison to Lin Shireen, who could easily score a perfect 10. Seeing himself dressed less impressively than the staff, Qin Feng chuckled to himself, wishing he had donned something more luxurious. The server cast a curious glance at Qin Feng, her expression one of disbelief. How could this fellow, clad in a mere 100 yuan outfit from Taobao, dare to dine in such an upscale restaurant? Yet, Lin Shireen was adorned in high-end attire, her Hermes handbag worth at least $1 million. As they strolled together, laughing and chatting, it was evident that Qin Feng was likely a kept man. However, typically, such men were seen with unattractive and overweight women. Yet, Lin Shireen was a goddess, her beauty and figure eclipsing even that of celebrities. Their relationship was perplexing to onlookers. Leaning toward Lin Shireen, Qin Feng whispered, "My dear, am I embarrassing you with my humble attire?" He had intentionally made this remark to gauge Lin Shireen's reaction. "What are you saying? We will inevitably attend various high-end events together in the future. We must pay attention to our appearance." My dear has a point. How about this, after dinner? We shall pick out a few outfits and consider it a wedding gift from me to you. Sounds good. Thank you, darling. The thought of the goddess buying him clothes made him giddy. Perhaps he could even ask her to help him choose a few snug undergarments. The mere thought was delightful. "Right this way, please." The server guided them to a window-side table with a splendid view of the river, a sight that was utterly refreshing. "Darling, please order." Qin Feng, ever the gentleman, handed the menu to Lin Shireen, gazing at her with a warm smile, his eyes filled with tenderness. The ambient lighting flickered, and the soft strains of a piano filled the air. In this romantic setting, with Qin Feng's striking looks, Lin Shireen nearly lost herself in his charm. Goodness, they are actually married? The server was taken aback upon hearing Qin Feng refer to Lin Shireen as his wife, nearly dropping her jaw in disbelief. How could a seemingly ordinary man possess such a stunning goddess as his spouse? Life was indeed unfair. In terms of looks, he was not inferior to the man at all. It was disheartening to compare oneself to others. Lin Shireen had visited romantic havens several times before and was well aware of its exorbitant prices. Caviar was sold by weight, and the cheapest bottle of wine started at 20,000. To enjoy a decent meal here, one would need to spend at least 100,000 or 80,000. Server, we will have 2 servings of the 280 yuan set meal. Qin Feng was still an intern, earning a base salary of 4,000. Would he feel the sting of spending an entire month's salary on a single meal? Yet, there was no alternative. The 280 yuan set was the restaurant's lowest price special. Lin Shireen wished to save Qin Feng some money, but he would not hear of it. "Darling, it is our first day as a married couple. How can we settle for a budget meal? It would be quite embarrassing to speak of. Rest assured, your husband will treat you." Lin Shireen, standing before the server, found it difficult to voice her concerns about the steep prices, resorting to nudging Qin Feng's foot with her shoe in hopes he would understand. "Ouch! My dear, what was that for?" Qin Feng exclaimed, bewildered. Lin Shireen shot him a furious glance, her frustration palpable. The situation was far beyond awkward. They say couples share a telepathic bond. How could this man be so dense? Was he trying to infuriate her? There was a time and place for bravado, and he would soon learn his lesson. Chapter 20. Darling, happy wedding day. Qin Feng paid no heed to Lin Shireen's irritation, as he busily perused the menu. Goodness, this luxury restaurant is outrageously overpriced. A tiny slice of cake priced at 499 yuan? One could feast on 10 kilograms of crayfish at a roadside stall for that. This was utterly absurd. Some readers might question the validity of such a price for a mere slice of cake. There is no need for skepticism. This is a first-tier city where street food prices for crayfish hover around 100 yuan for 3 kilograms, with a myriad of flavors available. In the past, upon encountering such exorbitant prices, Qin Feng would have hastily fled. However, times had changed. Now, he was a man with a system, boasting over 10 billion in his bank account, more than enough to buy the entire restaurant. Indulging in extravagance without purpose would be unjustifiable. Moreover, this was a special occasion. Dining with his adorably beautiful newlywed wife. Server, bring us a 4-kilogram lobster, a king crab, 2 portions of Angus ribeye steak, 2 servings of caviar, 2 portions of bird's nest, 2 desserts, and a bottle of vintage wine. Qin Feng placed the order with an air of confidence, yet Lin Shireen frequently furrowed her brows, well aware that this meal would cost at least 100,000. For now, they had ordered enough. If it proved insufficient, they could always order more. Very well, sir and madam, please hold on. Your dishes will be served shortly. Once the waiter departed, Lin Shireen whispered, Qin Feng, you are being reckless. Why order such expensive dishes? That bottle of wine alone costs over 80,000. Fear not, my dear wife, Qin Feng replied. It is our first day of marriage. And the most important thing is that we enjoy ourselves. Lin Shireen sighed, conceding that the order had already been placed. There was no turning back. She smiled and thought to herself that she would simply take care of the bill. The exquisite Western restaurant offered not only steep prices, but also exceptional service, with waiters deftly maneuvering the carts. As they presented the lobster, steak, and caviar, the sight was nothing short of spectacular. The chef's culinary skills were remarkable, and the artful plating was sure to whet anyone's appetite. With a pop, the waiter uncorked the 1982 Lafite, the essence of the fine wine, aged to perfection. Instantly enveloped the restaurant. The waiter poured half a glass for each of them, saying, Sir, madam, I wish you a delightful dining experience. Thank you. You may take your leave. Your services are not required here. Of course. The waiter respectfully retreated. Qin Feng gazed at Lin Shirin with deep affection, vowing to cherish and love such a beautiful wife, ensuring she would never suffer in any way. In the softest of tones, he said, "My dear wife, happy wedding day. Cheers. Cheers and happy wedding day." Though their marriage was a mere contractual arrangement, Lin Shirin found herself momentarily lost in the moment, nearly perceiving Qin Feng as her true husband. Qin Feng expertly sliced the steak and transferred succulent lobster and crab meat onto her plate, demonstrating attentive care. "How does it taste, my dear?" "Delicious. I concur, it is indeed exquisite. There is a reason for its high price. For today, let us revel in our time as a couple, and next time we shall bring all 4 little ones with us." "What? We will come again?" "Of course. Such delightful dishes must be shared with our children. Rest assured, my dear, I shall foot the bill." "Huh, such bravado. Do you think we can dine here regularly? As if it were a mere diner?" However, Lin Shirin chose not to argue. After all, Qin Feng was a man, and she felt it prudent to give him face in such a setting. Taking a small sip of wine, her expression turned serious. "Qin Feng, now that we are legally married, we are responsible for raising our 4 children together in a warm and loving environment. My dear wife, fret not. You and the children are my everything, and I will wholeheartedly care for you all." Qin Feng's words deeply moved Lin Shirin. Although he may be somewhat impoverished, he possessed a strong sense of responsibility. "My work commitments are demanding, so Qin Feng, you must resign to stay home and care for the children. Of course, it will not be without compensation. I will provide you with 2 million a month for living expenses, and any surplus can be saved." "Wow, 2 million. My dear wife. This soft life is truly delightful. What are you saying? One person must manage the household while the other provides. Only then can our family be harmonious. Don't you agree? Harmony? You need to consider that even a kiss may result in a slap." Qin Feng feigned annoyance. "Unless we act as true spouses. Come here and give your husband a kiss." Lin Shirin's face darkened as she whispered, "Qin Feng, do not threaten me, or you may not see the children. How dare you use the children as leverage?" Qin Feng thought bitterly. "Alas, what can I say? I am their father." "Very well, my dear wife. You are the bossy CEO. I shall sacrifice for your sake." "Great. After dinner, we shall go shopping for a few outfits, and then you will come home with me." "Go home with you? Are you implying that I, Qin Feng, must not only live off you, but also become a son-in-law? Why must you always speak with barbs? Let me ask you, does a child not require a nurturing environment to grow?" "Qin Feng, if your income surpasses mine, I, Lin Shirin, would have no qualms about taking the children back to your home." "Huh." Qin Feng rubbed his nose, amusement dancing in his eyes. "Madam CEO, if I may be so bold, how much do you earn in a year? Surely your total assets amount to billions?" "Not billions, but certainly over 100 billion. Lin Shirin felt a jolt. "Hey, Qin Feng, why are you inquiring about my assets? I must remind you, our marriage is merely a contract. My wealth is intended for the children and has nothing to do with you." Qin Feng rolled his eyes. "Oh please, do you really need to be so dramatic? 100 billion is nothing to boast about. If I were to present 110 billion in cash along with a Lamborghini worth 15 million, it would be a complete victory." Yet, he thought it wise to keep his true identity concealed for now, fearing it might overwhelm Lin Shirin. "All right then, my dear wife. You are indeed a formidable CEO. However, if I am to live off you and play the role of son-in-law, you must agree to one condition." "What? You have conditions too? It is imperative. Speak." Qin Feng's expression turned serious, each word deliberate. 3 days from now, you will bring the 4 children to meet my mother." Lin Shirin was taken aback. "Ah, must we meet your mother so soon?" With a long sigh, Qin Feng lamented, "There may not be many opportunities left in the future, but you are barely in your 20s. Your mother cannot be that old, can she?" "She is not old. She will turn 50 in 3 days." Lin Shirin was taken aback. 50 is still middle-aged. There will be plenty of time to meet her in the future. Qin Feng lifted his head, a wave of sorrow washing over him as tears brimmed in his eyes. Men do not shed tears lightly. Only when deeply pained do they weep. Lin Shirin was alarmed. "Qin Feng, why are you crying?" "I am not crying. I am merely heartbroken. My mother has been diagnosed with breast cancer, and it is already in the late stages. The doctor has said she has at most a year left." "What?" Lin Shirin gasped in shock. "Where is your mother currently receiving treatment? Has she undergone surgery?" She quickly offered him a tissue. Qin Feng wiped his tears, taking a deep breath to suppress his anguish. "My mother insists that cancer is incurable and refuses to spend money on surgery. She is currently resting at home, taking painkillers when the pain becomes unbearable, living day by day." Upon hearing this, Lin Shirin grew frantic. "Who says breast cancer cannot be treated? A relative of mine had the same illness and underwent surgery to remove it. It has been 10 years, and she is doing well and has not relapsed." Qin Feng shook his head in resignation. It's difficult. My mother is stubborn and adamant against surgery. She believes it would lead to financial ruin and wishes to save her money for my future wife. Life surpasses all else. She must undergo surgery, Lin Shireen declared. Qin Feng, I will take the children to persuade her. If it is a matter of costs, I will cover it. My dear wife, thank you. I truly appreciate it. Qin Feng grasped Lin Shireen's hand tightly, overwhelmed with gratitude. No woman had ever treated him so kindly, aside from his mother and sister. For this sentiment alone, he vowed to cherish Lin Shireen for a lifetime. You are my little apple. I can never love you too much. Qin Feng, your phone is ringing. It's my mother calling. My dear, please enjoy your meal. I will step into the restroom to take this call. All right, go ahead. Lin Shireen watched Qin Feng's retreating figure. Musing to herself, once he finishes his meal, he heads to the restroom for a call. His technique for avoiding the bill is rather lacking. However, this meal is estimated to start at a staggering 100,000 yuan, which is rather unrealistic for an intern earning a mere 4,000 yuan a month to pay for. Never mind, I never intended for him to foot the bill anyway. Lin Shireen retrieved her gold card from her bag and beckoned the waiter. Check, please. Miss. The gentleman over there has already settled the bill. Paid. When did this happen? Just 30 seconds ago, Mr. Qin used his card. And how much did this meal cost? A total of 158,000. Lin Shireen's mouth fell open in shock. Miss, are you all right? It was only then that Lin Shireen realized her gaffe and forced a smile. I'm fine. I'm fine. You can go about your duties. It was all too strange. How could an intern earning a meager 4,000 yuan a month, with a mother suffering from cancer, possibly afford to pay 158,000 for a meal? Did Qin Feng use his entire fortune to treat her to this extravagant dinner? This man is quite foolish, she thought, feeling a surge of emotion within her. Chapter 22. The Qin family has heirs. Mother passes away with peace of mind. Mother, what's the matter? In the restroom, Qin Feng secured the door and hurriedly called his mother back. Qin Feng, something terrible has happened to your sister. What happened to Qin Ling? Qin Feng exclaimed, Mother, don't panic, take your time. On the other end, Shun Fengxia was agitated, her words tumbling over each other. Just now, Qin Ling transferred 50 million to my account, claiming it was a reward from some wealthy benefactor. 50 million, an amount that an ordinary family could never hope to earn in 10 lifetimes. Hee. Qin Feng felt a twinge of pride. That wealthy benefactor was none other than her son. Mother, it's a good thing that Qin Ling received 50 million from a benefactor during her live stream. It shows she is beautiful and talented. Why are you so anxious? You young ones are naive, unaware of the dangers of society. That benefactor who gave Qin Ling 50 million must have ulterior motives. Mother, you're overthinking it. Perhaps he finds her pure and beautiful and wishes to pursue her. Your sister may be pretty, but we are just an ordinary family. Those wealthy individuals only seek to toy with her. Her mother had a point. How many common girls truly marry into wealthy families? So, what do you plan to do with the 50 million? Qin Feng, ideally, with 50 million, we could buy you a house, a car, and help you find a wife. But if it means your sister has to sell her body, the Qin family would rather remain unmarried. Mother's views were sound. She wasn't like those parents who would sell their daughters' souls for money. This thought brought Qin Feng some comfort. Mother, you should save the 50 million for now. Remember, don't disclose it to anyone, and we will spend it later as needed. I understand. Wealth should remain concealed, and I want to tell a soul. I have other matters to attend to. Mother, I'll hang up now. Qin Feng feared Lin Shireen might be waiting alone and getting anxious. Don't hang up. Your third aunt is introducing a woman to you. She claims to value your character, asking for neither a house nor a bride price. Are there such women in the world? There are. However, the woman is divorced, 5 years older than you, and has a 3-year-old son. She seems to be pregnant again. Nearly 5 months along. Qin Feng's expression darkened. What on earth is this? How desperate must his mother be to consider marriage to this extent? To become a stepfather and raise another's child? Good heavens, this woman is even more demanding than those who ask for houses, cars, and bride prices. Mother, I know you worry about me marrying and having children, but there is something I must tell you. What is it? This is a bit sudden, Mother. But I need you to promise not to get too emotional after hearing it. You rascal, just say it. Your mother has lived most of her life. What trials and tribulations hasn't she faced? Cough, cough. Qin Feng cleared his throat. Mother, I'm going to be a father, and you will be a grandmother. Well, what did you say? Shun Fengxiao paused, thinking she had misheard. Who is becoming a father? I, Qin Feng, am becoming a father. A woman named Lin Shireen has given birth to my child. What? A woman has given birth to your child? Shun Fengxiao was even more shocked by this revelation than by the 50 million transfer from Qin Ling. You little rascal, not learning well outside, and causing such a huge mess. How will this end? A few years ago, I got drunk and accidentally slept with a woman named Lin. Unfortunately, she became pregnant with my child, and it turns out she is expecting quadruplets. Heavens, quadruplets? Qin Feng staggered back a few steps. Yes, 2 boys and 2 girls. All 3 years old, utterly adorable. I guarantee you'll want to hold them and never let go. Wonderful. The Qin family has heirs. Mother can die in peace now. Qin Feng was overwhelmed with tears of joy. However, she pondered, how could a woman so readily give birth to your children? Qin Feng. Did the woman mention whether you need to buy a house, what brand of car, or how much the bride price is? The lady stated she wants neither a house, nor a car, nor a bride price. Nothing at all. How could that be? She is a female CEO with assets in the hundreds of billions. However, she does insist that I move into her home to help raise the children. Mother, do you agree? Move into her house. Qin Feng, are you suggesting becoming a son-in-law? Will the child take the surname Lin? Don't worry, Mother, the child will temporarily carry the surname Lin, but it won't be long before they change it to Qin. To Qin Feng's surprise, Qin Feng was even more open-minded than he anticipated. A woman who has no demands for a house or bride price to bear you 4 children. What's wrong with you moving into her house? Qin Feng was taken aback. So, does this mean you don't oppose me living in the woman's house? Oppose what? Whether it's the surname Qin or Lin, they are still my Qin family's descendants. My son, when can you bring your wife and the 4 little babies to meet me? Mother, in a couple of days. I'll bring Shireen and the 4 little ones home to celebrate your birthday and also take you to the Magic City for medical treatment. After hanging up, Qin Feng clasped her hands and offered a prayer to the heavens. Thank you, dear Lord, for blessing me with 4 precious babies. This is wonderful. The Qin family has heirs. Mother can die without regrets now. Chapter 23, Barehanded Smash of the Wine Bottle. What? Did you take a phone call that lasted so long? Lin Shireen savored her red wine alone, puzzled as to why she felt so concerned for Qin Feng after he had only just left. This isn't normal. They had only met a few times. Could it be that I, Lin Shireen, have fallen for him? Impossible. Although they had 4 children together, there was no emotional foundation. They had only just bumped into each other at KFC yesterday. There's no way I could fall for this man so quickly. But why did I feel a sense of loss when he left? Hey there, beautiful. What is the point of drinking alone? Come, let me, Master Ma, share a drink with you. Just as Lin Shireen was lost in thought, a rotund man with a round face and a swaggering gait approached her. He held a wine glass in one hand and a bottle of Remy Martin XO in the other, exuding the air of a nouveau riche. Lin Shireen turned her face away in disgust. You've got the wrong person. If you want company, go find a bar girl. The overweight man, clearly inebriated, slurred his words, his beady eyes fixated on Lin Shireen, filled with lust. Hey, those ordinary women can't compare to you, the stunning beauty. With me, Master Ma, you'll live in luxury, enjoy the finest delicacies, and experience the high life. Get lost, you lunatic. 34, little sister, you've got the fire and spice. I adore a thorny rose like you. Come on, let us share a drink. Let us drink. If you don't leave, I won't hold back. Lin Shireen glared fiercely, discreetly pulling out her self-defense baton from her bag. Due to her extraordinary beauty, Lin Shireen found herself pursued by countless admirers in public spaces. In the face of such harassment, she resorted to self-defense with a wolf-repelling stick. Should an overweight man dare to lay a hand on her, she would not hesitate to retaliate with a stun baton. This scene caught the eye of the male manager at the front desk, who sighed inwardly. Recognizing that trouble was brewing again, concerned about potential repercussions, he hurried over, furrowing his brow in an attempt to mediate. Sir, please show some restraint. A forcibly twisted melon is not sweet. Kindly return to your seat. You? What are you to lecture me, Mai? The overweight man, enraged, splashed his red wine directly onto the manager's face. Gasps of shock erupted from the surrounding female patrons. Such audacity. In a high-end restaurant. How could this man openly douse the manager with wine? What audacity granted him such boldness? The overweight man, brandishing an XO wine bottle, shouted arrogantly. Do you have any idea who I am? I own 10 of this restaurant. If you know what's good for you, get lost, or I will have you thrown out. The manager, wishing to protect Lin Shireen, found himself in a dilemma. Given that the overweight man was a shareholder, balancing family obligations, he did not want to jeopardize his job, thus swallowing his pride. Miss, I am sincerely sorry. Perhaps you should settle your bill and leave, and not join Mai for a drink. Do you think I would dare? Lin Shireen, incensed by the blatant disrespect, rose abruptly and splashed her red wine back at the overweight man. With a satisfying splash, he was drenched, the liquid running down his bald head, leaving him in a more pitiable state than the manager. What? You little wretch. How dare you throw wine at me? Have you lost your mind? What is there to fear? An eye for an eye, evil for evil. Bravo. Well done. The female patrons clapped in support of Lin Shireen. You little wretch, you are courting death. I will deal with you today. The overweight man, humiliated in front of a crowd, could not contain his rage. After a belch of wine, he lasciviously reached out toward the stunning Lin Shireen. Just as she was about to retaliate with her stun baton, a strong hand seized the overweight man's wrist at the last moment. The hero who came to her rescue was none other than our dashing male protagonist. "Remove your filthy hands. My woman is not for you to touch." Qin Feng's tone was imperious, his eyes flashing with cold fire. "Today, I will touch this beauty. What will you do about it?" The overweight man, oblivious to his impending doom, struggled to free his right hand, only to find his wrist held tighter, almost to the point of breaking. "Cursed be it. I have trained for years, and with my wealth and power, I have always toyed with beautiful women successfully. How dare I be so humiliated today?" But after being drenched in wine and having a wild man grip his wrist, his pride lay shattered. This was intolerable. He must retaliate violently. "You bastard. I will crush you." Fueled by liquor, the overweight man raised the wine bottle menacingly toward Qin Feng's head. The glass bottle was heavy, and if it struck, it could cause severe injury. "Watch out, darling." Qin Feng, with a powerful tug, shielded Lin Shireen behind him, channeling all his strength into a punch aimed at the wine bottle. What a fool. He dared to strike a glass bottle with his fist? It was over. His hand would surely be ruined. The guests watched in apprehension. With a resounding crash, the wine bottle shattered into countless pieces, the shards raining down like confetti upon the overweight man. "My face. My neck. My eyes are blinded." The restaurant echoed with the overweight man's anguished cries. "Ah, it hurts. My face is ruined." He stumbled backward, clutching his injured face, unable to see clearly, and fell over like an overturned turtle. "My word." He smashed the bottle with his bare hands. "This lad is definitely a master. Indeed, he must have practiced the iron sand palm." The manager silently cursed under his breath. In a fine dining establishment, one should typically call the police for such brawls. However, given the overweight man's earlier aggression and the satisfaction Qin Feng had brought by avenging the wine incident, he had no desire to involve law enforcement. He would relish seeing the overweight man receive more punishment. The overweight man, accustomed to bullying others due to his martial arts training, had never encountered someone as fierce as Qin Feng. Today, he found himself thoroughly defeated, both startled and terrified. "Who are you? What gang do you belong to? Have the guts to reveal your name." "Qin Feng. I belong to no gang." He scoffed, rolling his eyes in disdain. "Fine, I will remember this grudge." Qin Feng replied mockingly, "Feel free to seek revenge, if you dare to harm a hair on my woman. Next time I will twist your head off to use as a football. Let us go, dear." He grasped Lin Shireen's hand, and together they strode proudly out of the restaurant. System notification. Host displays overwhelming protective instincts for his wife, rewarded with 1 bottle of Dragon Tiger Elixir, totaling 100 pills. Dragon Tiger Elixir? What on earth is that? Qin Feng was left bewildered. The system, however, chuckled mischievously. The Dragon Tiger Elixir, as its name implies, is a boon for women and a power-up for men. 1 pill enhances size and stamina, allowing for 7 encounters in a single night. Seriously? How potent? Qin Feng rolled his eyes, realizing the system's rewards encompassed every conceivable domain. It was indeed impressive, knowing that his marriage with his wife was merely a contractual arrangement. Why would the system bestow such rewards upon him? Furthermore, he, Qin Feng, could father 4 children in one night. Did he even need this? Hey, host, you're naive. If you don't need it, you can give it to someone who does. Qin Feng was left speechless. According to system statistics, 30 of men in the city suffer from such ailments, and if the elixir were sold, it would surely fly off the shelves. As for the price, that was left to the host's discretion. Oh, how did I not think of that? With the system's prompt, Qin Feng suddenly saw a lucrative opportunity. The system was not exaggerating. Competition among men was fierce, and stress levels were high. The statistics of men struggling with such issues were conservative at best. Among his friends, several faced difficulties. For a man to be incapable was a monumental disgrace. It bred insecurity, disdain from their partners, and robbed life of its joys, rendering existence unbearable. Once, a billionaire businessman, unable to perform, lost his wife to a laborer. Unable to bear the shame of infidelity, he jumped to his death under public scrutiny, leaving behind a will stating that he would sacrifice everything to regain his prowess. While direct monetary rewards were substantial, receiving the Dragon Tiger Elixir was equally thrilling. Selling each pill for 5 million would yield a staggering 5 billion for 100 pills, a significant windfall indeed. Ah, this is exhilarating. In the elevator, Lin Shireen gazed at him quizzically, muttering to herself and then breaking into a silly grin. What was this man up to? Qin Feng, what is you so pleased? I was just saying that punch that smashed the wine bottle was incredibly satisfying. Lin Shireen, perplexed, scrutinized Qin Feng. How had he effortlessly defeated a black belt in mere moments? What was this man's true identity? Qin Feng, how did you become so skilled? Have you trained? After all, boasting incurs no tax. At the tender age of 3, My parents sent me to the Shaolin Temple to learn martial arts. And I did not return to elementary school until I was 10. Fortunately, your husband is exceptionally gifted. He completed all elementary courses in just 3 years. No wonder you are so impressive. A discerning person would immediately recognize the absurdity of such claims, yet Lin Shireen surprisingly believed them. After all, the Shaolin Temple is indeed a real place. Qin Feng's martial prowess is unparalleled. No one can match him, which leaves only one explanation. He has trained extensively. Throughout history, beautiful women have always admired heroes, and Lin Shireen is no exception. With Qin Feng's skills, she feels a sense of security in his presence. Unbeknownst to her, the admiration she harbors for him deepens with each passing moment. Chapter 25. This soft life is truly delightful. Qin Feng, let us go. I will accompany you to buy some clothes. I have a meeting this afternoon. My dear wife, as a busy CEO, there is no need for you to take time out for shopping. I can simply browse online and find a few items. How could one possibly wear clothes from Taobao? Absolutely not. The quality is far too poor. Why not? All my clothes come from online shopping. Qin Feng, your status has changed dramatically. You will accompany me to various upscale events in the future, and your attire must reflect that. Without further ado, she dragged him into an Armani menswear store. Welcome, sir and madam. Lin Shireen entered with determination. Salesperson, I need shirts, trousers, dress shirts, suits, sleepwear, underwear, belts, and shoes. Select 5 pieces of each according to this gentleman's measurements. Ah, my dear, do I really need so many clothes? Qin Feng, discard all your old garments. From now on, you will wear the new ones I buy for you. Qin Feng rubbed his nose and whispered into Lin Shireen's ear, my dear wife, this soft life is indeed exquisite. Lin Shireen shot him a glare. What are you saying? Spare me your flattery. The young female salesperson, highly perceptive, regarded Qin Feng as a mere kept man. One was a bargain from Taobao, the other adorned in luxury brands. It was obvious what their relationship entailed. Having worked at this menswear store for 5 years, she had seen many wealthy women bring their young men to shop. However, she had never encountered a young and stunningly beautiful wealthy woman like Lin Shireen. This young man truly was fortunate. Sir, we have selected your sizes. Please proceed to the fitting room. Indeed, a high-end store is characterized by its impeccable service. Standing at 185 centimeters, Qin Feng was not your average young man. He exuded an aura of righteousness and had a tall, robust physique. His body was well-defined yet lean, making him a perfect model for any outfit. Every ensemble he donned was stylish and accentuated his masculine appeal, leaving Lin Shireen utterly captivated. Wow, what a handsome man. Honey, do you think I look good? Yes. Quite impressive, very stylish. Qin Feng leaned in closer, a mischievous smile on his face. Hee, with a husband this handsome and with 8-pack abs. Could you possibly resist falling for me? Lin Shireen pointed a finger at him. Enough of your self-adoration. We are in public. Mind your appearance. Understood. Lin Shireen shot him a disapproving glance and turned to the salesperson. Let us settle the bill and wrap everything up. Madam, are you purchasing everything? This wealthy lady is truly extravagant. You have served us well, and since we have specific needs, of course, we will buy after trying everything on. Otherwise, it would be a waste of time. Of course, thank you, madam. The salesperson busily scanned items and packed them, feeling elated to have such a high-profile customer. Madam, your total comes to 1.2 million, which qualifies you for a diamond card. Future purchases here will enjoy a discount of 12. No need for discounts. I'll pay in full. She laughed, for when has Lin Shireen ever lacked for funds when it came to clothing? Purchasing discounted items would be beneath her status. The salesperson was momentarily stunned. Truly, a rich woman is a rich woman. She doesn't even need a discount card. After swiping her card, Lin Shireen gazed at the multitude of shopping bags and asked with a smile, there are too many bags. Could you assist in delivering them to my car? Of course. I will arrange for someone to deliver them immediately. Having made a purchase of 1.2 million, such a prominent customer must be treated exceptionally well to encourage return business. The staff used a cart to transport the shopping bags to her Maybach. Lin Shireen took her place in the driver's seat, ready to first drop Qin Feng off at the villa before heading to the office. Suddenly, her phone rang urgently. Ms. Lin, this is Principal Zhang. Please rush to the People's Hospital at once. Your 4 little ones are in serious trouble. The hospital? Serious trouble? I nearly fainted from fright. Those 4 little ones are my lifeblood. Principal, what sort of trouble have they caused? Why are they at the hospital? Are they hurt? Your children are unharmed. It is Wang Tianxi who has been injured. I cannot explain everything over the phone. Please come to the hospital immediately. All right, I will be there shortly. My dear, calm down. What has happened? Lin Shireen trembled, her voice nearly breaking into tears. Qin Feng, the principal called. She said the 4 little ones are in serious trouble, and we must go to the People's Hospital right away. Chapter 26. The 4 little ones are in serious trouble. My dear, do not panic. I will drive. Despite Lin Shirin's usual commanding presence as a powerful CEO, the mention of her children's plight left her flustered and anxious. They were her everything. Fearing she might cause a traffic accident due to her distraction, Qin Feng took the wheel. 15 minutes later, they arrived at the People's Hospital. Qin Feng, hurry. I have no idea what has happened to the children. This is agonizing. With a swift motion, Lin Shirin flung open the car door and leaped out, only to hear a sharp crack as the heel of her right shoe broke. Darn it. Her mind consumed with thoughts of her children, she kicked off the other shoe. Preparing to ascend the stairs barefoot, Qin Feng swiftly scooped her into his arms. Qin Feng, what are you doing? This is a hospital. Put me down. I need to change into my spare shoes. My dear, changing shoes will take too long. Carrying you up is much quicker. With Lin Shirin in his arms, Qin Feng hurried to the 6th floor emergency room. Inside, a 3-year-old boy lay on the examination table. A large bump on the back of his head resembling the size of an egg, looking rather alarming. The doctor was busy treating the boy and conducting a CT scan. This little boy, named Wang Tianxi, was in the same class as Lin Shirin's 4 little ones. Wang Tianxi's father, Wang Fugui, is a prominent official, powerful and arrogant. Having fathered Wang Tianxi at the age of 45, he dotes on the boy unconditionally, pacing anxiously in the emergency room. Wang Tianxi's mother held his tiny hand, her heart racing with worry, tears streaming down her face. My darling, may the heavens protect you. If anything were to happen to you, I would have no reason to live. Outside the emergency room, Principal Zheng stood with Lin Shirin's 4 little ones, who awaited anxiously. The 4 children, having misbehaved, were being punished by standing with their backs against the wall, looking utterly forlorn. Ms. Lin, you have finally arrived. The trouble caused by your little ones is quite serious. How shall we resolve this? Principal, what exactly happened? Your 4 little ones teamed up and pushed Wang Tianxi to the ground, causing a large bump on the back of his head. There is a risk of a concussion. Oh my heavens, a concussion! Both Qin Feng and Lin Shirin gasped in shock. Daddy? Upon seeing Qin Feng, the 4 little ones were both surprised and delighted. Look, Daddy is here. Wang Tianxi is a bad boy. He said we don't have a daddy, but look, our daddy has come. Yes, we have both a mommy and a daddy. My daddy is the most handsome daddy in the world. Daddy, 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 daddy. Upon encountering Qin Feng, the 4 adorable little treasures seemed to have found their savior, extending their tiny arms and launching themselves towards him in unison. Daddy? The principal was taken aback. It was common knowledge that Lin Shirin had given birth out of wedlock. When the children had enrolled in kindergarten, the guardianship form listed only their mother, Lin Shirin. Yet, these 4 little ones were calling Qin Feng daddy. What on earth was happening? When had Lin Shirin found a man to marry? As the 4 children tumbled towards Qin Feng, the principal, with a fierce glare, sharply reprimanded. Lin Yang, Lin Chun, Lin Si, Lin Qi, stand straight. You have misbehaved and shall continue standing here until permitted by your teacher. Remarkably obedient, the 4 little ones complied, aligning themselves against the wall, tears streaming down their cherubic faces. Qin Feng was incensed. How could they treat his children this way? Hey, why are you scolding my kids? Mr. Qin, your little ones have misbehaved. It's only natural for them to be punished by standing, she replied. Qin Feng approached Lin Shirin, crouching down to inquire, babies. Tell daddy and mommy what happened. Did you push Wang Tianxi, leading to his injury? Yes, we pushed Wang Tianxi, they confessed. Lin Shirin's anger flared. Babies. I often teach you to love one another. Why would you push Wang Tianxi? He said bad things, claiming we have no daddy and that mommy is a loose woman who sleeps around, they retorted. Sleeping around? Lin Shirin was nearly driven to the brink of fury. Did Wang Tianxi really say that? Yes, many times. He even taught other kids to say it. We said we have a daddy, who was at KFC treating us to chicken legs and cola. But Wang Tianxi didn't believe us, saying we were wild children without love or care. Brother Qin couldn't take it and led us to push him down. Wang Tianxi's parents, seeing Lin Shirin's arrival, stormed out in a rage. Wang Fugui, a high-ranking official in the bustling metropolis, wielded considerable power, and the principal clearly favored him. Ms. Lin, your 4 children are quite unruly. First, apologize to Mr. and Mrs. Wang, and then we can discuss compensation. Just as Lin Shirin was about to utter an apology, Qin Feng abruptly pulled her back. Wife, there's no need to apologize. Our children have done nothing wrong. Wife? Mr. and Mrs. Wang stared at Qin Feng in confusion. Wasn't Lin Shirin an unwed mother? When had she found a husband? Wang Tianxi's mother, a middle-aged woman of 43, was short and stout, her face marked by excess flesh. Despite adorning herself with gold and silver, she exuded vulgarity. Wang Fugui, with his own issues of infertility, had finally managed to father a son after numerous IVF attempts, lavishing him with undue pampering. In kindergarten, Wang Tianxi was a little tyrant, feared even by the principal. Now, after being pushed down by Lin Shirin's children, he had developed a significant bump on the back of his head, with the doctor warning of possible concussion. Wang Tianzi was the apple of the Wang family's eye. As Qin Feng refused to apologize, Wang's fury escalated. Lin, I command you to apologize immediately. If anything happens to my Tianzi, you will lose everything. Qin Feng rolled his eyes. Apologize for what? What did you say? Your child spoke ill first, and my 4 little ones acted in self-defense. He got what he deserved. Mr. and Mrs. Wang were livid. The behavior of a child reflects the upbringing of their parents. Your child is capable of such speech. It is evident that he is a product of his environment. How dare you? Wang Fuguei trembled with rage. Who are you? I am the biological father of these 4 little treasures. The denial was palpable. Impossible. Everyone knows Lin is an unwed mother. You cannot be the father. Qin Feng, uninterested in further debate, produced a marriage certificate from his pocket. See for yourself. A marriage certificate? Authentic and genuine. Despite Qin Feng's humble attire and Lin Shirin's designer clothing, the certificate was undeniable proof of their union. Nonsense. Wang's mother felt her position weaken, yet her son could not be unjustly punished. Lin Shirin, you are a promiscuous woman, an unwed mother seeking out men for casual encounters. How many men in this city have you slept with? You must have simply grabbed a random man off the street to pose as the father. What a scandal. With a swift motion, Qin Feng struck her without hesitation, his anger palpable. The force of the slap sent her reeling, nearly dislodging her teeth. What? You dare hit me? I, Qin Feng, do not strike women. Today, however, I strike a harpy. You. She was incensed, nearly choking on her fury. You dare hit my wife. You're asking for death. Wang Fuguei, a powerful figure in the metropolis, was not one to be trifled with. He attempted to strike Qin Feng, but the latter, taller and quicker, seized his wrist, causing him to howl in pain. Let go. It hurts, let go. I will spare you today, but should you dare speak recklessly again, I shall ensure your ruin. Recognizing he was no match for Qin Feng, Wang Fuguei shifted his ire toward Lin Shirin. Lin, you should understand the extent of my influence. Right? If you provoke me, I can ensure your company cannot operate in this city. Lin Shirin was taken aback. Director Wang, what do you mean? What do I mean? If anything happens to my Tianzi, not only will I demand your 4 little ones pay with their lives, but I will also ruin your company. Director Wang, please. This is a children's quarrel. Do not drag my company into this. My children were wrong to push, but Wang Tianzi was wrong to insult as well. We will cover the medical expenses. How does that sound? What? Just medical expenses? If my Tianzi suffers a concussion, your entire fortune won't be enough to compensate. Lin Shirin, realizing the gravity of the situation, felt overwhelmed. Qin Feng, what should we do? Beep. Host, Wang Fuguei is seeking personal revenge. The system has gathered intelligence. Intelligence? What secrets does Wang Fuguei hold? Many secrets. He is a corrupt official, accepting bribes worth billions, while indulging in countless extramarital affairs. The system detailed Wang Fuguei's misdeeds, prompting Qin Feng's frown. This man appears refined, but is thoroughly rotten at heart. Armed with the evidence of Wang Fuguei's transgressions, Qin Feng felt emboldened. Wife. Wang Tianzi insulted first. We owe him nothing in medical fees. You dare to act so arrogantly, unafraid of the consequences for your woman-esque company? Wang. You wish to exact personal vengeance? Huh. And if you do, what then? Qin Feng smiled calmly, leaning in to whisper into Wang Fuguei's ear. Wu Xiaomei, an 18-year-old leading dancer. Chen Lulu, a 20-year-old entertainment broadcaster. In May 2019, Mr. Zhao transferred 8 million, Mr. Chen 20 million in August, and Mr. Wang 100 million in December. Wang Fuguei's back began to perspire coldly. The more he listened, the paler his face became, and soon his legs trembled, nearly succumbing to an involuntary release. Chapter 28. Daddy takes the baby flying. Wang Fuguei believed he had discreetly maintained his affairs, indulging in relationships, embezzlement, and misappropriation of public funds. Yet, Qin Feng possessed an intimate knowledge of his deeds, more detailed than a ledger. How extraordinarily peculiar. He is not a worm in my belly. How could he possibly know? Nevertheless, Wang Fuguei was not one to cower easily. As the director, he must take the initiative. You better stop spouting nonsense and slandering me, or I'll sue you for defamation. Oh, sue me? Very well, Director Wang. I shall accompany you to the bitter end. Seeing Qin Feng's calm demeanor, Wang Fuguei's heart began to race with anxiety. How on earth do you know all of this? Qin Feng sneered. To wish for others not to know, one must first refrain from wrongdoing. What exactly do you intend to do? Ah, Director Wang. I was wondering what you intended to do as well. Did you not just declare your intent to bankrupt my wife's company? Haha, I was merely jesting. I, Wang Fuguei, am scrupulous and would never stoop to such underhanded actions. Oh, so if something unfortunate were to befall your child, you would expect my wife to bear the burden of financial ruin? No need, no need. The doctor has assured us that my Tianci is not gravely injured. A bit of ointment for the swelling is all that's required. Then, must we compensate for medical expenses? What medical expenses? Children will be children. A little scuffle is entirely normal. We'll cover the minor costs ourselves. Very well. I hope you remember your words today, or I shall ensure that your demise is most unpleasant. Rest assured, I, Wang, am a man of my word and shall not trouble your wife's company in the slightest. The principal? The teacher? Lin Shirin. It was all too strange. Why had Wang Fugui's attitude shifted so drastically after just a few words from Qin Feng? What had Qin Feng whispered in his ear? Could it be that Wang Fugui had some incriminating evidence clutched tightly by Qin Feng? Wang Fugui's wife, witnessing her husband capitulate and grovel like a subordinate, was infuriated. Tian Ci is severely injured, with a lump on the back of his head larger than an egg, and you dare say a bit of ointment will suffice? Wang Fugui, have you lost your mind? Smack. Wang Fugui, his expression cold, delivered a sharp slap. Silence. You woman, what do you know? I said no compensation. So there shall be none. What? Wang Fugui, how dare you hit me? I will not let this go. This woman was more unruly than a shrew. She snatched Wang Fugui's gold-rimmed glasses, and the two immediately began to tussle outside the emergency room. TCH. Qin Feng rolled his eyes, regarding it as mere entertainment. Quiet. Quiet. The attending physician's head emerged as he bellowed. This is a hospital, not a battleground. If you wish to fight, kindly take it outside. With the doctor's rebuke. The couple finally ceased their scuffle, appearing quite disheveled. Mommy, I want mommy. At that moment, Wang Tianci was inside, wailing for his mother, prompting both parents to rush in. Qin Feng raised his hands in surrender to the principal. Principal, teachers, it's not that I wish to evade responsibility. It was Wang Fugui who insisted we bear none. Indeed, we all heard that. Wang Fugui, relying on his official authority, had been arrogant. But when a minor incident befell Wang Tianci, he was met with the principal and teacher's ire. Today, Qin Feng stood up to the bully, truly avenging the kindergarten's grievances. Principal, I request leave for my 4 children this afternoon. Certainly, you may take the children at any time. Qin Feng was quite pleased with the principal's attitude. Upon hearing they could leave early, the 4 little ones joyfully clung to Qin Feng's legs. Daddy, why are you at the kindergarten? Weren't you at KFC? Yes. I was at KFC, but when the baby got into trouble, Daddy flew over to rescue you. Wow, my daddy is so amazing. Seeing their father, the children were filled with delight. Daddy, you're no match for my daddy. Oh yeah. Qin Feng knelt down, earnestly advising, children, pushing others is wrong. We should love and care for our friends. We understand, but Wang Tianci is so naughty. He often says we have no daddy and that mommy is looking for uncles to sleep with. What Wang Tianci said is inappropriate. If he speaks ill again, you must inform the teacher and the principal, understood? Yes, we understand. Daddy, we won't push our friends anymore. Good. Good. My children are obedient. Let's go home. Home. Mommy, did you agree to let Daddy live with us? Lin Shirin smiled warmly. Yes, Daddy and Mommy got married today. From now on, our family will live together. Wow. The 4 adorable children cheered joyfully. Hooray. Daddy loves us. Mommy loves us. We are so happy. Come, children, hop on for a ride. Qin Feng lifted Lin Shun and Lin Yang onto his shoulders. The girls, Lin Si and Lin Qi, looked on with envy. Daddy, we want to ride too. Huh, you want to ride as well? Qin Feng was taken aback. He only had 2 shoulders. How could he carry 4 little ones? Alas, sometimes having a wife who bears many children can be quite the challenge. Chi, it's unladylike for girls to ride on shoulders. Come, Daddy will take you flying. Flying? Daddy, can you really fly? Of course. Qin Feng instructed the 2 boys to hold on to his head while he lifted the 2 girls with his arms. Children, let's go. Daddy will take you flying home. With a subtle exertion of internal strength, Qin Feng effortlessly glided through the corridor with the 4 little ones, as light as a feather, performing acrobatics that left the onlookers in awe. Heavens, how is this young man so incredible? Has he trained at the Shaolin Temple? He must have trained. Perhaps he is a martial arts champion. Wow, he really is flying. My daddy is so awesome. The children giggled with glee, exclaiming, My daddy is the most handsome and amazing daddy in the world. Chapter 29. My daddy is super A and super impressive. Wow. My daddy is super A and super impressive. Daddy is the strongest daddy in the world. Children, are you afraid of flying? Not afraid. Are we happy? Super happy. We've never been this happy before. Good. As long as you're happy. Daddy is also extremely happy. Heavens, this man can even fly. So cool and impressive. Lin Shirin followed behind, capturing photos and videos to document the heartwarming moment, a subtle tenderness gracing her features. A young girl, having given birth to 4 children out of wedlock, had endured countless jeers and scorn, the hardships of which only she comprehended. A family, with both a father and a mother, is essential for children to grow up healthy and happy. Duan Xiaoji, wealthy and often showering Lin Shirin with sweets and gifts, could not garner the children's affection, who would shy away from him. Though Qin Feng was not affluent, he shared a blood bond with the children, who instinctively gravitated towards him. Such is the power of familial love. Oh my, a single individual carrying 4 infants. Truly an unprecedented sight. What a robust father he must be. Which fortunate wife bore such a remarkable brood? For treasures in one go, no less. 2 boys and 2 girls. Surely their ancestral grave is billowing with pride. The 4 little cherubs are utterly adorable. How I wish they were my progeny. The crowd around cannot help but gaze in astonishment, envious, and filled with admiration. Qin Feng, with the 4 babies in tow, opted for the stairs instead of the elevator, leaping from the 6th floor to the ground level. Then swiftly arriving at the front of a Maybach. Babies, we have reached our destination. Prepare for landing. As Qin Feng gently set down the 2 girls, he was suddenly met with a warm sensation cascading down his shoulders, pooling onto his abdomen. What on earth is happening? Is the sun shining without rain? Daddy. I'm sorry. Chun Bao wet his pants, came the lament of one child. Wah, Daddy. Yang Bao also had an accident. Qin Feng realized that both little ones had been holding it in, punished by their teacher and unable to voice their needs. Now, perched atop Qin Feng's shoulders, the friction had become unbearable, prompting their little bladders to give way. Giggling, Cici and Chi-Chi could hardly contain their amusement. Chen Gij and Yang Gij are so shy. At 3 years old, still peeing on Daddy's neck. Wah, Mommy, we didn't mean to. Can we apologize? Yang, Chencheng, in the future. Do let us know when you need to go. It's quite embarrassing to have an accident on Daddy. We're sorry, Mommy, we understand now. Quickly, let us apologize to Daddy. Daddy, my sincerest apologies. Haha, my sons are still in their infancy. How could I be anything but delighted? These past years, I have perhaps not fulfilled my duties as a father. Surely a divine retribution. Lin Shirin shot him a glance, retrieving a t-shirt from her handbag. Qin Feng, go change in the restroom. She then produced 2 spare pairs of pants from a small yellow duck bag to change the boys. What is there to fear for a man? He promptly tore off his soiled garments, clad in a physique that was both slim in clothing and muscular without. His bronzed skin and faintly visible 8-pack abs were a sight to behold. Men typically gaze at women's bosoms first, then their faces, while women assess men primarily by height and then by their abdominal muscles. They say men are lecherous. Yet, how often do women not admire handsome men? Stealing a glance, Lin Shirin felt herself inexplicably flushed. Her husband possessed both looks and a well-defined physique, rivaling any celebrity. Enough of your self-admiration, Qin Feng. As if you could ever compare yourself to a star. How can you say that? I was once a renowned campus heartthrob, Qin Feng retorted, seeking validation from the children. Babies, is Daddy handsome? Handsome. Our Daddy is tall, handsome, and has abs. He is the most handsome Daddy in the whole world. Haha, truly, a testament to my lineage. Wife, is it so difficult to admit your husband is handsome? Lin Shirin shot him a stern look. Enough of the flattery, it's hot. Hurry and get the children in the car. What a striking family they were. Handsome men, beautiful women, and 4 adorable, charming children, provoking envy all around. As Lin Shirin drove, Qin Feng embraced the 4 children in the back seat, their laughter and chatter filling the air with joy. However, a question lingered in her mind. Qin Feng, what did you say to Wang Fuguwei at the hospital? Why did he treat you with such deference? How curious it was. Qin Feng was merely in his 20s. Without wealth or power, why would a director show him such respect? With a mysterious smile, Qin Feng replied, some secrets are best kept. Rest assured, my dear. As long as I am here, Wang Fuguwei would not dare to cause you trouble or seek revenge. Chapter 30. The Tyranny of Terms. Half an hour later, the Maybach came to a halt before the Lin family villa. Lin Shirin resided in a neighborhood called Yulong Mountain Villa, a high-end development by Tangchen Yiping. The villa complex comprised 99 residences, nestled in the city center, bustling yet serene, with breathtaking views of the Bund from the roof terrace. Yulong Mountain Villa was known as a haven for the affluent, housing executives, officials, and celebrity singers. Only the wealthy could secure a residence here. 10 years prior, Lin's father purchased this villa for 1 billion, and its current market value was at least 2.5 billion. Lin Shirin honked the horn several times, and a middle-aged man in his 50s hurriedly approached, respectfully opening the iron gate. The man was the family's butler, dressed in a white shirt with a slicked-back hairstyle and gold-rimmed glasses, exuding an air of refinement. He cast a glance at Qin Feng, nodding in greeting. Miss, why are you and the little ones back so early today? Oh, it's a special circumstance. The Maybach glided into the garden, and Qin Feng finally understood what it meant to be part of a true aristocracy. The villa boasted 4.5 stories, with a total area of 400 square meters, surrounded by a 300 square meter garden filled with exotic flowers, the air alive with the songs of birds. The centerpiece was a 200-square-meter European-style swimming pool, its emerald waters crystal clear and shimmering under the sunlight. With temperatures soaring to 35 degrees, Qin Feng felt an overwhelming urge to dive in for a refreshing swim. Qin Feng, are you satisfied living here? Qin Feng rolled his eyes inwardly. Satisfaction is one thing. I just hope my stomach can handle it. Lin Shirin shot him a pointed look. Look at you. You're at it again. Entering the spacious and luxurious living room, Qin Feng felt as though he had stepped into a palace. Golden drapes adorned the floor-to-ceiling windows, imported appliances gleamed, and top-tier mahogany furniture complemented the crystal chandeliers. Exuding opulence amidst antiquity, the walls were adorned with masterpieces, each worth a minimum of 100,000. Seated on a genuine leather sofa was an elderly gentleman. His demeanor animated as he awaited Qin Feng's arrival. The elder, named Lin Jintong, stood at 180 centimeters tall and was 78 years of age. Having served in the military at the rank of colonel, though nearing his 80s, he retained a rosy complexion, a booming voice, and a posture as strong as a pine tree. Great-grandfather, look. The babies brought daddy home, and we're so happy. Great-grandfather, I didn't lie to you. Did I? ISNT, my daddy's super handsome and stylish. Great-grandfather, just so you know, my daddy can fly too. The four little ones bounced and chirped, eagerly promoting Qin Feng to the elder, their excitement palpable. Lin Shirin tugged at Qin Feng, eager to introduce him. Qin Feng, this is my grandfather. This is Qin Feng, the biological father of the four little ones. Greetings, grandfather. Qin Feng bowed slightly to Lin Jintong in respect. You are Qin Feng? Yes, I am Qin Feng. I look forward to your guidance. Lin Jintong scrutinized him closely before glancing at the four children, a smile gracing his lips. How strikingly similar. Your features echo those of the little ones. No need for a paternity test to ascertain your relationship. Though the elder verbally dismissed the need for a test, he nonetheless gestured for Lin Shirin to produce the report. The document revealed a blood relationship of 999, confirmed. Lin Jintong instructed the butler to summon all the servants to the living room. Listen closely, everyone. This is Qin Feng, the husband of our eldest daughter, the father of the little ones, and my granddaughter's son-in-law. You are to show him the same respect you would afford me. Yes, sir. The butler, chef, driver, and two nannies formed a line, bowing in unison to Qin Feng. Greetings, son-in-law. Son-in-law? Qin Feng thought, the term sounding somewhat jarring to his ears. Earlier, after the four children visited the hospital, Lin Shirin, concerned about germs, instructed the nannies to take them for a bath. Meanwhile, Qin Feng carried numerous shopping bags as they took the elevator up to the third floor. The first floor housed the living room and utility rooms. The second floor contained Lin Jintong's bedroom, study, and collection room, while the third floor was dedicated to Lin Shirin's bedroom and the children's quarters. The fourth floor, apart from 3 guest rooms, also boasts an expansive office. Lin Shirin, when unable to attend the company, conducts video conferences from the comfort of her home. Such luxury is indeed unparalleled. Even the guest rooms span 30 square meters, adorned with a warm decor that rivals 5-star hotels. Qin Feng, from now on, you shall inhabit this room. Are you satisfied? How could I possibly be satisfied? To the outside world, I have what a beautiful CEO, yet behind closed doors, I languish in a guest room, more pitiful than a servant. Qin Feng, if you wish to backtrack, we can simply revisit the Civil Affairs Bureau. What do you mean? I, Lin Shirin, have no qualms about marrying in the morning and divorcing by the afternoon. Oh, post-divorce, will I still be able to see the baby? Not a chance. Damn it, you're using the baby as leverage. Qin Feng's irritation surged, reaching a breaking point. If I can't see the baby, then so be it. I can find another woman and have more children. What? Find another woman to bear children? Yes. You are not the only woman in this world. Qin Feng intentionally provoked her. Qin, I never knew you to be so fickle. I, Qin Feng, prefer gentle women, not domineering tigresses. Noticing the anger on her face, Lin Shirin softened her demeanor. Qin Feng, if you can make me wholeheartedly fall in love with you, I can be that gentle woman. Within a week, I, Qin Feng, will surely make you submit. Very well, let us see if you possess such charm. However, you must come to the study. We need to sign an agreement first. Qin Feng rolled his eyes inwardly, thinking, all right, let you bask in your arrogance for a few days. A true man does not quarrel with a woman. Upon entering the study, Lin Shirin tossed him a pre-printed agreement. In order for our 4 children to thrive healthily, Qin Feng and Lin Shirin agree to the following terms of marriage. 1. The wife will be the breadwinner while the husband will be the stay-at-home parent, with Qin Feng receiving a monthly salary of 2 million from Lin Shirin. 2. All assets under the wife's name shall have no relation to the husband. 3. The couple shall present themselves as a loving pair in public, yet sleep separately at home. The husband must not cross boundaries, or he shall never see the children again. Qin Feng inwardly cursed. This is nothing short of a tyrannical clause. In this woman's eyes, I am merely a male servant. Fuming, Qin Feng contemplated discarding his credit card worth 110, even conjuring a Lamborghini from thin air. Forget it, I shall endure. The day will come for retribution. Qin Feng, if you see no issues, then sign the agreement. Very well, I shall sign. Seeing Qin Feng affix his signature, Lin Shireen smiled with satisfaction. With Qin Feng dedicated to childcare, she could fully devote herself to her career, aiming to break into the Fortune 500. Darling, the pool's water is crystal clear and inviting. It's scorching outside. May I take a dip? As the man of the house, of course, you may swim. I happen to want to join you. What? You mean bathe with me? What nonsense are you thinking? The pool is 200 square meters. You swim your way, I'll swim mine. What do you mean by bathing together? Come on, I was just joking. By the way, aren't you going to work this afternoon? Does the company not need its esteemed CEO? The company is on the right track. If I don't show up for a day, it won't collapse. Then I wouldn't need to be the CEO. All right, you are indeed impressive. Meetings are cancelled. I shall focus on spending time with you and the baby. Qin Feng, go wait for me by the pool while I fetch my swimsuit. As the end of June approached, the afternoon sun blazed high. The temperature soaring to 36 degrees. Wealthy families certainly know how to indulge. This pool alone spans 200 square meters. Ah, this feels delightful. Qin Feng reclined on a beach chair, legs crossed, lighting a cigarette, leisurely awaiting Lin Shireen's arrival. Lin Shireen shed her formal attire, donning a sky-blue one-piece swimsuit, her graceful figure appearing like a vision. In the haze of smoke, Qin Feng squinted, almost believing he had encountered a celestial being. Goodness, her figure is simply breathtaking. For a moment, Qin Feng was entranced, unable to look away, drool unconsciously pooling at the corner of his mouth. Before him stood this enchanting beauty, causing his abdomen to tighten, and he nearly burst with excitement. Pervert. Lin Shireen shot him a disdainful glance, her expression icy. Have you had your fill of staring? If you have, make sure to wipe that drool away. Why must you be so cruel? Qin Feng awkwardly dabbed at his mouth, then teased. Darling, it's all your fault. You're simply too beautiful, too stunning, too alluring, making your husband utterly captivated. Humph, such cheesy lines. Women enjoy sweet words. And Lin Shireen was no exception. Qin Feng's compliments filled her with a sense of pride. Tossing him a pair of swim trunks, she commanded, stop being coy. Hurry to the changing room and put these on. Can I change right here? Absolutely not. No fooling around, just go. Come on. It's not like I haven't seen you before. What is the big deal? Reluctantly, Qin Feng headed to the changing room. Once dressed, he discovered Lin Shireen had given him a pair of swim trunks that were a size too small, making him uncomfortable as he cursed under his breath. What kind of swim trunks are these, squeezing everything so tightly? This is unbearable. Lin Shireen laid back on the beach chair. Qin Feng, what are you mumbling about? Hurry over and help me apply sunscreen. What? Me, a grown man, applying sunscreen for you? Yes. I can't reach my back. Lin Shireen lay down, her slender waist sinking, her enticing figure on full display. This was pure temptation. Qin Feng's breath quickened, his blood racing. He could hardly resist the urge to pounce on this enchanting creature. Qin Feng, what are you daydreaming about? Come here already. Little enchantress, please stop teasing me. If you continue, you may truly face consequences. What are you dawdling for? Qin Feng, you're acting like a woman. You need to help the baby with their letters and drawings and play games. Come on, it's just applying a bit of sunscreen. Who's afraid of who? Qin Feng twisted the cap off the bottle, squeezing the cream onto Lin Shireen's exquisite back. The moment his hand made contact, she couldn't help but let out a soft moan. Men are visual creatures, while women are sensitive. In the company of each other, especially at a youthful age, reactions are perfectly natural. Darling, all done. Thank you. As Qin Feng capped the bottle, beads of sweat gathered on his forehead. The heat of the weather merely one reason. The other was the heat rising within him. Lin Shireen stood up, stretching her arms and legs, loosening her muscles. Turning back, she caught Qin Feng gazing at her with a lustful expression. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, she muttered a reprimand. Pervert. Before diving into the water like a graceful mermaid. Lin Shireen's physique was nothing short of extraordinary. A perfect balance, where an excess would seem too ample and a deficiency would appear too lean. Undoubtedly a result of her long-term swimming. She began practicing swimming at the tender age of 3, even enlisting the guidance of professional instructors. Proficient in butterfly stroke, breaststroke, and freestyle, she glided gracefully through the azure waves, resembling a mermaid, a sight that captivated Qin Feng. Indeed, this woman possessed an extraordinary beauty and charm. It was no wonder that Duan Xiaoji had proposed to her 100 times. Though he had obtained a marriage certificate with her, he felt compelled to remain vigilant, for their union was merely a facade. Lin Shireen swam back and forth, a contented smile gracing her lips, droplets of water glimmering like jewels under the sun, enhancing her already striking allure. She waved to Qin Feng, "Come on down. What are you doing standing on the shore?" At the sound of her call, Qin Feng snapped back to reality. "Darling, I'm coming." He leaped into the water with a splash, sending a cascade of droplets into the air. Lin Shireen appeared ethereal, like a fairy untouched by the mundane world, and Qin Feng felt an overwhelming urge to embrace her passionately. "Qin Feng, please don't look at me with those lecherous eyes. It's making my heart race." Qin Feng chuckled mischievously. "Ah, my wife, so breathtakingly beautiful, so close yet so unattainable. What a tragic dilemma. Can I steal a kiss from you?" He implored. "Absolutely not. I warn you, should you show me any disrespect, I won't hesitate to turn my back on you. Darling, I find it curious. In your prime as a normal woman, don't you ever feel lonely in the dead of night? If you happen to think of a man, how do you address your physiological needs?" Lin Shireen's cheeks flushed crimson. What kind of decorum was it to discuss such intimate matters? "Do you really want to know?" Yes. Please tell me." Qin Feng's anticipation was palpable. "Well, let's have a race. Whoever reaches the finish line first will learn how I manage." Qin Feng felt a pang of trepidation. He was no expert in swimming. Truth be told, he was more inclined to soak in the water than to swim. How could he, a man with a divine fortune system, afford to lose to a woman? Ding. The beautiful CEO is too proud. Special reward for swimming skills granted, aiding the host in triumphing over his wife and re-establishing marital authority. What a timely reward. The system was indeed remarkable. With the system's support, he was destined to leave his stunning wife in the dust. Yes, it was time to reclaim his authority. "Darling, if by chance I win, can I propose another condition?" "Go ahead. If I win, you must kiss your husband first." "Agreed." Lin Shireen replied without hesitation. She had been swimming since she was 3, and with years of relentless practice, confidently believed she could easily qualify for the national team. Qin Feng was no match for her. "Oh, so you're that confident you can defeat me?" While she might excel in racing cars and martial arts, in swimming, Qin Feng was certainly outmatched. "All right then, let the competition reveal the truth. Ready, set, go." They dashed to the shore and, with a synchronized splash, plunged into the water. Lin Shireen was utterly self-assured, seamlessly switching between strokes, hardly acknowledging Qin Feng as a competitor. In the first round, he let her take the lead. However, during the crucial second round, with a burst of speed, Qin Feng shot ahead like a flying fish, reaching the finish line first. "Sorry, my love. Did I really win?" Lin Shireen's eyes widened in disbelief, staring at Qin Feng, astonished by his unexpected prowess. Is he some kind of deity? Chapter 33. A kiss from the beauty rewards 100 million. "Darling, I won. Please honor your promise." "Honor what?" Lin Shireen feigned ignorance. "A kiss from you." Qin Feng leaned in, eagerly awaiting her affection. With his striking features and chiseled abs, Lin Shireen's cheeks flushed as she pressed her cherry lips against his. The beautiful wife initiates a kiss with the host, overflowing with affection. The system rewards 100 million dog food coins. 100 million dog food coins? What on earth? Host. You fool. 100 million dog food coins equate to 100 million Chinese yuan. Wow, 100 million. This reward is incredible. System, why do I get slapped for kissing my wife, yet receive 100 million for her kiss? Don't ask. This is a randomly generated system reward. A beautiful woman kissing the host warrants such a generous reward. Oh yes. Not only had he received a sweet kiss from his beautiful wife, but also 100 million in his account. What a delightful windfall. His heart raced with excitement, hands trembling with joy. Ha, what a thrill. In a moment of exuberance, he lifted Lin Shireen above his head, laughing heartily. "Ah, Qin Feng, are you out of your mind? Why are you lifting me? Darling, I'm just so happy. Absolutely overjoyed." "What is so joyful? Did you win 100 million? Yes, I did win 100 million. You lunatic. Are you dreaming? Put me down. Oh, come on. Is it really that hard to believe what I say?" Lin Shireen rolled her eyes. "If I believed you, then I, Lin Shireen, would be the crazy one." Qin Feng feigned anger and deliberately tossed Lin Shireen into the water. "Ah!" She shrieked in shock, her ankle cramping, causing her to lose her balance and fall backward. "Did I hurt you?" Qin Feng reacted swiftly, catching her slender waist. "No. It's just my ankle cramped." Ankle cramp. He quickly scooped her up in his arms, a classic princess carry that would make any girl envious. "Does it hurt?" "Yes. Both painful and numb." Lin Shireen furrowed her brows, biting her lip to withstand the discomfort. "Don't worry. Your husband will take care of you. I'll carry you to the shore." "Okay." Her delicate arms wrapped around Qin Feng's neck, resting her head gently against his chest. In that instant, She was not the powerful CEO, but a tender woman, soft and gentle. Clad in a bikini, with Qin Feng in swim trunks, their bodies were nearly touching. The scent of Lin Shireen was intoxicating, reminiscent of delicate jasmine, a fragrance that was simply divine. Beneath her swimsuit, her alluring figure was even more enticing. In the embrace of such a captivating beauty, any normal man would struggle to restrain his impulses. Although Qin Feng was fervently passionate, he dared not act recklessly. Qin Feng, it hurts, it really hurts. Just bear with it, I'll massage it for you. If it doesn't help, we'll head to the hospital. Qin Feng soothed her gently, as if comforting a child, carrying her to a beach chair. One hand cradled her calf, while the other held her ankle, expertly kneading in a clockwise motion. Qin Feng, you can massage too? Of course. I bought a book on massage during college and taught myself. This time, Qin Feng spoke the truth. He was genuinely skilled at massage. Having a man knead her foot sent Lin Shireen's heart racing, her pulse quickening. Qin Feng was her first and only man. 4 years ago, they had shared a night of passion, and she had never been intimate with anyone else. Darling, feeling any better? Lin Shireen experienced a wave of warmth that dissipated her pain, bringing her considerable relief. Oh, so comfortable. Qin Feng's unique massage technique spread a sense of comfort from her soles, enveloping her in blissful delight. Wow, are women really that easily satisfied? Qin Feng, you seem to excel at everything. Alas, what can I say? As an ordinary person with no wealth or connections, I must learn a variety of skills to survive in this bustling metropolis. Qin Feng's words resonated with Lin Shireen. She had grown up in luxury and was unaware of the hardships of life. In the bustling metropolis of magic, those at the bottom rungs of the labor force must exert an extraordinary effort to establish their foothold. Qin Feng, clad in snug swim trunks, boasts a tall and muscular physique. For years prior, he was but a naive youth. Now, he has transformed into a rugged man. Beside him, Lin Shireen inexplicably feels a sense of security. Darling, those little feet of yours are quite lovely. So fair and tender, their texture is delightful. It's a pity you aren't pursuing a career as a foot model. What on earth are you thinking about all day? Lin Shireen retorts. Qin Feng, do you flirt with every woman you encounter? By heaven, my dear, it is you who is flirting with me. What? Am I flirting with you? Chapter 34, A Romantic French Kiss. Qin Feng, how have I flirted with you? My wife is the most beautiful goddess in the city, with fair skin and stunning looks. Just a glance leaves me restless, a second glance renders me spellbound, and a third glance makes me feel faint. Though she feigns disapproval at such cheesy lines, her heart swells with delight. Darling, why not stand and stretch a bit? It should help circulate your blood. All right, I'll give it a try. With Qin Feng's support, she gradually rises, shakes her ankles, and to her astonishment, the pain has completely vanished. How miraculous. Does it still hurt? Not at all. Qin Feng, your massage skills are incredible, truly better than a professional. Haha, please don't elevate me to such heights. You merely wore high heels too often, restricting your circulation. You caught a chill at the hospital without shoes, and the sudden plunge into water caused the cramp. Oh, I see. Make sure to soak your feet in warm water often, and I'll give you a massage every day. Rest assured, you'll be fine. Thank you. Qin Feng, you rest for now. I'll go change into my swimsuit. Quickly return, my darling. Don't keep your husband waiting. As Lin Shireen departs, Qin Feng eagerly discards his swim trunks and slips into a pair of beach shorts. Ah, what comfort. Why on earth did they provide me with such a small size? Surely, my own husband's measurements are well known. This little enchantress is definitely doing this on purpose. Reclining on the beach chair, he gazes at the blue sky and white clouds, half closing his eyes, crossing his legs, and indulging in leisure. The lingering scent of the beauty he just massaged still clings to his hands. How delightful. This woman is both innocent and alluring. How splendid it would be to hold her close and share a bed. However, Qin Feng believes that day is not far off. Oh, the anticipation. At 23, Lin Shireen possesses all the desires of a woman. Over the years, countless suitors have pursued her, from affluent locals to international elites, yet none have captured her heart. She is determined that her 4 children will not call another man father, and deep within, she cannot forget Qin Feng. As she strolls along, she reminisces about the moment Qin Feng carried her from the pool to the shore. His powerful arms, solid muscles, and undeniable masculinity have left her somewhat infatuated. Yet, Lin Shireen remains aloof. Having only known him for a day and a half, despite her feelings, she could not possibly leap into bed with him so soon. She fears Qin Feng might think her a woman of loose morals, incapable of resisting loneliness. Meanwhile, Qin Feng, lying on the beach chair, grows a bit restless. Women are truly troublesome. Why does it take so long to change clothes? Suddenly, a terrified cry pierces through from the changing room. Qin Feng, help! Alarmed, Qin Feng springs up from his chair. Has an enemy arrived at the Lin family to harm his beloved? This is dire. Harnessing his inner strength, he swiftly rushes to the changing room, kicking the wooden door open in a moment of panic, only to witness an unexpected scene. Lin Shireen, clad only in her undergarments, crouches in the corner, trembling. My dear, what is the matter? Qin Feng, quickly, kill that terrifying thing. Destroy it. Terrifying thing? Qin Feng's eyes widen as he surveys the area, seeing no sign of an enemy. It's right behind you. Startled, Qin Feng turns to find a toad looming in the corner. What? Is this the terrifying thing you speak of? Yes, indeed. I've been afraid of them since I was a child. Their appearance is simply grotesque. Good heavens, you nearly scared me to death. Qin Feng rolls his eyes, unable to suppress a laugh. Truly, the daughter of a wealthy family is rather dramatic. Wait, my love, you're terrified of a mere toad? Enough talking. Hurry and get rid of it. Toads are beneficial creatures. It would be cruel to kill it. Just shoo it away. Stamping his foot, Qin Feng declares, listen here, my friend. You'd best leave before I lose my temper and am unable to guarantee your safety. To his surprise, the toad, far from fleeing, stares at Lin Shireen with bulging eyes, croaking and leaping toward her. Ah, Qin Feng, save me. Startled, Lin Shireen leaps up, wrapping her arms around his neck, her legs squeezing around his waist. Being embraced by such a stunning beauty, with her soft form pressed against him, what normal man could resist? Qin Feng loses all restraint, capturing Lin Shireen's lips in a fervent kiss. Qin Feng, what are you doing? Lin Shireen's eyes widen, her instinct to push him away. Yet, Qin Feng's kiss is wild and unrelenting, his arms holding her tightly, rendering her nearly immobile. Lin Shireen, though inexperienced, finds herself swept away by Qin Feng's expertise, slowly succumbing to the kiss as she closes her eyes in abandon. In the secluded wooden cabin, the two lose themselves in each other, the world around them fading away. Finally, Qin Feng's hand ventures toward Lin Shireen's delicate panties. Stop. Awakening in the nick of time, Lin Shireen pleads, darling, please. This is broad daylight. It would be inappropriate if the servants were to see. Qin Feng, breathing heavily, responds, we are legally married. What is there to fear? No, it's too soon. I'm not ready. Qin Feng, please don't pressure me. At her words, Qin Feng realizes he cannot force her. After all, he has his own pride. It would be far more rewarding for Lin Shireen to willingly embrace him. Very well, there's no rush. He teases. But my dear, if you don't come down soon, I cannot guarantee I won't take matters into my own hands. Lin Shireen promptly jumps off Qin Feng, her cheeks flushed like a burning cloud, hastily donning her dress and escaping the cabin. Qin Feng licks his lips, savoring the sweetness of the beauty. Ha ha ha, delightful. Although they have yet to consummate their marriage, their playful flirtations and teasing create a rich tapestry of life together. In the afternoon, Lin Shireen skips work, spending time with Qin Feng and their 4 children, practicing calligraphy, painting, and playing games in their home amusement park. To celebrate Qin Feng's arrival, the chef prepares a sumptuous feast. In affluent households, strict etiquette dictates that servants are not permitted to dine at the same table as the masters. At the dinner table, the 4 children eagerly serve Qin Feng dishes. Lin Jintong raises a toast to Qin Feng, showing no disdain for his status as a son-in-law, which deeply moves him. After dinner, they play games for a while, and by 8 p.m., the 4 children dutifully head to bed. Lin Shireen, returning to the company the next day, finishes dinner and retreats to the bedroom early. Alone in the guest room, Qin Feng finds himself tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Last night, I was at KFC for a blind date. Tonight, I have unexpectedly become someone else's husband. 4 adorable little treasures have descended from the heavens, moving into a magnificent villa worth billions. Life is a roller coaster. Who can predict what tomorrow holds? As I took out my phone to video call my mother, a knock echoed from the door. Is it Lin Shireen? Huh. In the bloom of youth, how can a normal woman live without a man? Especially one as handsome and formidable as I am. This afternoon, I had already set the stage for romance in the quaint wooden cabin, and now, on this wedding night, my heart raced with excitement at the prospect of exploring various delights. Wife, I'm coming, I exclaimed, but upon opening the door, I was taken aback. 4 little cherubs stood outside, clad in Teletubbies pajamas, each clutching a cute plush pillow. Daddy, Daddy, we want to cuddle with you tonight. My expression darkened. But little ones, don't you have your own bedrooms? Why do you wish to sleep with Daddy? Because sleeping with Daddy feels safe. We want to be with you all the time. What could I say? All right, come inside. Yay. Finally, we can snuggle with Daddy. Can we video call Grandma? Grandma? Who is Grandma? Grandma is Daddy's mommy. I gathered the 4 little ones in my arms and dialed my mother's video call. Mom, it's Qin Feng. Are you asleep? Just getting ready for bed. What is up, Feng? I've moved in with the Lin family, and everything is great. The 4 little ones are here, and they all want to see you. Oh my heavens, 4 little ones. Qin Feng exclaimed, overwhelmed with excitement. She had longed for Qin Feng to marry and have children, and now, suddenly, she had 4 lovely grandchildren, as if she were dreaming. Grandma, I'm the eldest, Lin Yang. Grandma, I'm the second, Lin Chun. Grandma, I'm the third, Lin Si. Grandma, I'm the fourth, Lin Chi. Oh my, I am so delighted to meet my 4 adorable grandchildren. With the Qin family's legacy secure, I can rest in peace. Grandma, why are you crying? I'm not crying. I'm just so happy to see you all. Don't cry, Grandma. Daddy said he'll bring us to meet you in a couple of days. Wonderful. I'll prepare delicious treats for you and your mommy when you come home. After ending the video call, I was filled with myriad emotions. My mother, suffering from cancer, had little time left, and the world was rife with farewells. I would willingly trade 10 years of my life for her health. All right, little ones, you have kindergarten tomorrow. Let us sleep now. Yay, sleeping with Daddy is the best. I held the 2 boys in my right arm and the 2 girls in my left, all 4 looking content in my embrace. Yet, I couldn't help but mock myself inwardly. On the very first day of marriage, I found myself surrounded by 4 little ones. What kind of situation is this? Daddy, can you tell us a fairy tale? Of course. Let me tell you the story of the little match girl. Once upon a time, there was a poor little girl who lived in a humble home without shoes, selling matches on the streets during the new year. As I narrated the tale, the little ones listened intently, when suddenly, Lin Shireen entered without a knock. She had come to check if the little ones were covered with their blankets, only to find the room empty, realizing I was here. Mommy, hurry up and join us to sleep with Daddy. Sleep together? But the bed is too small for so many of us. Lin Shireen's cheeks flushed as she quickly closed the door and hurried away. Chapter 36, The Car Accident. The next day, after breakfast, Lin Shireen returned to her company while I took the 4 little ones to kindergarten. Dressed in a sleek black designer ensemble with a high ponytail and a champagne-colored handbag, Lin Shireen exuded beauty and confidence, embodying the persona of a domineering woman. I, in a black t-shirt paired with white casual pants, looked considerably more dapper than the previous day. Lin Shireen stole a glance at me and mused silently. This man is quite handsome. Suddenly, I leaned closer to her ear and whispered, Did you sleep well last night? Did you miss your husband? Lin Shireen's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Humph, stop being so vain. I wasn't thinking about you. Rolling her eyes, she led me into the underground parking garage. 5 luxury cars were lined up in an orderly fashion: Rolls-Royce, Bentley, a stretched SUV, Maybach, and a Range Rover. The most expensive Rolls-Royce was valued at $35 million, while the cheapest Range Rover was around $4 million. In the past, I would have exclaimed, wow, the wealthy are impressive. However, times have changed. I am now a man with a system. The total value of those 5 cars was merely $60 million. A mere comparison to my $150 million Lamborghini, a true disparity between a grandfather and a grandson. Lin Shireen was astonished by my composure. How could I appear so unfazed in the presence of 5 luxury vehicles? Qin Feng, here are the keys to all 5 cars. You may choose whichever one you wish to drive. I scratched my nose, feigning a mischievous grin. Darling, you're giving me all the keys. Aren't you worried I might sneak off and sell your luxurious cars? Not at all. The cars are equipped with global positioning. Unless you drive them to Mars, I'll know where they are. Haha, true. Modern technology is quite impressive. Lin Shireen rolled her eyes and tossed the keys to me. Qin Feng, as a man, I hope you will be responsible and dedicated, taking good care of the little ones without letting me worry. Rest assured, my dear, I will not let you down. All right. I must take my leave now. I have a meeting this morning. Lin Shireen opened the Bentley's door, started the engine, and drove out of the villa. After she left, I walked around the luxury cars before choosing the Range Rover. It was the cheapest SUV, yet spacious enough for my tall frame, making it comfortable to drive. After securing the child seats, I drove the Range Rover to the garden. Little ones, Daddy is taking you to school. The 4 children, dressed in their charming school uniforms and carrying their little yellow duck backpacks, followed Lin Jintong to the garden. Previously, Lin Shireen would take them if she had time, otherwise, the driver would. Are you happy that Daddy is taking you to school? Yes, we are super happy. Daddy is so handsome and capable. It's so impressive. Lin Jintong burst into laughter. Qin Feng, this is blood relation. The moment they see you, they cling to you. I felt a sense of pride. Of course, they are my children. We carefully placed each child into their respective booster seats and fastened their seat belts. Great-grandpa, we're off to school. Goodbye. Behave in kindergarten. And we'll see each other in the evening. As the Range Rover left the Yulong Mountain Villa, the startling memory of the previous day's incident with the dump truck crashing into the Maybach resurfaced. My enemies, Fan Jianren, Duan Xiaoji, the overweight man from the Western restaurant, had now gained another foe, Wang Fugui. These 4 loathed me to the core. With the 4 little ones in the car, I drove with utmost caution, gripping the steering wheel tightly, fully aware of the potential dangers. As we approached a traffic light, I saw the yellow light ahead and pressed the accelerator, preparing to push through. Suddenly, a figure darted out and lunged toward the front of the Range Rover. With the prowess of a skilled driver bestowed by the system, Qin Feng abruptly slammed on the brakes, bringing the Land Rover to a screeching halt. He staggered slightly, caught off guard by the suddenness of the moment, nearly colliding his forehead with the steering wheel. Goodness, a collision? Is life so expendable? A cold sweat broke out on his brow. In the back seat sat 4 little ones, his precious treasures. Babies, are you hurt? Daddy, we're fine. They chirped. Daddy. That was exhilarating. It felt like we were in a bumper car. Qin Feng could only chuckle despite the absurdity of it all. Indeed, 3-year-olds are blissfully unaware. Stay seated. Little ones. Daddy will check what has happened. With a grim expression, he flung open the car door and was met with a harrowing sight. Oh dear. Someone call for help. A woman has been gravely injured. Her leg is broken, and her insides might be misaligned. On the ground, a septuagenarian woman wailed. Her hair completely white and dressed in a faded nightgown, her frail frame appearing as though it would collapse at any moment. Clutching a basket of broken eggs, the contents now spilled across the pavement, she was a picture of utter disarray. Her cries resonated with a heart-wrenching intensity, drawing the attention of passers-by who quickly formed a crowd, pointing and gossiping about the incident. Are you all right? Oh, my head hurts, my hands ache. My feet throb, my stomach is in agony. Everything aches. I might have a concussion. Excuse me, madam, but you crossed against a red light and collided with my vehicle. Are you trying to shift the blame? What? You dare confront me after injuring an elderly woman? Driving a Land Rover makes you invincible? If you don't compensate for my medical expenses today, I will not let this go. Qin Feng stared at her in confusion. This old woman was not as simple as she appeared. How did she know he was driving a Land Rover? There must be some underhanded scheme at play. Oh, madam, what compensation do you seek? 50,000, or else I'll fight you to the bitter end. How infuriating. This old hag had thrown herself at his vehicle. Yet she demanded compensation. Qin Feng was thoroughly displeased. You've severely injured this woman. You won't escape responsibility today. In her agitation, the old lady suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. Chapter 37, The Scheming Old Lady. Good heavens, she's vomiting blood? This looks serious. Young man, just pay her. If she goes to the hospital for a checkup, a CT scan, and hospitalization, you'll find that even 500,000 won't suffice. Society often sympathizes with the weak. The sight of the frail old lady, bloodied and broken, stirred pity. In a world rife with resentment towards the wealthy, there were those who would relish seeing him pay dearly for driving a luxury vehicle when they couldn't even afford a Wuling Hongguang. The onlookers rallied to condemn Qin Feng, eager for him to part with $1 million. The 4 little ones sensed their father had been gone for too long and began to worry. The timid girl, Cece, burst into tears. Wah? Don't bully my daddy. He.S. the best daddy in the world. Daddy, please come back. I'm scared. As Cece cried, the other 3 children joined her in wailing. Wah? You're all bullies. We want daddy. Their cries sent Qin Feng into a panic. He opened the car door. Don't cry, little ones. Daddy is fine. Then come back quickly. This accident was clearly the old lady's fault for recklessly crossing against the light, placing her at 100% liability. Yet, Qin Feng felt he had drawn the short straw. The elderly woman was untouchable, and should she claim to be severely incapacitated, 500,000 would be a mere pittance. Ultimately, this trivial sum was insignificant to Qin Feng, who decided to treat it as a charitable contribution to the welfare institution. All right, madam, regardless of fault, I will compensate you 50,000, and we shall consider this matter settled. Upon hearing Qin Feng's willingness to pay, the old lady's eyes sparkled, and her lamentations ceased. Very well, I promise not to pursue you any further. But I don't have cash on me. Scan this QR code. The old lady quickly produced a QR code from her pocket. Qin Feng was taken aback. Something felt amiss. Goodness, she had prepared for this. Just as he was about to scan, the system's voice interrupted. Host, hold on. This lady is a professional scammer. Qin Feng, huh? The lady's name is Li Xiaoying. Aged 68, a professional scam artist for 10 years, having purchased 2 properties in the metropolis and boasting savings of 2 million. Qin Feng was flabbergasted. What the hell? She's been scamming so successfully that she can afford 2 homes in the city? A true veteran of the game. Young man, hurry up and scan. After this, the old lady will need a full examination at the hospital. Oh, it hurts so much. Madam, is your life really worth only 50,000? Qin Feng, both enraged and incredulous, fixed her with a piercing gaze that made her flinch. You're an elderly woman, half buried in the ground. Just accept a little money and let it go. With a cold smirk, Qin Feng retorted, what if I refuse to pay? The old woman immediately clutched her leg, wailing like a banshee. Someone help. I'm dying. My leg is broken. I need a CT scan. My head hurts. My heart aches. My feet are in pain. All of me is injured. You wealthy drivers kill without a second thought. I'll haunt you as a ghost. Young man, just pay her. The police will be here soon, and you might end up in custody. Enough was enough. Everyone, this old lady is acting. She has been scamming for a decade and has purchased 2 homes for her son in the city, with millions in the bank. Is that so? The crowd gasped, their eyes wide with disbelief. The old lady, covered in blood, bore a pained expression. Could she truly be faking it? No, the blood is a ruse. A ruse? Is there even such a thing as fake blood? Indeed, the old lady has a small blood bag in her mouth, which she punctures at the right moment to spray blood. The onlookers were left dumbfounded. Realizing her scheme had been unraveled, the old lady attempted to make a hasty exit, but a young man seized her by the arm, his rage palpable. You old hag, you scammed me last week on Rinmin South Road, costing me 20,000. Today, I'll ensure you face justice. Brother, I'm in a hurry to drop off my kids. I'll leave the rest to you. All right. Justice is relentless and will not overlook any wrongdoing. Believing firmly in the law as fairness, Qin Feng climbed back into his vehicle, and the 4 little ones erupted in applause. Yay, Daddy is so amazing. After dropping the children off at kindergarten, Qin Feng planned to buy some gifts of cigarettes and liquor. Just as he settled into the car, his phone rang. It was his sister Qin Ling. What is on your mind? Mom just called to tell me you got married and had 4 kids. Brother, you're quite impressive, keeping it all under wraps. Hee. Don't think too poorly of your older brother. 4 years ago, after a night of heavy drinking, I unintentionally ended up with 4 little ones. Is your sister-in-law beautiful? Well, if you'd rate a 95, then my sister-in-law is a perfect 100. You sure do know how to boast. Qin Ling was filled with indignation. She held an unwavering confidence in her own beauty. Could there truly be a woman more exquisite than her by 5 points? Brother, hearing you say that makes me eager to meet my sister-in-law and the 4 little ones. We'll return to our hometown the day after tomorrow, and you will see them then. No, I wish to meet them today. Your sister-in-law is quite busy with company affairs and may not have the time. How about this? I will bring the 4 children to meet you after school this afternoon. All right, let us meet at the KFC across from the university town. We shall not part ways. Chapter 38, The Electric Stick and the Scoundrel. Lin's Group, Lin's Cosmetics, named Shiyun, derives its first character from Lin Shirin's name. The second character is taken from her mother's name. Shiyun is a brand established by her parents, ranking among the top 3 in sales and reputation within the domestic cosmetics industry. Shiyun integrates development, production, and sales, boasting annual profits exceeding 100 million, showcasing formidable strength. Alas, a year prior, Lin's parents perished in a car accident. Her father was merely 48 and her mother 43 at the time of their untimely demise. Such a tragic loss in their prime years. Lin Jintong, now aging, and Lin Shirin, freshly graduated from university, found themselves thrust into the helm of Lin's group. Despite her demeanor as a gentle woman before Qin Feng, she was an unequivocal tyrannical CEO within the company. Her decisiveness and clarity in distinguishing between professional and personal matters led to a doubling of performance within just a year, earning her the genuine respect of senior executives. Parents, I have already located the father of my children. He will be a full-time caregiver, allowing me to manage the company with peace of mind and strive towards entering the top 500 as soon as possible. The meeting canceled yesterday was reconvened this morning, with 2 contracts to be signed in the afternoon and an overseas order worth 10 billion to negotiate in the evening. Her schedule was packed, and she needed to complete these tasks within the next 2 days before returning to her hometown with Qin Feng to meet her mother-in-law. Shirin, you are remarkable. Keep pushing forward. She clenched her fist, motivating herself as she entered the company and pushed open the door to the CEO's office. To her astonishment, she discovered Duan Xiaoji seated in her office, his feet carelessly propped on her desk, exuding an air of arrogance. He had sustained a cut on his calf from a long knife, but it appeared he would survive. Duan Xiaoji, how did you gain entry? I picked the lock. Upon hearing this, Lin Shirin nearly choked with rage. Pick the lock? Who gave you the audacity? What do you want in my office? Leave. Lin Shirin, I have warned you. Do not think that finding a wild man will rid you of me. I, Duan Xiaoji, will never give up. Lin Shirin struggled to suppress her fury and attempted to reason with him. Duan Xiaoji, you possess wealth and power. What kind of woman do you lack? Why persist in hounding me? Is your one-sided infatuation truly worthwhile? No woman can compare to you. You are my goddess. Enough with the flattery. There is no possibility for us. Duan Xiaoji, do not forget that I am already married. Duan Xiaoji rolled his eyes dismissively. Married? You merely found a male nanny for your 4 children. Do not speak nonsense. My marriage to Qin Feng is rooted in genuine love. Oh, if it is true love, then did you sleep together last night? How many times did you consummate your union? You arranged for a wild man to sleep in the guest room and claim to be in love. Are you jesting with me? Lin Shireen was perplexed. How did he know that Qin Feng had spent the night in the guest room? Who had informed him? Could there be a traitor within the Lin family? How we sleep is our business. You have no right to meddle. Leave now, or I shall call security. Shireen, I love you. Duan Xiaoji stood up, hastily approaching Lin Shireen. If you divorce that wild man and marry me, I will gift you the Duan group. I have no interest. Leave, rather than departing. Duan Xiaoji suddenly seized Lin Shireen's arm. Inin, I adore you. No woman has ever captivated me like this. I, Duan Xiaoji, will marry no one but you in this lifetime. Duan Xiaoji's touch repulsed her, inciting revulsion. Regardless of whether you are the son of the richest man in the city or the wealthiest in the world, I, Lin Shireen, shall never marry you. Duan Xiaoji, a Taekwondo expert standing 190 centimeters tall and possessing immense strength, made Lin Shireen feel like a chick in the clutches of an eagle. Yet, Lin Shireen's fiery spirit was unwavering. If she did not love him, she did not love him. If you dare to touch me, I, Lin Shireen, will ensure you meet a most miserable end. In a moment of desperation, she pulled out an electric stick from her bag and struck Duan Xiaoji's back. Zing! The electric stick emitted sparks, causing the scoundrel to convulse in pain, releasing his grip on Lin Shireen. Duan Xiaoji, furious, bellowed, "What? You little wretch! You dare to shock me? Who gave you the gall?" Lin Shireen brandished the electric stick, her eyes wide with fury. "Scoundrel, if you dare to act recklessly again, I will electrocute you. I shall not hesitate to perish with you. Come on." Duan Xiaoji momentarily found himself genuinely intimidated. Inin, do not act rashly. That is a Real electric stick. It could kill. If you do not wish to die, then get out. Leave now. Lin Shireen, I will not let you off the hook. I vow to possess you, or I, Duan Xiaoji, shall never be a man. You lunatic. Scoundrel. You little harlot. Wait for me. Duan Xiaoji sneered maliciously, limping away in frustration, clutching his injured leg. Lin Shireen flung the electric stick onto the desk, trembling with rage. Bastard, scoundrel. Go die. Chapter 39. Introducing beauties to Qin Feng. Qin Feng drove his Land Rover around the liquor and tobacco city, purchasing 5 cases of Mao Tai, 10 cartons of Huazi, and some supplements. All of these were intended as offerings for his uncle. Ever since his mother was diagnosed with cancer, nearly all relatives had severed ties. Even his closest uncle appeared eager for his mother's demise, hoping to claim the family's land. The fragility of human relationships is disheartening. Qin Feng had long since seen through it all. The only source of comfort was his uncle, who, without disdain, had proactively lent 100,000 for his mother's chemotherapy. Qin Feng would forever remember his uncle's kindness. The old man enjoyed smoking and drinking, so Qin Feng bought some to honor him, planning to gift his uncle 1 million later on. You treat me well, and I will repay you tenfold. That was the essence of Qin Feng. You are my little apple. I can never love you too much. Just as he was placing the liquor and tobacco in the trunk, his phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number. However, this number was remarkable, containing 7 eights in its 11 digits. Hello, who is this? May I speak with Mr. Qin? I am the president of the Industrial and Commercial Bank. Could you come to the bank at your convenience? Qin Feng's heart raced. The feared situation had ultimately come to pass. An unexpected increase of 11 billion in his account. It would be abnormal for the bank not to reach out. President, is there a problem with my card? No, Mr. Qin, please do not misunderstand. Your card is perfectly fine. But it has been upgraded from a regular card to a black diamond card. If it is convenient for you, please visit the bank so we can discuss the details. The card is fine. That's a relief. Qin Feng was also curious about the origins of the 11 billion. Was it from the universe? Another dimension? Or perhaps from an overseas bank? To clarify this mystery, he decided to drive to the bank. In the bank's VIP room, the president had already prepared premium Longjing tea, awaiting his arrival. Having a substantial sum in one's account certainly commands respect. When he had no money, merely obtaining a card required 3 to 4 hours of waiting in the lobby. Now, with 11 billion in his account, the president treated him like royalty. Mr. Qin, you have finally arrived. Welcome. The president personally stepped forward to greet him, recognizing Qin Feng as a highly valued client. There are countless wealthy individuals in the city, but most possess fixed assets. With 11 billion in cash deposits, Qin Feng stood unparalleled in the entire metropolis. If the counterpart were to deposit 11 billion in cash, it would undoubtedly spell the greatest loss for ICBC. Such a super client must be retained. To ingratiate himself, Qin Feng presented a business card to Ouyang Guangming, the president of ICBC. Once seated, Ouyang Guangming personally served him tea. Qin Feng, unreserved, took a sip and got straight to the point. President, do you know the origin of the funds in my account? Ouyang Guangming was taken aback. Mr. Qin, you are unaware of the source of your own money? If I were clear, would I need to ask you? He coughed lightly. Upon thorough investigation, The 11 billion remittance appears to be from a mysterious bank in Switzerland. A Swiss bank? Is this remittance illegal? No, Mr. Qin, there's no need for concern. The remittance is entirely legitimate, and you can use it with peace of mind. A sigh of relief. The system is indeed formidable, the pinnacle of existence. On behalf of all ICBC employees, I, Ouyang Guangming, express our gratitude for your deposit of 11 billion. Do you have any recent investment plans, Mr. Qin? No investments. Just keeping it in the bank is sufficient. Depositing 11 billion in the bank yields over 100,000 in interest daily. Why invest? While the interest is indeed substantial, investment returns are typically higher. Of course, there is no need for you to worry. I will manage everything for you. Well, I said no investments, so why all the unnecessary chatter? Ouyang Guangming felt awkward. After all, one cannot force a wealthy individual. Since there are no issues with the account, I have other matters to attend to. I will take my leave. Please wait. Mr. Qin, is there anything else? May I be so bold as to inquire? Are you married, Mr. Qin? What do you mean? I have a daughter who is quite lovely, 19 years old, a freshman, of similar age to you. If you don't mind, perhaps you could join us for a meal this weekend. Young people should connect over WeChat. Such is the allure of wealth. Without money, one could fail in matchmaking countless times. With money, even the president offers his daughter. Oh, you wish for me to be your son-in-law? So, does this mean you are agreeing, Mr. Qin? Splendid. I will arrange it immediately. Haha, President, you are a step behind. My child is already nearing adulthood. Ouyang Guangming was greatly disappointed. Alas, I did not expect Mr. Qin to be married so early, a missed opportunity indeed. His tone hinted at a willingness for his daughter to be a mistress to Qin Feng. Just as Qin Feng was about to depart, the system's voice suddenly rang out. Ding, host, business opportunity has arisen. Qin Feng was left dumbfounded. This president has not had a marital relationship for 10 years. A 30-second surrender, you understand? A shiver ran through Qin Feng. System, are you suggesting that I sell the Xiaoyao Longhu pill? Precisely. The Longhu pill is a miraculous remedy, specifically for men's ailments. As for the price, you may set it as you wish. Since the system deemed it a miraculous remedy, Qin Feng decided to price it at 5 million per pill. 5 million is a pittance compared to 100 billion, yet it is still a substantial income. In this day and age, who would complain about having too much money? Once the sum reaches a certain threshold, isn't it delightful to contribute to charity? Qin Feng reclined back onto the sofa, crossing his legs leisurely. He stared intently at Ouyang Guangming and suddenly exclaimed, President, you have an ailment. Chapter 40, the pricey pill at 5 million each. Ouyang Guangming wore a grim expression. Deep down, he felt quite displeased. You are the one who is ill. Your entire family is afflicted. However, he dared not voice it. Considering Mr. Qin's deposit of 100 billion, he chose to endure. Cough, President, we are both men, so I won't beat around the bush. I'm not implying you are physically ill, but rather that you are lacking in that particular aspect. Lacking? What do you mean? Ouyang Guangming feigned ignorance. Come on. What man would admit to being deficient in that regard? Let me take your pulse. Once I do, I can prescribe a remedy that guarantees a cure. Ouyang Guangming looked incredulous. Qin Feng was merely in his 20s, and he could take a pulse? Oh, I did not know Mr. Qin was knowledgeable in traditional Chinese medicine. After years of study, although he could not bring a person back to life, diagnosing and treating general ailments posed no challenge. Boasting incurs no tax. Just as the system instructed. You can truly cure my ailment? Ouyang Guangming, half convinced, involuntarily extended his right hand. Qin Feng grasped his pulse, squinting his eyes and feigning profundity. The pulse was chaotic. Baldness, palpitations, tinnitus, frequent urination, lumbar discomfort, back pain, and marital discord, all leading to a 30-second surrender. A miraculous doctor, indeed. Ouyang Guangming grew increasingly awed with each revelation. Every issue Qin Feng mentioned resonated with him. He was practically more miraculous than a divine healer. Despite Ouyang Guangming's position as president, with wealth and power, he suffered from those particular difficulties. Approaching 50, experiencing baldness and premature ejaculation. He had been a monk for a decade. Although his wife had not divorced him, it was merely because she was reluctant to part with his wealth and power, secretly. She had long taken a lover. Unable to perform, he could only endure the humiliation of wearing a green hat. He possessed a fortune of over 100 billion, yet could not enjoy the pleasures of manhood, leaving him in despair. Observing his peers embraced by beautiful companions, he silently lamented, Heaven, what use is this iron rod to me? If I could rejuvenate my vigor, I, Ouyang Guangming, would not hesitate to exhaust my fortune. President, may I ask, at just 50 years of age, in the prime of life, why are you lacking in that regard? Alas, do not mention it. It's all the fault of women. With my status, drinking and socializing are unavoidable. Young brother, when beautiful women present themselves, how can one refuse? Qin Feng rolled his eyes inwardly, silently cursing. Lecher. Mr. Qin, is there hope for my condition? Alas, the ailment has persisted too long. It's akin to a machine rusting, which is rather troublesome. Please, you must save me. Ouyang Guangming, seeing that Qin Feng spoke with authority, genuinely regarded him as a miraculous doctor. Qin Feng patted his shoulder, offering him a reassuring promise. Fear not, I can treat your ailment. Excellent. Please, do prescribe the medicine. I will rush to the pharmacy to procure it. No need. The medicine is already prepared. Prepared? Where is it? Ouyang Guangming scrutinized Qin Feng, noticing that aside from a mobile phone, he had nothing else. System. Immediately extract the Longhu Xiaoyao pill. Understood. Extraction successful. Whoosh. A bottle materialized in Qin Feng's pocket, as astonishing as it was miraculous. You might say ordering takeout would take at least 10 minutes, yet this system delivered in an instant. Isn't that impressive? Are you astonished? The choice is yours. Qin Feng leisurely retrieved the bottle from his pocket and poured out a pill, handing it over. President, the medicine is here. Please take it. Kid. Are you joking with me? This is the miraculous medicine? It looks like a black bean. Mr. Qin, is this truly the miraculous medicine? Where was it produced? What are its ingredients? To be honest, this bottle of miraculous medicine was gifted to me by an enlightened monk. It's entirely made from herbal ingredients. Has no side effects, and works immediately, enhancing size and potency. 7 times in a night is merely child's play. Goodness. Why does that sound like a snake oil salesman-esque boast? Gazing at the small, dark pill in Qin Feng's hand, Ouyang Guangming hesitated. Can this really be consumed? The bottle bore no name of the medicine, no ingredients, no instructions, and no manufacturer. Indeed, it was a product devoid of all identification. The dark substance exuded a peculiar odor, raising doubts about whether this pill could genuinely cure a man's affliction. Could Qin Feng be nothing more than a quack? What if it resulted in dire consequences? Bank manager. If I say it's safe to consume, then it is. Trust in my remedy, and I assure you, it will work wonders. If you have doubts, consider it merely a placebo. Upon witnessing Qin Feng's ire, Ouyang Guangming hastily adopted a conciliatory demeanor. It wasn't he that he lacked faith. After all, Mr. Qin had touted this medicine with such fervor. Had the young man perhaps tested it himself? Qin Feng's expression darkened. What a ludicrous notion. I am robust and vigorous. I hardly need such a concoction. Ouyang Guangming gasped. What do you mean, robust and vigorous? Can it really be that effective? Will you take it or not? If not, I shall reclaim it. Fine, I will take it. Ouyang Guangming resolved to take the plunge. Over the years, he had tried every remedy. Traditional Chinese medicine, Western pharmaceuticals, folk remedies, spending millions in the process. One might as well treat a dead horse as a live one. What if a miracle were to occur? Just as he was about to place the pill into his mouth, Qin Feng abruptly interrupted him. Hold on. Before you ingest it, kindly settle the payment first. How much? 5 million. 5 million. Ouyang Guangming gasped in astonishment. For a mere pill? That's extortionate. 5 million could purchase an apartment in this city. Surely, even if it were made of gold, it wouldn't command such a price. Indeed, the wealthier one becomes, the more one despises the cost. Hey, young man. Isn't 5 million rather excessive for a single pill? What? You find it expensive? This Xiao Yao Wan is one of a kind, unparalleled in the world, and priced accordingly. If you don't want it, then so be it. The demand far exceeds the supply. Ouyang Guangming paused, contemplating. Mr. Qin, are you truly angered? Can you blame me? I offer my expertise and assistance, yet you are suspicious and critical. The price I offer you is a friendly one. I would sell to others for at least 10 million. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Guangming hurriedly clutched the pill, fearing that Qin Feng might withdraw his offer in a fit of anger. All right, I shall purchase the pill for 5 million. But let me make it clear. If it proves ineffective, I will not pay. If it proves ineffective, I will accept no payment. With this assurance, Ouyang Guangming felt a wave of relief wash over him. Such miraculous medicine was a rare find, and he swiftly consumed the pill. After taking the medicine, he sat on the sofa, anxiously awaiting a miracle. Heaven and earth, may this grant me relief. The anticipation was agonizing. After a minute, Ouyang Guangming, noticing no reaction, rose from the sofa and began pacing. Mr. Qin, is there a problem with this pill? I've taken it, yet there is not even a hint of engorgement. Qin Feng remained unfazed. The system assures its efficacy, and thus it must be effective. Patience is key. Your condition has persisted for over a decade. Even the most miraculous medicine requires time to take effect. Really? Must I remain patient? If it proves ineffective, I will pay nothing. The two settled back onto the sofa, sipping tea and engaging in casual conversation about cars, real estate, the wealthiest individuals in the city, and the beauty of their spouses. After 3 minutes, Ouyang Guangming suddenly felt a stir in his abdomen. He realized something was happening. Unable to contain himself, he peeked down. My goodness. After years of atrophy, it has undergone a miraculous transformation. Unbelievable. This is even more astonishing than the elixir of the Queen Mother. Believing himself to be dreaming, he pinched his thigh hard. Ouch. This was indeed real. The long-lost sensation filled him with confidence. Ah, divine healer. Ouyang Guangming exclaimed, suddenly embracing Qin Feng, tears of joy streaming down his face. A resurrection from the brink. The phrase from withered wood to spring perfectly captured Ouyang Guangming's emotions at that moment. As a fellow man, Qin Feng fully understood the bank manager's feelings. All right now, bank manager, you are a man of stature. No need to weep like a child. Others might think I am bullying you. This remark left Ouyang Guangming feeling rather embarrassed. Young man, I am not crying. These are tears of joy. From this day forth, I, Ouyang Guangming, shall reclaim my manhood. Qin Feng rolled his eyes. Ahem, bank manager, I advise you to exercise moderation. After all, your health is your most valuable asset. Indeed, you are right, young man. I may speak boldly, but I won't act recklessly. Very well, then, let us settle the 5 million. As Ouyang Guangming retrieved his phone to transfer the funds, a flicker of doubt crossed his mind. Mr. Qin, this pill isn't a one-time use, is it? He suspected Qin Feng had administered something akin to Viagra. 5 million for a fleeting moment of vigor is hardly worthwhile. Fear not, as long as you use it wisely. I guarantee you'll have no issues until the age of 80. Splendid. With your assurance, I can rest easy. Ding. He transferred 5 million to Qin Feng's account. Having received the funds, Qin Feng prepared to depart. Mr. Qin, please wait. Do you have more of this miraculous medicine? What? You wish to purchase more? Not for myself. I have a few friends who face similar issues. I wish to help you expand your business. Qin Feng was elated by this proposition. Ouyang Guangming held a prominent position, had extensive connections, and mingled with affluent individuals. With him in the fold, sales would be assured. To be candid, this Xiao Yao Long who won comprises a total of 100 pills. You just consumed one, leaving 99. The price is 10 million per pill. Such a remarkable remedy. It would be a travesty not to increase the price. Ah, the price has increased? What do you mean by that? It was always 10 million per pill. I merely offered you a friendly discount. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Guangming felt as though he had struck a gold mine. Of course, bank manager. If you assist in bringing in customers, we can split the profits. Your share will be 20%, mine 80. How does that sound? Excellent. Rest assured, Mr. Qin. I will treat this as my own enterprise. Selling a single pill would net him 2 million. An opportunity too good to pass up. Ha ha ha, splendid. As Qin Feng bid farewell to Ouyang Guangming and exited the bank, he reveled in the knowledge that all the Xiao Yao one had been sold, yielding at least 800 million in revenue. With a system backing him, it was nearly impossible not to thrive. Chapter 42, 1 billion reward for Tianyuan pills. Emerging from the bank, Qin Feng felt euphoric. No need to work, no office obligations. Simply selling a single pill brought in 5 million, with 11 billion in the bank. The monthly interest alone was in the hundreds of thousands. He had children and a stunning, charismatic wife. He lacked for nothing. Qin Feng felt he had reached the pinnacle of life. He stowed the Range Rover and brought forth the Lamborghini supercar, ready to cruise along the Bund. Vroom vroom. Supercars were in a league of their own. The Range Rover simply couldn't compare, neither in comfort nor handling. Dressed in an Armani suit and sporting a Patek Philippe watch, Qin Feng exuded an aura of confidence and charm, clearly the most dashing figure along the Bund. This man was undeniably impressive. Passers-by gazed in awe, admiration, and envy, but Qin Feng remained utterly indifferent. Once, they had disregarded him. But now he made it clear that they could only look up to him. Ha ha, beautiful lady, do not be infatuated with me. I am merely a legend. After a leisurely drive, Qin Feng returned his Lamborghini to its space and withdrew his Range Rover anew. A man with a system is undeniably impressive. He can drive whatever car he desires, and the key lies in his ability to switch effortlessly. Having had his fill of ostentation, Qin Feng glanced at his phone and realized it was nearly mealtime. He had intended to invite Lin Shireen out for a sumptuous feast, perhaps to flirt and exchange playful banter, but his goddess-like wife was too preoccupied with work, so he opted to return to the villa. After sharing lunch with Lin Jintong and indulging in a 2-hour nap, he felt revitalized. He opened his computer and entered the Douyin app, preparing to bestow a generous reward of 100 million on Qin Ling. He chuckled at the thought. A 100 million reward could yield a hundredfold return, potentially adding 10 billion to his account. What a delightful prospect. Since the morning, Qin Ling had no classes and began a live stream after lunch. Following the generous donation of 100 million from the legendary dragon descendant, Qin Ling had skyrocketed to fame, becoming the most popular streamer on Douyin with over 8 million followers. Whenever Qin Ling appeared online, even just to show her face or dance a little, her fans would flock to her, showering her with gifts. Though their donations paled in comparison to the dragon descendants, the sheer volume of her fan base was impressive. Qin Feng entered his sister's live stream, uttering not a word before unleashing a barrage of gifts. Dragon descendant gifts the streamer Qin Ling a dream castle 1000. Dragon descendant gifts the streamer Qin Ling a dream castle 2000. Dragon descendant gifts the streamer Qin Ling a dream castle 3000. Dragon descendant gifts the streamer Qin Ling a dream castle 4000. In a flurry of activity, Qin Feng once again gifted his sister a staggering 100 million. Goodness. The dragon descendant returned once more, within a day, gifting Qin Ling another 100 million. How extraordinary. With a total of 200 million in 2 days, Qin Ling would never have to worry about her livelihood again. The envy and jealousy among others were palpable. Qin Ling's live stream erupted with excitement once more. I bet the dragon descendant must have a printing press for money at home. After showering her with 100 million the previous night, and another 100 million today, surely the wealthy benefactor had privately arranged a meeting with Qin Ling. One could only wonder if she had unlocked various secrets the night before. Dragon descendant, oh dear. Please consider taking me under your wing. Is there a spot for a loyal follower by your side? I am quite skilled. My heavens. Qin Ling was left speechless. She hurriedly messaged the illustrious benefactor, sending multiple messages without receiving a single reply. Who exactly was this dragon descendant? Why not engage in private chats? Why not arrange a meeting? What was his true intention? This left Qin Ling in a state of confusion. After bestowing the 100 million, Qin Feng logged off, eagerly anticipating the system's hundredfold return. Should the system indeed return 10 billion, his bank account would swell to 20 billion. Ouyang Guangming would surely be left agape. A minute passed before the system's voice finally chimed in. Ding! Host has rewarded the female streamer 100 million, and as a special reward, a bottle of Tianyuan pills, 10 pills in total. What? Tianyuan pills? Why not the hundredfold return? Do not ask. This is a random reward from the system, and each reward is distinct. How frustrating. I was deprived of a hundredfold return, effectively losing 50 million to the platform. This is utterly displeasing. What on earth are Tianyuan pills? Do not underestimate Tianyuan pills, dear host. They are 10 times more potent than the Xiaoyao Longhu pills. Qin Feng, in what way are they so remarkable? Tianyuan pills strengthen the body and preserve youth. They detoxify and have miraculous healing effects, even capable of treating cancer. Goodness. How extraordinary. What? They can also cure cancer? Is that true? The system claims they can cure, so they surely can. If you do not believe, go find a patient to test it. Oh yes, splendid. If the system asserts that Tianyuan pills can treat cancer, then they undoubtedly will. After all, the Xiaoyao Longhu pills have already proven the system's prowess. This system is nothing short of divine. Tears of joy streamed down Qin Feng's face. Heaven has smiled upon him. With these Tianyuan pills, his mother's illness would finally have a remedy. Chapter 43, Beautiful Aunt Qin Ling. Oh yes, oh yes, oh yes. This 100 million gift is worth it. More valuable than a hundredfold return. Qin Feng was elated, leaping about in his room, longing to rush to his mother's side and have her take the Tianyuan pills. As long as his mother's cancer could be cured, he would gladly forego the billions in his account. He would even sacrifice 10 years of his own lifespan for her longevity. You are my little apple. No matter how much I love you, it is never too much. Just as he was reveling in excitement, Qin Ling's call came through. Brother, something incredible has happened. A major event is unfolding. Qin Ling, why are you so flustered? What major event could possibly occur? That dragon descendant just gifted me another 100 million. In less than 2 days, he has bestowed a total of 200 million. What could he possibly want? Oh, did that wealthy benefactor message you privately? Did he invite you to a rendezvous? No, I reached out to him, but he hasn't replied. That's the strange part. Brother, there are so many beautiful streamers with stunning looks and figures. Why does he specifically choose to reward me? Since he hasn't invited you to meet. It's possible he already has a wife and children, and his donations are merely a token of appreciation. No, I sense there is more to this. If he harbors no intentions towards me, why gift me 200 million? Haha, perhaps he is a super rich tycoon with endless wealth, simply indulging in the thrill of gifting. With no other explanation, Qin Ling could only accept this notion. The platform takes a 50 cut, so I would still receive 50 million. Should I send it to you? Brother? Wait, brother, you gift me, and then I send it back to you. What kind of nonsense is that? Qin Ling, I am now married with luxury cars and a grand villa. Your sister-in-law runs a company that brings in 2 million a month, so I hardly have any expenses. Then, what shall we do with the 50 million? Should I send it to mom instead? Don't send it all to mom. Having too much money with her isn't safe. Just keep the 50 million for yourself. Spend it on whatever you desire. Brother, I want to spend this money. I prefer to save it for mom's treatment. as cancer treatment can be exorbitantly expensive. What a thoughtful little sister. Qin Feng had intended to tell his sister about the miraculous pills and their potential to cure their mother's illness. However, he hesitated. After all, no one had ever tested the Tianyuan pills. Everything remained uncertain. It would be prudent to wait a few days until after their mother had taken them and seen results. With the system's reward of Tianyuan pills, hope blossomed for his mother's recovery, and Qin Feng's mood lifted, prompting him to hum a cheerful tune. Brother, when are you coming to KFC? I can hardly wait to see the 4 little darlings. The little ones finish school at 4. I'll go pick them up and head over right away. All right, I'll head to KFC and wait for you. After leaving her live stream, Qin Ling donned a light makeup and slipped into a pink dress, looking absolutely stunning. With large, round eyes, 2 adorable dimples, a high ponytail, and an oval face. She radiated the essence of a youthful beauty. She first entered KFC to reserve a table, and when she saw Qin Feng walking in with 4 adorable children in tow, her eyes widened in astonishment. The 4 little ones stood at an equal height, donned in charming preschool uniforms, and carried delightful little yellow duck backpacks, exuding an irresistible cuteness. Unable to contain her excitement, she exclaimed, "Wow, what utterly adorable little treasures. Brother, your wife is truly remarkable at giving birth." Turning to the children, she encouraged, "Darlings, this is your auntie. Quickly greet your auntie. Auntie, I am the eldest, Lin Shun. Auntie, I am the second, Lin Yang. Auntie, I am the third, Lin Si. Auntie, I am the fourth, Lin Qi. How wonderful. Chun, Yang, Si, and Qi, what lovely names you have. Your auntie is overjoyed to meet you all. Daddy, daddy. My auntie is so beautiful, just like mommy, a stunning beauty. Heavens, what a sweet little mouth." Any girl would relish being complimented on her beauty. And Qin Ling felt a surge of happiness. Yet, she feigned curiosity. "Little ones, who is more beautiful, your auntie or your mommy?" "Mommy is beautiful, and so is auntie. Both are equally lovely. Look at that. These charming children are so eloquent." Unlike Qin Feng, who leans towards his wife, claiming she scores a 95 while Lin Shireen receives a perfect 100. What extraordinary little geniuses these are. I adore them to the core. "Children, what would you like to eat? Auntie is treating you." "Auntie, I want a hamburger." "Auntie, I want cola and fried chicken." "Auntie, I want a big chicken leg." "Auntie, I love to eat yo-yo." Wow, how adorable. Even their speech is delightful, simply too cute to handle. All right, everyone gets what they want. "Server, bring 4 of each." Soon, the server arrived with the food, and the little ones devoured it with gusto, resembling 4 little gluttons. As the 6 of them enjoyed their meal, Lin Shireen's video call came through. "Qin Feng, have you received the call from the 4 little ones?" "Yes, we are at KFC enjoying fried chicken. Would you like to join us?" "What? Again at KFC?" "Qin Feng, fast food is not good for the body if consumed excessively, especially for the little ones. Once or twice a month is sufficient." "Darling, it wasn't my invitation. It was Qin Ling treating the children to chicken legs." "Qin Ling? That is a lovely name." Lin Shireen's heart skipped a beat. Who is she? Could she be Qin Feng's ex-girlfriend? Chapter 44. A Hand That Sends Flying. Qin Ling is my sister. She is a freshman in college in Magic City, only 19 years old, a true beauty. "Come, Qin Ling, greet your sister-in-law." As he spoke, he handed her the phone. Qin Ling took it, and the screen instantly revealed an enchanting beauty, both sweet and fierce. How could such a stunning woman be my sister-in-law? Initially, when Qin Feng said she scored a 95 while Lin Shireen received a perfect 100, she felt indignant. However, upon seeing Lin Shireen in person, she was completely convinced. Heavens, such a flawless woman truly exists. "Qin Feng, you lucky fellow." "Sister, hello. You are so beautiful. I'm Qin Ling." "Qin Ling, you are quite lovely as well. Thank you for treating the 4 little ones to KFC. The children are too adorable. I really like them." "Sister, why don't you come and join us?" "No need. I have a contract to sign later. Next time, I'll treat you to dinner." "All right, let us arrange another time." Qin Ling returned the phone to Qin Feng. "My love, when will you be home from work? Should I come to pick you up? I have some matters to attend to tonight. I may be late." "Qin Feng, don't wait for me. Let the little ones rest early." "Okay, my dear, please be safe. Call me if you need anything." Lin Shireen then asked Qin Feng to show her the 4 little ones before finally hanging up. "Brother, you're quite impressive. Such a beautiful sister-in-law. Without asking for a house or a car, willingly giving you 4 children. Quickly, tell me how you wooed her." Qin Feng ruffled his hair, feeling rather proud. "Oh, matters of the heart are difficult to articulate. Qin Ling, you're still young. You'll understand when you fall in love." Qin Ling gave him a thumbs up. "Brother, you're amazing." The 6 of them laughed and chatted, enjoying hamburgers, chicken wings, and cola, reveling in their joyful camaraderie. Suddenly, a young man stormed into KFC, fuming, and marched straight up to Qin Ling. He glared at Qin Feng and then at the 4 little ones, his expression a mix of frustration and rage. Qin Ling, you said you wouldn't date before graduation. No wonder you repeatedly rejected my advances. It turns out you've already had 4 children with someone else. I have 4 children? Qin Ling gasped, nearly choking on her outrage. Wang Zizong, you scoundrel. What nonsense are you spouting? This is my elder brother. And these 4 children are my niece and nephews. Wang Zizong, a second-generation official and a notorious playboy, was 22 years old and in his 4th year of study. Having dated hundreds of girls, he changed girlfriends as often as one changes clothes, with the longest relationship never exceeding a month. This fellow particularly enjoyed pursuing freshmen, targeting the prettiest girl upon their arrival. Initially, he would shower them with sweet words, flowers, and diamonds, but once he grew bored, he would kick them aside and pursue new interests. Upon entering college, Qin Ling, with her pure and beautiful appearance, was voted the most beautiful campus flower. Wang Zizong buzzed around her like a fly, incessantly showering her with gifts, but Qin Ling ignored him entirely. The more she rejected him, the more he pursued her, especially after learning that a wealthy benefactor had gifted Qin Ling 200 million. Fearing that the beauty would be swept away by that mysterious tycoon, he kept a close watch on her, following her wherever she went. As soon as Qin Ling entered KFC, he followed closely behind. Seeing her laughing and talking with Qin Feng and the 4 little ones made him furious. Now that Qin Ling claimed this man was her brother, he finally felt some relief. Wang Zizong immediately altered his demeanor and approached Qin Feng, bowing and scraping. Good to see you, brother-in-law. Brother-in-law? Qin Feng frowned. What are you? Don't try to leverage connections. Hey, I'm Qin Ling's boyfriend. We'll be family soon. Please take good care of me, brother-in-law. Qin Ling panicked. Hey, who said you were my boyfriend? When did I ever agree to your pursuit? Shameless. Qin Ling, the entire school knows that Wang Zizong is pursuing you. If you don't become my girlfriend, wouldn't that make me look bad? Wang Zizong, we come from different worlds. I could never be your girlfriend. Don't come chasing after me shamelessly. Qin Feng chuckled disdainfully. You're not worthy of my sister. Get lost. Wang Zizong, the son of a powerful official in Magic City, was accustomed to having authority. When had this playboy ever been treated with such disdain? You, Qin Ling, pretending to be pure and virtuous. How many times did you sleep with that wealthy man last night? You scoundrel. You're shameless. Qin Ling was so enraged that she wanted to rush forward and confront him, but Qin Feng held her back. Qin Feng, however, remained calm and even beckoned with a finger. Kid, if you have the guts, take a step forward. What happens if I do? Smack. Qin Feng slapped Wang Zizong across the face. Wang Zizong stumbled backward, colliding with another table, and 2 of his front teeth flew out. Chapter 45. Rewarding the Tower of the Soup Prince. Everything happened too suddenly, and the surrounding patrons screamed in shock. Wow, that was incredible. To knock someone's teeth out with a single slap, how strong must that be? Who is this young man? Have you ever trained at the Shaolin Temple? In truth, this was merely Qin Feng's restraint. Had he unleashed his full power, Prince Tsung's teeth would have been utterly obliterated. My precious teeth. For a grown man to have his front teeth knocked out in public is an unparalleled humiliation, more painful than death itself. Prince Tsung was seething with rage. Unable to defeat you, I shall take it out on your son. You little brat, I'll crush you. Anger surged within him as he suddenly seized a heavy glass of cola from the table and hurled it towards Lin Chun. The glass was of thick, sturdy construction, and Lin Chun, being only 3 years old, would undoubtedly suffer grave injury if struck. No, Qin Ling screamed in terror. To wield a glass against a mere toddler reveals the depths of this man's cruelty. He is nothing short of a beast. Just as the glass was about to collide with De Bao's forehead, blood would surely follow. In the nick of time, Qin Feng sprang into action, with lightning speed. He caught the glass in his right hand, while swiftly cradling Lin Chun in his left. The movements were seamless, swift as a flash. Baby, are you okay? Did that scare you? Daddy, I'm fine. The other 3 children, oblivious to the danger, clapped their hands in delight, exclaiming, wow, Daddy's skills are amazing. So cool. A master's intervention is unmistakable. With just one move, Prince Tsung realized that Qin Feng was indeed trained. If he remained, he would surely meet a grim fate. His face pale, he turned to flee. But where could he escape? With a swift motion, Qin Feng flung the glass, like a bolt of lightning, striking Prince Tsung's knee. Ouch! With tremendous force, Prince Tsung's kneecap shattered, and he collapsed to the ground in agony. Qin Feng stepped forward, placing his foot on Prince Tsung's arm, with a decisive crack, breaking his right arm. An eye for an eye. A brutal response to an assault on a 3-year-old must be met with severe retribution. Anything less would be unjust. With broken limbs, Prince Tsung wailed in agony. He yearned to charge at Qin Feng, filled with a desire to exact revenge, wishing to see him torn to shreds. However, with his limbs shattered and pain coursing through him, he could only vent his fury upon Qin Ling. You little vixen, if you dare to bring someone to attack me, I will make you pay. Humph. You, of all people, think you deserve my sister? Dare to trouble Qin Ling, and next time, it won't just be your limbs that are broken, but your very head. Prince Tsong gasped in shock, instinctively touching his dog-like head. He understood that Qin Feng was not merely threatening. He was serious. Get lost. Fine, I'll leave. Qin Ling, mark my words. I shall not rest until I exact my revenge. It is worth noting that Prince Tsong and Duan Xiaoji are cousins. Their mothers are sisters. Both have suffered greatly at Qin Feng's hands, and the impending retaliation is nothing short of ominous. Prince Tsong crawled out of KFC, having been thoroughly beaten, while the three children applauded. Hooray, Daddy made the bad guy cry. Our daddy is incredible. Indeed, Daddy is the most formidable of fathers. The children, innocent and unaware of the peril, were joyous, but Qin Ling felt a tinge of fear. Brother, you don't understand. Prince Tsong's father is a high-ranking director. He has significant power. If you've broken his limbs, what will happen when he seeks revenge? Qin Ling, if he dares to disrespect you, just call your big brother. I will ensure he begs on his knees. The spectacle of Qin Feng defeating Prince Tsong left Qin Ling utterly astounded. After just a few days, when had her brother become so formidable? Brother, I remember you never trained in martial arts. What is going on? Those moves you just executed were beyond even the best martial artists. Qin Feng feigned mystery. Some secrets are not to be revealed. Qin Ling felt an inkling of something amiss, but his height and appearance hadn't changed at all. She was perplexed. 30 years in the East. 40 years in the West. From this moment forward, anyone who dares to bully me, Qin Feng, or my family shall find no peace in this world. Brother, you're amazing. After settling the bill, as the six exited KFC, an abrupt voice from the system sounded. Ding! Host demonstrates dominance to protect sister. Reward. A villa in the prestigious Tangxin Yiping building, valued at 5 billion. What the heck? A villa worth 5 billion? Is it not more luxurious than the Lin family's villa? To inflict harm and receive a villa as a reward. This is beyond delightful. Host, shall the villa be extracted or stored in your space? For now, let us store it. I want to be living there yet. Understood. The purchase contract for the villa is now stored in your space and can be retrieved at any time. Ha ha ha, system. Your service deserves a perfect score. I love it. The satisfaction of the host is the greatest honor for this system, which prides itself on being the invincible daddy system, dedicated to transforming the host into the most powerful and wealthy individual in the universe. Chapter 46. Inviting 4 adorable treasures as spokespersons. Upon exiting KFC, the 4 children clamored for snacks, ice cream, and chocolate. Whatever the adorable treasures desired, Qin Feng and Qin Ling unconditionally obliged. With Qin Feng's charm and Qin Ling's beauty, the 4 children were irresistibly cute. Wherever they went, they were a captivating sight. Wow, this family is exceptionally good-looking. Honestly, both adults and children could debut as stars. Indeed, they exuded an aura surpassing that of celebrities, inciting envy and admiration. The 6 of them drove towards the Victoria shopping center. Wow, brother, sister-in-law drives such a luxurious car, truly a family of wealth. Qin Ling squealed at the sight of the Range Rover. At 19, it was her first time in such an expensive vehicle worth millions. Qin Feng, however, remained unfazed. What is all the fuss about? Qin Ling, you are now the top female host on Douyin. Learn to be aloof. Do you understand? Brother, is a car worth millions really considered luxury? What nonsense. You now possess assets in the billions. You could buy dozens of such cars without a second thought. By the way, didn't you just get your driver's license? Tomorrow, I'll take you to the 4S shop to pick a car worth over 10 million. Buy a car worth over 10 million? Brother, are you insane? Insane? Life is short. One only lives for about 30,000 days. We must enjoy ourselves, otherwise. What is the point of being alive? Qin Ling felt she was still a student and didn't see the need to flaunt wealth with a car. No, brother. I think I should hold off on buying a car. Let us focus on treating Mom's illness first. Since his sister did not wish to buy, Qin Feng did not press the matter. After parking the Range Rover in the square, the group of 6 entered an import snack shop filled with high-end treats, chocolates, cotton candy, pistachios, Danish cookies, everything one could desire. The 4 children cheered with joy, tossing their favorites into the shopping cart. A large bag for the children. A large bag for Qin Ling. After purchasing the snacks, they took the elevator to the first floor. In the center of the hall, a stage had been erected, with colorful lights illuminating the space, where the high-end children's clothing brand Balabala was holding a new product launch. Victoria Square is the most popular shopping center in the city. Hosting a new product launch here attracts more attention than a television advertisement. 7 or 8 child models strutted down the runway in various beautiful outfits, accompanied by dynamic music and perfect strides, drawing a massive crowd. There's wisdom in the saying that one must seize the opportunity to gain fame early. The four children could not help but be captivated, pausing to watch. Wow, Daddy, look quickly. The little boys and girls on stage are wearing such beautiful clothes. They look so cool. Qin Feng glanced at the child models on stage, feeling somewhat disdainful. Children, there's no need to envy them. My little ones are far cuter and cooler on stage than they are. Qin Ling also expressed her agreement. Indeed, these little child models cannot compare to the adorable charm of my four little treasures. Just as she spoke, a beautiful woman in her 30s, exuding maturity and competence, approached with purpose. As she surveyed the four little ones, her eyes widened in astonishment, as though she had discovered a new world. Oh my, what incredibly adorable quadruplets. Their beauty is absolutely stunning. I am utterly captivated. Qin Feng responded with a calm smile. Thank you for the compliment, madam. Good day, sir. I am the design director of Balabala Children's Clothing. May I have the pleasure of making your acquaintance? She handed Qin Feng a business card. A quick glance revealed her title, Li Ziki, design director of Balabala. Oh, what insights do you have, Director Li? Insights? I wouldn't dare. I simply find your four little treasures irresistibly charming, perfectly aligned with Balabala's mission of adorableness. I sincerely invite them to be our brand ambassadors, if you would permit. Brand ambassadors? Qin Feng exchanged a surprised glance with Qin Ling. Please do not misunderstand. My children are not child stars. No. Your four little ones are even cuter than child stars. Among all the child models I know, your children rank number one in terms of beauty. Qin Feng found this remark quite flattering. If you agree, we can finalize the contract immediately, with a compensation reaching 7 figures. 7 figures, over $1 million, would be a significant sum for an average family. However, for Qin Feng or the Lin family, it was hardly noteworthy. Director Li, my children have never endorsed a product before and lack stage experience. They might not be suitable. Sir, the ability of young children to imitate is unparalleled. With just a few days of training, they could be ready for filming. Lindsay blinked her adorable big eyes, tugging at Li Ziki's skirt. Pretty auntie. What does it mean to be a brand ambassador? Is it fun? Oh, little sister, being a brand ambassador is delightful. You wear beautiful clothes, take photos, record videos, and appear on television, where all the big and little friends across the nation can see you. Wow, that sounds so much fun. Daddy, can we be brand ambassadors? All the children on TV will see us. How impressive. Having four little ones represent a children's clothing line would allow them to experience the world more. However, Qin Feng could not make a unilateral decision. After all, the children were not solely his. Would Lin Jintang and Lin Shiyin agree to let the four little ones step into the limelight? Director Li, let us hold off on signing the contract for now. I will discuss it with my wife and get back to you. Very well, I shall await your favorable response. Balabala sincerely hopes to collaborate with your four adorable treasures. Chapter 47. The Emergence of a Gaming Prodigy. After bidding farewell to Director Li, Qin Feng prepared to escort Qin Ling back to school and then take the four little ones home. On one side of the plaza, a row of claw machines piqued Lin Si and Lin Qi's interest. Young girls have an innate weakness for such plush toys, and they were utterly enchanted. Hand in hand, the two little girls excitedly ran to the claw machine, captivated by the beautiful plush toys inside, finding it hard to move away. In front of one machine, a young father was skillfully maneuvering the claw to win toys for his 4-year-old daughter. This father was a master, managing to retrieve 5 plush toys with just 10 game tokens, garnering envious glances from the surrounding children. Seeing the little girl clutching 5 toys, Lin Si and Lin Qi were filled with longing. Big sister, you have so many toys. Would you share one with us? No way. My daddy won these. He's the best daddy in the world. Lin Si was indignant. No, my daddy is the best in the world. He can fly. Can your daddy fly? Fly? Your daddy is not Superman. You're just boasting. My daddy is amazing at winning toys. Your daddy can't even get one. Lin Si and Lin Qi immediately turned to Qin Feng for assistance. Daddy, can you help us win a toy, please? Sweethearts, our home is overflowing with toys. Let us head back and not play anymore. No, we want to play. The big sister's daddy is winning toys. Our daddy should too. Yes. Our daddy cannot be outdone by others. Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback. Winning plush toys was a skillful endeavor. Years ago, while dating Wu Shanshan, he had exchanged 100 tokens during a shopping trip and failed to win a single toy. She had teased him about it for months. Now, his 2 precious daughters looked at him with hopeful eyes. What should he do? Did he really want to be outshone by another father? This was a predicament. Ding. Daughters plea for help, granting the mastery of gaming skills, ensuring success with every attempt. The host will excel at any game played. Oh yeah, this reward couldn't have come at a better time. With the system's encouragement, Qin Feng felt an overwhelming surge of confidence. All right, little ones, let us win some toys. Turning around, he scanned the area, exchanging for 500 tokens and placing them in a bag that felt heavy in his hands. Qin Ling widened her beautiful eyes in disbelief. No way, brother. You exchanged for an entire bag of tokens to win toys? What s 500 tokens? If we're playing, we should play to our hard-s content. The young father looked at Qin Feng as if he were foolish. Kid, what good is having so many tokens? Winning toys requires skill. Don't waste them all. Don't worry, I won T lose. My skills at winning toys are unparalleled. Huh, you just keep bragging. Qin Feng found it pointless to argue. Wouldn't it be more satisfying to let his actions speak for themselves? Brother, can I give it a try? Qin Ling, only 19 and still full of childlike enthusiasm, was eager to test her luck. Sure, Qin Ling, here are 20 tokens for you to practice. Qin Ling accepted the tokens, inserting them one by one into the machine as the catchy music played, signaling the start of the game. Auntie, I want that Angela toy. Grab it. Auntie, I want the beautiful sheep and the happy goat too. Hold on. Annie will get them for you. With poise and composure, Qin Ling maneuvered the claw, successfully capturing a plush toy and aiming for the drop hole. Alas, it was too slow, and she missed the opportunity. Qin Feng guided her on how to operate the machine, but no matter how he directed, Qin Ling exhausted her 20 tokens without winning a single toy. The little girl was visibly frustrated, her eyes wide with indignation. Brother, this machine is rigged. It's designed to be impossible to win. I'm done. The young father nearby rolled his eyes. TSK, miss, if you lack skill, don't blame the machine. What did you say? I said your skills are low. As he spoke, he managed to snag another plush bear, flaunting it triumphantly before them. Wow, your daddy is so amazing at winning toys. The four little treasures were filled with envy. Qin Ling, don't be upset. Watch your brother. Come on, with a system backing me. How could I lose to an ordinary person? Qin Feng inserted coins, grasped the joystick, and deftly maneuvered the claw, successfully retrieving an Angela plush. Lindsay scooped up the toy and hugged it joyfully. Wow, you did it, Daddy. You're amazing. Uffed, you only got one. My daddy has already won me 7. Daddy, can you keep winning? Qibao wants one too. Don't worry, my darlings. Today, Daddy will clear out all these plush toys for you. You're just boasting. You can't really clear them out. Qin Feng chuckled silently, continuing to insert tokens, winning one after another, achieving a flawless streak of 20 wins. Everyone knew that these claw machines were designed to ensure the odds of winning were low. With only a 5 chance of success, the owners were in it for profit. If winning one was luck, then winning 20 in a row was undeniably a display of skill. Look, Daddy has won us a mountain of toys. Wow, my father is truly remarkable. For little cherubs, clutching their plush toys, bounce and leap with joy, 100 times happier than if they had indulged in KFC. Qin Feng continues his deft maneuvers, effortlessly capturing one toy after another. With an impeccable success rate, the pile of prizes growing ever larger. Goodness gracious, it's astonishing. Qin Ling transitions from delight to shock, pondering how Qin Feng honed such extraordinary skills. Is his talent otherworldly? His claw machine prowess is nothing short of phenomenal. It's all rather peculiar. This lad must be harboring an enigmatic secret. My word, this boy is incredible. Each grasp is precise, a true marvel. How is it that he succeeds every single time? Surely he hasn't tampered with the machine? Chapter 48. This boy is a prodigy. My goodness. His technique at the claw machine is extraordinary. Qin Feng's unparalleled finesse swiftly attracts a crowd of onlookers, both adults and children, forming a throng so dense it seems impenetrable. They regard Qin Feng as a deity. Hush hush. The audience is ablaze with excitement. Whistles filling the air as they cheer him on. By all means, this is a genius. This lad is undoubtedly a master among masters. Indeed, with such skill, how could the owner possibly remain solvent? The gathered crowd is electrified, surpassing the buzz of a children's clothing launch event. All eyes are on him as the infectious music plays, each attempt yielding success, 0 misfires. With a flurry of deft moves, Qin Feng clears all the toys from the 6 machines. Yes, you read that correctly. Every last one. Not a single one remains. Initially, the 4 little ones held their toys close, but as the hall grew, they simply rolled about in a mountain of plushies. Wow, Daddy has won so many toys. My father is the most amazing dad in the world. Today I am so happy. Haha, when the baby is happy, Daddy is happy too. My word, a true genius. A group of onlookers stands dumbfounded before erupting in applause. It's incredible. I have lived for over 30 years and have never witnessed such a formidable talent. Awesome. Absolutely phenomenal. Handsome, your skills are unmatched. You belong in the Guinness World Records, globally #1. The self-proclaimed master of the claw machine is left agape, nearly dropping his jaw in astonishment at Qin Feng's dazzling display. Chuckling awkwardly, he approaches Qin Feng to shake his hand. Brother, you're amazing. My bad for not recognizing your prowess. I am truly impressed. Haha, it's just luck. Qin Feng's extraordinary feats soon catch the attention of the owner. A man in his 30s storms up to Qin Feng, seething with rage. Kid, are you trying to ruin my business? Ruin what business? Qin Feng deftly deflects his hand. I neither struck the machine nor employed any tricks. I merely played the game normally. Impossible. No one could clear hundreds of toys without some trickery. Unless you're a god. Indeed, this handsome lad is a deity. Stop defending him. If he didn't cheat, I'll eat dung live on stream. Owner. The crowd is watching. Come on, tell us what tricks he employed. He didn't hit your machine, so what is there to discuss? As the owner realizes he's raked in more than he can afford to lose, he urges Qin Feng to keep playing, desperate for a reprieve. Yes, let us keep going. We haven't seen enough yet. Right, more toys. More toys. The owner, staring at the mountain of plush toys, is nearly in tears. Little brother. This is a small business. Why do you have to go to such extremes? Oh please, spare me your sob story. Your setup is rigged to take advantage of customers. Exactly. Last time I played, I spent 100 and didn't win a thing. Today, I just encountered a master. Consider it bad luck. Yes, hurry up and restock. The owner, frantic, bows repeatedly to Qin Feng, nearly pleading. I have an elderly mother and a young family to support. It's not easy to earn a living. Please, I beg you, let me off the hook. You're reasonable, so I'll be reasonable. Qin Feng is just that kind of person. All right, everyone has it tough. I won't play anymore. What? You're not playing anymore? Handsome, we haven't had our fill. I'm done. There will be other days. Although he had enjoyed the game immensely, Qin Feng suddenly felt a pang of headache looking at the mountain of toys. Little ones. Shall we share the toys with other children? Daddy, why do we have to share? Because a good baby is one who understands the joy of sharing. All right, we will be good babies. Qin Feng felt a sense of pride as his children showed selflessness. All right, children who want toys, line up. My 4 little ones are giving away plushies. Yay, I want one. The surrounding children cheered in delight. Each of the 4 little ones picked 2 toys for themselves, distributing the rest among others. This scene left the owner utterly dumbfounded. What kind of operation is this? Spending money to win toys only to give them away? Is this boy out of his mind? After distributing the plush toys, Qin Feng approached the owner with a smile. Let us use the QR code. What do you want to do? I'm sending you money. Oh, the owner, skeptical, pointed to the QR code. Ding. Qin Feng directly transferred 100,000. Patting him on the shoulder, he said, everyone has it tough. Buy some food for the elderly and children. Consider these toys my purchase. Purchased? The owner gazed at the pile of toys, worth a maximum of 5,000, and upon seeing the 100,000 in his account, tears of joy streamed down his face. You're a good person, a truly good person. All right, children, playtime is over. Let us head home. Daddy, I'm so happy today. My daddy is the best in the world. Haha, my baby is the cutest in the world. The 6 of them headed towards the Land Rover when suddenly, a voice from the system rang out. Ding! Host assists others, being handsome and kind-hearted, special reward. 1000-fold cashback. Chapter 49, Getting the Beauty Drunk. What? 1000-fold cashback? Transferring 100,000 to the owner yields a staggering 100 million in return. After a delightful day of playing and showing off, I also receive 100 million in cashback. Haha. Life is splendid for a man with a system. The rewards are constant and varied, keeping one in eager anticipation. Having enjoyed the day, I first drop Qin Ling back at school, then head home. Goodbye, beautiful aunt. Goodbye for treasures. I'll come find you to play when I'm free. Okay. The baby likes the beautiful aunt the most. Those 4 little ones sure know how to charm. Qin Ling is utterly smitten with the 4 treasures. And as she enters the university campus, she waves goodbye with a smile. Upon returning to the villa, the 4 children excitedly recount to their grandfather Lin Jintong about Qin Feng's astonishing claw machine skills, leaving him utterly stunned. Qin Feng, did you really clear all the toys from 6 machines? Is this for real? What a genius. It's nothing, just luck. No. I've played that claw game myself. Even winning 1 or 2 after spending 100 is impressive. Clearing out the entire machine? That's a feat only a true master could achieve. Haha, grandfather is overpraising me. Lin Jintong suddenly felt youthful again. Qin Feng, why don't you take your grandfather next time to experience your skills? I'd love to see. Sure, if grandpa wants to play, we'll battle again tomorrow night. Haha. Lin Jintong looked at Qin Feng with increasing fondness, realizing that facilitating a union with Shireen was indeed the right choice. Qin Feng, ever since you moved into the Lin household, the 4 little ones have been far more joyful than before. Grandfather sincerely thanks you. Grandfather, how can you say such a thing? The 4 children are also my own flesh and blood. By the way, where is Shireen? Why hasn't she returned yet? Ineen mentioned that she has an important contract to sign tonight and might come back quite late. I see. All right, I'll call her now. With concern for her, Qin Feng dialed Lin Shireen's number. Hello. Darling, have you finished your work? Shall I come to pick you up? Qin Feng, I'm on my way to the hotel. After signing the contract, I will head home. You should put the children to bed first. They have school tomorrow. All right, call your husband if you need anything. After hanging up, for some inexplicable reason, Qin Feng's eyelids began to twitch uncontrollably. An unsettling feeling surged within him. It seemed as though something was about to unfold tonight. Shanghai, a first-tier city in the country, notorious for its exorbitant living costs, with housing prices so steep they could drive one to despair. Yet, every year, countless dream chasers flock here. The competition is fierce, and to secure a place in this land of precious real estate, one must exert untold effort. Lin Shireen is no exception. Despite her wealth exceeding billions, she tirelessly strives to elevate her brand, Shiyun, into the ranks of the Fortune 500. The Emperor International Hotel. The largest and most opulent hotel in Shanghai, without question. In a luxurious private room on the 88th floor, Lin Shireen is set to sign a $1 billion overseas contract. Should this deal come to fruition, the Shiyun brand will break into international markets. Typically, Lin Shireen would delegate such contracts to senior management, but given the immense financial stakes, she places great importance on this agreement and wishes to handle it personally. Initially, she had planned to bring 2 assistants, but the other party insisted she come alone. Suspicious. Lin Shireen discreetly tucked a self-defense stun baton into her bag, just in case. The representative from the partnership, a 30-year-old Caucasian named Peter, stood at an imposing height of 2 meters, with golden hair, blue eyes, and a commanding presence. Mr. Peter, I apologize for the delay. I was caught in traffic. Although Peter was a foreigner, he had long been stationed in the country and spoke Mandarin with a fluency surpassing that of many locals. He checked his Patek Philippe watch. Wearing a haughty expression, Ms. Lin, as the host, you're 10 minutes late. You should be more punctual. Lin Shireen elegantly placed her bag on the chair. Responding with a poised smile, Mr. Peter, we agreed to meet at 9. You arrived half an hour early, and given the traffic, my 10-minute delay is quite justifiable. Peter paused, clearly taken aback by the sharp wit of this beautiful CEO. Haha, considering how stunning you are, I suppose I can forgive you. Thank you. Lin Shireen, decisive and efficient, retrieved 2 copies of the contract from her briefcase and presented them to him. Mr. Peter, the terms are printed as we previously discussed. Please review them. There are no additional clauses. Let us sign the contract first. Signing is merely a matter of a stroke of the pen, but I'm hungry. Let us have a meal first, shall we? With this request, as the host, Lin Shireen had no choice but to comply, instructing the waiter to bring wine and dishes. Soon, a table laden with exquisite delicacies was set, and Lin Shireen even ordered a bottle of Remy Martin XO. Just this bottle of wine alone was worth 120,000 yuan, a clear indication that she was not a stingy person. Just as she signaled the waiter to open the wine, Peter suddenly expressed a desire for white liquor instead. Reluctantly, Lin Shireen had to order a bottle of aged Maotai, the feast of delicacies, red wine. And white liquor would amount to at least 500,000 yuan. However, securing this overseas order would justify any expense. Peter instructed the waiter to bring a dozen small cups, filling 10 of them with liquor and neatly arranging them before Lin Shireen. What? Mr. Peter, what is the meaning of this? There are only the 2 of us in this room. Every minute of delay incurs a penalty drink, Ms. Lin. You're 10 minutes late, so that has 10 cups. What? Is this really happening? Lin Shireen was utterly taken aback. This was 52-degree Maotai. 10 small cups amounted to at least half a gene. Consuming it all at once would be a challenge for anyone, let alone a woman. Beautiful Lin, drink up to show your sincerity. Once you finish, I will immediately sign the contract. Peter leered, his gaze lingering on her. Lin Shireen suddenly sensed danger. Oh no, this lecherous man might harbor ill intentions, attempting to intoxicate her for his own nefarious purposes. What should she do? Leave? But this was a 1 billion order. Drink? Or refuse? Lin Shireen found herself in a quandary. Qin Feng, come save me. Should I drink this or not? Lin Shireen felt trapped. The Shiyun brand was the culmination of her parents' lifelong efforts, and on their deathbed, they had urged her, Shireen, you are the only child of the Lin family. You must strive to grow the company and break into the Fortune 500, or your parents will never rest in peace. She knew well that with Shiyun's current resources, breaking into the Fortune 500 required opening up overseas markets. In the world of business, deception has always been the norm. It was impossible for a few cups of white liquor to defeat her, Lin Shireen. For the sake of this overseas order, she was determined. All right, I'll drink. Lin Shireen, with her fiery spirit, seized the 10 small cups of Maotai and downed them in one go. Peter stared, astonished. This woman was indeed extraordinary. Haha, Ms. Lin. You're a true woman of prowess. Impressive drinking capacity. Peter expressed his admiration. As Lin Shireen finished the liquor, a cunning glint sparkled in Peter's eyes. Cough, cough. This 52-degree liquor is quite potent. Lin Shireen struggled to suppress the turmoil in her stomach, coughing several times. Ms. Lin, are you all right? Peter feigned concern. I'm fine. Mr. Peter, I've finished the liquor. It's time for you to sign the contract. I senti it? Sure, I'll sign. He readily agreed, swiftly signing with a flourish. The 1 billion contract was secured. Seeing Peter's signature on the document, Lin Shireen finally felt a sense of relief. She planned to eat quickly and leave, as being alone with a man posed increasing danger with every passing moment. Lin Shireen, ever vigilant, discreetly positioned her stun baton behind her, prepared to defend herself should he dare to overstep his bounds. Ms. Lin, your capacity for liquor is impressive. A woman managing such a large company is remarkable. Alas, my parents passed away early. Who else would manage the company if I didn't? Such a stunning beauty as you could easily live a life of ease. Lin Shireen furrowed her brow. What do you mean by that? Ahem. I've heard that the richest young man in Shanghai, young Master Duan, has pursued you for 5 years. Why isn't he? The beautiful Lin agreed. Lin Shireen stared at him in confusion. Why was he bringing up Duan Shaoji for no apparent reason? Something felt amiss. Mr. Peter, how do you know Duan Shaoji? Peter's gaze flickered with unease as he evasively responded. Oh, I don't know him. I've just heard about him. Mr. Peter, please continue your meal. I need to visit the restroom. After consuming nearly half a gin of 52-degree liquor, she felt the urge to purge her stomach. Moreover, this man did not seem well-intentioned. She decided to call Qin Feng to come and pick her up. As she rose, an overwhelming fog enveloped her mind. Her feet felt as though they were treading upon cotton, and a profound weakness coursed through her body, causing her eyelids to droop. Am I already intoxicated? Lin Marin, are you all right? A sudden jolt of realization surged through Lin Shireen. This was not the symptom of drunkenness, but rather akin to the effects of some insidious drug. It mirrored precisely the state she had experienced 4 years prior, when she had been drugged. Only this time, it was far more severe. This is bad. I've been drugged. Turning abruptly, she caught Peter gazing intently at her, and the gravity of the situation dawned on her. Grabbing her bag and contract, she prepared to flee the room, but was suddenly overcome by weakness, collapsing to the floor. Peter, did you dare to drug my drink? What do you intend to do? Lin Marin, I apologize, but there is an old Chinese saying, money can make the devil push the millstone. What do you mean? Peter smiled enigmatically, clapped his hands, and the door to the room swung open, revealing a figure emerging from within. Lin Shireen gasped in horror. Duan Shaoji, what are you doing here? It became clear that the two had conspired together. Upon hearing of Peter's contract with Lin Shireen, Duan Shaoji had secretly laced the liquor with drugs, ensuring she ingested it, and intended to pay Peter 100 million upon success. Seeing Lin Shireen incapacitated, he recognized his scheme had succeeded. How did I end up here? Lin Shireen, I warned you that I would not let you go. With a knowing glance, Peter discreetly exited, firmly closing the door behind him. Lin Shireen's eyes widened in fury. Duan Shaoji, was it you who drugged me on my birthday 4 years ago? Indeed. It was I who laced your drink back then as well. Beautiful one, unless I have you at my mercy, I, Duan Shaoji, vow never to be a man. You bastard. You shameless fiend. May you meet a wretched end. Lin Shireen, for years ago, you escaped, but tonight, you shall not slip from my grasp. I intend to make you feel both ecstasy and despair. Scoundrel, go die. Lin Shireen trembled with rage, attempting to retrieve her self-defense baton from her back. But her body was too weak, the effects of the drug rendering her immobile. Clinging to a shred of consciousness, she dialed Qin Feng's number. Qin Feng, I've been drugged. Help me, please. My dear, what's wrong? Where are you? Send me your location. No wonder my eyelids were twitching tonight. Something was bound to happen. He had no idea where Lin Shireen was. How could he possibly save her? Duan Shaoji seized the phone from her. Having bided his time for 5 years, resolved to unleash all his grievances tonight. Qin, your woman is in my possession. You have 10 minutes to arrive at the 88th floor of the Imperial Hotel, where you will witness a live broadcast of her fate. Duan Shaoji calculated that Qin Feng would not arrive in time, emboldening his audacity. What do you intend to do? Qin Feng gritted his teeth, fists clenched. What do you think? I'm going to have my way with your wife. His laughter echoed with malicious delight. He sought vengeance and aimed to trample Qin Feng underfoot. Chapter 51. A helicopter reward for the hero to the rescue. Ah, scoundrel. Qin Feng yearned to tear him limb from limb. Duan, if you dare disrespect my wife, I will flay your skin, draw your tendons, and leave you without a burial place. You have 10 minutes. If you're late, your woman will become mine. Ha ha. You wretch, if you touch a hair on her head, I will turn you into pulp. Though Qin Feng's words were fierce, his heart raced with urgency. Time was of the essence. Lin Shireen was losing her grip on consciousness, and if Duan Shaoji's vile intent was realized, how could he bear to live with it? Yulong Mountain Villa was over 10 kilometers from the Imperial Hotel. Even at breakneck speed, 10 minutes was an impossible feat. What to do? Even with his extraordinary skills, Qin Feng was at a loss. Ding. Host is in peril. Special reward. 1 helicopter, along with piloting skills, to assist the host in rescuing the damsel in distress. With a whoosh, the latest model helicopter materialized on the rooftop. Having a system is truly exceptional. This reward came just in time. Overjoyed, Qin Feng sprinted to the rooftop and leaped into the cockpit. Despite having never piloted a plane, the system's enhancement made him feel like a seasoned captain with a decade of experience. The helicopter ascended, soaring over towering edifices, racing towards the Imperial Hotel. My love, do not fear. I am coming to save you. Inside the room, Lin Shireen possessed a figure that was the epitome of perfection, every inch a marvel. A slender waist easily clasped by a hand, her skin radiating a luminous glow. The most beautiful woman in the Magic City was not without reason. Or else Duan Xiaoji would not be so utterly captivated. Duan Xiaoji licked his lips. This woman, whom he had long pursued, was finally within his grasp. He was determined to possess her completely. Lin Shireen shook her head vigorously, clinging to the last vestige of her consciousness. She could not allow him to triumph. Duan Xiaoji, you are inhuman. May you meet a wretched fate. Lin Shireen, you brought this upon yourself. No woman I desire has ever escaped my clutches. And you shall be no exception. You dare disrespect me, and Qin Feng will not spare you. He will flay your skin, leaving you without a grave. Enough with your empty threats. Lin Marin, your wild man is inept. Tonight, you will yield to me. Lin Shireen's gaze grew hazy, as if veiled by a mist, making her even more alluring in Duan Xiaoji's eyes. Such a bewitching creature could no longer be resisted. My beauty, I am coming for you, tonight. You will remember me for all eternity. Bang! The door to the room was kicked open. Qin Feng seemed to descend from the heavens. Upon witnessing the scene before him, a murderous glint flashed in his eyes. He launched a kick towards Duan Xiaoji. The scoundrel was sent crashing against the wall, then rebounding down, howling in agony. How did you get here? Duan, tonight marks your demise. What do you intend to do? Duan Xiaoji's eyes filled with terror as he recoiled fearfully. Qin Feng remained silent, seizing a pair of chopsticks from the table and driving them deep into Duan Xiaoji's pants. A scream erupted in the room. The 2 objects were destroyed, and Duan Xiaoji fainted from the pain. Were it not for the constraints of a lawful society, he would not have lived to see the night. My dear, do not fear. I will take you home. Qin Feng gathered the handbag and contract, cradling the beauty as he exited the room. The sound of the helicopter's whirring had drawn the attention of security. Qin Feng wished to avoid complications, not wanting to visit the police station for a statement, and needed to leave swiftly. Are you Qin Feng? Have you come to save me? Lin Shireen murmured. Her vision of Qin Feng blurred. My dear, I am your husband. The scoundrel has been dealt with. Let us go home. Lin Shireen's gaze remained unfocused, her delicate face pressed against Qin Feng's. As they stepped out of the room, several guests approached, chuckling at the sight. Goodness, today's youth are so bold, engaging in such antics even before reaching their rooms. Chapter 52, The Alluring Little Temptress. Damn, youth is indeed exhilarating. Had I been younger, I would have outdone them. Qin Feng paid no heed to the astonished and mocking gazes of onlookers, carrying Lin Shireen as he made his way to the rooftop. He aimed to depart before security arrived. It was not that Qin Feng feared anyone, but he wished to avoid unnecessary trouble and police involvement. Please, don't be uncomfortable. Lin Shireen's delicate lips grazed against his face and neck, igniting an insatiable desire within Qin Feng. However, under such circumstances, public displays of affection were out of the question. Time was of the essence. With a swift motion, he struck the beauty on her shoulder, causing her to let out a soft whimper before momentarily losing consciousness. Qin Feng carefully lifted her into the helicopter, secured her with a seatbelt, and immediately took off towards the Yulong Mountain Villa. No sooner had the helicopter ascended than a group of burly security guards armed with electric batons arrived in unison. The helicopter appeared and vanished without a trace. Could it be the arrival of some influential figure? Upon reviewing the surveillance footage, the guards were met with an entirely unfamiliar face. Who was this remarkable individual? Following the trail, they burst into the private room, only to find Duan Xiaoji on the brink of death, causing them to gasp in astonishment. Signs of a struggle were evident, and even a cursory glance would reveal the chaos that had unfolded. Sir, what has happened? Do you need us to call the police? Duan Xiaoji slowly regained consciousness, his face as pale as snow, his bloodshot eyes filled with murderous rage. Damn it! Who dares to call the police? I want his life. Get out. The humiliation of having his pride pierced by Qin Feng was unbearable, if word got out. How could he possibly maintain his standing in the city? Even if it meant dying outside, He would rather swallow his own teeth than suffer such disgrace. Ah, Qin, I will have your flesh torn apart. The guards left in a huff, cursing under their breath. This grudge will not go unavenged. I, Duan Xiaoji, swear it. He fumbled for his phone and managed to dial emergency services, realizing that if he did not get to the hospital soon, he might truly meet his end. 6 minutes later, the helicopter landed on the rooftop of the Lin family villa. To avoid drawing attention, he carried Lin Shirin down and promptly stored the helicopter in his spatial realm. The advantages of having a system were undeniable. Even helicopters could be rewarded and stored at will. As he reached the 4th floor, he nearly collided with Lin Jintong, who was rushing upwards in a flurry of anxiety. Grandfather, what are you doing? Qin Feng, I heard the sound of a helicopter on the rooftop. What is going on? Who arrived? No, there is no helicopter. I didn't hear anything. Impossible. I used to fly planes in the military. I know that sound. Oh, if you don't believe me, why not go up and see for yourself? Lin Jintong dashed to the rooftop, only to find it utterly empty. How strange. Could I have misheard? Am I getting old? Or is my hearing failing? Upon returning to the 4th floor, he finally noticed Qin Feng cradling Lin Shirin. Qin Feng, what happened to Shirin? Oh, it's nothing. She had a few drinks with a client and got a bit tipsy. I just brought her home from the hotel. You should give her a bowl of detox tea. She should be fine after a good night's sleep. Sure, grandfather. I'll take my wife back to her room. Qin Feng. It's not easy for a woman like Shirin to succeed on her own. Take good care of her. Though their marriage was contractual, who could predict the complexities of young hearts? Qin Feng, with his charisma and responsibility, was the biological father of 4 children. Lin Jintong feigned ignorance, hoping their pretense would blossom into something genuine. Don't worry, grandfather. I will. With the elder's blessing, Qin Feng felt emboldened. He carried Lin Shirin directly into her bedroom, turned on the air conditioning, and laid the beauty on the bed. Having been affected by the aphrodisiac, she would hopefully simply sleep it off. Taking a deep breath, Qin Feng was about to leave when Lin Shirin suddenly awakened. Don't leave me. Her slender arms wrapped around his neck, pulling him down with an irresistible force. Wife, what are you doing? Qin Feng felt a chill run through him. Water could extinguish fire, and she desperately sought comfort in him. In the still of the night, with a stunning beauty in his embrace whispering enticing words, Lin Shirin resembled a captivating sprite. As a normal man, how could Qin Feng withstand such temptation? In fact, he had already responded in kind during the helicopter ride. With circumstances aligning, he was ready to embrace her fully, confident that Lin Shirin would not hold it against him. After all, she had initiated this. Chapter 53. This man is so handsome. Qin Feng, charming yet not lascivious, believed that true intimacy required a genuine fusion of spirit and body. Under the influence of the aphrodisiac, Lin Shirin was in a haze. In such a state, she would not reject any advances. Damn it, I feel like a dog in heat. Yet, he possessed his own dignity. Such matters should wait until Lin Shirin was genuinely awake and in love with him. However, her persistent embrace and playful kisses rendered him restless. What to do? What to do? The system's voice abruptly chimed in. Ding. If the host does not wish to engage in intimacy with his wife, he may administer Tianyuan Dan. Tianyuan Dan. System, does this pill counteract the aphrodisiac? The Tianyuan Dan can neutralize all poisons. Feel free to administer it. Not only will it detoxify, but it also enhances fitness, beauty, and eternal youth. Oh, how splendid. The system truly is remarkable, always ready to alleviate the host's troubles. Qin Feng promptly extracted a Tianyuan Dan from his spatial realm, crushed it, and administered it to Lin Shirin. Remarkably, the divine medicine worked wonders. After taking the pill, Lin Shirin's body temperature gradually subsided, and she quickly fell into a deep slumber, ceasing her attempts to seduce Qin Feng. Phew. Qin Feng finally exhaled, feeling as if he had just returned from a battlefield. He initially intended to leave the bedroom, but felt uneasy. Lin Shirin was the first person to consume Tianyuan Dan, and he was uncertain of its effects. What if it didn't work, and she became overly aroused in the middle of the night? Forget it. There was no harm in sleeping beside his own wife. As for any impure thoughts, he could simply exercise restraint. Qin Feng removed his t-shirt and settled down, holding Lin Shirin as they both slept fully clothed. Initially, he wrestled with restless thoughts and an insatiable itch, but after a night of tossing and turning, he finally succumbed to deep slumber in the early hours. The next morning, after a night of sleep, Lin Shirin awoke to find Qin Feng wrapped around her. To her dismay, his right leg rested heavily on her hips. Qin Feng, why are you in my bed? Clearly, she had little recollection of the events from the previous night. What a racket so early in the morning. You're deafening. The sun hasn't even risen. Let me sleep. Sleep? You think this is amusing? Lin Shirin summoned unexpected strength, dragging him upright. Qin Feng, get up. Explain why you secretly climbed into my bed. You're a rogue. Qin Feng rolled his eyes. Please, spare me the nonsense. Who asked the rogue here? Last night. Someone was the one clinging to me and insisting on kissing. Lin Shireen looked utterly bewildered. What video? With a mischievous grin. Qin Feng retrieved his phone and opened the video. Lin Shireen's eyes widened as she saw herself desperately clinging to him, like an octopus, fervently attempting to kiss. He had originally intended to keep this video for his own amusement during lonely nights, but it had proven invaluable at this critical moment. Wife, this is the evidence. Qin Feng, quickly delete that video. It's mortifying. If you don't, I'll fight you. Lin Shireen, perceived as an aloof goddess by others, had unexpectedly let loose the night before, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Qin Feng, why did I act that way? My dear wife, do you truly not recall the events of last night? What transpired? At the Imperial Hotel, Duan Xiaoji conspired with a client to drug your drink. And it was fortunate that I arrived just in time. Imperial Hotel? Duan Xiaoji? Peter? With Qin Feng's reminder, the scenes from last night replayed vividly in her mind. Duan Xiaoji, you scoundrel, how dare you drug me multiple times? I shall end you. Qin Feng seized her arm. My love, vengeance has been exacted. He now lies in a hospital bed, likely wishing for death. What have you done to him? Lin Shireen was well aware of Qin Feng's ruthlessness. Duan Xiaoji dared to tarnish her, and he would undoubtedly meet a dire fate. I did not do much, merely rendered him incapable of fatherhood. Lin Shireen gasped in shock. Rendered incapable of fatherhood, he would live the rest of his life as a eunuch. With the power of the Duan family, would they let this transgression go unpunished? This enmity, without a doubt, has grown ever deeper. Lin Shireen stared blankly at Qin Feng. You held me like this last night, and truly did nothing? My love, are you suggesting you wished for me to do something? To speak seriously, did anything happen? Given that we are both fully clothed, how could anything occur? Besides, do you not have an inkling of the answer in your heart? Lin Shireen faltered, murmuring to herself. Am I not beautiful enough? Is my figure not alluring enough? Women are truly strange. If a man acts upon you, it is deemed lewdness. If he refrains, you question your own allure. Had Qin Feng taken her last night, Lin Shireen would not have blamed him, for she had pursued him. Yet, this man had held her through the night without crossing any boundaries. What tremendous self-control he possessed. With responsibility and integrity, he compelled her to reassess him. Qin Feng, clad only in trousers, with his bronzed skin and sculpted abs, bore a tantalizing hint of a chiseled physique. Who would have thought this man so extraordinarily handsome? Chapter 54. The first time, reward of 100 billion. Qin Feng's sharply defined features and straight nose accentuated his chiseled visage, his Adam's apple bobbing with virility. In an instant, Lin Shireen realized she had fallen for this man, not out of lust, nor mere excitement, but with a profound and genuine love. She flung herself into Qin Feng's embrace. Qin Feng, you are a true man. I love you. My dear, what is this? Lin Shireen took the initiative to embrace him, leaving Qin Feng somewhat bewildered. Qin Feng, I am completely in love with you. My love, are you truly prepared for this? Despite Qin Feng's usual flippant demeanor and constant desire to possess beauty completely, at this critical moment, he found himself somewhat restrained. Apart from their passionate encounter 4 years ago, he had not touched another woman. Yes, I am ready. Lin Shireen nestled against Qin Feng like a docile kitten, her small hand tracing circles on his chest. This enchanting creature was both beautiful and enticing, igniting an insatiable yearning within him. She bore a distinctly captivating fragrance that wafted into his nostrils, causing his breath to quicken. Lin Shireen sensed the change in his body. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. The once shy allure in her eyes transformed into a sultry gaze. At that moment, she was truly smitten. Qin Feng, I wish to be with you forever. My love, I love you too. One filled with youthful vigor, the other a vision of beauty. As their feelings deepened, everything fell into place. Qin Feng's suppressed passion erupted as he rolled atop her. 2 hours later, Qin Feng carried Lin Shireen to the bathroom for a romantic bath. When the system's voice chimed in, ding, the host and wife have shared their first intimate moment. With numerous positions, a reward of 100 billion dog food coins is granted. 100 billion dog food coins? How much is that? 100 billion dog food coins equate to 100 billion Chinese yuan. Goodness. After our first kiss, I have instantly become a billionaire. Wait, this reward seems rather generous. Haha, my love, we have struck it rich. Struck it rich? Did you win 1 billion again? No, this time it is 100 billion. Are you out of your mind? Dream on. Never mind, there is no benefit in arguing. One day, you will come to believe it. After their bath, Qin Feng laid her on the bed. Lin Shireen gazed at her husband's muscular physique, exuding masculinity, unable to resist wrapping her arms around his neck. Goodness, this woman, though seemingly demure, still yearned for more after multiple encounters, leaving Qin Feng somewhat overwhelmed. Could it be that she had consumed Tianyuan pills? Ding, host, Tianyuan pills not only detoxify and beautify, but also enhance physical vitality, amplifying the couple's intimate encounters. Goodness. With that explanation, it all makes perfect sense. My dear, perhaps this is not such a bad thing. At worst, the husband could take a dose too. Hee. There are still 99 Longhu pills stored away. Bring it on. Who is afraid of whom? Qin Feng grinned mischievously. My love, shall we go again? Is your stamina really not inferior to that of a woman? Are you joking? Would I ever lose to you? Qin Feng, unyielding, took the lead, pressing himself against her. Ding ding ding. Just as Qin Feng prepared to proceed further, Lin Shirin's phone rang urgently. The abrupt and frantic ringing nearly startled Qin Feng into submission. For heaven's sake, who is ruining the moment at such a critical time? They exchanged glances, sharing an awkward smile. Lin Shirin adjusted her position, reached for her phone, and saw it was the security captain from the company calling. Hello, this is Lin Shirin. What is the matter? Lin Zong, we have a serious situation. A girl claims that your Shiryun essence has disfigured her face and is demanding 100 million in compensation, threatening to jump from the 25th floor otherwise. What? Jumping off? Lin Shirin was so startled that her phone nearly slipped from her grasp. All right, Captain Wong, please secure the scene. I will arrive immediately. My love. Who is threatening to jump? A girl claims that your Shiryun essence has disfigured her, and she is threatening to jump from the building. My goodness. It has escalated that much? With lives at stake, neither of them could afford to linger in affectionate embraces, hastily donning their clothes and rushing to the company. My dear, do not fret. The issue will be resolved. I will accompany you to the company. 20 minutes later, Qin Feng drove to the Lin Corporation. The situation was dire. The security captain had already called the police. Officers had laid out large inflatable mats below, and firefighters and paramedics were on standby for emergencies. A perimeter had been established, with several officers wielding megaphones, instructing unauthorized personnel to remain outside. At this moment, during peak working hours, employees of Shiryun and those from surrounding companies formed a thick crowd, eagerly observing the commotion. They pointed towards the rooftop, whispering and speculating. Goodness, Shiryun has found itself in a serious predicament. The essence has led to consumer disfigurement. Who would dare purchase their products now? Precisely, even babies would hesitate. This incident is bound to shake the domestic cosmetics industry to its core. Shiryun's aspirations to rank among the top 3 will be considerably challenged. Chapter 55, The Girl's Desperate Leap. With such a significant incident unfolding, journalists from television stations arrived promptly, setting up equipment to capture the breaking news. As soon as Lin Shirin appeared at the company entrance, a female reporter rushed forward, microphone in hand. Lin Zong, as a reputable domestic brand. Your company's essence has encountered issues leading to consumer disfigurement and a potential suicide. What do you have to say regarding this? Truly, the reporter's incisive questioning struck to the heart of the matter. Even though Lin Shirin had weathered many storms, she could not help but be taken aback. Qin Feng gallantly positioned himself in front of Lin Shirin, who dares to assert that there is an inherent flaw in the quality of Shiryun's products. Have you conducted any testing? Where is the quality inspection report? Please refrain from fabricating unfounded claims. The reporter, cornered, seethed with indignation. You, who are you to speak on behalf of General Manager Lin? I am her husband. Do I not possess that right? You, as a journalist, you must adhere to the principles of factual reporting. Qin Feng, cease this futile argument and ascend to the rooftop to save the person in distress. The two hastened to the top floor via the elevator. On the rooftop, the security chief and 3 firefighters were earnestly attempting to persuade a girl poised to jump. The girl stood perilously at the edge of the rooftop, her demeanor frantic, her skirt fluttering in the wind, teetering on the brink of catastrophe. General Manager Lin, you have finally arrived. Captain Wong, what exactly transpired? How did the girl manage to get to the rooftop? The girl claimed that the essence from our Shiryun product had disfigured her face and demanded compensation of 100 million, threatening to leap from the 25th floor if her demands were not met. Lin Shirin gasped in shock. A girl's face is more precious than life itself. If she truly had been disfigured by Shiryun's essence, Lin Shirin would willingly compensate her 100 million. However, the formula for this essence is gentle, and the quality inspection passed with flying colors. She had been using this essence herself and had never received any complaints from consumers. What could possibly be amiss? Lin Shirin approached the girl slowly, her voice gentle. Little sister, I am the head of Shiryun. Please come over. Let us discuss this matter calmly, shall we? Discuss? What is there to discuss? You need to compensate for my ruined face. The girl whirled around. Lin Shirin was confronted with a face that was swollen and grotesque, oozing pus, devoid of any healthy skin, a sight both shocking and tragic. Heavens, how could it be this severe? I used your Shiryun essence, and now my face is disfigured. What meaning does living hold? Woe is me. I might as well jump and end it all. The firefighters hesitated to rush in. hoping Lin Shireen would agree to compensate, persuading the girl to step down first. Little sister, please calm down and come here. If it is indeed the quality of the essence that has caused this issue, the company will cover all your losses. I won't budge. You must issue me a check for 100 million immediately, or I will jump. The stakes were high. Lin Shireen, being compassionate, agreed to write the check. But Qin Feng intervened. Agreeing to pay would undoubtedly imply an admission of the essence's flawed quality. It would not merely be a matter of 100 million. The Shiyun brand would be irrevocably tarnished. Moreover, could applying a bottle of essence truly lead to disfigurement? Surely, there was more to this than met the eye. Beep, host. Do not compensate. This girl is not disfigured, but is merely wearing a special effects makeup. Ah, special effects makeup? Qin Feng smirked inwardly, confirming his suspicions. System. Why would she resort to such tactics? It is all due to Shiyun's rising prominence, securing overseas orders, inciting jealousy and suppression from competitors. This girl is merely a pawn in their scheme. Understood. Armed with this revelation from the system, Qin Feng felt a surge of confidence. If it was all an act, she would never truly jump. He whispered to Lin Shireen, "Wife, this girl is performing." "What?" Lin Shireen's eyes widened in astonishment. "Do not make a sound. Allow me to handle this." Qin Feng approached the girl, a serene smile gracing his lips. "Little sister, stop the theatrics. This is the 25th floor. Falling could lead to death, but should you survive and become disabled, it would be a fate worse than death. What nonsense are you spouting? Stay back, or I will jump." Qin Feng merely chuckled, dismissively. "Who are you trying to scare? If you wish to jump, why not put on a show for us?" "Hey, sir. This is a matter of life and death. How can you utter such words?" The firefighters were incensed. "Calm down, brother. Her face is not disfigured. She merely has special effects makeup." "What? Special effects makeup? Stop your nonsense. I applied Shiyun's essence, and that is what caused my disfigurement." Still trying to argue? "Security. Bring a basin of water. Let us reveal her true appearance." "Why you are talking nonsense." The girl, flustered, retreated to the edge of the rooftop, inadvertently stepping into empty space. Chapter 56. Reward for the Beauty Bomb Formula. "Ah!" the girl screamed. Falling from the 25th floor, she was faced with either death or injury. Lin Shireen and the three firefighters were nearly paralyzed with fear. In a split second, Qin Feng leaped into action. Seizing the railing with one hand and grasping the girl's right foot with the other, suspending them both in midair. Witnessing this perilous scene, the crowd below erupted in chaos. Their hearts racing with both terror and thrill, capturing photos, recording videos, posting on social media, and uploading to TikTok. What are we to do? Lin Shireen, gazing at the harrowing sight, felt she might faint from the shock. The girl, witnessing the commotion below, finally comprehended the gravity of her predicament. "Ah, help. I do not wish to die. Please, save me." "Little sister, did you not proclaim that your disfigurement rendered life meaningless, that death would be a release?" The girl's face turned as pale as snow, her words trembling. "And no, big brother, I am not disfigured. I truly am not disfigured. I merely wore a terrible makeup." So that was it. Lin Shireen and the firefighters instantly grasped the situation. Though the girl was despicable, they could not stand idly by. Go up. Fortunately, the system had rewarded Qin Feng with formidable skills. Channeling his inner strength, he effortlessly hoisted the girl back onto the rooftop. Although the girl was saved, the force of his actions caused the aluminum railing to buckle under the strain, snapping with a resounding crack. Qin Feng, along with the broken railing, plummeted downward. No. Qin Feng, falling from the 25th floor, over 100 meters high, he was certain to be shattered upon impact. Lin Shireen screamed, fainting from the shock. With the railing broken, Qin Feng found no purchase to grasp. No matter how skilled he was, it would be futile. He descended rapidly, crashing to the ground with a thunderous thud, landing on an inflatable cushion. "General Manager Lin, please wake up. Quickly, come to." The firefighters and the security chief hurried to revive her. "Is Qin Feng? Is he dead?" If Qin Feng had perished, she could not fathom how to continue living. The four little ones would have lost their father. How cruel. "General Manager Lin, do not panic. Mr. Qin is fine." "Really?" "Yes. He is safe and sound. Thank heavens." The firefighters assisted Lin Shireen down to the first floor. When Qin Feng landed, he had strategically positioned himself on the inflatable cushion, mitigating the impact, emerging unscathed. Lin Shireen rushed into his embrace, tears streaming down her face. "Husband, are you all right? You terrified me." "Husband?" The onlooking employees were left agape in astonishment. When had their beautiful CEO gotten married? However, this husband was quite handsome. Falling from the 25th floor without a scratch surely indicated he was no ordinary man. "Wife, why are you crying? Your husband stands before you, lively and well." Though Qin Feng claimed to be fine, Lin Shireen remained concerned and insisted that the doctor conduct a thorough examination. While he appeared unharmed on the outside, There was no telling if his internal organs had sustained any injuries. The doctor, unwilling to be negligent, hurriedly examined Qin Feng. After a thorough series of checks, everything about his health appeared to be perfectly normal. Astonishing. To have fallen from the 25th floor and emerged unscathed. Truly remarkable. Ding. The host has performed a commendable act of saving a life, rewarding you with a secret formula for the Golden Skin Beauty Cream. A beauty cream formula? What on earth is that, system? The Golden Skin Beauty Cream is a purely plant-based concoction, devoid of any hormones, encompassing skin whitening, blemish removal, and skin nourishment within a single formula. Scars and acne marks vanish with just a swipe, even transforming individuals of African descent into Caucasian appearances. Holy moly, how extraordinary. With such a remarkable formula, I shall ensure my wife's company produces it in abundance. It is bound to sell like hotcakes. The poetry brand will soon transcend borders, poised to establish itself as a world-class brand. Well then, let us secure this in my space for now and plan to unleash it for mass production at my wife's company in a few days. The girl who attempted to jump was escorted away by the police. Qin Feng and Lin Shirin also accompanied them to provide their statements. The girl, having narrowly escaped the clutches of death, expressed her profound gratitude to Qin Feng for saving her life. Simultaneously, she openly acknowledged the mistake she had made. The girl faced appropriate consequences for her actions, receiving a year of detention for the severe implications of her jump. As for how to pursue legal action against her competitors, Lin Shirin would leave that to professional lawyers. One should harbor no malicious intent. The law is all-encompassing and never overlooks wrongdoings. Upon exiting the police station, Lin Shirin clung to Qin Feng's arm, her face alight with admiration. Good heavens, this man is incredible. Although he may not be financially successful, he can effortlessly turn any situation around. However, what does it matter if he doesn't earn? As long as I, Lin Shirin, can generate income. All he needs to do is take good care of our 4 children and stand by me when it matters most. No matter how capable a woman may be, some matters still require a man's strength. Had it not been for Qin Feng's presence today, she would have undoubtedly ended up confused, paying a compensation of 100 million, dragging down the poetry brand along with her. Thank goodness for this man. Qin Feng felt a sense of pride and playfully pinched her shapely rear, leaning in to whisper cheeky words in her ear. Wife, why are you looking at your husband with such desire? Are you yearning for something again? Chapter 57. This grudge deepens. Husband, Lin Shirin, upon hearing his teasing, recalled the wild scenes from that morning, her charming face flushing a deep crimson. What do you take me for, Qin Feng? I'm not speaking nonsense. My dear wife, as a legally married couple, it's entirely normal for us to engage in some shameless activities at home. And what of it? In public, please behave yourself. Observing his wife's cheeks redden from his playful banter filled Qin Feng with satisfaction. Affection is expressed through both gentle words and playful teasing. Such light-hearted jokes serve as a delightful seasoning for marital affection. Why are you shy, dear? Now that matters are settled, let us head home and continue. Not a chance. Lin Shirin pointed a finger at his forehead, her eyes wide with indignation. I have a mountain of affairs awaiting my attention. Do you think everyone is as idle as you? Qin Feng's heart felt slightly wounded. Isn't that blatantly stating he lives off her? All right. My wife is the company's CEO, with thousands of employees relying on you for their livelihood. How can I, a mere husband, compare? Lin Shirin shot him a dismissive glance. Enough with the smooth talk. I'll strive to resolve everything by this morning, and in the afternoon, I'll go shopping for your mother. Oh, I mean for my mother-in-law, to buy some gifts since we're returning home tomorrow. Sounds good, wife. I'll pick you up for lunch, and then we can go shopping. Although he had already purchased several million worth of necklaces and jewelry for his mother, as a daughter-in-law, Lin Shirin's gifts would surely be even more cherished. Tomorrow, I'll take my wife and children back home to see mom. Such joy. Oh yeah. Qin Feng was as ecstatic as a child. Seeing him so pleased, Lin Shirin couldn't help but smile as well. They say a child with a mother is like a treasure. Although Qin Feng is a father now, he is still only 23 years old. Lin Shirin felt a surge of emotion when they return home tomorrow to see her mother-in-law. She must persuade her to undergo surgery and find the best doctors in the city to treat her. Wife, focus on your work. Once you're done, I'll come to pick you up. Qin Feng dropped Lin Shirin off at her company, waving goodbye. It was now 9 a.m., and the driver had already taken their 4 little ones to kindergarten. He planned to return home for a quick nap to rejuvenate himself and discreetly take a Tianyuan pill. In the evening, he wanted to ensure his wife was thoroughly satisfied. While he had initially considered taking the Xiaoyao Longhu pill, he worried its potency might be too intense for Lin Shirin. Thus, opting for the Tianyuan pill felt like a safer choice. After all, with a system at his disposal, how could a man possibly lose to a woman? The thought of their shameless escapades that evening sent Qin Feng into fits of laughter. You are my little apple. No matter how much I love you, it will never be enough. Just as he started the car, his phone suddenly rang. It was Ouyang Guangming calling. Hello, director. What brings you to seek me so early in the morning? Mr. Qin, business has arrived. I've found 5 clients interested in purchasing the Xiaoyao Longhu pills. When can you come to my office? They agreed on a 20-80 split. Each Longhu pill sold for 10 million, totaling 50 million for 5 pills. This deal would net Ouyang Guangming a cool 10 million, a far better profit than his job as a director. What the heck? 5 right off the bat. It seems there are indeed plenty of men in the city afflicted with such ailments. When men acquire wealth, they tend to go astray. And it's inevitable that they might fall ill, which seems to ring true. All right, I have time now. I'll head over shortly. Great. Mr. Qin, hurry over. We'll have tea ready for you in the office. At the private Xia Hospital, in a luxurious room on the 38th floor, Duan Xiaoji and Wang Zizong lay in beds. Wang Zizong is the sister of Duan Xiaoji's mother, and both women were weeping inconsolably. Wang Zizong's father, Wang Changming, held a significant government position, while Duan Xiaoji's father, Duan Xiaoxiong, was the wealthiest man in the city. One wielded power, the other wealth, both commanding immense influence in the city, with no one daring to provoke them. However, their precious sons had been left with a severed arm and leg, and one had suffered a ruptured testicle due to Qin Feng's actions. This was a grave vendetta. Though Wang Zizong's limbs had been reattached, he would still need to remain bedridden for at least a month. As for Duan Xiaoji, despite not facing death, he would likely have to live a life of celibacy, leaving the Duan family without heirs. Both were victims of their own actions, yet neither the Duan nor Wang families dared to report the incident to the authorities. Instead, they sought recourse through underground forces. Bring in Master Qianjiu. Soon, a small, wiry man in his 50s approached Duan Xiaoxiong. Despite standing under 170 centimeters tall, Qianjiu was a fearsome character. He had been in the underworld since he was 15, killing without blinking, and had controlled the city's underground organizations for a decade, with no one daring to oppose him. With a swift throw of a dart, he never missed his target within 100 paces. Just 2 days prior, Fan Jianren had sought him out, dispatching 2 of his most skilled henchmen, only to have them disposed of by Qin Feng in an instant. Unable to decipher Qin Feng's capabilities, Qianjiu had refrained from taking action. Qianjiu, capture that Qin fellow for me and dispose of him at sea. The reward is 500 million. Qianjiu hesitated slightly. Master Duan, this fellow seems rather peculiar. For some reason, he appears impervious to weapons. Oh, is that so strange? Could it be he has practiced the iron cloth technique? Not just the iron cloth technique. This lad is likely a hidden master. Master? Oh, are you afraid, Qianjiu? Not at all. Even if he is made of iron, I, Qianjiu, will crush him into dust. Excellent. Duan Xiaoxiong's eyes gleamed with cold determination, each word pronounced with emphasis. He dares to harm my son. Bring him before me. I, Duan Xiaoxiong, will personally take his head, flay his skin, and extract his tendons. Yes, this will be handled personally by old Master Qian. Chapter 58, Personal Deposits, Global Number 1. 20 minutes later, Qin Feng arrived at the Industrial and Commercial Bank driving a Land Rover. During peak hours, the parking lot was teeming with vehicles. Damn, so many people are parking. Qin Feng stepped out of the car, smiling. System, find a parking spot for me, and store the Land Rover in the space. Understood. I am eager to serve the host. Whoosh, the Land Rover vanished into thin air. A male driver behind him, believing he had seen a ghost, turned pale with shock. What the hell, did I just hallucinate? A perfectly good car just disappeared? Am I in a sci-fi movie? Qin Feng rolled his eyes and whistled as he entered the VIP room. Inside, a row of middle-aged men, all bald, sat on the sofas, eagerly awaiting Qin Feng's arrival. These 5 men were considered wealthy in the Magic City, and as the saying goes, wealth can lead men astray. Indulging too much often leads to unfortunate ailments. Ouyang Guangming introduced Qin Feng, claiming he possessed miraculous medicine, which initially met with skepticism. However, once President Ouyang presented his evidence, the 5 men were convinced. Ouyang Guangming's condition was even worse than theirs, and after taking the medicine, he experienced immediate results, making them believe even more fervently. Mr. Qin, we have long awaited your arrival. My 5 brothers are truly anxious. The 5 men were momentarily taken aback upon seeing Qin Feng, who appeared younger than their own sons. Is this kid really a miracle worker? But one must not judge by appearances. Aware of the urgency in their request for medicine, Qin Feng wasted no time and directly retrieved a vial of Longhu pills from his space. He opened it and poured out 5 pills. Here, each of you take one. Within 3 minutes, I guarantee you will be cured. Kid, are you joking with us? These 5 dark beans are the miraculous medicine? They have no ingredients, no manufacturer, no production date. What if we die after taking them? Who will take responsibility? However, Ouyang Guangming was brimming with excitement. Gentlemen, Mr. Qin has graciously provided the medicine. Shouldn't you take it quickly? Is this really the medicine for that ailment? Yes, I took this same medicine, and it worked within 3 minutes. I must confess. I was with my wife last night, Ouyang Guangming boasted, holding up 5 fingers. Wow, is it really that effective? All right, I'll take it. But Qin Feng retracted the medicine. Everyone, as per the usual arrangement, please transfer the payment before taking the medicine. Mr. Qin, for such a small pill. Is 10 million not a bit steep? Indeed, that is too expensive. As a group of 5, can't we get a discount? How about 8 million? No way. Qin Feng decisively refused. The price remains 10 million, and considering President Ouyang's presence, I have no trouble selling it elsewhere if you find it too dear. We don't mind the price. All right, let us transfer. But, let us agree that if it doesn't work, you will refund the money. I'm joking. A system product cannot fail. Fine, I want to take a penny if it's unhelpful. The 5 men transferred 50 million to Qin Feng and awaited the effects of the medicine. Qin Feng transferred 10 million to Ouyang Guangming, adding a message of pleasure and cooperation. Ouyang Guangming promptly replied with a handshake emoji, his heart brimming with joy. Just by introducing a few individuals, he could effortlessly secure 10 million. It was far better than his duties as president. Approximately 3 minutes passed. The 5 men leaped up, collectively cheering. Damn. I finally feel it. This is indeed miraculous medicine. Mine has also grown bigger and longer. It's unbelievable. Mr. Qin, why didn't I meet you sooner? I've wasted so much money. The 5 men were so ecstatic they nearly knelt before Qin Feng. All right, no need for tears. As long as I can cure everyone's ailments, I am content. Ouyang Guangming was secretly calculating. Early the next morning, Qin Feng's account received another deposit of 100 billion, still sourced from a mysterious overseas bank. A deposit of 10 billion was astonishing. Receiving another 100 billion was simply shocking. Across the Magic City, no, across the globe, Qin Feng's personal account deposits stood as number 1. This was utterly astonishing. Just how did this more than 100 billion in assets come to be? Ouyang Guangming searched through all available data, but could not uncover the truth. Of course, regardless of the source of this wealth, as long as it was legal, it would suffice. This super-rich benefactor must be held onto tightly. He had already planned to treat Qin Feng lavishly and eventually offer his daughter to him. Though Qin Feng was already married, having his daughter as a mistress would still be an unmatched honor. Mr. Qin, since everyone is cured, let us celebrate today. I'll treat everyone to a fine meal and then head to the entertainment city for a full-service experience. Excellent suggestion, President. Several old lechers agreed enthusiastically. He intended to draw Qin Feng into their indulgences, but Qin Feng showed no interest. You all go ahead. I will not accompany you. I still need to fetch my wife for dinner. The entertainment city's offerings are unworthy of Lin Shirin. Forcing Qin Feng to cavort with others was a blow to his dignity. Our paths diverge, and we do not conspire. There is nothing wrong with men enjoying a night out, but I advise you all to take it easy. Otherwise, you'll end up spending another 10 million on medicine. After saying this, Qin Feng exited the VIP room, leaving 6 old men looking rather awkward. Mr. Qin, don't worry. We will take it easy. Chapter 59. A home is complete with a mother. All right, I have some matters to attend to. Goodbye, everyone. Mr. Qin, let us gather again sometime. Upon leaving the bank, Qin Feng prepared to call his mother to transfer some money. Just as he was about to dial, his mother's call came in a second earlier. Indeed, the bond between mother and son is profound, sharing an unspoken connection. Hello, Xiaofeng, what are you up to? Mom, I was just about to call you. When are you and Shirin and the 4 little ones coming home tomorrow? Since learning that Qin Feng had a wife and children, Qin Fengxia had been in a state of constant excitement, eager to see her daughter-in-law and grandchildren at any moment. Not only had Qin Feng married, but he had also fathered 4 little ones. Finally, the Qin family had heirs. I initially planned to return earlier, but Shirin is busy with company matters and couldn't get away. We'll leave early on your birthday. If there's no traffic, we should arrive by around 10. I understand that Shirin is busy with work. Son, should we buy groceries to cook at home or go to a restaurant in town? Definitely go to a restaurant. Cooking at home is too troublesome. Sigh, those relatives look down on us ever since I got cancer. They might be the only ones who come are your uncle's family. Whether those relatives come or not is irrelevant. As long as our family is happy, that's all that matters. Those heartless people will regret it when I, Qin Feng, return to the village. Mom, I'll transfer 100,000 to you. Go book the best hotel in town. Don't skimp on it. Order the most expensive dishes. 100,000. Qin Feng, where did you get so much money? Didn't I tell you? I take care of the kids at home. My wife gives me 2 million pocket money each month. Upon hearing this, Qin Fengxia felt an inexplicable discomfort. although she verbally expressed indifference toward Qin Feng living in the Lin family. As a mother, who would wish for her son to live off others and endure a lack of dignity? Xiao Feng lamented. It is entirely my mother's fault for lacking the means to secure a home for us, which is why we find ourselves residing in my wife's family home. He chuckled. What do you mean there's south no place to stay? We have a spacious villa in the space, worth 50 billion, which is twice as luxurious as the Lin family's abode. However, it is not yet the appropriate time to move in. I fear it might alarm my mother. So we shall postpone that for a while. Mother, do not overthink it. Shireen treats me exceptionally well, and so does Grandpa. Trust me, our stay at the Lin residence is merely temporary. We will have our own grand house in the future. Seeing her son's ambitions, Qin Feng felt a surge of pride. As long as you and your wife share a loving bond and live harmoniously, it matters not where you reside. I am open-minded about it. Mother, Shireen mentioned she would buy you gifts and clothes this afternoon. What colors do you prefer? Red or purple? Oh, Shireen is buying me clothes too? Indeed. She said she would purchase multiple sets. What colors do you fancy? What styles? How thoughtful. Whatever Shireen chooses, I shall cherish it. However, tell her not to splurge. I have enough clothes as it is. Just one set will suffice. All right. I will have your daughter-in-law select a beautiful outfit for you. I assure you, it will make you look a decade younger. Ha ha. My dear Feng knows how to make me happy. With a daughter-in-law and grandchildren, I feel utterly fulfilled in this lifetime. Mother, you will still reside in a grand villa, drive luxurious cars, and enjoy the pleasures of the big city. Indeed, as long as I am happy and enjoying life, I have prepared a plethora of delicious snacks, eagerly awaiting the return of my precious grandchildren to Qin Jiazhuang. After hanging up the phone, tears of gratitude welled up in Qin Feng's eyes. A child with a mother is like a treasure. A child without a mother is like a blade of grass. A mother is what makes a home. I truly hope that the Tian Yuan pill can cure my mother's cancer. As long as she is healthy, I would willingly forfeit the 1,000 billion in my account. He stowed away his phone and prepared to summon the Land Rover from the space to head to his wife's company. Ding dong. Suddenly, a message pinged in the family group chat. Tonight, let us all gather for drinks and karaoke. I'll cover the expenses. The message was specifically directed at Qin Feng. It was sent by the group leader, Qin Juanhao, the only son of his uncle. Having dropped out of middle school, he managed to ascend to the position of sales supervisor with his silver tongue, earning an annual salary of 200,000. He strutted about with an air of superiority, boasting of his recent acquisition of a BMW. Congratulations to my brother June for acquiring a BMW, the X6, with a base price of 700,000. My brother June is truly remarkable. So he bought a BMW to flaunt. A chorus of sycophants echoed their admiration. Qin Juanhao seemed pleased and immediately sent a red envelope of 100 in the group. A game of luck. Wow, I snagged 30. What luck? Thank you, brother June. I got 15. Brother June is generous. Love you tons. Seriously? Fighting over a measly few dozen yuan in red envelopes makes one look like a sycophant, Qin Feng thought, utterly unimpressed. Noticing that Qin Feng had not claimed a red envelope, Qin Juanhao was taken aback and approached him privately. Why didn't you grab the red envelope I sent? Why should I? Such a bold attitude. Not even claiming a 100 yuan envelope. Just showing off? Qin Juanhao was particularly envious of Qin Feng's prestigious education. He had been expelled from school for fighting in middle school. He was shorter than Qin Feng, less handsome, and his academic credentials were utterly crushed. This resentment festered within him, and he constantly sought opportunities to undermine Qin Feng. So what if you graduated from a prestigious university? I may not have finished middle school, yet I am thriving far better than you. Tomorrow, Qin Feng was supposed to return to his hometown, a visit he was reluctant to make. However, considering the years of oppression and bullying from his uncle's family, he felt he could not remain silent. It wouldn't be manly. What a joke. A 70,000 yuan BMW, and he thinks he's something special? Not to mention the Lamborghini and helicopter stored in the space. Even the cheapest Land Rover would utterly outclass it. Thinking about the impending showdown, Qin Feng chuckled. In Chapter 60, Qin Feng prepares for a vasectomy. System. Summon the Land Rover. I'm off to take my adorable wife out for dinner. Host, be cautious. The system began, but before it could finish, Qin Feng felt a chilling flash as a dart struck towards his right eye. Quick, precise, and forceful, a true master of the craft. An ordinary person would have been unable to evade it, likely ending up as a one-eyed man. But little did his assailant know. Qin Feng had the advantage of a system. With a swift motion, he pinched the dart between his fingers and flicked it back. The alley erupted with cries of pain. An eye for an eye. If you seek my life, you'd better train for another decade. Qin Feng smirked as he drove away in the Land Rover. System. Who just ambushed me? Qian Jiuyi. Qian Jiuyi? Who is he? The leader of an underground organization in the Magic City. He has been in the game since he was 15, and his dart skills are unmatched. Please, I just caught that dart, and my opponent is wounded. That's only because the host is bound to the system. Otherwise, you would have been a one-eyed man. Impressive. Qian Jiuyi was sent by the Duan family to exact revenge. He is particularly ruthless, so the host should exercise caution. Qin Feng was aware of his system's capabilities, and no matter how formidable Qian Jiuyi was, he was destined to meet his end. However, he was most concerned about his family, his mother, sister, Lin Shirin, and especially the four little ones, who were defenseless. A heaviness settled in Qin Feng's heart. There's no need to worry too much, host. The system is always here to protect you and your family. Indeed, what is there to fear? When the soldiers come, I will meet them. When the floodwaters rise, I shall withstand them. Before long, the Land Rover arrived at the Lin Group. Qin Feng intended to visit his wife's company, taking the liberty of riding the elevator up. Earlier that morning, Qin Feng had become a hero after saving a girl from jumping off a building, and he had gained notoriety within the company. The receptionist greeted him. Hello, Mr. Qin. How may we assist you today? Oh, I'm just here to pick up my wife for dinner. Where's President Lin's office? Just inside, take a right. It's labeled as the President's office. Qin Feng pushed open the office door, and he was struck by its grandeur. At least 200 square meters, lavishly decorated without sacrificing elegance, with 3 floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the city. Lin Shirin looked slightly surprised. Qin Feng, what brings you here? I told you to wait downstairs. Wife, I missed you so much. Qin Feng exclaimed eagerly, wrapping his arms around Lin Shirin's slender waist, attempting to kiss her. Hey, this is the office. Mind your image. There's no one here. Come on. Just a quick kiss. Without waiting for her response, he pulled her in for a passionate kiss. Qin Feng, enough already. Let go of me. I'm worried about the assistant walking in. Qin Feng licked his lips, yearning for more. Hey, wouldn't it be thrilling to have some fun here in the office? He settled onto the sofa, poured himself a cup of tea, and drank it all in one go. Today, you're not wearing any of that cheap stuff from Taobao. Armani, right? I didn't embarrass you, did I? Enough chatter. Don't distract me. I'll finish these documents and then clock out. Wife, you're so busy with work. Why don't I lend a hand for free? You know nothing about cosmetics. It's best you stay home and take care of the 4 little ones. Alas, even free labor goes unappreciated. It seems that I, Qin Feng, am destined to rely on my wife's earnings for the rest of my life. Lin Shirin shot him a glance, continuing to sign documents. Qin Feng gazed at the array of cosmetic samples, peering left and right, when suddenly, he recalled the beauty cream formula rewarded by the system. This remarkable beauty cream, once produced, is bound to become a global sensation, and surely, my wife's company will rake in profits. He chuckled to himself. Qin Feng, what are you grinning about? Lin Shirin inquired. Once work is done, let us go out for lunch and shopping. The two exited the president's office. Good day, President Lin. Hello, Mr. Qin. Yes. Greetings to all. As they walked through the office area, hundreds of employees scrambled to greet them. Wow, that man is incredibly handsome. How could he not be? If he weren't, President Lin would never take notice. Hey, did you all hear? I heard this man stays at home taking care of the kids. It seems that being handsome indeed has its perks. Keep it down, or President Lin might overhear and have you fired. In the elevator, Qin Feng tenderly carried his wife's bag. Darling, what would you like to eat? Chinese or Western cuisine? I'm not sure. I don't seem to have an appetite for anything. No appetite. My dear, you're not. Could you be pregnant already? What nonsense are you talking about? Well, you know. However, recalling their passionate encounters, Lin Shirin felt a sudden rush of anxiety. Qin Feng, hurry, drive to the pharmacy. What for? Are you unwell? No, I need to buy emergency contraception. Emergency contraception? Isn't that a birth control pill? My dear, why would you need that? If it happens, we can just have the baby. We can afford it. Have another? We already have 4. Are you planning to start a kindergarten at home? What if we accidentally end up with quadruplets again? 8 children. Oh my, just thinking about it makes my head spin. Starting a kindergarten could be quite fun, especially with me as the full-time dad. Qin Feng, I said no more kids. And you better wear a condom from now on. Wearing that is uncomfortable. It creates a barrier, my love. Can't we skip it? No way. If you refuse, you'll have to get a vasectomy. Chapter 61, System Reward Kiss Oil. What the heck? Qin Feng's face darkened. Asking me to get a vasectomy. What is the difference between that and being a pig? It's a total affront to my manhood. I absolutely refuse. But how could I possibly part with such a beautiful wife? I truly wish the system would reward me with some miraculous potion that, when applied during intimate moments, would prevent my wife from getting pregnant. Qin Feng, drive faster. The emergency contraception works best the sooner you take it. Under Lin Shirin's urging, Qin Feng sped to a pharmacy. We've arrived, dear. Go in and buy it. Qin Feng, Lin Shirin, at 23 years old, found herself embarrassed to buy such medication for the first time. What? Me? You want me, a grown man? To buy emergency contraception? What kind of predicament is this? Hurry. Time is of the essence. It won't work if you delay. And just see how I'll deal with you. Lin Shireen recalled the time when she was pregnant with quadruplets, her belly swollen like a watermelon, and during childbirth, she nearly bled out. Even now, the memory sent shivers down her spine. They already had 2 boys and 2 girls, for adorable little ones. That was enough. Under no circumstances could they have more. Qin Feng, be quick. Oh, and also grab a box of condoms. Taking too many emergency contraceptives isn't healthy for women. Men need to wear those. With no other choice, Qin Feng donned a mask and entered the pharmacy. He quickly selected a box of emergency contraception along with 10 boxes of condoms and approached the cashier. The cashier's cheeks flushed. Buying 10 boxes at once? Are you planning to stock up for the year? Here's the medication, dear. Lin Shireen opened the small bag and nearly cursed. Qin Feng, I told you to buy 1 box. Why on earth did you buy 10? Is that too much? 1 box won't last long. It'll be gone in 10 days or so. Qin Feng had also secretly taken a Tianyuan pill in the car, now brimming with energy. Honestly, I feel like 1 box wouldn't suffice for a single night, but the hassle of putting it on and taking it off is a pain. Lin Shireen rolled her eyes, opened the emergency contraception, and Qin Feng handed her a bottle of water. Beep. Host demonstrates thoughtfulness by purchasing medication for his wife. Reward, 1 bottle of kiss oil. Kiss oil? The name sounds intriguing. System, what are its effects? When the host kisses his wife. Applying kiss oil not only enhances their bond, but also provides a contraceptive effect. Wow. It's incredible how wishes can come true. I must say, this system's rewards are remarkably considerate. Why didn't you give this to me sooner? With this kiss oil, what use are these 10 boxes of condoms? I'll just return them. No, actually, I want to return them. I wouldn't want the cashier to think we have problems. He thought to himself, tossing the idea into the garbage bin. The past few days at the Lin household had been filled with delicacies, nutritious yet overly bland. To be honest, Qin Feng found it hard to adapt, but felt too embarrassed to voice it. This made him nostalgic for the days when he would splurge on street food after receiving his paycheck. Darling, let us go. I'll take you out for some skewers. Skewers? Are they delicious? Lin Shireen, accustomed to a life of luxury with gourmet meals at home and fine dining when out, had never tried skewers before. Though inexpensive, they were undeniably delightful. Once you tried them, you'd want to return. Before long, the Land Rover stopped outside Maluji, a restaurant famed for its authentic Sichuan cuisine, catering to the masses with meals that cost around 100 per person for a satisfying experience. I can take you to a fancy restaurant that costs tens of thousands or join you for skewers. This, to me, embodies the happiness of marriage, regardless of wealth. They ordered pickled fish, twice-cooked pork, spicy shrimp, and a hot pot of skewers. Though it was summer, the restaurant was well air-conditioned, and the two enjoyed their meal immensely. Here, darling, try this skewer. It's fragrant and spicy, absolutely delicious. Lin Shireen gazed at the bubbling broth. Oh my, it looks so spicy. Will I break out if I eat it? You're overthinking it. Do you know why Sichuan produces so many beautiful women? Why is that? Because they eat so much hot pot. The spice helps detoxify and beautify. Really? All right, I'll give it a try. Upon hearing it could enhance her beauty, Lin Shireen was overjoyed and eagerly reached for the skewers. Darling, is it tasty? It's quite good. Fragrant, spicy, and really whets the appetite. Having never had spicy skewers before, Lin Shireen found herself devouring one after another. Her taste buds awakened. Come on, have some pickled fish. Is it spicy? Drink some juice to counteract the heat. Qin Feng, why don't you have a beer? I'll drive. Oh, with a husband like me around. How could I let you do the driving? I want tea drink. A Wang Laoji will suffice. Qin Feng's gentlemanly demeanor pleased Lin Shireen immensely. You're so wonderful, dear. Since you're so kind, does that mean I'll be rewarded multiple times tonight? Lin Shireen's face flushed crimson, and she hurriedly kicked him with her shoe. Keep it down. We're in a restaurant. The couple was enjoying their meal and exchanging playful banter when suddenly, a pregnant woman in her 30s dashed in front of Lin Shireen, hurling insults at her. You shameless fox, how dare you seduce my man? Go to hell. She scooped up the bowl of pickled fish and hurled it at Lin Shireen. Chapter 62, Lin Shireen, the Fox. Splash. The pickled fish came crashing down, the broth scalding hot at least 90 degrees. Had it struck her face, Lin Shireen would have been disfigured. Watch out, my dear. Fortunately, Qin Feng's extraordinary reflexes allowed him to swiftly pull Lin Shireen out of harm's way. A bowl of sauerkraut fish was suddenly spilled onto the chair, hot and greasy, creating a scene of utter chaos. What transpired? This unexpected spectacle left the waiter and all the guests in a state of shock. Darling, are you all right? Qin Feng thought to himself. Could this be yet another act of revenge from an enemy? I'm fine, Lin Shireen exclaimed. To have fish soup splashed on her while dining was intolerable, even if she was not scalded. Are you insane? Why did you douse me with soup? What have I done to offend you? The pregnant woman ignored Lin Shireen and instead clung to Qin Feng's arm with a pleading expression. Honey, look, I'm carrying your baby. The doctor said it's twins, and the babies are about to be born. Come, let us go home. Qin Feng was taken aback. What the hell? When did I get such an ugly, old wife? Honey? Lin Shireen's eyes widened in disbelief. Qin Feng was married, and this overweight woman was carrying his twins? The pregnant woman, with her dark skin and prominent belly, looked as though she was nearing her due date. She clung desperately to Qin Feng while hurling insults at Lin Shireen. You little vixen, you seductress. Someone help me. Catch this mistress. The guests quickly understood the situation. Another scene of the original spouse confronting the mistress. Lin Shireen's expression turned icy. Qin Feng, I never imagined you to be this kind of person. How could I have been blind enough to marry you? Qin Feng was at a loss for words. He couldn't clear his name, even if he jumped into the Yellow River. Darling, you must believe me. I, Qin Feng, would never stoop to marrying such an ugly old woman. Lin Shireen also felt that they were mismatched, but with so many men in the restaurant. Why was the pregnant woman specifically clinging to him and calling him husband? Well then, explain yourself. How can I explain? This woman seems completely deranged. No, I'm not crazy. I'm your wife. My name is Xiaoling. While I was pregnant, you went out looking for mistresses. Sister, please, stop with the nonsense. You're going to get us killed. The onlookers were no longer calm. They began to accuse Lin Shireen. This woman seems pure. Yet she turns out to be a mistress. TSK, one must not judge by appearances. Stealing another's husband, shameless woman, seductress. Qin Feng divorce. Lin Shireen could no longer bear it and rushed out the door. Qin Feng quickly grabbed her. Darling, we might have fallen into someone else's trap. A trap? What kind? Don't worry, let me ask her, and the truth will come to light. Turning to the pregnant woman, Qin Feng feigned gentleness. All right, since you claim I'm your husband, then tell me, what is my name? How old am I? Where do we live? Honey, your name is Wang Ziming. You're 28 years old, and we live in heaven. Qin Feng. Lin Shireen. Honey, please don't leave me. The babies are about to be born. They're twins, let me show you. The pregnant woman said, lifting her skirt and pulling out 2 small pillows from her belly. Honey, look at how adorable the babies are. Oh no, they're crying. Quickly, honey, hold them and soothe them. She forcefully shoved the 2 pillows into Qin Feng's arms. The onlookers gasped in shock. Oh my, she is actually insane. Qin Feng managed a bitter smile, helplessly shrugging at Lin Shireen. Darling, now do you understand what is going on? An insane woman barging into a restaurant? This was outrageous. The manager hurriedly called security to restrain the madwoman while apologizing to Qin Feng and Lin Shireen, preparing to call the police. A 60-year-old woman rushed into the restaurant, saw the spilled sauerkraut fish, and her expression changed dramatically. She fell to her knees before Qin Feng and Lin Shireen. Sir, madam, please don't call the police. My daughter has mental issues. She didn't mean any harm. Please forgive her. The old woman bowed deeply to them, genuinely knocking her head 3 times on the ground. Qin Feng raised his hand to stop the manager from calling the police. All right, we want to call the police. But what is wrong with your daughter? Why is she randomly calling someone her husband? She nearly got us killed. The old woman looked at her daughter, who was being restrained by security and struggling wildly. And tears streamed down her face. My daughter's name is Xiaoling. 3 years ago, her husband took a mistress and callously abandoned her. At that time, she was 6 months pregnant and was so distraught that she miscarried. The unborn child was already developed, a pair of twins. Unable to bear the loss of her husband and child, my daughter went mad. She now mistakes pillows for babies and calls beautiful women seductresses. What a scoundrel. Lin Shireen was outraged upon hearing this, the anger from earlier dissipating. Why didn't you take him to court? A year ago, Wang Ziming died in a car accident. His body was dismembered. What goes around comes around. Does the heavens spare anyone? Indeed, retribution. Chapter 63. Darling, do you want to try something thrilling? Please take your daughter home. Thank you, sir, and the beautiful lady for your understanding. The old woman expressed her gratitude profusely as she led her mentally ill daughter out of the restaurant. Lin Shireen was filled with mixed emotions. A woman's life can be ruined by a scoundrel. She hoped Qin Feng was not that kind of man. The manager approached to apologize. Miss, were you frightened? Are you hurt anywhere? Oh, I'm fine. It's the restaurant's lack of security that allowed that madwoman to enter. I'll prepare another table for you, entirely free. No need, we've nearly finished eating. Qin Feng, let us settle the bill and leave. The two exited the restaurant, but Lin Shireen seemed lost in thought. Darling, it's not a big deal, is it? Qin Feng, tell me, would you seek out a mistress? What are you saying? Your husband is not that kind of person. My wife is so beautiful, no mistress could ever compare. I'm beautiful now, but one day I'll become an old hag. Darling, you'll remain forever youthful. In my eyes, you will always be 18. Thanks to the system's miraculous pills, truly, it would be difficult for you to grow old. Qin Feng, ever since I met you, it seems like every day is filled with thrilling adventures. These events happen, and I am equally helpless. I was just inexplicably made someone else's husband and almost scared to death. Let us move on. Don't let this affect our shopping. Lin Shireen drove straight to Victoria, parking in the underground garage, ready for an afternoon of shopping. She planned to buy jewelry for her mother-in-law and Qin Ling first, followed by clothes, shoes, and an abundance of sweets and gifts. For her first visit to her in-laws, the gifts must be impressive, especially to uphold Qin Feng's reputation. As she linked her arm with her husband's, they entered Tiffany's. Zhang Meili was working the morning shift, and, upon seeing Qin Feng with an enchanting woman, her eyes widened in disbelief. This woman was his wife? No wonder he rejected her advances. This woman was indeed far more beautiful than her. Qin Feng, you're here. Zhang Meili hurriedly approached, recalling that Qin Feng had spent 10 million just 2 days prior. Such a significant patron must be kept close. Let me introduce you. This is my senior, Zhang Meili, and my wife, Lin Shireen. The two women shook hands. Observing the couple's affectionate demeanor, Zhang Meili felt a pang of jealousy in her heart. May I ask, Miss Lin, what kind of jewelry are you interested in? It's not for me. I'm buying for my mother-in-law and sister-in-law. Lin Shireen took the lead, selecting a necklace, ring, and bracelet for Qin Feng, and then a diamond necklace for Qin Ling. For items combined amount to 3 million. Although it is slightly less than what Qin Feng spent the day before yesterday, Zhang Meili is nonetheless elated, as it constitutes a considerable income. After carefully packing the items, Zhang Meili personally seized the two out of Tiffany's. Qin Feng, from the moment we entered the store, I noticed that Zhang Meili's gaze never strayed from you. Don't tell me there's nothing going on between you two. My dear wife, let us be candid. If it weren't for your early intervention, your husband would likely have become her man. What? So you two really have something going on? Your husband is handsome, and it's only natural for beautiful women to pursue him. Hee. The key is that your husband doesn't give her a chance. Look at your smugness. Haha. Someone is feeling jealous. I'm not jealous at all. Come on, let us go buy some clothes. I wonder what styles your mother likes. My mom said, as long as it's something Shireen buys, she'll like it in any style. Qin Feng, how tall is your mother? How heavy is she? My mom is 165 centimeters tall, and her weight should be about the same as yours. What? Your mother can't possibly have a figure as good as mine. In Lin Shireen's mind, middle-aged women in their 40s or 50s surely have a figure that is less than desirable. My dear wife, my mother was a renowned beauty in her youth, known far and wide for her looks and figure, which surely rival yours. Really? Of course. Otherwise, how could she have given birth to such a handsome husband? Stop being so narcissistic. In my eyes, you're not that handsome. All right. Since your mother has a good figure, I'll buy her a few fashionable outfits to make her look 10 years younger. Haha, wife, how adorable you are. Your thoughts align perfectly with your husband's. I adore you. Lin Shireen shot him a glance and entered a brand-name women's clothing store, selecting 3 outfits for Qin Feng based on Qin Feng's suggested sizes. They also bought 3 pairs of shoes and a selection of high-end candies. As the two carried their bags towards the parking lot, Lin Shireen pressed the car key, causing the trunk of the Land Rover to automatically open, allowing them to stow their purchases. Qin Feng, I suddenly feel a bit nervous about going home with you tomorrow. What do you think I should wear? A suit or a dress? My wife has a figure and looks that are simply exquisite. She would look stunning even draped in a mere cloth. However, in my husband's eyes, the best look is none at all. Of course, no one else gets to see. Only husband gets to admire. Qin Feng, no more sweet talk. Wait until we get home, and I'll show you. You think you can handle me? We'll see who ends up handling whom. Qin Feng suddenly pushed Lin Shireen against the car door, a mischievous grin on his face. Qin Feng, why are you leering at me like that? My dear wife, how about we indulge in something thrilling in the car? Chapter 64, The Bomb Under the Wheels. Something thrilling in the car? A car shake? Ugh. Lin Shireen, you're the epitome of a cool goddess. How did you end up leading this man astray? Qin Feng, are you crazy? This is a parking lot. Ugh, no. Let go of me. My dear wife, what is there to fear? We are a legally married couple with our red book. What is wrong with enjoying a bit of excitement in the car? Even if the police show up, they can't do anything about it. Qin Feng had just taken a Tianyuan pill, and he felt an endless surge of energy coursing through him. Moments ago, the system rewarded him with a bottle of kissing oil, and Lin Shireen's alluring legs drove him to the brink of temptation. He couldn't resist wanting to experiment in the car. He had heard that luxury cars have excellent sound insulation, but he never had the chance to try it out. Now the opportunity presented itself, and if he didn't seize it, it would be a disservice to this Land Rover. My dear wife, the Land Rover has great sound insulation, and the parking lot is empty right now. I guarantee I'll take you on an exhilarating experience. Qin Feng turned on the air conditioning, closed the windows, and began kissing his way down from Lin Shireen's collarbone. Don't do that. Lin Shireen was overwhelmed by his advances, and just as Qin Feng was about to breach the final line of defense, she suddenly pushed him away. No, my dear wife. Don't you love your husband? Qin Feng, let go of me. If the paparazzi catch us, who knows how they would portray it? Let go of me. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng realized the gravity of the situation. His wife is a big corporate president, a public figure. He couldn't let her reputation be tarnished. While it is good for a couple to show affection, there must be limits. He needed to be more restrained in the future. There is plenty of time ahead. He intends to spend a lifetime with his wife. All right, my dear wife, let us continue this at home. Continue what? It's almost 4 o'clock. We need to drive to the kindergarten to pick up the baby from school. Yes, ma'am. Just as Qin Feng started the car, the system's voice suddenly rang out. Host, do not start the car. There is a bomb strapped under the wheels. A bomb? Qin Feng exclaimed. Lin Shireen looked at him in confusion. Qin Feng, what nonsense are you talking about? Where's the bomb? My wife, get out of the car quickly. Someone tampered with the Land Rover. Lin Shireen screamed in fright, and the two hurriedly exited the vehicle. System, which bastard did this? It was sent by the Duan family. All right, understood. Following the system's guidance, Qin Feng found a small bomb hidden near the tire. Phew, that was close. Thankfully, Lin Shireen pushed him away just now. Otherwise, if the car had shaken and detonated the bomb, it would have been catastrophic. My dear wife, it's all good now. Qin Feng, how did you know there was a bomb under the wheels? This man is incredibly strange. He seems to have a knack for turning peril into safety. It's called intuition. It must be that bastard Duan Xiaoxiong who sent someone to do this. Let us call the police. Even if it was the Duan family's doing, without solid evidence, the police wouldn't be able to take action against him. So what should we do? My dear wife, we live in a society governed by law. No matter how rampant the Duan family is, they wouldn't dare openly commit murder. Though he spoke confidently, a tinge of concern crept into his heart. It seems I, Qin Feng, need to find a time to confront Duan Xiaoxiong personally. My dear wife, it's safe now. Let us get back in the car. Just as he started the vehicle, his phone rang, and Qin Feng connected it to his earpiece. Hello, who is this? This is Li Ziki from Balabala. How did the discussions go with Mr. Qin and Mrs. regarding the endorsement for the 4 babies yesterday? If the other party hadn't reminded him, Qin Feng might have forgotten about it. After all, they weren't short on endorsement fees. Oh, let me check with my wife and get back to you. Qin Feng, who's on the phone? A female director from some Balabala brand wants to invite our 4 babies for endorsement. Endorsement? How did she find our babies? Didn't I take them out shopping yesterday? We happened to run into Balabala's new product launch, and Director Li saw the 4 babies and immediately invited them for endorsement, with a fee in the 7 figures. Qin Feng, you're impressive. You stumbled upon such a great opportunity. What? You agreed to let the babies endorse? Balabala is a top-tier children's clothing brand. Having the babies endorse would broaden their horizons and help them develop fully. What is wrong with that? All right, since my wife agrees, I'll get back to her. The Land Rover parked at the kindergarten entrance, and the 4 babies were ecstatic to see Qin Feng and Lin Shireen together. Daddy, Mommy, Mommy, Daddy. The 4 little ones ran towards them with outstretched chubby arms. Babies, slow down. Be careful not to fall. On the way back to the villa, Lin Shireen drove while Qin Feng sat in the back, embracing the 4 adorable children, a satisfied smile on his face. Babies, Mommy has agreed to let you endorse. Are you happy? Happy. Thank you, Mommy. If the babies appear on TV, all the children across the country will see us. That is so cool. Also, tomorrow, we'll go back to the hometown with Daddy to see Grandma. Grandma has prepared lots and lots of snacks and candies for you. Do you like that? Like it? We're going back to see Grandma tomorrow. I'm so excited. Laughter and joy filled the car as the family enjoyed their time together. This is what happiness looks like. Chapter 65. Furious Smash of the BMW. Upon returning to the Lin family villa, my dear wife, I have something to tell you. This evening, I shall attend a family gathering. A family gathering? Qin Feng, how about I accompany you? It would be best if you refrained from joining. The company consists of sycophants, which would undermine your esteemed status as my wife. Very well, then, do return early. My dear, make sure to freshen up and await my return in the bedroom. Lin Shireen cast him a sidelong glance. How dull. Haha, such is the nature of love. A little playful banter between spouses serves as a delightful seasoning. After bidding farewell to Lin Shireen, Qin Feng drove directly to the Fortune restaurant. He parked his Range Rover at a distance before entering the premises. Outside the restaurant, a BMW adorned with a large red flower was parked. And the most ludicrous sight was Qin Juanhao sporting a small red flower on his chest. Truly, it was utterly pedestrian. How absurdly comical. A throng of sycophants surrounded the BMW, snapping photos and recording videos for their social media, bowing and scraping like devoted servants. Congratulations to Brother Hao on his acquisition of a BMW. TSK, a full payment of 700,000 yuan for the BMW. Brother Hao is indeed impressive. Need it be said? Within the family circle, Brother Hao is the #1 earner. Brother Hao, do you need any trinkets? I fervently wish to cling to your coattails. Haha. Qin Feng could not help but suppress a chuckle. Really? Is purchasing a mere BMW such a grand achievement? Sycophants will always be sycophants. Qin Juanhao, with his sharp eyes, immediately spotted Qin Feng. Qin Feng, why are you the last to arrive? Everyone has been waiting for you. Did you ride an electric bike? Why didn't you give me a call? I could have picked you up in my BMW. Qin Feng merely touched his nose and smiled nonchalantly. No need. The BMW is a vehicle for the wealthy. Only the affluent deserve to ride in it. Qin Juanhao, misunderstanding Qin Feng's sarcasm, believed he was being flattered, feeling quite pleased with himself. Come, let us go inside for drinks. Afterward, we can head out for karaoke, and I'll treat you all tonight. We won't leave until we're thoroughly intoxicated. Qin Feng said nothing and followed him inside. Once seated, a multitude of dishes arrived, accompanied by both white and red wines, though they were of modest quality, costing only a few hundred yuan. The sycophants eagerly raised their glasses in toasts to Qin Juanhao, praising him profusely. Brother Hao bought a BMW this year, and next year he will purchase a home in Magic City. He is a role model for us all. I raise my glass to you, Brother Hao. Ha! Qin Juanhao appeared to revel in the attention. After a few rounds of drinks, coupled with the endless flattery from the sycophants, he became increasingly self-satisfied, losing sight of who he truly was. To be honest, I, Qin Juanhao, currently possess a substantial number of clients and plan to establish my own company by the end of the year. Really? Brother Hao, you are starting a big company? Yes. I've even chosen a name for it. Junfa Group, for prosperity. Wow. Brother Hao is truly remarkable. Hey, from now on, you all should call him President Qin. Yes, President Qin, you have started a major enterprise. We'll all follow you in the future. Let us toast to that. As long as my brothers trust me, we'll earn money together, share wealth, and enjoy life. Cheers. Here's to President Qin. If there's anything you need, just let me know. I'm more than willing to lend a hand. This year, I've bought a BMW, started my company, and within 3 years, I'll buy a house in Magic City and marry a local wife, becoming a true resident of the city. How impressive. I would be satisfied with just a fraction of Brother Hao's success. Qin Feng felt a wave of nausea wash over him, noticing Qin Feng absorbed in his phone. Qin Juanhao felt a surge of irritation for not receiving any flattering words from him. Qin Feng, why are you silent? Oh, I wish to speak, but alas, I have no opportunity. Why not resign and join me? I assure you, your salary will not suffer. Your current internship pays 4,000, but I'll offer you 8,000. You graduated from a prestigious university. What of it? You're still working for me. And what of it if I didn't finish middle school? I'm still a successful entrepreneur. You're infuriating. He assumed Qin Feng would be grateful, considering 8,000 is double his current salary. Instead, Qin Feng remained ungrateful. No need. My current job may not pay much, but it involves skilled work. I cannot engage in sycophancy. Qin Feng, you, Qin Juanhao, I am aware of your BMW purchase, your company, and you've given out red envelopes. If there is nothing more, I shall take my leave. With that, he strode out of the restaurant with purpose. Qin Feng, stop right there. Qin Juanhao approached, his disdain palpable, and his sarcasm only fueled his irritation. He sought to belittle Qin Feng, to crush him beneath his heel. Qin Feng, isn't your mother's birthday tomorrow? Just say the word, and I'll personally drive you back to your hometown in my BMW, free of charge. No need. I have already purchased a high-speed train ticket. What? You would rather squeeze into a train than ride in my BMW? Indeed. I find joy in taking the train. What sort of nonsense is this? How ungrateful. A chorus of sycophants rallied to Qin Juanhao's defense. Qin Feng, you stubborn fool, can't you see the opportunity? If you just humble yourself before Brother Hao, you could be riding in style. Did your education render you foolish? What does it matter if you graduated from a prestigious university? A college graduate on a mere 4,000 salary. Where does he find his confidence? Indeed, if I were in your shoes, I wouldn't even dare to show my face tonight. Enough of your sycophantic drivel. Who can endure this? The current Qin Feng is not the same as before. He intends to retaliate against all the humiliation and bullying he has endured. Beside the BMW, a shared bicycle stood parked. An idea sparked. Without uttering a word, Qin Feng seized the bicycle, hoisted it above his head, and brought it crashing down onto the BMW. Bang! The deafening sound echoed, the front of the BMW crumpled, and the windshield shattered into fragments, leaving chaos in its wake. Chapter 66, an ultimate slap in the face. My heavens, has this boy lost his mind? How dare he smash Brother Hao's BMW? Who gave him the audacity? That's a 700,000 yuan car. How could a mere intern on a 4,000 yuan salary possibly afford to pay for it? Qin Feng, you are finished. Yet Qin Feng was not satisfied. He continued to wield the bicycle, smashing it down repeatedly until he finally relinquished it. The BMW was left in a state of utter disarray, and the crowd of onlookers was left aghast. Without a word, he vandalized the car. Could this boy have completely lost his mind? Ah, my BMW. Qin Juanhao could hardly believe his eyes. The typically meek and timid Qin Feng had the audacity to vandalize his newly acquired luxury vehicle? Has he consumed the heart of a bear or the gall of a leopard? Or has his mind simply unraveled? Fuming, Qin Juanhao's face turned a deep shade of anger. He longed to smash Qin Feng's head with a punch. Yet he hesitated. Qin Feng stood at 185 centimeters, while Qin Juanhao was a mere 169. He was simply not up to the task. How dare you smash my BMW? Do you even know how much this BMW X6 costs? The base price is 700,000 yuan. Huh, 700,000 is impressive? Just pay up and I'll let you off. Hey, you have some nerve. An intern like you wouldn't earn enough to cover it in 10 years. Qin Juanhao was not mistaken. With a salary of 4,000 yuan, Qin Feng would need a decade to pay it off without spending a dime. Yet Qin Feng remained unfazed, pulling a cigarette from his pocket and lighting it, exhaling smoke toward Qin Juanhao. Ah, this is infuriating. Qin Juanhao was driven to the brink of rage. Hand over the QR code. I'll pay you 710,000. What did you say? You'll pay me 710,000? Don't give me that foolish look. Rest assured, it's not ghost money. 700,000 for your car and 10,000 for this meal. Today's Qin Feng is no longer the same as before. He directly scans the QR code. Ding. A staggering 710,000 yuan has been credited to Alipay. Qin Juanhao staggered back in shock, while a throng of sycophants gaped in disbelief. How is it possible? Where did Qin Feng acquire 710,000 yuan? They couldn't fathom it, even if their lives depended on it. Did he steal it? Rob it? Or perhaps win the lottery? Qin Juanhao, the BMW has already been compensated to you. From now on, the bridge is the bridge, and the road is the road. We are entirely clear. After declaring this, Qin Feng decisively exited the family group chat. When paths diverge, there is no collaboration. Qin Feng believed that if he were to slap their faces, he must do so with utmost vigor. He aimed to make this gaggle of sycophants cry out for mercy. System, summon that Lamborghini. Excellent. Fervently at your service, host. Whoosh. A Lamborghini worth 150 million yuan seemed to descend from the heavens, or perhaps just emerge from the depths of the earth. Qin Feng casually retrieved the car key from his pocket and pressed it nonchalantly. Beep, beep, beep. The LED lights dazzled the entire scene. The car doors soared like seagulls taking flight. So cool. So eye-catching. Like a phoenix reborn from the flames. The crowd was astounded. What? A Lamborghini Veneno? This young man actually drives a Lamborghini. My eyes must be deceiving me. I have seen this supercar in the movie Transformers. Only 3 exist globally. Priced at 150 million yuan. Goodness, 150 million. I wouldn't earn that much even if I worked for 10 lifetimes. I made a wrong choice. I misjudged. After all this time, it turns out Qin Feng is the true titan among the wealthy. Compared to this Lamborghini, Qin Juanhao's BMW doesn't even qualify as a footnote. The wind blows the grass. The strong are the ones to be flattered. A swarm of sycophants rushed towards Qin Feng. Brother Feng, you are truly a hidden gem. The wealthiest of the wealthy. Brother Feng, when did you acquire the Lamborghini? Let me hop in for a ride, just to get a taste of the supercar experience. My brother Feng is simply phenomenal. I fervently wish to cling to your coattails. Do you think you are worthy? Qin Feng scoffed, pressing down on the accelerator. Vroom, vroom, vroom. The crowd of sycophants instinctively parted to make way. Qin Juanhao looked utterly stupefied, as if he had just tasted something bitter. A smile crept across Qin Feng's lips. As he drove the supercar onto the road, the system's voice chimed in. Ding. Host has smashed a BMW, assertively slapped faces. And the system rewards a yacht worth 500 million. What? Smash a BMW and earn a yacht? This is simply too delightful. Soon, I can take my wife and children out to sea for fishing, while Lin Shireen dons a bikini, enjoying the sea breeze and watching the sunset. Haha, blissful. Qin Feng returned to the Lin family's villa, where Lin Jintang and the servants had already retired for the night. He quietly slipped into the children's room, where the 4 little ones were soundly asleep, clutching their adorable plush toys. Qin Feng smiled. Back in his guest room, he quickly showered and applied a bit of the magical oil from his inventory. The quality of the system's products is simply unparalleled. Hee, little one. Let's see who takes care of whom tonight. Qin Feng smirked, pushing open the bedroom door with eager anticipation. Wife, Dear, are you awake? Your husband has arrived. Lin Shireen feigned sleep, ignoring him. Oof, little rascal. Qin Feng slipped into the covers, ready for the next step. Wait, darling, did you bring that along? I applied some magical oil. It can substitute for condoms. Magical oil? What kind of magical oil? Qin Feng didn't respond. Instead, leaning in to kiss the beautiful lips of his beloved. The pair of lovers exchanged tender affections, youthful and vibrant. Both spouses had consumed the Tianyuan pill, and now with the aid of the magical oil, it was impossible not to revel in this unrestrained happiness. Chapter 67. A frightening journey home. The quality and effectiveness of the system's rewards are simply beyond reproach. One cannot dispute it. After an exhilarating night with his extraordinarily beautiful wife, he awoke brimming with energy. Not a hint of fatigue in sight. Since giving Lin Shireen the Tianyuan pill, her stamina has significantly increased, and her skin has become even smoother and firmer. Radiant and flawless, she hardly needs makeup, as she appears breathtakingly beautiful. With such a seductive and alluring wife in his arms, Qin Feng often finds himself lost in thought. Lin Shireen stretched languidly, exuding charm. Are you awake? Dear, did you sleep well last night? Yes, it was so comfortable. Qin Feng glanced at his phone. It was just past 7 a.m. The sun had yet to rise. Come here for another kiss, dear. Again? We need to save some energy for the drive back home. Qin Feng. No worries, I can go for N more rounds. Qin Feng teased, burying his head between his wife's soft curves. Lin Shireen felt a surge of excitement, half-heartedly resisting, just as they were about to dive into the main event. Knock, knock, knock. A loud rap echoed from outside. Who is it? This is such an inopportune time. Daddy, Mommy, open the door. Goodness, the four little treasures have arrived. The couple exchanged awkward glances and chuckled. No wonder young couples often hesitate to have children early. This is precisely the reason. The four little ones, aware that they would be returning to their hometown today, woke up earlier than usual. Before 7 a.m., the servants had dressed them impeccably. The two boys wore white shirts, suspenders, and black shoes, sporting little bow ties, looking like tiny gentlemen. The girl donned a pink princess dress and matching shoes, adorned with a bow, looking as exquisite as a doll. Each of the four little ones carried a small yellow duck backpack, their big eyes sparkling as they knocked eagerly on the bedroom door. Daddy, Mommy. The lazybones are still in bed. The sun is shining on their bottoms. With their arrival, Qin Feng and Lin Shireen had no choice but to get out of bed and open the door. Lin Si, seeing Qin Feng without a shirt, clad only in his boxers, couldn't help but cover her eyes with her little hands. Hee hee, Daddy and Mommy sleep without clothes. How embarrassing. Qin Feng's expression darkened. The little ones are truly oblivious. Who sleeps in clothes when they are together? Qin Feng, hurry back to change. It's not appropriate in front of the kids. Lin Shireen prepared to visit her mother-in-law, deliberately choosing a sky blue long dress. With a low ponytail and a fresh face, she was stunningly beautiful. Qin Feng drove the Land Rover to the garden, and for safety's sake, he instructed the system to conduct a thorough check. Lin Jintong had also considered visiting Qin Feng's hometown, but given the Lin family's vast estate, someone had to remain behind. Qin Feng, after your mother's birthday tomorrow, bring her to the Magic City. I've already arranged for a doctor to see her. The sooner the surgery, the better the results. All right. Thank you for your concern, Grandpa. Just kidding. With the Tianyuan pill rewarded by the system, what surgery is even necessary? However, Qin Feng did not express this openly. Without his mother taking the medicine, the efficacy remained uncertain. After picking up Qin Ling from school, Qin Feng drove onto the highway. Lin Shireen produced a jewelry box and handed it to Qin Ling in the back seat. Qin Ling, my sister-in-law has gifted you a necklace. Let me know if you like it. Qin Ling opened it, and the dazzling diamonds sparkled brilliantly, clearly of high quality. Sister-in-law, you've given me such a precious gift. Do you like it? Yes, I love it. Thank you, sister-in-law. The Magic City is over 100 kilometers from their hometown. Without traffic, 2 hours is ample time. Since Qin Feng returned to work after the new year, it had been half a year since he last visited home. This time, he was bringing his wife and children back in style. His mother would undoubtedly be overjoyed to see Lin Shireen and the four adorable little ones. My dear, soon after we exit the highway and traverse a mountain, we shall arrive home. Oh, how delightful it is to return to our hometown. When you see Grandma, make sure to greet her enthusiastically, and don't forget to address Uncle as well, understood? Yes, we know. The four little darlings are so well behaved. Happiness invigorates the spirit. Let us turn on the music. Qin Feng sways to the pulsating rhythm. In my heart blooms a desire to return home. In that late-night bar, regardless of the truth. Let us dance freely and forget our infatuations. You are the most enchanting one. Do you not know that? As we leave the highway, a shortcut through the mountains will lead us home swiftly. This mountain is serene and secluded, with rugged terrain, when the winds howl and rain falls. The loose stones tumble down, posing a danger to both people and vehicles. Rarely do drivers choose this treacherous route unless pressed for time. My dear, this path is rather perilous. Qin Ling, please look after the baby in the back seat. Understood, brother. Ensure your seatbelts are fastened. Once we pass this mountainous stretch, we shall soon be home. Just as Qin Feng finished speaking, an abrupt voice from the system echoed. Ding. Caution ahead, please drive carefully. A massive rock tumbled down from the summit, unexpectedly crashing towards the front of the Land Rover. The stone weighed 1,000 pounds, and the force of its descent was unimaginable. If struck, it would surely spell disaster. Brace yourselves, Qin Feng shouted, decisively pressing the accelerator. And the Land Rover surged forward like an arrow. The rock narrowly missed the rear of the vehicle, crashing down the cliff with a resounding thud. Caw caw caw. A flock of crows took flight over the mountain. My love, Qin Ling, are you hurt? Are we all right? What about the 4 little ones? Daddy, we're fine. Wow, Daddy is driving a bumper car. It's so much fun. Qin Feng found himself both amused and exasperated, just moments away from catastrophe. And yet the children likened it to a game. Truly, children comprehend little of danger. System, is this another revenge from the Zhang family? No. The host has encountered a group of thugs specializing in luxury car theft. Chapter 68, The Arrogant Robbers. What? Thugs? Qin Feng felt a jolt of surprise. After years of traveling far and wide via high-speed rail, when had a local tyrant emerged in the mountains. This gang of thugs has taken to preying upon luxury cars in the area, and your Land Rover has caught their eye. Exercise caution. Understood. With the system's alert, Qin Feng felt reassured. With his extraordinary skills, even the most formidable thug would be no match for him. However, Qin Ling, Lin Shirin, and the 4 little ones were defenseless and could easily be harmed. It was better to avoid conflict. He merely wished to drive away swiftly. Yet suddenly, the Land Rover began to jolt violently. Daddy, are you driving a bumper car again? Yay, this bumper car is so much fun. The 4 little darlings clapped joyfully, experiencing an exhilarating thrill. Bang, bang. 2 sudden thuds echoed. Following the momentum, Lin Shirin stumbled forward, nearly hitting her head on the dashboard. Qin Feng, how are you driving? There are children in the car. Oh no, we have a flat tire. How could this happen? I'm not sure. Stay in the car while I check. Qin Feng quickly leapt out, and upon inspection, he found several nails embedded in both front tires, severely deflated. Qin Feng, what happened? The tires are punctured. We have no spare. What should we do? Lin Shirin exclaimed in panic, opening the car door. Should we call the police or a towing company? Both would take time and effort, and we would surely miss Mother's birthday celebration. Just as Qin Feng pondered seeking the system's assistance, 4 or 5 men suddenly emerged from a bend ahead. With brightly dyed hair and cigarettes dangling from their lips, they swaggered over, clearly up to no good. The leader, a bald man in his 30s clad in a tight black t-shirt, had muscular arms thicker than an adult's calf. These ruffians had been establishing themselves as local tyrants, scattering nails and shards of glass on the roads, particularly targeting BMWs and Mercedes. As soon as Qin Feng's Land Rover had exited the highway, it had become their target. A vehicle worth millions implies a net worth of at least 100 million. Heh, just one good score could allow them half a year of leisure. Hey, brother, need a tire fix? You can fix tires? In this area, we're the only ones. The bald man gestured towards a ramshackle shed behind them. Qin Feng maintained his composure. All right, how much for 2 tires? The bald man did not respond, but held up 2 fingers. 2,000. Dream on. I'm charging 10,000. 2 tires for 20,000 was akin to robbery. A strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. He must reach his mother's birthday celebration before midnight. If money could resolve the matter, it was no issue. He pulled out his phone and scanned the QR code. Ding. The payment of 20,000 was confirmed. Having paid, can we get the tires fixed now? Sure. However, fixing the tires will take time. You and your family must be tired from the journey. Why not come into the shed for some water and rest a bit? The bald man's reasoning was sound, and Qin Feng reluctantly instructed Qin Ling and the little ones to step out of the car for some fresh air. One by one, the bald man led them into a makeshift shed. Inside was merely a table and a few chairs, along with some worn-out tires. Just a glance revealed the situation to Qin Feng. The bald man ordered his henchmen to distribute bottles of mineral water to everyone. He then handed Qin Feng a cigarette. Come, brother, driving must be tiring. Smoke one to relieve the stress. Ding. Host, this cigarette contains a narcotic. Do not smoke it. System, I am aware. TSK. This Land Rover is worth millions. Returning home with wife and children. You've done well, brother. What business do you run in the big city? I don't run a business. I'm just scraping by. How can you drive a Land Rover without running a business? Are you perhaps the fabled kept man? Qin Feng lit the cigarette, deliberately taking a puff, though he had already used his internal energy to shield himself. Today, I shall see what trickery this bald man is up to. The bald man, seeing Qin Feng smoke the cigarette, felt a surge of delight. He glanced at Lin Shirin and Qin Ling, thinking to himself, my little sweethearts, these two beauties are radiant. Clearly city girls. Their figures are voluptuous, and their charm is unparalleled, more stunning than movie stars. Once Qin Feng collapses, I shall close the door and revel in my fortune. As for the four little ones, I can sell them to human traffickers for another substantial profit. Haha, life is good. The bald man plotted in his mind, envisioning embracing Lin Shirin and Qin Ling, excitement coursing through him. Qin Feng, irritated by the bald man's lack of action to repair the car, wondered why he was not fixing it after payment. Calculating the time, he realized the effects of the drug would soon take hold. The bald man suddenly leered at Lin Shirin and Qin Ling, his hands itching to touch. Ha ha ha. I haven't had meat in days. And here comes a delicious beauty. I can't work without some fun first. Brothers, close the door tight. Once I'm done, I'll share the spoils. Yes, boss. With a loud bang, the shed door slammed shut. Lin Shirin and Qin Ling realized they had encountered robbers, and they instinctively stepped back in fear. What do you want from us? The bald man, brimming with arrogance, sneered, little beauty, once I'm done having my fun, I'll fix your tire. If you don't behave, I'll toss you off a cliff to feed the beasts. He was emboldened by his limited martial skills, committing all sorts of crimes without remorse. With just 4 or 5 of them, a single punch from each could turn Qin Feng into a pulp. After enjoying their time with the women, they would ransack everything from the car, escaping long before the car owner woke up to call the police. The mountains were high and the emperor far away. Having succeeded multiple times, the bald man felt invincible, unable to resist the temptation of Lin Shirin's innocence. He reached out with one hand to grab her. Chapter 69. Those who seek death will find it. Dare to flirt with my woman? You're courting death. Qin Feng's eyes flashed with coldness as he delivered a swift kick to the bald man's backside. Bang! The bald man was sent flying, crashing against the wall of the makeshift building and rebounding, his face bruised and battered. Qin Feng stepped forward, planting his foot on the man's right arm. And with a sickening crack, a portion of bone protruded ominously. Ah, my hand. The bald man trembled in agony, howling like a banshee. Lin Shirin and Qin Ling clung to each other, stunned by the ferocity of Qin Feng's attack. Meanwhile, the 4 children remained blissfully unaware of the danger, clapping and cheering. Wow, my daddy is so strong. He kicked the bad guy away. Especially the boys, Lin Chun and Lin Yang, mimicked Qin Feng's movements with enthusiasm. Daddy hit him. Make the bad guy cry. Yes, kick his butt. Let us see if he dares to speak ill of mommy again. My daddy is amazing. He is the strongest daddy in the world. Hooray. When a master makes a move, one can immediately discern their skill. The bald man had been in this line of work for years, ruling his territory, and it was clear he possessed some genuine skills. Yet, it was of no consequence, as he hadn't even had the chance to strike before Qin Feng incapacitated him in a single move. The remaining 4 thugs realized they had encountered a formidable foe, but they could not afford to sit idly by. It was either they perish or he does. Get him, grab your weapons. The 4 swiftly drew out large knives and steel pipes, encircling Qin Feng. How dare you kick our boss? I'll kill you. One of the thugs, oblivious to the impending doom, swung his knife at Qin Feng's right arm. The strike was fast, the blade gleaming coldly. If it landed, it could sever an ordinary person's arm completely. Dear, be careful. A nameless clown dares to leap? Qin Feng chuckled coldly, with the children beside him. Lingering was not an option. He needed to be decisive. Bang, 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 bang. A series of flying kicks sent the 4 thugs crashing against the wall, their limbs broken and bodies contorted in pain, wailing on the ground. The children cheered once more. Wow, my daddy is so powerful. A whole group of bad guys are no match for him. Daddy, I love you. You're the strongest daddy in the world. Stay low-key. Stay low-key. Qin Feng smiled, waving at the 4 children while dealing with the thugs. Crack, crack. Qin Feng stepped forward, breaking the feet of all 5 men, called the police, and sent them their location. He confiscated their phones and tossed them off the cliff. Kid, what are you doing? The heavens are vast, bald man. Just wait to enjoy your time in prison. Wife, let us go. Qin Feng retrieved a car repair toolkit from the makeshift building and locked the door behind him. Master, please spare us. Sir, we didn't mean it. We don't want to die. Please let us go. With their phones discarded off the cliff and their limbs broken, the 5 robbers were left howling in despair within the makeshift building. Husband, you've injured them so badly. What about the tire? Who will fix it? Qin Ling was panicking. It was already 11 o'clock, and if they called a towing company, they would surely miss their mother's birthday banquet. Brother, what should we do? If it were just Qin Feng, he could simply summon a helicopter or Lamborghini from his space and drive home. But with Lin Shirin and Qin Ling present, such an act would undoubtedly expose his identity as a wealthy individual. While binding to the system had its benefits, revealing it would spoil the fun. But I don't know how to fix a tire. What should I do? Beep. The host is facing a dilemma. Special reward, car repair skills. Whether it's a car, plane, yacht, or tank, it's all a piece of cake. Haha. This system's reward is quite timely. Qin Ling, why the rush? It's just fixing 2 tires. Wait a moment, it will be done shortly. Brother, can you really fix the tire? Huh, what is so difficult about that? With the system's reward, Qin Feng opened the toolkit and tinkered for a few minutes before successfully repairing the tire. Wife, Qin Ling, the tire is fixed. Get the kids in the car. Wow, you fixed it so quickly? Lin Shireen looked at him in awe, no matter what obstacles arose. Qin Feng always managed to turn the tide. This man was truly remarkable. Chapter 70, Driving the Land Rover Back Home. Honey, it seems you can do anything. I'm starting to admire you. Qin Feng felt a twinge of pride. It's merely fixing 2 tires. Is it really worth such astonishment from my wife? Lin Shireen gazed at him, her expression one of wonder. This man was becoming increasingly enigmatic. What other abilities did he possess that she was unaware of? Why are you 2 beauties still dawdling? Get in the car, or we'll miss our mother's birthday banquet. Oh, we're getting in. Qin Feng took the driver's seat, starting the car and heading toward Qin Family Village. Qin Family Village could be deemed a large hamlet, home to over 800 households. A few years back, a high-speed train station was built in Qin Family Village, leading to extensive land requisition. The ancestral home of the Qin family happened to be within the requisition area, resulting in a compensation of 3 million. In theory, Qin Feng's family should have received half of that amount, totaling 1.5 million. However, his uncle, cruel and sinister, took advantage of his father's early death, bullying the widow and her children, and greedily absorbed the entire 3 million, leaving Qin Feng's family with nothing. After pocketing the compensation, his uncle ostentatiously spent 1.5 million to build a 4-story villa in the village, the most luxurious in the area. He also spent another million buying a commercial property in the county and purchased a car, living extravagantly. Unable to compete with his uncle, Qin Feng's family was forced to reside in a simple dwelling. When Qin Feng was 5 years old, his father died in a car accident, and at that time, his sister Qin Ling was only 1 year old. Without a man to provide support, the widow and her children faced countless grievances and bullying in the village. Their mother, Qin Feng, was a strong woman who worked tirelessly, taking on 3 jobs to support the family. Fortunately, her children excelled. Qin Feng graduated from a prestigious university, and Qin Ling also achieved excellent grades to enroll in a university in the magical city. They had hoped that with their education, they could enjoy a better life. But a year ago, tragedy struck when their mother was diagnosed with late-stage breast cancer. The doctor informed them that without surgery, she had at most a year to live. The family was poor, saving a little money to be set aside for Qin Feng's future wife, but their mother refused to seek treatment. Qin Feng understood that cancer was incurable, and rather than risk losing everything, she preferred to give up early. Despite her children's pleas, she refused treatment, wishing only to see Qin Feng married and have children in her lifetime. Just a few days ago, Qin Feng had called her to share the news of his marriage and the birth of quadruplets, 2 boys and 2 girls. Qin Feng was overwhelmed with excitement, yearning to see her daughter-in-law and grandchildren in the blink of an eye. Now that Qin Feng was married and had children, the Qin family would have a legacy, and she could depart in peace. Most of the able-bodied youth from Qin Family Village had sought work elsewhere, leaving behind the elderly and children. In this day and age, even in rural areas, the purchase of a car is hardly surprising. For those working away from home, acquiring a modest vehicle priced around 100,000 yuan is far from a daunting task. When the festive season arrives, it is not uncommon to see individuals returning to their villages in luxury vehicles such as Mercedes or BMWs. And few would stop to gawk at such commonplace displays of wealth. However, should someone return in a car valued at 3 to 4 million yuan, it would undoubtedly be a sensational event. As Qin Feng drove his Land Rover into the village, he instantly captured the attention of all the villagers. Who in our village owns a Land Rover? I have no idea. A Land Rover costs at least 3 to 4 million. That is impressive. Wait. Isn't that Qin Feng from their family sitting in the driver's seat? Impossible. That kid just graduated from university and is still interning at a company. He couldn't possibly afford a car worth millions. It's hard to say. Perhaps he won the lottery. True enough, if he struck it rich, nothing could hold him back. I've only ever seen such luxury vehicles on television. They say they cost millions. Only the wealthy can afford them. Let us go see what a real Land Rover looks like. The villagers, filled with curiosity, flocked towards Qin Feng's home. Although Qin Feng's house consisted of merely 3 simple rooms, Qin Feng had meticulously tidied up the space, leaving it immaculate. Old man, our Feng has brought his wife and child home today. May you bless their journey from the heavens. Qin Feng stood in the courtyard, eagerly anticipating their arrival when suddenly the sound of an automobile echoed from outside. Could it be my phone or has returned? She hurriedly opened the door and was taken aback by the sight of a luxurious off-road vehicle, almost doubting her own eyes. My goodness, has Qin Feng really come back in a car? Qin Feng, is that you? Surely I'm not dreaming. Qin Feng stepped out of the vehicle and swiftly approached his mother. Mother, your son Qin Feng has returned. Feng, it truly is you. I've missed you dearly these past few months. Mother, I've missed you too. Overcome with emotion, Qin Feng embraced his mother tightly, tears welling in his eyes. Chapter 71. This is happiness. Qin Fengxiao was a tall and slender woman. Qin Feng spoke the truth. In her youth, she was renowned as a beauty across the countryside. Even at 50, her charm remained undiminished. Lin Shirin looked on at the mother-son reunion, filled with a multitude of emotions. The bond between mother and child is unbreakable, a connection that transcends even the strongest of ties. Having lost her own parents, she vowed to cherish and honor her mother-in-law, vowing to do everything in her power to cure her illness. Mother, why are you crying? I'm not crying. I'm simply overwhelmed with joy. These are tears of happiness. Come now, let me introduce you to your daughter-in-law, along with your grandchildren. My Fenger has married and had children. Now I can finally rest easy. Qin Feng led Lin Shirin to his mother. Mother, this is your daughter-in-law, Lin Shirin, born the same year as I am. Quickly, dear wife, greet my mother. Mother, Lin Shirin, with grace and poise, affectionately called out. Qin Fengxiao responded with delight. Heavens! Such a beautiful girl marrying into our family without demanding a dowry or a house. That is truly the blessing of the Qin family for generations. Mother, please do not say that. Qin Feng is exceptional, and our love is genuine. Qin Feng guided Qin Fengxia to a chair in the living room. Children, come and wish your grandmother longevity. Have you memorized the birthday wishes your father taught you? Yes, Daddy. The four little ones stood in a row, adorably cute. Eldest treasure Lin Yang wishes grandma longevity like the Eastern Sea. Second treasure Lin Chun wishes grandma a lifespan as great as the Southern Mountain. Third treasure Lin Si wishes grandma health and long life. Fourth treasure Lin Chi wishes grandma a perpetual smile. What well-behaved and clever children. Grandma is happier to see you all than anything else. Qin Fengxiao, with tears of joy streaming down her cheeks, enveloped all four grandchildren in her arms. If her husband were still alive, seeing their four grandchildren would surely bring him immense comfort. Children, grandma has prepared many delicious treats for you. You must be hungry, come and eat. She led the four little ones to the coffee table, offering them candies, biscuits, and milk. Though these snacks were ordinary and paled in comparison to the high-end confections from the Lin family, the four little ones savored every bite with delight. It is often said that grandchildren are a source of affection. As Qin Fengxia gazed upon her four adorable grandchildren, the mere sight brought her immense joy. While her mother reveled in the bliss of family, Qin Feng unloaded an array of gifts from the trunk, transporting them into the living room. Mother, when will uncle and aunt arrive? Your uncle just called to say they are on their way. They should be here shortly. Have you arranged for the banquet? Yes. I booked a private room at the best restaurant in town, ordered 12 dishes, and if that's not enough, we can always order more. All right, mother. Come quickly to receive the gifts. Good heavens, Qin Feng, why have you brought so many gifts? Mother, these gifts are all purchased by your daughter-in-law, Shirin. Qin Feng said, casting a knowing glance at Lin Shirin. Shirin, how much did all these gifts cost? You spent quite a lot. It's nothing, mother. I bought you a few sets of clothing. Come try them on. All right, I'll give them a try. Qin Fengxiao felt a wave of warmth. This daughter-in-law was not only beautiful, but also thoughtful and caring. Previously, when matchmakers introduced Qin Feng to girls, they would turn away upon seeing their modest three-room house. No matter how handsome Qin Feng was, it made no difference. Standing at 165 centimeters, Qin Fengxia was slender, and the three sets of clothes fit her as if tailor-made. Mother, you look great in these clothes. They are fashionable and perfectly fitted. Do you like them? Whatever my Shirin buys, I adore. However, I worry that I may not be able to wear such trendy attire at my age. How can that be? Women in the big cities, even older than you, wear outfits that are far more youthful and vibrant. But, mother, I do work in the countryside. Qin Feng and I have discussed it. Once your birthday is over, we'll take you to the metropolis for surgery. We've already contacted the doctor after your recovery. You can help us care for the children, and one T need to return to the countryside. Qin Fengxiao felt a twinge of anxiety. Shirin, I have cancer. Can it really be cured? Rest assured, once the surgery is done, everything will be fine. All right, mother agrees to the surgery. Once you are well, you can help us with the children. Thank you, mother. Lin Shirin helped adorn Qin Fengxiao with the emerald necklace and bracelet she had purchased, embracing her as they stepped out of the room. Children, come and see how lovely grandma looks in her new clothes. Wow, Grandma looks so beautiful in her new outfit. Yes, our grandma, mommy, and auntie are all stunning beauties. Haha, how can these little ones be so sweet? Grandma loves you all to bits. As Qin Feng smiled at this heartwarming scene, Chapter 72, Uncle comes to pay his respects. The family was enjoying a harmonious reunion when Qin Feng's uncle and aunt arrived. His uncle, 58 years of age, had served in the military during his youth and was quite tall. It is often said that nephews resemble their uncles. Qin Feng, standing at 185 centimeters, had certainly inherited this trait. When Qin Feng was diagnosed with cancer, many relatives turned their backs on her, even absurdly claiming that cancer was contagious, severing ties with Qin Feng's family. Only his uncle and aunt remained steadfast, offering to lend money for Qin Feng's treatment, a gesture for which Qin Feng was immensely grateful. He had specifically purchased high-quality cigarettes and liquor to honor his uncle. Qin Feng took Lin Shireen by the hand and approached them. Uncle, aunt. Lin Shireen followed suit, greeting them. Hello, uncle and aunt. I'm Lin Shireen. Upon seeing Lin Shireen, Qin Feng's uncle and aunt were left speechless, their eyes wide in astonishment. Is it possible for such beauty to exist in this world? Just look at that figure and that graceful waist. She is truly as radiant as a celestial being. Qin Feng, you are indeed fortunate to have wed such a strikingly beautiful wife, with fair skin, a statuesque figure, and a visage that surpasses even that of movie stars. Uncle, you flatter me to the point of embarrassment. Haha. Qin Feng secretly revels in his good fortune and calls the 4 adorable little treasures to come forward. Babies, come and greet your great uncle and great aunt. The 4 little ones line up. Greetings, great uncle. Greetings, great aunt. Ah, these 4 children are simply delightful, resembling porcelain dolls from a traditional painting. Nay, they are even more charming than those depicted in art. With a stunning wife and such lovely children, Qin Feng, it must be your father's spirit watching over you from beyond. Uncle is quite generous too, gifting each child with 1,000 as a meeting gift, and presenting Qin Feng with 10,000 as a birthday tribute. Thank you, great uncle and great aunt. Uncle, I have brought a case of Mao Tai and 10 packs of Huazi cigarettes. Let me put them in your car first. Qin Feng, how much did you spend on such extravagant gifts? As long as uncle is pleased. Aware of auntie's frugality, Qin Feng slips her a bank card. Auntie, please keep this card safe. The password is uncle's birthday. Qin Feng, you bought cigarettes and liquor and still gave us a card? How much is on it? Not much, just a little over $1 million. For you and uncle's retirement. Oh my, Qin Feng, you are gifting us $1 million. That is far too much. Auntie cannot accept. Qin Feng firmly places the card into Auntie's pocket. It is only right for a nephew to honor his uncle. Your kindness shall be repaid tenfold. Driving back to the village in a luxury car, Qin Feng astonishes the entire Qin family compound. A throng gathers in the courtyard, eager to witness the spectacle. The crowd buzzes with envy and admiration. Indeed, it is Qin Feng returning in a Land Rover. I just checked online. It is the latest model, worth $4 million. It is simply unfathomable. The wealthy truly live splendidly. And look at his wife. She is as stunning as a fairy, and they have 4 children. Their ancestral graves must be blessed. How the tides have turned. Qin Feng has finally made a name for himself. The villagers, who seldom visit, flock to see Qin Feng return in glory. Qin Feng, unperturbed, shares candies with Lin Shireen and Qin Ling to distribute among the guests. Sister Feng, your Qin Feng has succeeded. Prepare to enjoy the fruits of your labor. After tasting the sweets, the villagers depart, filled with envy and admiration. Checking his phone, Qin Feng says, Mom, it is nearly noon. The children are hungry. Let us go eat. All right, let us head to the restaurant. The eatery in town is not far, just a 10-minute walk. Qin Feng secures the door, and the group strolls merrily towards the restaurant. Qin Feng's uncle is named Qin Zhenxing. Upon witnessing Qin Feng return in the Land Rover, he feels both envy and jealousy, having secretly squeezed into the crowd to gawk. How peculiar it is. Wasn't Qin Feng and in turn earning a mere $4,000 a month? How could he afford a car worth millions? Could he have won the lottery? Goodness, gifting uncle a case of Mao Tai, 10 packs of Huazi cigarettes, and $1 million card. Jealousy nearly bursts his eyes. Seeing Lin Shireen with the 4 adorable children fills him with bitterness and resentment. His son, Qin Juanhao, has a house and a car. With an annual salary of $200,000, yet no girl seems to take an interest in him. At 29, he remains a bachelor. Meanwhile, Qin Feng, with only 3 shabby houses, has married a celestial beauty and fathered quadruplets. Why is this so? Life is utterly unfair. When one is poor, they are trampled upon, while the wealthy are fawned over. Noticing Qin Feng's family heading to the town restaurant to celebrate Qin Feng's birthday, Qin Zhenxing shamelessly follows, like a sycophant. Inside the private dining room, the family gathers around the table as the dishes and drinks are served, and everyone raises their glasses. Mom, happy birthday. Cheers. As they toast, Qin Jinxing suddenly knocks on the door and barges in. Hey there, sister-in-law, happy birthday. Qin Feng furrows his brow, recalling the various misdeeds of Qin Jinxing, how he had bullied him in the past, and feels a wave of displeasure. What do you want? In the past, you oppressed me, and now I, Qin Feng, have risen beyond your reach. Qin Feng, don't be like that. He is your uncle. Qin Feng Xia, being a kind and magnanimous woman, believes in not striking those who come bearing smiles. Since you are here, come join us for a drink. All right. Qin Jinxing eagerly approaches. But Qin Feng does not pour him any wine. He pours it himself, his audacity as thick as a city wall. Come, brother, let me toast my sister-in-law. If I have done anything wrong in the past, please forgive me. As he speaks, he presents Qin Feng Xia with a red envelope containing 1,000 yuan. Qin Feng rolls his eyes. Your son is a sycophant, and so is his father. Qin Feng Xia pushes the envelope back. Uncle, I shall not accept this. Qin Feng, pour your uncle a drink. Oh, reluctantly, Qin Feng pours him a glass. Qin Jinxing raises the glass and downs it in one gulp. Qin Feng, you have returned in glory, and I am genuinely happy for you. Your father and I are brothers, and you are like my own son. Goodness, how eloquent he is. When he embezzled 3 million, why didn't he speak of brotherhood then? Qin Feng rolls his eyes again. At this age, still acting like a sycophant. How amusing. Qin Feng, now that you have made a name for yourself, you should help your family out. Your cousin is developing in the city. Perhaps you could assist him. Wealth is best when shared. Haha. Does Qin Juanhao need my help? He drives a BMW and runs a large company. Ah, don't mention it. He was fired from his job last month, and now he is pressuring me to buy him a car. I have no idea what that scoundrel is doing out there. Haha. He brags endlessly, yet he was just laid off. Qin Juanhao has his own connections. Paths diverge. I cannot assist him. Thus, Qin Jinxing's flattery is met with silence, filling his heart with dissatisfaction. Come now, uncle, let us drink. Qin Feng continues to toast his uncle, disregarding Qin Jinxing as if he were invisible. Aware of his past misdeeds, Qin Jinxing understands that Qin Feng's indifference is his just desserts. Feeling out of place, he excuses himself halfway through the meal and slinks away, discreetly pocketing the red envelope as he leaves. If he cannot benefit from Qin Feng, he will not suffer a loss. After finishing their meal and settling the bill, the group exits the restaurant. Just outside the door, a young man steps out of a BMW. With a flamboyant hairstyle, tattoos of dragons and phoenixes adorning his arms, and a cigarette dangling from his lips, he leads a large wolf dog out of the car. The dog, weighing 100 pounds, stands as tall as an adult, panting with its bright red tongue, quite intimidating. Lin Si and Lin Qi have been afraid of dogs since childhood, and thus, the Lin family has never kept pets. Lin Si, holding an ice cream, finds the large wolf dog sniffing curiously at her. Ah, mommy, the dog is so scary. Lin Shireen quickly shields the child behind her, visibly displeased. Sir, your dog frightened my child. I kindly ask you to apologize. Also, it would be best to keep your dog on a leash. A creature of such size running amok could cause harm. Uft. The young man scoffs derisively. A leash? Do you see any rural dog owners using leashes? Did it bite your child? You are just being overly sensitive. This young man, known as Qin Wangfa, is 25 years old, a primary school graduate, and the son of the village chief of Qin family village. Leveraging the power of his father, the local tyrant, and with wealth from the family supermarket in town, he strutted about with an air of arrogance. This individual, known as Qin Wangfa, flaunted his BMW while indulging in debauchery, embodying all forms of vice, and was the self-proclaimed bully of Qin family village. Qin Feng, having lost his father at a tender age, endured countless humiliations and torment at the hands of this scoundrel. In the 3rd grade, Qin Wangfa had sneakily stuffed a snake in a Qin Feng's backpack, nearly sending him to the hospital from sheer fright. In the aftermath, not only did Qin Wangfa's parents refuse to apologize, but they also mocked Qin Feng for his cowardice, claiming he was not man enough to face a mere snake. These grievances, these resentments, Qin Feng would carry them for a lifetime. The Qin Feng of today is no longer the timid child of yore. If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. But if one dares to cross me, they shall face dire consequences. Qin Wangfa, apologize to my wife and children at once. This scoundrel had just returned from a foot massage in the county, blissfully unaware of Qin Feng's return to the village in a Land Rover. He assumed Qin Feng was still the same soft target he could easily manipulate. What? Is this your wife and children? Qin Wangfa sneered, casting a disdainful glance at Lin Shireen and the 4 little ones. Oh, living quite well, aren't we? You've managed to snag such a stunning partner. But with your abilities, I fear you're merely a caretaker, raising another man as children. Crack. Qin Feng's eyes flashed with cold fury as he delivered a resounding slap to Qin Wangfa's face, channeling 70% of his strength. Like a cannonball, Qin Wangfa was sent crashing into the front of his BMW, two of his front teeth flying out on impact. What? You dare strike me? To be publicly humiliated by having his teeth knocked out was an unbearable disgrace, far worse than death. Ah, I will kill you. Qin Wangfa roared in a fit of rage. Da Huang, attack. Bite him. Tear him apart. This fierce wolf dog, trained for 8 years, was astute and obedient to its master. Woof, woof. The wolf dog barked ferociously, baring its teeth as it lunged towards Qin Feng. Chapter 74. A punch to shatter the dog's skull. The wolf dog's sharp fangs descended with the weight of 1,000 pounds. Should Qin Feng be caught in its jaws, he would surely face death or dismemberment. Qin Feng, be careful. The onlookers were horrified. Who would have thought a simple meal could escalate to such violence? Even as the wolf dog attacked, the malice of its nature was appalling. Humph, do not think that just because you are the son of a mere village chief, or even the son of the mayor, that I, Qin Feng, will not unleash my wrath today. Old grievances and new grudges will be settled. With that, as the wolf dog lunged, Qin Feng remained unfazed, his pupils narrowing as he unleashed a powerful punch. This time, he exerted all his strength. Accompanied by the anguished howls of the wolf dog, it was sent flying, crashing directly into the BMW's front. Bam! The car's front crumpled upon impact, and the wolf dog, having not a moment to whimper, perished instantly. To kill a ferocious wolf dog with a single punch? Qin Feng, the uncle, the aunt, and the gathered villagers were left dumbfounded. When did Qin Feng become so formidable? I recall he never trained in martial arts. How could he possibly defeat a wolf dog? The uncle, a former soldier with a warrior's spirit, could not help but applaud. Well done. Justice is served. Good shall be rewarded, and evil shall be punished. Oh yeah, the 4 little ones cheered with glee. Wow, my daddy is amazing. He knocked out teeth with a slap. He killed a wolf dog with a punch. This is unbelievable. Qin Wangfa clutched his bleeding mouth in terror, retreating in fear. This trained wolf dog, known for its ferocity and swiftness, was usually more than a match for 3 or 4 adults. Yet in less than a second, it was slain by Qin Feng's fist. With the wolf dog dead and the BMW ruined, Qin Wangfa's rage boiled over, his fists cracking ominously. Ah, my Da Huang. My BMW. My teeth. Ha, you brought this upon yourself. With disdain, Qin Wangfa's fury ignited further. Qin Feng, I curse you. I will destroy you and your entire family. Get out of Qin family village forever. Feeling invincible? Yet he would pay dearly for his words. Smack, smack, smack. Qin Feng advanced, seizing Qin Wangfa by the collar, delivering 10 resounding slaps. Qin Wangfa's face swelled visibly, rapidly transforming into that of a pig's head. His mouth filled with blood, and he was left in agony, unable to count how many teeth remained. Why are you fighting at my doorstep? How can I conduct business now? The restaurant owner rushed out upon hearing the commotion, ready to call the police. But upon seeing that it was Qin Wangfa lying in a pool of blood, he immediately pocketed his phone. This scoundrel had taken advantage of his father's status to dine and dash in his establishment, never paying for his meals. Today, with Qin Feng here to settle the score, it was evident that retribution had arrived. Call the police? I haven't finished yet. I wish to beat him to a pulp. Woe is me, my face. My teeth. Qin Wangfa was thoroughly frightened and bewildered by Qin Feng's ferocity, utterly stripped of his former bravado. Realizing he was in the wrong, he dared not call the police. Hastily dialing his father for help. Dad, help. Your son is being beaten to death at a restaurant in town. Wangfa, what on earth is happening? Qin Feng is out for blood. What did you say? Qin Feng killed the wolf dog and is threatening to murder you? Yes, I'm coming right away. Qin Feng could not fathom that a simple meal could spiral into such chaos. A timid woman, she trembled, clutching Qin Feng's hand in fear. Qin Feng. But Qin Wangfa is the only son of the village chief. What will happen if the chief comes after you? Mom, he set his dog on me first. I was merely defending myself. But his father is the village chief. Humph, how high can a mere village tyrant leap? If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. But if one dares to cross me, they shall face annihilation. Well said. The uncle gave a thumbs up. Qin Feng is right. We do not bully others in the village, but we shall never allow ourselves to be bullied. The uncle had already devised a plan. Should the village chief be unreasonable and attempt to shield his son, he would not hesitate to leverage his connections. Boom. Soon, a heavy motorcycle roared onto the scene, and a burly man in his 50s, sporting a thick beard, dismounted. He was none other than Qin Wangfa's father, Qin Feng, the village tyrant of Qin family village. Dad, save me. With the wolf dog dead, the BMW wrecked, and Qin Wangfa's face swollen like a pig's head, blood oozed from his mouth as he lay on the ground, barely clinging to life. Hiss. Qin Feng inhaled sharply. Wangfa, who had the audacity to beat you to this extent? Was it Qin Feng? Qin Feng questioned, bewildered. How could his son, who had been fined just 2 hours ago, have been reduced to such a state. Chapter 75. Severe Punishment for the Village Tyrant. Qin Feng. Was it you? Indeed. You have great audacity. Do you not respect your elders? When beating a dog, one must consider its master. You, a mere child without a father, dare to lay a hand on the village chief's son? Who gave you the courage? Do you wish to survive in Qin family village? Qin Feng. I command you to compensate 5 million and take my son Wang Fa to the hospital for treatment, and then offer your sister to my son as his bride. Otherwise, I will demand the entire family of yours to accompany you to the grave. Qin Feng rolled his eyes. Compensation? Nonsense. What did you just say? Who gave you the audacity? Wang Fa was arrogant and foul-mouthed, inciting vicious dogs to attack, reaping what he sowed. Qin Feng, however, was well aware of the true nature of his son. Yet, even if Wang Fa was in the wrong, Qin Feng should not resort to such extreme measures. Village chief. Isn't that right? Qin Feng, a timid woman, was about to step forward to apologize but was pulled back by Qin Feng. Mom, do not apologize. Qin Feng was furious, nearly exploding with rage. It is essential to punish the wrongdoer to set an example. Otherwise, he could no longer serve as village chief. Qin Feng. Do not think that just because you drove a Land Rover back to the village, you are invincible. Offending me, Qin Feng, will ensure your family meets a most tragic end. A mere village chief threatening to annihilate another's family? How audacious and lawless. Today he must be dealt with severely. Qin Feng was about to seize Qin Feng and teach him a lesson, when the system's voice abruptly sounded. Ding host. Qin Feng has festering sores on his head and pus at his feet. He is guilty of embezzlement and corruption, withholding poverty alleviation funds, and maintaining improper relations with several village women using his power. Qin Feng had long known that Qin Feng was no good, but he never expected him to be this corrupt. Years ago, when the ancestral house was demolished, they received 3 million in compensation, which was entirely pocketed by Uncle Qin Zhenxing. Qin Feng, unable to bear it, sought the village chief's assistance, but Qin Feng had taken a bribe of 100,000 from Uncle, colluding with him. Today, both old grievances and new ones would be settled. Qin Feng fixed his piercing gaze on Qin Feng, his intensity instilling dread in the latter. Wang Feng, do you believe that with a single call, I can have a new village chief in your place today? You little brat, do you think you can challenge me? If you have the guts, hit me. Wang Feng, relying on his connections in the city, believed no one would dare to touch him, hence his brazen behavior. Qin Feng was not in a hurry to make a call. Instead, he leaned in close to whisper in his ear. The village's railway station project embezzled 15 million, withheld 8 million in poverty alleviation funds, and on October 5th, he arranged to meet Wang Xiaomei at a hotel in town, and last night, he climbed into Widow Li's bed in the dead of night. Although it was a sweltering summer day, cold sweat began to trickle down Qin Feng's back, and his legs trembled, nearly losing control of his bladder. Village chief. Am I wrongfully accusing you? Qin Feng, was confident that his corrupt dealings were undetected, yet Qin Feng was fully aware of his every misdeed. Damn it. This is unbelievable. How do you know all this? If one wishes to keep their actions hidden, one must first refrain from wrongdoing. Wang Feng gritted his teeth, whispering in anger. Qin Feng, you'd better keep this to yourself. Let us settle today's matter quietly. Oh, weren't you the one who wanted to wipe out my entire family? Wang Fa inciting dogs to attack was indeed wrong. He brought this upon himself. You all can leave now. Qin Feng, uncle and aunt, restaurant owner, spectators. Only Lin Shirin and Qin Ling exchanged knowing smiles, understanding each other perfectly. Wang Fa lay on the ground, writhing in pain, while his father suggested letting Qin Feng go, which infuriated him. Qin Feng, your son has been beaten to near death, and you choose to let them go? Have you lost your mind? Slap. Qin Feng landed a harsh slap across his son's face. What? You're hitting me too. Have you lost your marbles? Wang Fa wished he could pin this old bastard down and beat him senseless, but he was too weak to move. Damn it. Causing trouble all day long. One day you'll be the death of me. Qin Feng was dealing with the village bully, and the onlookers secretly cheered. The one who usually acts tyrannically, who would have thought he would face such retribution today? The 4 little ones clapped and cheered. Daddy beat the bad guy until he cried. My daddy is the strongest in the world. Qin Feng, having committed countless wrongs, would no longer be allowed to harm the villagers. Qin Feng quietly sent a report to the authorities. The villain is dealt with. Now, kiddos, let us ride home. Oh yeah, we get to ride again. The 4 little darlings rushed to Qin Feng. Qin Feng hoisted the 2 boys onto his shoulders and cradled the 2 girls in his arms. Sit tight, daddy will take you flying. Wow, daddy is so amazing. The babies are so happy flying. Qin Feng followed behind, smiling with satisfaction, although she was unaware of the means Qin Feng employed to subdue the village bully. Seeing Qin Feng bowing his head like a grandson brought her immense relief. 30 years on the east bank of the river, 40 years on the west bank. The old Qin family finally had their moment of vindication today. Chapter 76, Wedding Night. After dinner, uncle and aunt were preparing to leave. Qin Feng did not insist on their stay, as her family was just a short drive away in the neighboring village. After they left, Qin Feng dismissed Lin Shirin and Qin Ling, pulling his mother into a room and shutting the door. Mom, come here. Qin Feng, what are you being so mysterious about? Why did you send away your wife? Qin Feng produced a Tian Yuan pill from his space. Here, Mom, take this. Qin Feng looked at it, both amused and bewildered. Son, I'm already 50 years old, and you're giving me chocolate beans? I want tea, take it. Save it for the 4 little ones. Chocolate beans. Qin Feng found it even more amusing. This was a miraculous medicine gifted by the system, capable of curing cancer. If sold, it could easily fetch $1 billion each. Mom, this isn't tea chocolate. It's a traditional Chinese medicine pill that promotes blood circulation and is beneficial for your condition. A tiny chocolate bean has such miraculous effects. Qin Feng, where did you get this medicine? I bought it from an old Chinese doctor. Don't worry, Mom. It has no side effects. You can trust it. All right, I'll take it. A small pill capable of curing cancer? Qin Feng couldn't possibly believe it. However, her son's intentions were heartfelt. Even if it didn't work, it wouldn't harm her, so she treated it like candy. Miraculous medicine indeed. As soon as Qin Feng swallowed the pill, she felt invigorated, her energy renewed, and the pain in her breasts had lessened. Mom, how do you feel? Qin Feng was both astonished and delighted. Qin Feng, this medicine you gave me is truly remarkable. I feel completely relaxed, and the pain is gone. It's far better than the doctor's medication. As long as it works. Anything produced by the system is bound to be effective. After ensuring his mother had taken the medicine, Qin Feng suggested they return to the city the next afternoon for further examination. But Qin Feng insisted that they must spend the night at their old home. Moreover, she forbade Qin Feng from booking a hotel in the county. They had to sleep at home. One by one, she pulled out a bright red wedding quilt from the cupboard and laid it on Qin Feng's bed. Ever since her cancer diagnosis, Qin Feng had prepared this quilt, purchasing it from a large supermarket in the county for 880 yuan. She had always hoped for her son to marry and have children. Today, her son finally brought his bride home, so tonight was their wedding night. Lin Shirin gazed at the brand new bright red quilt on the bed, feeling inexplicably shy yet moved. She approached and embraced Qin Feng. Mom, this is too extravagant. A regular quilt would suffice. Shirin, for me, tonight is your wedding night. A bright red quilt is a must, but our house is quite shabby. I hope you want tea, mind. I want tea. Qin Feng pulled out a card from her pocket and slipped it into Lin Shirin's hand. The card holds 50 million, earned through Qin Ling's live streaming rewards. And your mother has entrusted it to you. But, mother, how can you give me this card? You married into our family without asking for a bride price or a house. This 50 million shall serve as your dowry, to assist you in purchasing a home elsewhere. No, I cannot accept this card. We already have a place to stay in the Magic City. Shirin, you mustn't upset your mother. Here, take it. Very well. I shall keep the card for now and find an opportunity to return it to Qin Ling later. After dinner and a refreshing bath, the 4 little ones eagerly climbed onto the new bed. Qin Feng hurried in to embrace the babies. Dear ones, this is your mommy and daddy's bed. You should sleep in another room with grandma and auntie, all right? No, we like the big red blanket. We want to sleep with daddy and mommy. The 4 children clung to the bed, unwilling to budge. Tonight is your mommy and daddy's wedding night. You cannot sleep with them. Be good, come down. Grandma will bring you some treats and tell you a story. How does that sound? After much coaxing, the 4 little ones finally followed Qin Feng to another room. Only Qin Feng and Lin Shirin remained in the room. Qin Feng embraced her from behind, sending delightful shivers down her spine. Darling, a moment of passion is worth 1,000 gold. We must not waste it. What are you saying? You're getting naughtier. Lin Shirin giggled at his antics. The dim lighting of the countryside cast a soft, ethereal glow on Lin Shirin. Qin Feng lifted her onto the bed, pinning her down. Hey, darling. Let us take precautions first. I don't want to get pregnant. I applied the special oil while showering. Special oil? Does it truly prevent pregnancy? Yes. Its effectiveness is guaranteed. We'll know once we try. Be gentle. Your mother is next door. No worries. She has been through it all. Before Lin Shirin could say more, her lips were silenced by Qin Feng, and the temperature in the room soared. The details, dear readers, are left to your imagination. Chapter 77, Bringing Mother Back to the City. The next day, Qin Feng rose early, preparing to head to the Magic City, overwhelmed by the multitude of things to pack. Such is the nature of the elderly, unable to part with this or that. A dozen hens were neatly packed in cages, clucking together. Qin Feng awoke to see the clutter in the living room, and found it both amusing and exasperating. Mother, didn't I tell you last night? The magic city lacks nothing. You needn't bring anything. Just come as you are. All right, I won't bring much, just some things for your uncle. But those hens must come with us. Qin Feng's face darkened. You're serious about bringing the chickens? Of course. These hens were raised on grains. I can't bear to sell them. I'll take them for the 4 little ones to have nutritious soup. Mother, you truly have no shame. Chickens leave droppings. And your daughter-in-law will surely complain. Who says I mind the smell? Suddenly, Lin Shireen emerged from the bedroom, glaring at Qin Feng. What are you nagging about? If mother says to bring them, we shall. Really, my wife, you've only spent a day with her, and you're already united against me? It seems my status in this household is the lowest. Enough of your nonsense. Go sit aside. Qin Feng looked astonished. Shireen, you agree with your mother about bringing the hens? Absolutely. Lin Shireen stepped forward to embrace her mother-in-law. Mother, we can find a spot in the garden to raise them. The hens will lay eggs, and the babies can enjoy fresh eggs daily. How wonderful. Haha, my Shireen is so thoughtful. She is on the same wavelength as me. Qin Feng rolled his eyes at the thought of raising hens in the luxurious Lin family garden, unable to suppress a chuckle. Fortunately, hens don't crow. If they were roosters, we'd be getting complaints from the neighbors every day. Fine, it's settled then. You women have made the decision. Qin Feng had initially considered storing the hens in his space and retrieving them in the Magic City, but he wondered how the women would react upon seeing them. Never mind, let us have them travel by car. Thankfully, the trunk was spacious, and Qin Feng first loaded a cage of hens into the vehicle. Qin Feng packed some clothes and discreetly placed her husband's photo in the suitcase. Their bond had been strong, and since his passing, she had remained single. With her son, daughter-in-law, and grandchildren all in the Magic City, she suspected she wouldn't be returning. Her plan was to stay after a successful surgery, taking care of the children. If her cancer proved untreatable, she would ask her son to bring her back to the Qin family village to be buried alongside her husband. With Qin Feng married, enjoying a loving relationship, and their 4 adorable children, she felt she could pass on peacefully. Babies, we're going to pick up Grandma in the Magic City. Great. Now we can be with Grandma every day? Qin Feng first helped the 4 little ones into the car, and once his mother, Lin Shireen, and Qin Ling were settled, he took his place in the driver's seat. All right, little ones, buckle up, we're off. Just as the car started, 3 police cars screeched to a halt, and a dozen officers jumped out, surrounding Qin Fugui's villa. Qin Feng understood that his tip-off had yielded results. The net of justice is vast, and nothing escapes its grasp. Before leaving, I must ensure that this villainous village bully is locked away, ridding the community of this menace. I, Qin Feng, have done a good deed for the villagers of Qin Family Village. Departing early and avoiding traffic, they arrived at the Lin family villa by 9:30. The villa, capable of storing 50 billion, was even more luxurious than the Lin family estate. How wonderful it would be to send his mother there to reside. However, when Qin Feng inquired about the source of the villa, how could he explain? Never mind, let us stay at the Lin family for now. As long as I'm with my beloved wife, it matters not where we reside. When Qin Feng entered the Lin family villa, it felt as if she had stepped into a grand palace. Good heavens, this is no mere home. It's more magnificent than a royal palace. How fortunate Qin Feng is to have married such a wealthy wife. And the best part is, she is kind-hearted and has given the Qin family 4 adorable grandchildren. Lin Jintang greeted Qin Feng promptly. Lin Shireen hurried to introduce them. Mother, this is my grandfather. Grandfather, this is my mother-in-law. Upon seeing Lin Jintang, Qin Feng noted how well he had aged. In his 70s or 80s, his complexion was rosy, standing tall like a pine tree and sitting with the poise of a bell. I am Qin Feng's mother. I apologize for intruding. Please, Qin madam. There is no need for such formality. We are family. The 4 little ones tugged at Qin Feng excitedly. Great-grandfather, great-grandfather, we brought Grandma. Are you happy? Very happy. Now that we're living together, we are one family. Lin Jintang summoned the butler, driver, and servants. This is Madam Qin, the mother of our young lady. You shall show her the same respect you afford me. Yes, sir. The servants lined up and bowed to Qin Feng. Greetings, Madam Qin. Uncertain of how to respond to the row of servants, Qin Feng stammered. No, everyone, please, just call me Annie. Lin Jintang's expression turned serious. Madam Qin, a host is a host, and a servant is a servant. We must not confuse the roles. Chapter 78. The Mysterious Disappearance of Cancer Cells. Great-grandfather, you are far too courteous. It is often said that the wealthy are haughty and disdainful, looking down upon those from the countryside. However, the old gentleman was exceedingly courteous to him, and one can only surmise that Qin Feng has not been subjected to any indignities while residing with the Lin family. Such a reasonable and cultured household brings great comfort to Qin Feng's heart. I have arranged for your mother to see a doctor. We shall head to the hospital shortly. Grandfather, Is it truly possible to operate on me? This is cancer, after all. It is not yet in the late stages. With surgery, the chances of survival remain quite high. Still, Qin Feng felt a twinge of anxiety. Cancer is not easily treated. The old gentleman was merely trying to console himself. Do not be afraid. The lead surgeon is an old comrade of mine, with 50 years of medical experience. Rest assured, everything will be fine. Very well. I shall trust your judgment. Persuading Qin Feng to undergo surgery brought great joy to Lin Jintang. Lin Shirin instructed the servants to remove the dozen or so hens from the vehicle and find a suitable spot in the garden for them. The servants muttered as they enclosed the chickens. What on earth is this? Raising chickens in such a luxurious villa? However, they had no choice but to comply with their master's instructions. Once everything was settled at home, the group set off towards the hospital in a nanny van. Thanks to acquaintances at the hospital, there was no need to queue or register. Lin Jintang led everyone directly to the 18th floor. In the opulent private ward, Du Jiangwo was already awaiting their arrival. At 75 years of age, with 50 years in practice, he had served as a military doctor in his youth before being reassigned to the metropolis 3 decades prior. A specialist in oncology with extensive clinical experience. He is an authority in the field. He and Lin Jintang share a deep camaraderie forged on the battlefield. Old Du, this is Madame Qin, Shirin's mother-in-law. This is my old comrade, Dr. Du. Lin Jintang introduced both parties, and Qin Feng presented her medical records. Dr. Du, here is my medical record. All right, let me take a look. Du Jiangwo meticulously examined the medical records. Qin Fengxia's condition had reached the mid to late stages, presenting a certain degree of difficulty. What is the verdict, Dr. Du? Is there hope for my recovery? Madam Qin, please do not rush. Your last examination was 3 months ago. I will conduct a comprehensive checkup for you. Very well, thank you, doctor. Du Jiangwo personally escorted Qin Fengxia for her examination and tests. Meanwhile, the others sat anxiously on the sofa, their hearts heavy with trepidation. This is cancer, and to be frank, no one possesses absolute certainty of a cure. Yet, Qin Feng remained remarkably composed. Having administered Tianyuan pills to his mother the previous night, he believed surgery was now unnecessary. The quality of products from the system is beyond reproach. If the system claims that Tianyuan pills can treat cancer, then they surely can. His purpose in bringing his mother to the hospital was merely to have the doctor confirm her recovery. An hour later, the examination results were revealed. Qin Fengxia appeared calm. Her perspective on life and death transformed. Dr. Du, my condition has reached the mid to late stages, and it seems irreversible. If surgery is not feasible, I shall forego it. After all, death is an inevitable part of life. Du Jiangwo, however, looked perplexed. Madam Qin, is there a possibility that you have presented the wrong medical records? I have not. These are indeed mine, and my identification and phone number match. Could it be a misdiagnosis? No. I have visited 3 hospitals, all confirming that I have breast cancer. If there had been a misdiagnosis, it is improbable that 3 hospitals would have erred. If it is not a misdiagnosis, then it is truly perplexing. What do you mean? Madam Qin, the test results indicate that there are no cancer cells detected in your body. Victory. Qin Feng silently clenched his fist. These Tianyuan pills are remarkable, capable of treating even cancer. Lin Shirin and Qin Ling rejoiced. Wonderful news. Mother is free from cancer. Thank the heavens. I have no cancer cells. How can this be? How is this possible? Qin Fengxia murmured to herself, as if in a dream. It is indeed strange. Du Jiangwo also found it hard to believe. 3 hospitals had diagnosed cancer. How could the cancer cells mysteriously vanish from the patient? Madam Qin, have you seen a traditional Chinese doctor or taken any herbal medicine recently? I have not consulted a traditional doctor, but my son gave me a pill last night, and after taking it, I felt invigorated and my breast pain subsided immediately. What kind of pill was it? It was a dark, round herbal pill, somewhat resembling chocolate. Qin Feng mentioned he acquired it from an elderly Chinese medicine practitioner. An elderly practitioner? Could this herbal pill be the key? Traditional Chinese medicine has developed over thousands of years, and some ancient techniques indeed surpass Western medicine in certain aspects. Excellent. Du Jiangwo exclaimed with delight, turning his gaze towards Qin Feng. Qin Feng, do you have any more of that herbal pill? Could you show it to me for further testing? What a frivolous suggestion. The treasures awarded by the system cannot be casually shared with the doctor for ingredient analysis. What if the doctor inquires about the origin of these Tianyuan pills? How shall I explain? Chapter 79. Introducing a boyfriend to Qin Ling. The system has provided a total of 10 Tianyuan pills. Lin Shirin has consumed 1, he has taken 1, and his mother has taken 1, leaving 7 in storage. Giving 1 to the doctor for analysis to mass produce it and save countless lives could be seen as an act of kindness. However, now is not the right time. Besides, if mass production were to occur, wouldn't it be more beneficial for him to start his own company to produce it? Ahem, Dr. Du, Let us speak plainly, by coincidence. An elderly Chinese doctor gifted me this pill, and after my mother took it, her condition improved. Oh, where might that elderly doctor reside? Could you take me to visit him? The Du family runs a pharmaceutical factory. If such an effective pill truly exists, it would be beneficial for both the Du family and society. Do not seek him out. He has long since passed. Du Jiangwo lamented. What a pity. Had the old doctor lived, he might have developed a miraculous anti-cancer drug to benefit humanity. Dr. Du, the pill indeed has the effect of promoting blood circulation. I believe my mother's recovery is also significantly related to my own plans for marriage and family. Lin Jintang nodded in agreement. Qin Feng's words held merit. Joy invigorates the spirit, and regardless, your mother's recovery is indeed a tremendous blessing. Qin Ling stepped forward to embrace her mother, overwhelmed with emotion. Mother, thank the heavens. Your illness is cured, and you can bring joy to my brother and sister-in-law by welcoming a baby into our family. Du Jiangwo, upon seeing Qin Ling, could not help but marvel inwardly. What a lovely and vibrant young lady. Madam Qin, is this your daughter? Yes, my youngest, Qin Ling, is 19 and currently a freshman at university in the metropolis. Qin Ling, greet Dr. Du. Hello, Dr. Du. No need for formalities, just call me Grandpa, as I am an old comrade of your family's. All right, Grandpa Du. Very well. Such poise and beauty, splendid indeed. Qin Ling, do you have a boyfriend? No. I'm still in school. Fantastic. My grandson is studying business management at Harvard and will return to the country next month. Qin Ling, how about I introduce him to you as a potential boyfriend? Shun Fengxia interjected. Dr. Du, your grandson is exceptionally accomplished. I fear our Qin Ling may not be worthy. Nonsense. In my eyes, these two youngsters are a match made in heaven. Grandpa, do you? Qin Ling shyly lowered her head, her cheeks glowing like ripe apples. Utterly charming. Haha, Dr. Du's suggestion is splendid. Qin Feng could not help but chuckle heartily. Qin Ling, as a young woman, you must eventually marry. What is there to be shy about? He was concerned that his beautiful sister might unwittingly encounter a scoundrel. Dr. Du's grandson is a suitable match. With a reputable family background, befriending him would be quite acceptable. Lin Shireen stepped forward and embraced Qin Ling. Qin Ling, the grandson of Dr. Du, whom I have encountered before, stands at an impressive height of 182 centimeters. He is handsome and comes from a respectable lineage. Truly a match made in heaven for you. Sister-in-law? You. Du Jiangwo found himself increasingly fond of this girl, growing more satisfied with each glance. Qin Ling, do not be shy, my grandson has returned home, and I shall arrange for you both to meet shortly. Lin Jintang glanced at his phone, noting the approaching mealtime. Old Du, it has been ages since we last gathered. There is no time like the present. Let us go to Old Sue's restaurant for some pufferfish this noon. I have a surgery scheduled later, so I fear there may not be time to eat, Du Jiangwo replied. How about this? My grandson returns at the end of the month. I shall treat everyone to a meal then. Sounds good. Old Du, you carry on with your affairs. We shall arrange another meeting. After bidding farewell to Du Jiangwo, the group exited the hospital and climbed into the car. Qin Feng, it is your mother's first visit to the Magic City. Your grandfather wishes to treat her to a warm welcome. Does she prefer Chinese cuisine or Western fare? Great-grandfather, we country folks are not picky eaters. Any small eatery will suffice. We cannot settle for just anything. It must be a delightful meal. Grandfather, what do you suggest? There is a seafood restaurant nearby owned by a comrade of mine. The flavors are quite delightful. Very well, let us indulge in seafood for lunch. Before long, the vehicle halted in front of the seafood restaurant. This establishment specializes in Cantonese cuisine, positioned in the mid to high-end market, with prices considerably lower than those of Western restaurants. Yet it was bustling with business, with tables hard to come by. The entrance showcased a dazzling array of seafood, large lobsters, king crabs, abalone, and an assortment of shellfish and fish. Grandmother, come, let me show you the giant lobster and the turbot. The four children led Qin Fengxia to the water tank, where she gazed in astonishment at a massive lobster weighing 4 pounds, priced at 880 yuan. Heavens, is it truly so expensive? To eat just one lobster costs nearly 10,000 yuan? In the countryside, that amount could feed an entire family for a year. Truly, in the Magic City, the wealth is abundant among its residents. Is it expensive? Qin Feng mused. I think it is reasonable. My mother has yet to encounter anything more extravagant. The last time I dined with my wife at a romantic restaurant, a lobster weighing just over 3 pounds cost 28,000 yuan. In comparison, this place's pricing is quite affordable. Daddy, I want to eat lobster. Daddy, I want to eat king crab. Daddy, I want to eat turbot. Daddy, I want to eat conch. All right, do not rush. There is plenty for everyone. With a grand gesture, Qin Feng called out, Boss, 1 4-pound lobster, 1 king crab, 2 turbots, 10 pounds of conch, and a serving of shark fin for each person. Upon seeing the prices and Qin Feng's extensive order, Qin Feng felt a pang of concern. Not wanting to voice her worries in public, she discreetly tugged at his sleeve. Son, this is enough. How much will this meal cost? Qin Feng reassured her. Mother, do not worry. Your son is not short on funds. Oh, you young folks do spend money so recklessly. Qin Feng ordered the lobster, king crab, turbot, and an array of shellfish, while Lin Jintang specifically added a serving of pufferfish. Lin Shireen, linking arms with her grandfather, expressed surprise. Grandfather, you dare to eat pufferfish? Isn't it said to be poisonous? Indeed, pufferfish can be toxic, but once expertly prepared by a professional chef, the toxins are safely eliminated, so there is nothing to fear. Grandfather, is pufferfish truly that delicious? Of course. It is the finest delicacy in the world. The last time I dined with old Du, the taste was simply divine. Shireen, perhaps you should try it. No, grandfather, I dare not eat such a thing. Lin Shireen exclaimed, her tongue nervously flicking out. Haha, if you want to eat it, then I shall indulge alone. After placing their orders, the group ascended to the third floor. They had hoped for a private room, but alas, all were fully booked, and they could only settle for a table in the hall. The appearance of the four little ones immediately attracted the attention of the diners. Wow, what adorable quadruplets. So chubby and cute. Whose wife is so skilled at birthing. They are even more charming than child stars. Taking advantage of the lull before the food arrived, surrounding diners eagerly sought to take pictures with the children for their social media. The four little ones, unperturbed and full of spirit, posed and made peace signs during the photo sessions. Yay! Qin Feng beamed with delight, her heart swelling with pride at how beloved her children were. A half hour later, the dishes began to arrive. As Qin Feng could not drink and drive, he ordered juice and herbal tea. Lin Jintang raised his glass first. Qin Feng's mother. Welcome to the Magic City. I toast you with tea in place of wine. Great-grandfather, you are too kind. Now that you are well, you should stay in the Magic City to help with the children and not return to the countryside. After the meal, we will stroll around and familiarize ourselves with the surroundings. All right, thank you. The family shared warm camaraderie, raising their glasses in unison. Cheers. Cheers. Wow, the lobster is here. The four children cheered in unison, resembling four little gluttons. Kids, do not rush. Come, let daddy help you peel the meat. After preparing the lobster meat, crab meat, and placing some on his mother's plate, Lin Jintang remarked, Qin Feng, do not mind me. Take care of your mother. I have no interest in the lobster. Rather, I am quite fond of this plate of pufferfish. No matter how delicious Lin Jintang described it, Lin Shireen and Qin Ling dared not try. And Qin Feng was even more hesitant. Qin Feng, since the ladies will not eat, come, accompany your grandfather. Qin Feng had heard of pufferfish being toxic and had always avoided trying it. Grandfather, is it really that delicious? Pufferfish is the finest delicacy. How could it not be delicious? Come, try it, and you shall discover its exquisite flavor. All right, I shall give it a try. Just as Qin Feng brought a piece of pufferfish to his mouth, a sudden cry pierced the air. Help! My friend has been poisoned after eating pufferfish. Just as the pufferfish entered his mouth, someone shouted about poisoning. This is absurd. With a startled reflex, Qin Feng spat out the morsel. Lin Jintang, who had been thoroughly enjoying his meal, paused abruptly at the mention of poisoning. The crowded hall, upon hearing the alarming news, lost their appetite and rushed to see what was unfolding. Everyone, do not eat the pufferfish. We might also be poisoned. Help! I do not wish to die. Several diners who had consumed pufferfish felt a wave of panic, rushing to the restroom to induce vomiting. Lin Shireen, equally terrified, exclaimed, Grandfather, Qin Feng, you have both eaten pufferfish. What shall we do now? Shireen, do not panic. Grandfather often eats here and has never faced any issues. Let us go and see what is happening. Not far from their table, a 20-something young man with dyed hair writhed on the floor, rolling in agony. His eyes rolled back, foam at his mouth, clutching his stomach as he howled in pain. Oh no, I have been poisoned by pufferfish. My stomach is killing me. Chapter 81, Evil Met with Evil. Oh no, my stomach is in excruciating pain. Beside the young man were two bald men clad in tight black t-shirts, adorned with dragon and phoenix tattoos, unmistakably members of a gang. One, who appeared to be the leader, bore a long scar across his right cheek, his gaze menacing as he stood with a foot on a chair, barking orders. Who is the owner? Get out here. If my brother suffers any consequences, I will demolish your restaurant. Running a business, if a customer is poisoned at your establishment, it is a grave matter. If this escalates, the restaurant may be shut down, and the owner could face criminal charges. This pufferfish dish was a new addition to the menu introduced just a year ago. At first, many diners were hesitant to partake, yet the exquisite flavor proved irresistible. Bold patrons dared to challenge their trepidation and, to their surprise, became addicted after just one taste. Each day, hundreds of portions were served. Yet demand exceeded supply, resulting in an overwhelming success. The proprietor, a comrade of Lin Jintong, happened to be managing the establishment that day when he heard of a poisoning incident and rushed to address the situation. What has transpired? Are you blind? My brother is on the verge of death from pufferfish poisoning. Impossible. The chef who prepares the pufferfish is professionally trained and possesses a special certification. There's no way poisoning could occur. How can you say that? What then is wrong with my brother? The owner noticed the young man with the yellow hair convulsing on the ground, foaming at the mouth, and realized the gravity of the situation. Human life is paramount. Call for an ambulance immediately. By the time the ambulance arrives, my brother may very well be dead. The owner's expression darkened. What do you propose? Compensate us with 100,000, and we'll take him to the hospital ourselves. 100,000? You think a human life is worth that much? Hearing Lin Jintong's words, the owner began to suspect that things were not as they seemed. Indeed, when a diner is poisoned, the priority should be to get them to the hospital. There is no time to waste. Just as the 100,000 was about to be finalized, an unexpected interruption arose. The scarred man, witnessing Lin Jintong's interference, revealed his menacing demeanor. Who are you? If you know what is good for you, get lost. If you delay my brother's rescue, I'll make you pay. With a swift motion, Qin Feng struck the scarred man, leaving him dazed and reeling, barely able to regain his footing. What? My brother is poisoned. And you dare to hit me? Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Feng narrowed his gaze and delivered a powerful kick, sending the scarred man crashing into the corner, unconscious. The onlookers were left in stunned silence, astonished by the intensity of the confrontation. Wow, that guy is formidable. Qin Feng's confidence stemmed from the system informing him that the yellow-haired man's poisoning was a ruse, a mere act. The spectators, unaware of the truth, began to criticize Qin Feng. Just because you have skills doesn't mean you can assault people. The owner must be held accountable for the poisoning. Right. You can't just use your connection to the owner to exert force. With such a lack of understanding, who would dare to dine here again? Poisoned? Just wait and see. Owner, quickly fetch a pot of hot oil, preferably from recently fried food. The hotter, the better. The owner, perplexed, asked, what do you need hot oil for? Don't ask. Just get it. Before long, a server brought in a pot of steaming oil. The yellow-haired man, seeing the crowd rallying for him, wailed even louder. Oh, I'm dying from pufferfish poisoning. I'll haunt you even in death, owner. Feigning death at such a critical moment, Qin Feng raised the oil pot high above the yellow-haired man's head, preparing to pour. This oil, having recently fried chicken wings, was at least 200 degrees. Will it sizzle and spark when it hits him? Chapter 82. Lin, there's trouble at the company. An eye for an eye. With such shameless scoundrels, Qin Feng would show no mercy. The scalding oil, if poured on his scalp, would turn him into a charred pig. Please no? The yellow-haired man, sensing he had met his match, sprang to his feet in terror. The onlookers, though not foolish, finally grasped the unfolding deception. Ah, so it was all a scheme. Lin Shirin, Qin Ling, Qin Feng Xia, the restaurant owner. The yellow-haired man's performance was worthy of an Oscar, but how had Qin Feng seen through it? Realizing he was up against someone formidable, the yellow-haired man abandoned the unconscious scarred man and fled with his accomplices. Nowhere to run. With a swift motion, Qin Feng seized 3 plates from the table and struck them like lightning at the knees of the fleeing thugs. Ouch! With tremendous force, the knees of the 3 thugs shattered, and they collapsed to the ground. Such ferocity? Lin Jintong was left in awe. A master at work reveals their prowess. In his youth, he had served in the military, and even 3 special forces soldiers would not have stood a chance against Qin Feng's moves. Curiously, Lin Shirin had claimed he was merely a programmer. How could a computer possess such extraordinary martial skills? The 4 little ones, undeterred, cheered enthusiastically. Yay, Daddy is amazing. He is beating up the bad guys. Yes, my daddy is the strongest in the world. With a swift motion, Qin Feng hurled the 3 thugs onto the scarred man, resulting in a tangled heap. The unconscious scarred man stirred, his vision blurred and consciousness hazy. What is going on? Boss, we've bitten off more than we can chew today. Qin Feng advanced, crushing the scarred man's kneecap and placing a foot firmly upon him. Speak, or I'll make your existence a living hell. Simultaneously, he activated the recording function on his phone. With broken kneecaps, the 4 thugs turned pale, trembling in agony. All right, I confess. The business at Yifeng Tang is thriving, and the hotel owner across the street is jealous. He offered us 100,000 to stage a poisoning act. The scarred man, thinking of the 100,000 on one end and another 100,000 on the other, had conspired with a few thugs to enact the ruse. But fate had dealt him a cruel hand, as he had crossed paths with Qin Feng. With all the evidence in hand, Qin Feng smiled knowingly. Owner, call the police. Soon, the police arrived, and the 4 thugs faced the consequences of their misdeeds. Ding. The host has punished the villains. Special reward of 100 shares in romantic Full House Western restaurant. What? There are rewards for beating people? Then I shall become the owner and can take my wife and children out for meals anytime. Exactly. Would you like to finalize the contract? Not yet. Store it in the space. As the 4 bullies were taken away, the owner grasped Qin Feng's hand, deeply moved. Lin, your son-in-law is truly remarkable. His skills are extraordinary. And he is incredibly clever. Without him, my restaurant would have suffered immensely. At such a young age, to possess such skills, the future is indeed promising. Lin Jintong laughed heartily, feeling immense pride in his friend's son-in-law. Though he could not fathom how Qin Feng had acquired such prowess, it was sufficient that he was formidable. With Lin Shireen and the 4 little ones entrusted to him, he could finally rest easy. Old Lin, from now on, bring your family frequently for a meal, and the expense will be entirely waived. Old Su, paying for meals is only natural. One must keep transactions fair. Qin Feng, go settle the bill. We shall not disturb Grandpa Su's business, and we shall take our leave. Yes, Grandpa. Just as Qin Feng completed the payment, Lin Shireen's phone suddenly rang insistently. Upon checking, it was Manager Liu from the production department. Hello, General Manager Lin. Something terrible has happened at the company. Something has occurred? Manager Liu, the company was operating smoothly. I have only been away for 2 days. How are you managing things at the top? The raw material supplier has unilaterally breached the contract and will no longer provide materials to the Lin Corporation. The Lin Corporation has collaborated with this supplier for 10 years. Why would they suddenly default? I am not sure. The other party would rather pay a penalty of 100 million than fulfill their obligation. What? Lin Shireen's expression turned cold. Integrity is paramount in business, and she despises unreliable partners the most. General Manager, without raw materials, that batch of overseas orders will not be completed within the agreed time frame, and the company will face a breach of contract. What shall we do? Heavens! Lin Shireen was so startled that she stumbled back. Qin Feng quickly steadied her. Wife? What is happening? Qin Feng, there is a grave issue. The supplier has suddenly breached the contract, and the overseas orders cannot be delivered on time. The Lin Corporation is facing a penalty of 2 billion. Only 2 billion? What is there to fear? We have over 100 billion in the bank. It is time to put it to use. My dear, do not worry. I will find a solution. Qin Feng, your skills are indeed impressive. But this is a 2 billion penalty. What can you possibly do? Lin Jintong also recognized the gravity of the situation. Shireen, what has happened? The company is to pay 2 billion? Grandpa, the supplier has unilaterally breached the contract, and that batch of overseas orders cannot be delivered on time. The company is facing a penalty of 2 billion. The total assets of the Lin Group exceed 10 billion, but that includes the company, office buildings, inventory, and the Lin family villa. If we were to produce 2 billion in cash for compensation all at once, the Lin Corporation would face bankruptcy. Heavens, what shall we do? The business world is akin to a battlefield, perhaps even more treacherous. Grandpa, if it comes to it, we may have to sell the villa to cover the penalty. Sell the villa? Shireen, has it become this severe? Aside from that, we can only apply for bankruptcy. Good heavens, I never imagined that after a lifetime of struggle, losing my son in old age, I would find myself in such a pitiful situation, reduced to selling property. Lin Jintong grasped his forehead, his complexion pale, and he staggered back, suddenly collapsing to the ground. The incident unfolded so swiftly that Qin Feng barely had time to catch him. Grandpa, please don't scare me. Lin Shireen was terrified, bursting into tears. The 4 children, witnessing their great-grandfather fall, rushed forward, clinging to the elderly man while wailing. Great-grandpa, what is wrong? Please don't leave us. Shun Fengxiao and Qin Ling were equally stunned, bewildered by how a meal could take such a turn. Qin Feng, what shall we do? Qin Feng attempted to administer a Tianyuan pill to Lin Jintong, but the old man's jaw was tightly clenched, rendering it impossible to swallow. First, we must take Grandpa to the hospital. Everyone, remain calm. I will handle this. Qin Feng remained composed, cradling the old man as he hurried to the nanny van. Wife, sit tight and support Grandpa's head. Do not let it touch anything. All right, I understand. Qin Feng, drive quickly. Grandpa must not be harmed. Soon, they arrived at the hospital, where Lin Jintong was rushed into the emergency operating room. The group anxiously awaited outside, and Lin Shireen collapsed into Qin Feng's embrace, weeping profusely. A year ago, my parents died in a car accident, and now Grandpa is in the operating room. Qin Feng, I am so frightened. Do not fear. I am here for you. Grandpa is blessed. He will be fine. Half an hour later, the operating room door swung open, and the doctor emerged with a grave expression. Doctor, how is my grandfather's condition? The patient suffered a bullet fragment to the head in his youth. An emotional outburst has triggered a cerebral hemorrhage, and the situation is dire. Even if we manage to save him, he may remain in a vegetative state for life. A vegetative state? How could this be? Lin Shirin nearly fainted at the revelation. Du Jiangwo rushed in, having just completed a surgery. 2 hours prior, everyone had been in jovial spirits, and now, in an instant, his old comrade was in the operating room. Upon seeing Du Jiangwo, Lin Shirin felt a glimmer of hope. Dr. Du, my grandfather is in a coma from a cerebral hemorrhage. Please, you must do everything you can to save him. Shirin, do not panic. Old Lin is my comrade. We have faced life and death together in our youth. I will do everything possible to save him. Dr. Wang, how is the patient? Director Du, the situation is grim. The ECG is nearly flatlining, and there is a bullet fragment in the patient's brain. We are reluctant to operate. Lin Shirin grasped Jin Xingshou's arm, her expression urgent. Doctor, Jin, I know you are a miracle worker. Please, you must save my grandfather. I will pay any fee. Saving lives is a doctor's duty. Do not worry. I will do my utmost. This is bad. The ECG is nearing a straight line. Let me handle this. Jin Xingshou remained calm, instructing his assistant to retrieve a pack of silver needles from the medical box. The needles were as fine as hair, glimmering with silvery light. Having practiced medicine for over 60 years, Jin Xingshou was a luminary in traditional Chinese medicine, having brought countless terminally ill patients back to life. Known as the miracle doctor of Magic City, his silver needles were unmatched. The elderly man was supremely confident in his skills. He was certain that saving Lin Jintong would pose no challenge. Taking a deep breath, he harnessed his inner energy, and the slender silver needles in his hand instantly became rigid and poised. Whoosh! With a swift motion, 9 silver needles descended like flowing clouds, piercing towards Lin Jintong's forehead. Lin Shirin was left utterly stunned. Throughout her life, she had never witnessed the practice of traditional Chinese medicine, let alone acupuncture. The notion that a few silver needles could resurrect a patient suffering from a cerebral hemorrhage seemed almost fantastical to her. Acupuncture was the forte of the legendary Jin Xingshou, and what he had just executed was his most lauded technique, the 9 needles of resurrection. When the 9 needles fell, there was the potential to bring a patient back from the brink of death. Yet, in this instance, it had failed with Lin Jintong. This was inconceivable. Jin Xingshou would not relent. Failing to save a patient would undoubtedly tarnish his reputation. Channeling his inner strength once more, he attempted the 9 needles again. But Lin Jintong remained lifeless and unresponsive. With great reluctance, he withdrew his hands. Du Jiangwo exclaimed in alarm, Old Jin, please try again. Jin Xingshou, visibly vexed, replied, Ladies and gentlemen, I have done all I can. Seeing Jin Xingshou shake his head, Lin Shirin became frantic. Divine Dr. Jin, please, you must try again. You are a miracle worker. I implore you to revive my grandfather. Miss Lin, your grandfather's condition is far too grave, compounded by the presence of shrapnel in his brain. I am powerless to intervene. No, I cannot bear the thought of losing my grandfather. Please, I beseech you to save him. I will kneel before you. Meanwhile, Qin Feng was beside himself with anxiety. Ding. Grandfather is on the brink of death. Special skill divine healer awarded to the host to assist in saving lives. Qin Feng was infuriated, nearly cursing aloud. Damn it, system, why did you only reward me now? Lives are at stake. Haha. The system was momentarily drowsy and just had a brief rest, but fret not, it's not too late. Host, hurry and save him. As the blessing of the divine healer skill flooded into Qin Feng's mind, an array of wondrous medical knowledge surged forth. From modern Western medicine to ancient acupuncture techniques, these medical arts fused seamlessly with Qin Feng's memories. In an instant, he became a divine healer. With the system's support, it was impossible not to excel. Just as Lin Shirin wept inconsolably, Qin Feng suddenly spoke with startling confidence. Darling, do not weep. I can save your grandfather. What? You can save him? The onlookers regarded him as if he were a madman. Du Jiangwo stared at him solemnly. Qin Feng, are you a medical student? Yet, even if Qin Feng had studied medicine, he was merely in his 20s, still relatively inexperienced. How could he possibly treat a condition that both Western and Chinese medicine had deemed hopeless? It was utterly absurd. No, I have not studied medicine. If you have not studied medicine, what makes you so certain you can save him? Let us not beat around the bush, by sheer coincidence. An elderly traditional doctor imparted acupuncture techniques to me. Dr. Du, allow me to give it a try. The mention of the old doctor sparked a memory of that miraculous herbal pill in Du Jiangwo's mind. For reasons unknown, he suddenly sensed that Qin Feng possessed extraordinary abilities. Very well, give it a shot. With the collective wisdom of countless doctors proving futile and Lin Jintong in such dire straits, they had nothing to lose. What if a miracle occurred? Lives were at stake. Qin Feng wasted no time and extended his right hand, accurately grasping Lin Jintong's pulse, feeling a jolt of realization. Yes, this is how to treat him. Ding. Acupuncture efficacy activated. Host, Please commence the acupuncture treatment to save him. As the system guided him, a surge of inner strength coursed through Qin Feng, akin to a subtle electric current. With the system's divine assistance, the effort was halved while the results doubled. One by one, he deftly extracted the silver needles from the elderly man's head, and with a swift motion, 9 silver needles reinserted into Lin Jintang's forehead. The technique flowed with grace and precision, surpassing even Jin Xingshou's prowess. The audience was left agape. This young man was indeed remarkable. The method Qin Feng employed was called the Taiji Divine Needle. This technique could neutralize toxins, dispel malevolence, promote circulation, and even bring a patient back from death's door. Truly extraordinary. Mastering the Taiji Divine Needle typically required over a decade of rigorous training, even for the most gifted physicians. However, with the system's reward, Qin Feng instantly grasped this technique and reached an unparalleled level of mastery. The system of the Divine Wealthy Father was indeed formidable. As Qin Feng administered the needles, Lin Jintang's pallid complexion soon bore a hint of color, and his brows began to twitch ever so slightly. As Qin Feng completed the treatment, Jin Xingshou scrutinized his technique with rapt attention. Young man, what you have demonstrated is the legendary Taiji Divine Needle. How astonishing. This technique had been lost to time for a millennium. How had such a young man achieved it? Chapter 85. The Divine Healer seeks to be Qin Feng's disciple. The heavens have eyes. In my lifetime, I have finally witnessed the Taiji Divine Needle. Jin Xingshou pressed his palms together, overwhelmed with excitement. Initially, he had dismissed Qin Feng's efforts, regarding them as an affront to his medical expertise. I am a luminary in the field of traditional Chinese medicine. This affliction cannot be remedied. You, a mere youth in your 20s, are simply flaunting your skills in front of a master. However, Qin Feng's actions had delivered a resounding slap to his face. To witness the long-lost Taiji Divine Needle in his lifetime was worth every moment. The brilliance of the Taiji Divine Needle lies in the fact that as long as the patient's blood has not fully coagulated, the 9 needles can breathe life back into them. After inserting the needles, Qin Feng did not pause. The silver needles pierced the acupuncture points, varying in depth. He channeled his inner strength and began to manipulate the needles. The needles vibrated rhythmically, producing a humming sound. Lin Jintang's brow quivered, and his limbs began to tremble slightly, while his complexion gradually regained its color. My heavens, how miraculous! Jin Xingshou quickly instructed his assistant to record this extraordinary scene with a phone. In that moment, Qin Feng seemed to transform into a divine healer, exuding an undeniable aura of authority. Enough. 3 minutes later, Qin Feng suddenly withdrew his hands. Beep, beep, beep. The heart monitor emitted a series of beeps. What had once been a straight line on the monitor began to display waves. The pulse, heartbeat, and respiration almost simultaneously returned. The crowd was left dumbfounded. An elderly man with shrapnel in his brain and whose cardiac waves had nearly flattened had regained consciousness after just a few needles. If one had not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would never have believed it. Lin Jintang was alive. 5 minutes later, the old man's heartbeat had essentially stabilized to normal levels. Lin Shirin was utterly astonished. Qin Feng had never studied medicine, yet he had managed to bring her grandfather back to life with just a few needles. It was utterly incomprehensible. Overcome with excitement, she rushed forward, disregarding everyone around them, and showered Qin Feng's face with fervent kisses. Darling, you are incredible. I love you, I love you. The most astonished of all was Jin Xingshou, who had declared Lin Jintang a vegetable, now witnessing him revived. So many expert doctors, including renowned healers from the magical city, had failed to save him, only for a young boy to succeed. It was truly embarrassing to admit. However, Jin Xingshou valued talent deeply and felt genuine admiration for those with true skill. May I inquire your esteemed surname, young man? No need for formality. My surname is Qin. Mr. Qin, who was your mentor? I wish to visit personally. Oh, the old doctor has passed away. It's best not to speak of it. What? Your master has passed? This implied that the Taiji Divine Needle was a secret known only to Qin Feng, making Jin Xingshou all the more respectful. Mr. Qin, your medical skills have genuinely impressed me. May I humbly request to become your disciple? What? Jin Xingshou seeks to be a disciple? He had practiced medicine for over 60 years and was regarded as a godlike figure in the realm of traditional Chinese medicine. Yet, the so-called divine doctor, who has surpassed 80 years of age, astonishingly seeks to take a mere lad in his 20s as his master. Once again, the crowd is taken aback. If this were to spread, it would surely evoke laughter from many. Ha! As for the acupuncture skills rewarded by the system, Qin Feng is exceedingly pleased. The divine doctor humbly acknowledges him as his teacher, allowing Qin Feng to bask in glory before the onlookers. Especially the adoring glint in his wife's eyes truly brings him immense joy. Mastering the Taiji Divine Needle would require over a decade of dedication, at 80 years of age. The esteemed Qin Show might not even survive to complete half of it, rendering the pursuit unnecessary. Furthermore, such an extraordinary acupuncture technique should not be carelessly passed on to just anyone. Once I, Qin Feng, establish a traditional Chinese medicine clinic, treating various perplexing ailments and reaping abundant wealth, how delightful that would be. Ahem, esteemed Qin Show, you are older than my grandfather. Isn't it somewhat humiliating for me to take you as a disciple? The venerable Qin Show's expression remained solemn. The truth is immutable. The strong take on the role of the master, while the lesser become disciples. I still hope Mr. Qin will bestow further teachings upon me. Ha ha. There is no need for discipleship. Let us simply enjoy some tea together and exchange insights on medicine. Qin Show understood well. Qin Feng was graciously providing him an exit. Young man, please allow this old man to bow before you. Though Qin Show did not formally kneel, this bow, as a renowned doctor of the Magic City, was a profound acknowledgement and admiration towards Qin Feng. Ahem. With a couple of light coughs, Lin Jintong stirred, attempting to sit up. Grandfather, thank heavens, you have finally awakened. Lin Shirin was overjoyed to the point of tears. If Lin Jintong were to pass away, she would be left without any close kin. Lin Jintong, seeing himself on the operating table surrounded by people, felt as if he were in a dream. Besides the doctors and nurses, Du Jiangwo was present. And even Qin Show had come. Shirin, what has happened to me? Grandfather, you suffered a cerebral hemorrhage, causing a coma, but now you are fine. A cerebral hemorrhage? Lin Jintong recognized Qin Show. If he were not gravely ill, the esteemed Qin Show would not have easily made an appearance. Esteemed Qin Show, old Du, I shall express my gratitude for your life-saving assistance at a later date. The two men exchanged awkward glances. Ahem, old Lin, it was not us who saved your life, but rather your granddaughter's husband, Qin Feng. What? Qin Feng saved me? Lin Jintong was once again astonished. The lad's skills were indeed remarkable. But when did he become a divine doctor? Chapter 86. Is the Lin family on the verge of bankruptcy? Just moments ago, Lin Jintong was unconscious. And witnessing Qin Feng effortlessly pull him back from the brink with merely a few silver needles would have astounded anyone. Qin Feng, did you truly save grandfather? Qin Feng nodded. Have you studied medicine? No. If you haven't studied medicine, how could you save someone? Grandfather, let us not discuss that right now. I will explain everything once you are discharged. Qin Show patted Lin Jintong, filled with envy. Old Lin, your granddaughter's husband is indeed extraordinary. His mastery of the silver needles is exceptional, and he has a promising future ahead. With even Qin Show saying so, Lin Jintong became more convinced that Qin Feng was beyond the ordinary. After Lin Jintong stabilized, Qin Fengxia entered with 4 little ones. Great-grandfather, are you all right? The babies were frightened. Woo-woo, we don't want great-grandfather to be sick. We want him to be well. Do not cry, great-grandfather is fine now. He didn't mean to scare you. Lin Jintong's condition stabilized, and Du Jiangwo and Qin Show took their leave. He was moved to a private room for observation for 2 or 3 days. If all went well, he would be discharged. Qin Feng pulled out a Tianyuan pill from his space. Here, grandfather, take this pill. Lin Jintong hesitated, looking at the dark object in Qin Feng's hand. Qin Feng, what is this? It's a medicinal pill, promoting blood circulation and boosting health. An old Chinese medicine practitioner gifted it to me. Upon seeing the pill, Qin Fengxiao exclaimed, Isn't this the same kind of pill I took yesterday? It's truly a good thing. After I took one last night, I felt rejuvenated and full of energy. All right, I will take it. Grandfather, how do you feel? Qin Feng, this is indeed a marvelous remedy. I am now bursting with energy, feeling as lively as ever. Lin Shirin stared at him. Qin Feng, didn't you just say that this pill was finished? Hee, I was merely deceiving Dr. Du. Such a wonderful item is only meant for family. While Lin Jintong's condition had stabilized, he still harbored concerns. Shirin, what shall we do about the 2 billion in penalty fees? Qin Ling quickly produced a card from her bag. Sister-in-law, this card has 50 million. It's from my live streaming earnings. Take it for immediate expenses. With the 50 million from Qin Fengxiao last night, and now the 50 million from Qin Ling, they had a total of 100 million. However, this was merely a drop in the bucket against the 2 billion penalty fee. Qin Ling, I cannot use this card. Everyone, do not worry. I will find a solution. Lin Jintong sighed deeply. Shirin, that is 2 billion. What can a woman like you possibly do? Grandfather, if all else fails, we can sell the villa. Shiyun is our parents' hard work, and I cannot let it be destroyed. Very well, we will proceed with that. For now, we will buy a commercial apartment to live in, and once we earn enough, we can repurchase the villa. Agreed, let us do that. Shirin, ask Qin Feng to accompany you to the agency. Having a man by your side may help secure a better price. All right, Mom, Qin Ling, you all stay with grandfather at the hospital. Qin Feng and I will go to the agency. While Lin Shirin prepared to sell the villa, Qin Feng remained composed. My dear wife, it's merely 2 billion. Is it truly necessary to sell the house? The company has only 500 million in operational cash. If we don't sell the villa, we can only file for bankruptcy. No bankruptcy is needed, nor is selling the villa necessary. Everything will be handled by your husband. Lin Shireen was skeptical, yet Qin Feng had already pulled her into the car. Qin Feng, where are we going? To the raw material supplier. The other party has proposed a breach of contract, clearly intending to cease cooperation. Going there would be tantamount to seeking humiliation. No. All your husband needs is to meet with her, and I guarantee she will be begging for you to cooperate. Lin Shireen, is Qin Feng truly that formidable? However, he had just used a few silver needles to pull her grandfather back from the brink of death. She believed her husband possessed this capability. Soon, the car stopped outside the company building. Lin Shireen was extremely furious at the supplier's breach of contract. Qin Feng took her directly into the president's office. The boss was a woman in her 50s who had collaborated with the Lin family for 10 years without any conflicts. The sudden unilateral breach of contract left Lin Shireen puzzled. Sue, I want to know, why the breach of contract? There are no eternal banquets in the world. Business is done when it suits both parties and ends when it does not. I wish to know the true reason. If the Lin family has done something wrong, we will amend it. Lin Shireen was still making a final attempt to salvage the situation. As long as the raw material supplier continued to provide supplies, those overseas orders could be delivered on time. There's no reason. The penalty fee is 1 billion. And I have arranged for the finance department to transfer it to the Lin family's account. Chapter 87. I'm here to stir up trouble. The supplier's attitude was ruthlessly cold. Lin Shireen realized they had reached an irretrievable point. If they did not provide the raw materials and sought new suppliers, the overseas orders would be delayed. A breach of contract would result in double compensation per the agreement. What to do? Women often become flustered when faced with significant issues, and Lin Shireen was in a state of distress. Qin Feng, however, remained calm, suddenly speaking. Sue, it is Duan Xiaoxiong who is threatening you to withhold supplies from the Lin family. I assenti it? What did you say? The other party was taken aback. Duan Xiaoxiong threatened you with a breach of contract. Otherwise, your company will find it impossible to establish itself in the bustling metropolis. How do you know? Su Zong exclaimed. Ah, it appears to be true indeed. With a sigh, Su Zong realized the truth could no longer be concealed and opted for candor. President Lin, at this juncture, there is little left to hide. Indeed, this morning, Duan Xiaoxiong sent someone to speak with me, immediately severing Lin's supply chain. Otherwise, my company would face imminent demise. Qin Feng shrugged at Lin Shireen. Darling, now you understand the reason, don't you? Humph. Lin Shireen seethed with rage. What a masterstroke of using another's hand to achieve one's ends. Duan Xiaoxiong is intent on annihilation. After having his 2 precious jewels destroyed, the Duan family, with its vast resources, would not rest until they eradicated us. Qin Feng, skilled in martial prowess, knew that confronting them openly would be futile. Thus, he resolved to dismantle the Lin family business before settling the score. However, with Qin Feng possessing an extraordinary system, Duan's devious plots would hardly escape his discerning gaze. President Su, we have collaborated for a decade. Had it not been for this threat, I would never have proposed a breach of contract. Thank you for your honesty. President Su, Qin Feng replied. The Duan family, as the wealthiest in the metropolis, wields immense influence in the business realm. For them to wish for the dissolution of smaller companies is a mere trifle. Yet Qin Feng smiled serenely. Your company will not vanish. In 1 hour, Duan Xiaoxiong will be begging you to collaborate with the Lin family. Impossible. He is the wealthiest man in the metropolis, unmatched in ruthlessness. What of his wealth? Qin Feng patted her shoulder. Trust me. Lin Shireen, filled with indignation, declared, Darling, we must call the police. No need for that. Come. Today I shall take you to confront Duan Xiaoxiong. Starting the car, Qin Feng called out to the system, where's that bastard Duan Xiaoxiong right now? He is in a meeting at the Duan Group. The system replied promptly, appearing rather relaxed. Excellent. Today I intend to make him kneel and beg. In the car, Lin Shireen gazed at Qin Feng in bewilderment. Darling, how did you know Duan Xiaoxiong was behind this? I guessed. Guessed? Yes, our greatest adversary is Duan Xiaoxiong. The sudden breach of contract by our 10-year supplier must be linked to him. This man is truly formidable. Nothing seems insurmountable in his presence. Lin Shireen looked at him with admiration, convinced that with Qin Feng by her side, no challenge was beyond resolution. At the Duan Group, truly a publicly listed company. Financially robust, its 108-story office tower reaching for the skies. On the 88th floor, Duan Xiaoxiong was convening an urgent meeting attended by all senior executives. Tomorrow, the final piece of prime real estate in the metropolis would be auctioned off, and the Duan family would spare no effort to acquire it, aiming to create the most upscale office building. Qin Feng parked the car in the plaza, took Lin Shirin by the hand, and strode directly to the 88th floor. Kicking open the door without a word, the receptionist gasped, "Sir, whom are you looking for?" Duan Xiaoxiong. Such audacity. As the wealthiest man in the metropolis, worth billions, Duan Xiaoxiong commanded immense respect in the business world. Who would dare utter his name so brazenly? The receptionist, clearly taken aback, asked, "Sir, do you have an appointment?" "Without one, our president will not meet with you." Qin Feng rolled his eyes. "I'm here to teach someone a lesson. Do I need an appointment for that?" Without waiting for a response, he pulled Lin Shirin and marched inside. "Security! Security! These two are causing trouble. Stop them. Halt." Two sturdy security guards, trained for such situations. "Charge forward. You, boy, leave immediately. Daring to stir trouble at the Duan group. You must be tired of living." With fierce gazes and electric batons crackling, they swung towards Qin Feng. "Huh, a mere nobody dares to jump?" Qin Feng retaliated with a swift kick. Bang, bang. The two security guards flew like cannonballs, crashing through the glass door, shattering it into a million pieces. They lay unconscious, their fates uncertain. The receptionist screamed in terror, curling up on the ground, trembling. "Darling, let's go." Two bodyguards stood sentinel at the meeting room door, towering at 190 centimeters, muscular, with menacing glares. Qin Feng coolly inquired, "Is Duan Xiaoxiong inside?" The audacity of this young man to address the master so casually irked the bodyguards. "What business do you have with our president? He is in a meeting. Leave if you have no appointment." How arrogant. Qin Feng's pupils contracted as he summoned his internal strength. In the blink of an eye, he struck, grasping the necks of the bodyguards with lightning speed. Before they could react, the immense force pushed them back, rendering them powerless to resist. Bang, bang. Their bald heads slammed against the wall, and they grimaced in pain, stars exploding before their eyes. As Qin Feng released them, they collapsed to the floor like two lifeless sacks. What kind of skills are these? And their bodyguards? What kind of people does Duan employ? Inside the meeting room, Duan Xiaoxiong was animatedly discussing grand plans. Suddenly, bang, bang. The door was kicked open, and two sturdy bodyguards were hurled into his presence like human projectiles, pallid and unconscious. The unexpected chaos sent several female executives shrieking, clutching their heads in fear. What is happening? An earthquake? Qin Feng calmly entered with Lin Shirin. Though Qin Feng had never met Duan Xiaoxiong, he recognized Lin Shirin. The two had arrived together, and it was evident that this man was her partner. The two bodyguards, specially trained, usually dispatched 3 or 4 strong men with ease. Yet here, they were disposed of like discarded dogs. This is too bizarre. Single-handedly infiltrating the Duan group. He clearly possesses remarkable skills. Nevertheless, Duan Xiaoxiong was a man of experience, and even in such a predicament, he maintained his composure. "Ladies and gentlemen, this meeting is adjourned. Disperse." "Yes, President Duan, we shall take our leave." Recognizing the danger at hand, the executives hurriedly gathered their laptops and scurried out of the meeting room. Duan Xiaoxiong kicked the door shut, fixing his gaze intently on Qin Feng. "You are Qin Feng?" "Indeed." Duan Xiaoxiong recalled the loss of his son's 2 jewels, now rendered impotent, and seethed with the desire to flay him alive. "I was just looking for you to settle the score, and you have conveniently delivered yourself to my doorstep. Excellent. Qin, today marks your demise." Summoning with a clap, a hidden door in the meeting room swung open, and 4 burly bodyguards clad in black emerged, even larger and more ferocious than the previous 2. The 4 men are loyal confidants of Duan Xiaoxiong, rarely making an appearance. Yet when they do, their adversaries face certain death or grievous injury. What orders does Mr. Duan have? Severely beat this brat, kill him, and toss him into the sea to feed the sharks. Understood. The 4 ferocious bodyguards encircle Qin Feng, and the moment Duan Xiaoxiong gives the command to kill, this young man would have no chance of survival. Suddenly, a voice from the system pierces through the tension. Ding! The 4 individuals possess iron hooks on their fingers, laced with potent poison. Host, exercise caution. Damn, truly insidious. Lin Shirin is aware of Qin Feng's formidable skills, yet these bodyguards are clearly not to be trifled with, causing her to scream in fright. "Qin Feng, be careful. Just a few big oafs. I can handle them in a minute." Qin Feng replies calmly, channeling his internal energy as he swiftly weaves into the crowd. Employing both hands and feet, he strikes with lightning speed, delivering 10 punches for every one thrown by the bodyguards. In less than 60 seconds, the job is flawlessly executed. The poison hooks fail to snag Qin Feng, and instead ensnare their own wielders, who collapse to the ground, their faces contorted in agony, frothing at the mouth. They brought this upon themselves. Gasp. Duan Xiaoxiong cannot help but inhale sharply. These bodyguards, having followed him for years, kill without a second thought, leaving no survivors against even the most formidable opponents. Yet, they were instantly dispatched by Qin Feng. Realizing he is up against a ruthless opponent, he knows he must retaliate. Otherwise, his bodyguard's fate will be his own. With a glint of cold light in his eyes, he suddenly seizes Lin Shireen, swiftly tightening his grip around her neck. In an instant, he produces a handgun, its dark muzzle pressed threateningly against Lin Shireen's forehead. Ah, a gun. Lin Shireen pales in fear. As a woman, she has never encountered such a scene. One shot, and she would undoubtedly perish. Husband, save me. What? A gun? In Huaxia, gun control is exceedingly strict. Unless one is a police officer or a special agent, no one is qualified to wield a firearm. Yet this man dares to conceal a weapon? Who grants him such audacity? Is wealth a license for impunity? Lin Shireen, held captive, realizes he holds the upper hand, twisting her neck as he grows increasingly brazen. You think you're impressive, huh? Let us see whose skills are superior, yours or my gun. Anger me, and I'll blow your woman's brains out. Chapter 89. Handgun versus Silver Needles. Duan Xiaoxiong, you have quite the audacity, harboring firearms in a lawful society. Aren't you afraid of being taken in for tea? Qin Feng appears calm, yet a sense of vigilance rises within him. Bullets are merciless, and he cannot afford a single mistake regarding his wife. He reaches into his pants pocket, where he had discreetly concealed a few silver needles while administering acupuncture to his grandfather earlier. Qin Feng, save me. Don't worry, my dear. In broad daylight, I doubt even Duan Xiaoxiong would dare to fire. You bastard, still trying to act tough even as death approaches? Do you believe I want to shoot you first? Fine, let my woman go and come at me. Not a chance. I'll put you down and then give your woman to my son for some fun. Imagining harm befalling his beloved child, Duan Xiaoxiong is consumed by rage, wishing to shred Qin Feng into pieces. Go to hell. The handgun is aimed at Qin Feng's forehead, and with a click, the trigger is pulled. Whoosh. Two piercing sounds cut through the air as two silver needles strike Duan Xiaoxiong's wrist. Theoretically, no human can outpace a bullet. However, exceptions exist. Qin Feng is no ordinary man. He is empowered by the system. Bang! The bullet grazes his hair, embedding itself in the wall. Simultaneously, the silver needles drive forcefully into Duan Xiaoxiong's wrist. Ah! Duan Xiaoxiong shrieks, racked by excruciating pain, his fingers trembling, causing the handgun to slip from his grasp. With a swift motion, Qin Feng hooks his foot, retrieving the handgun into his possession. In one fluid motion, he embraces Lin Shireen, the gun now pressed against Duan Xiaoxiong's chest. Are you all right, my dear? I'm fine. You're amazing. What? Can a person dodge bullets? This is outrageous. The silver needles pierce his wrist, sending Duan Xiaoxiong into a tremor of agony. How did your gun end up in your hands? Mr. Duan, you are truly pathetic. Qin Feng presses Duan Xiaoxiong's head forcefully against the conference table, the gun's muzzle pressed against his temple. With this shot, bang. I wonder if your head will blossom. Please. Please don't shoot. The dark muzzle against his forehead fills Duan Xiaoxiong with terror. He fears nothing, yet now he comprehends the true meaning of fear. Kid, this isn't a toy gun. It's a real gun that can kill. Oh, Duan Xiaoxiong, so you're afraid of death after all? I thought you were so formidable, intent on ruining my wife as company. No, I wouldn't dare. Just put the gun down, and I'll call Boss Su right away. Trembling, Duan Xiaoxiong retrieves his phone and dials a number. Hello, Boss Su, this is Duan Xiaoxiong. Please restore the supply to Lin's company immediately. The recipient is taken aback. Mr. Duan, didn't you say that if I supplied Lin's company, your company would cease to exist? I've already halted the contract as per your instructions. Immediately arrange a meeting with General Lin. I don't care what means you employ. We must collaborate with Lin's company. But the penalty for breach of contract has already been transferred to their account. It might not be wise to go back on your word. Boss Su, please restore supplies to Lin's company. I'm begging you. Boss Su realizes that Qin Feng has come calling, though she is unaware of the methods he employed to subdue Duan Xiaoxiong. Hearing his humble tone brings her satisfaction. Qin Feng is indeed impressive. He predicted that an hour later, Duan Xiaoxiong would personally call, begging for mercy, and he has truly delivered. Moments later, Lin Shireen's phone rings. General Lin, I'll restore supplies to your company right away. Excellent, a pleasant cooperation. Lin Shireen is filled with joy, as long as the supplier resumes deliveries. There is no need to sell the villa. Qin Feng is extraordinarily capable, always turning peril into safety at critical moments. Husband, you're incredible. Lin Shireen secretly gives him a thumbs up. While overseas orders are resolved, Duan Xiaoxiong's many misdeeds will not allow Qin Feng to simply let him go. With a glint of cold light, two sharp sounds pierce the air as Duan Xiaoxiong's right hand and foot are broken. Ah, the pain is unbearable. The conference room is filled with wails of agony. Crack, crack. In less than 10 seconds, Qin Feng dismantles a new model handgun piece by piece with one hand. Duan Xiaoxiong, Today, a severing of your limbs serves as a minor lesson. If you wish to seek revenge, feel free to come find me, Qin Feng. Remember, if you dare to trouble my wife or family, next time it will be your head on the line. Hiss. Duan Xiaoxiong instinctively touches his head. Knowing that Qin Feng is not merely threatening, he means every word. Wife, let us go. Qin Feng proudly leads Lin Shirin out. Ding. Host has decisively bested the wealthiest individual. Congratulations on acquiring 100 ownership of the Oriental Pearl. What? The Oriental Pearl can also be a reward? This is incredible. Setting aside the value of the Oriental Pearl, a landmark in the city, where countless tourists flock daily, he chuckles to himself. Giving the Oriental Pearl to my wife. Could this be the most extravagant and impressive gift online? Chapter 90. Strength to pamper my wife. Gift the Oriental Pearl. However, after some thought, Qin Feng decides against this notion, fearing it might overwhelm Lin Shirin. Perhaps it's best to take the gift-giving process step by step. Wouldn't you agree? My dear wife, it has been a while since we have been together, and I have yet to present you with a gift. Qin Feng, your assistance in securing those overseas orders and salvaging 2 billion for the company would be the best gift you could give me. No, that does not count. I shall bestow upon you another gift. What gift? Do not inquire. You shall know in due time. Qin Feng believed that the revelation of a gift should be immediate, akin to the thrill of unboxing a mystery box. He drove directly to Victoria, taking Lin Shirin to the enchanting revolving Western restaurant, Romantic House. Qin Feng, what brings you to this place? It is only 4 o'clock. Dinner time has yet to arrive. Who says one cannot dine at a restaurant before mealtime? Is it not permissible for your husband to treat you to afternoon tea? Afternoon tea? Oh, I see instantly. Afternoon tea is the gift you are presenting to me. However, Lin Shirin was already quite elated, for this was a high-end Western restaurant, and even without ordering a main course, the prices of the snacks were quite steep. My dear, order whatever you desire. Let us eat and drink to our heart's content before packing some for Grandpa and the others. Lin Shirin gently nudged Qin Feng with her shoe, lowering her voice. Husband, the items here are quite expensive. Do be mindful. Remembering their previous meal costing 150,000, she felt a twinge of concern. Although they were not lacking in wealth, there was no need for extravagance. Fear not, there will be no need to pay for meals in the future. Lin Shirin, what do you mean, no need to pay? Do you think you are the owner? Just as Qin Feng was placing their order, a portly man approached with a sinister expression. This fellow, relying on his position as a second shareholder, frequently sought attention in the restaurant, harassing beautiful women at every opportunity. After Qin Feng had smashed a wine bottle on his face previously, he was left with a bandage on his head. Seeing Qin Feng again filled him with displeasure. Today, he was determined to assert his dominance. What brings you here, kid? Obviously, I am here to dine. You are not welcome here. Leave. Lin Shirin, infuriated, retorted, a restaurant opens its doors to serve all guests. We do not eat for free. So what right do you have to chase us away? I am a shareholder of this establishment. Do I not have the right? You, the owner, chasing away customers? What sort of absurdity is this? However, rather than engage in futile conversation, Qin Feng thought it far more satisfying to slap him in the face. System, initiate the acquisition of Romantic House restaurant immediately. Ding. Acquisition successful. A representative will deliver the acquisition contract to the host within 3 minutes. Just 2 minutes and 38 seconds later, a sharply dressed middle-aged man with slick-back hair rushed to Qin Feng's side. Are you Mr. Qin? Here is the acquisition contract for Romantic House. Please sign. Acquisition contract? The portly man nearly dropped his jaw. I am the owner. How can I not be aware of the restaurant's acquisition? The suited man scoffed. Sir, you only hold a 30 share. The transfer of the restaurant does not require your approval. The portly man hastily dialed the big boss, Dong Go. The restaurant has been performing well, earning substantial profits this year. Why is it being sold? Damn it, do you think I want this? This morning, a mysterious individual acquired the restaurant. It turns out Qin Feng was that mysterious individual. The portly man slumped to the ground upon hearing this. Mr. Qin, please sign. Qin Feng crossed his arms and leaned back. Have my wife sign it. Have Mrs. Qin sign. The suited man was momentarily taken aback. I gifted the restaurant to my wife. Is there an issue with that? No issue at all. This is your property, Mr. Qin. You have every right to gift it to whomever you choose. My dear, please sign. Lin Shirin's eyes widened in astonishment. Husband, is this truly the gift you have prepared for me? When Qin Feng first mentioned a gift, Lin Shirin did not harbor high hopes, assuming it would merely be a bouquet or perhaps a diamond. Yet, she could scarcely believe that Qin Feng would gift her an entire restaurant. Moreover, the most luxurious and romantic revolving restaurant in all of Magic City. Do you like it? Yes, I love it. If you do, then please sign. Lin Shirin signed the contract. The suited man, with a respectful demeanor, stated, I will manage the restaurant on behalf of Mr. Qin, and the profits will be deposited into your account on a regular basis. No need for that. Just deposit it into my wife's account. Certainly, Mr. Qin. Having dined to their satisfaction, they packed up and exited the restaurant. Lin Shireen, feeling curious, refrained from asking how he acquired the restaurant in front of everyone. Qin Feng, do you not intend to explain? Explain what? As far as I know, Romantic House is valued at over $1 billion. Did you not say you were an intern? Where did you procure such funds for the acquisition? Chapter 91. Is there a need for a reason to pamper one's wife? Ahem, my dear. Some matters do not require digging too deep. If everything is laid bare, where would the surprise be? Rest assured, your husband's funds are guaranteed to be legally sourced. Lin Shireen gazed at him, her mind swirling with countless questions. This was not merely the acquisition of a restaurant. His skills were formidable, his medical expertise exceptional. Able to cure even cancer with a pill given to Qin Feng. How perplexing. Lin Shireen, having indulged in online novels, suddenly entertained a bold thought. Qin Feng, have you perhaps acquired some sort of golden finger, metaphorically speaking, a powerful system? System? Qin Feng was taken aback. Yes, you must have bound yourself to a system, otherwise. How could you possess such remarkable abilities? This woman's insight is quite impressive. It would not be detrimental to acknowledge it regarding my wife. However, that would take away the fun. My dear, have you been reading too many online novels? Do you truly believe in such systems? Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Lin Shireen became confused. I do not genuinely believe in the existence of systems, but Qin Feng, why are you so extraordinary? Every challenge that arises before you seems to dissolve effortlessly. My dear, let me confide in you. Earlier this year, an elderly traditional Chinese doctor was injured in a car accident while crossing the street, and out of kindness, I took him to the hospital. The elderly doctor, having no children, imparted acupuncture skills to me, gifted me medicinal pills, and bestowed upon me a rather mysterious card, the contents of which I am unaware. Really? Silly girl. Would I deceive you? Lin Shireen was taken aback, caught between belief and skepticism. But husband, why would you acquire the restaurant and gift it to me? Is there a need for a reason to pamper one's wife? It seems that there isn't. Qin Feng affectionately ruffled her hair, his face brimming with adoration. Little fool, are you so excited over a mere restaurant? In the future, your husband will present you with even grander gifts. Thank you, husband. You are truly wonderful. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Feng embraced the beauty, their bodies entwined. Husband, being so kind, does that mean I should receive extra rewards tonight? Perhaps we might indulge in a few more delightful activities? What are you saying? I just complimented you, and you have become quite smug. Qin Feng, thinking of the shamelessly delightful evening ahead, laughed heartily. He drove straight to the hospital. Grandpa, Mom, Qin Ling, and the 4 little ones. Afternoon tea has arrived. The coffee table was piled high with delectable treats, steak, shark fin soup, pastries, juices, and milk tea, everything imaginable. Wow, there is so much delicious food. The 4 little ones cheered with delight. Qin Feng and Qin Ling took the little ones to the living room to enjoy their food. Shireen, Qin Feng, how did your negotiations with the agency go? Can the villa be sold for several billion? Grandpa, the suppliers have resumed their deliveries, and there will be no need to pay the penalty fees. Really? Yes, it was all arranged by Qin Feng. Lin Jintong patted his shoulder, his face full of admiration. Qin Feng, you are truly remarkable. You can turn any adversity into an opportunity in your presence. With Shireen and the little ones entrusted to you, grandfather can rest easy. Grandfather, this is merely my duty. Just now, Dr. Du came by and showed me the video of you saving grandfather. Your acupuncture skills are so extraordinary that even the renowned Master Jin would willingly become your disciple. Impressive. However, grandfather cannot fathom how someone so young can wield silver needles with such mastery. It was a fortuitous encounter. A mysterious old Chinese medicine practitioner bestowed his knowledge upon me. A mysterious old practitioner? Qin Feng, it appears you are indeed a blessed individual. I share the same sentiment. After all, how could I possibly marry such a beautiful wife as Shireen and have 4 adorable children? With your exceptional medical skills, have you ever considered opening a traditional Chinese medicine clinic? It could specialize in treating complex ailments and doing good deeds. Open a clinic? Yes. Grandfather has even thought of a name for it. Qin's Medical Clinic. Qin's Medical Clinic. That sounds rather intriguing. I am not boasting, but with your acupuncture prowess. Once the clinic opens, patients will surely flock to it. The medical skills rewarded by the system are undoubtedly extraordinary. Once the clinic is established, who knows how many distinguished figures and wealthy patrons will seek your expertise, bringing in a substantial fortune. To be honest, Qin Feng may not even be concerned about the money from treating patients, considering his wealth has already reached billions. However, this is a career, No matter how wealthy a man becomes, he must possess a career to uphold his dignity. Very well, since grandfather insists, I shall comply. Wonderful. While grandfather is still in good health, I shall have you as my assistant at the clinic, saving lives and accumulating virtue. Chapter 92. Qin Feng transforms into a master of music. Ha! Lin Jintang was brimming with excitement. Thanks to the Tianyuan pill, he felt rejuvenated, full of unyielding energy. Qin Feng, hurry and handle the discharge procedures. Grandfather is ready to leave the hospital. Grandfather, the doctor said we need to observe you for another night. They want to issue a discharge certificate, so I'll come back tomorrow to take you home. Lin Jintang suffered from a cerebral hemorrhage, and the doctors were reluctant to let him leave due to potential complications. Unfortunately, he had no choice but to endure another night in the hospital, which left him quite exasperated. Qin Feng drove Qin Ling back to school first, then returned to the Lin family villa with Qin Fengxiao and the four little ones. After spending a day and night with their grandmother, the four children had become completely attached to her. Blood is thicker than water. This is the bond of generations. With their mother present, Qin Feng was overjoyed, as it allowed him to enjoy some quality time with his lovely wife. Shopping, strolling down the streets, savoring skewers, drinking milk tea, watching movies, and even playing games together. What bliss! My dear wife, tonight I shall treat you to a movie. Do you prefer romance, action, or supernatural? A movie? In her memory, Lin Shireen had not watched a film alone with a boy in quite some time. Qin Feng's suggestion stirred feelings of youthful romance within her, especially since she was only 22 years old. Sure, you choose the film. Qin Feng grinned mischievously, intending to take Lin Shireen to a midnight supernatural film. Hee, as eerie music played, his delicate and beautiful wife nestled closer into his embrace, adding a touch of whimsy to their relationship. Qin Feng had a mischievous plan in mind as he prepared to book tickets online. Suddenly, Lin Shireen's video call rang. It was her close friend Wang Shasha. Wang Shasha, Lin Shireen's university classmate, daughter of a high-ranking official, a quintessential rich girl. They had agreed to study abroad together after graduation and travel the world. However, fate took an unexpected turn when Lin Shireen's parents tragically died in a car accident, forcing her to hastily take charge of the Lin group. Shireen, I'm back in the country. I just got off the plane. Let us have a gathering at the nightclub tonight. Sure, Shasha, it's been ages. I've missed you. I'll host a welcome party for you. Oh, I forgot to tell you. I've started dating an American boyfriend. Jik, come over and say hello to my friend. Hi, beautiful, I'm Jik. A tall, blue-eyed man with a beard appeared on the screen. Jik, nice to meet you. Hey, Shireen, I heard you got a marriage certificate. Why isn't the groom Duan Xiaoji? The interrogative tone made Lin Shireen slightly displeased. Wang Shasha, what do you mean? Why would I marry him? Everyone in our class knows that Duan Xiaoji has been pursuing you. Huh, you've got for little ones. You should be grateful that the richest heir would even consider marrying you. Please refrain from mentioning the surname Duan in the future, or I'll be upset. My current husband is Qin Feng. Qin Feng. Hey, what company does your husband run? Is he handsome? Bring him along tonight. All right, see you at the nightclub. My dear, who was that on the phone? A university classmate. She brought back a foreign boyfriend and wants to show off in front of me. Oh, is her boyfriend impressive? Well, he is decent, I suppose. Qin Feng, let us skip the movie for now. You must accompany me to the gathering tonight. Oh, am I going to? Yes, you must come. Qin Feng, with your good looks, you'll surely outshine her foreign boyfriend. Very well. I shall dress to impress and never embarrass my wife. Qin Feng washed his face, shaved, and even used some of his wife's luxurious facial cleanser. Dressed in a fitted white shirt, his 8-pack abs subtly visible, adorned with a Patek Philippe watch, his gaze sharp and commanding, he exuded the aura of a domineering CEO. When Qin Feng emerged from the dressing room, Lin Shireen was momentarily taken aback. My dear, how do you find my attire? Qin Feng, you look too handsome. You will undoubtedly be the center of attention tonight. The nightclub, known as the largest entertainment venue in the city, was filled with vibrant young men and women, reveling in the exuberance of youth. Wang Shasha had not gone home. After disembarking from the plane, she led her boyfriend straight to the nightclub. As Lin Shireen entered the nightclub, arm in arm with Qin Feng, their striking looks and exceptional presence immediately drew the attention of the crowd. Wang Shasha, upon seeing Qin Feng, felt a twinge of envy and resentment. Oh my, this man is too handsome. Jik stands at 180 centimeters. But Qin Feng is at least 185 centimeters. His features surpass Jik's, and his commanding height eclipses her boyfriend. Initially, she had intended to flaunt Jik, but unexpectedly, she was overshadowed by Qin Feng. She felt incredibly displeased and increasingly jealous of Lin Shireen. After exchanging pleasantries among the four, Wang Shasha feigned innocence. Shireen, how are the four little ones? It's been 2 years since we last gathered. I truly miss our university days. Let us have a toast. Lin Shireen had successfully secured that batch of overseas orders, and her mood was quite pleasant. Cheers, everyone. Shireen, this is my boyfriend Jik. He graduated from the Royal Academy of Music and plays the saxophone quite well. Would you like to hear him? Haha, since it has come to this. How could we refuse? Very well, we shall eagerly listen. The nightclub featured a central circular stage, complete with a host, singers, dancers, DJs, and a live band. Guests could request songs or showcase their talents on stage. Pole dancers occasionally took the stage, drawing cheers and whistles, elevating the entertainment to a climax. This was the nightclub's unique charm, taking an unconventional route that was immensely popular among the youth. Jik, take the stage and perform. Lin Shireen was more beautiful, had a better figure, and came from a wealthier family than Wang Shasha. While they appeared to be close friends, Wang Shasha secretly harbored intense jealousy. And tonight she intended to seize the opportunity to undermine her. As Jik took the stage, saxophone in hand, he played Going Home. Going Home is a saxophone classic, and this fellow's skills were impressive. He played with soul, each note infused with emotion, captivating the audience. As the final note resounded, the audience erupted in thunderous applause, and whistles echoed incessantly. Shireen, how do you think my boyfriend fared on the saxophone? It was truly delightful. Clearly, he has undergone professional training. Wang Shasha declared with an air of pride. How about we invite your husband to grace the stage with a performance? Lin Shireen had no choice but to direct her gaze towards Qin Feng. Qin Feng, why not serenade us with a song? Singing? To be honest, despite Qin Feng's handsome visage, his vocal prowess was akin to that of a tone-deaf individual, while others might earn a fee for their singing. His performances could very well cost him his life. Once, when he ventured to a karaoke bar with friends, his first note sent the entire room fleeing to the restroom. Just as the awkwardness peaked, Jike added insult to injury. Mr. Qin, surely you can't be incapable of carrying a tune? What to do? Could I, Qin Feng, a man endowed with a system, be bested by a foreigner tonight? Ding. At that critical moment, the system's voice chimed in. A foreigner has challenged you, granting the host the music master skill. Not only will you possess a heavenly voice, but you will also master an array of instruments including the piano, violin, saxophone, DJ, guzheng, and more. Chapter 93. A rendition of Butterfly Lovers astonishes the audience. What? Skills in music can also be rewarded? This is extraordinary. In the next instant, a torrent of profound musical knowledge flooded Qin Feng's mind. Be it contemporary Chinese music, classical compositions, or world-renowned melodies, all these vocal pieces melded seamlessly with his memories, transforming him into a world-class music maestro. With such an extraordinary system, defeating the arrogant foreigner would be a walk in the park. Lin Shireen gazed at Qin Feng, nodding encouragingly. Darling, I know you can do it. The awe he inspired in her was profound. His grandfather's heartbeat could be revived through mere silver needles. Singing a song should pose no challenge for him. Qin Feng affectionately ruffled his wife's hair, smiled, and confidently strode towards the stage. Standing at 185 centimeters, his physique was upright and dignified. Upon taking the stage, he commanded the attention of all present. Wow, this young man is quite handsome. Indeed, his features and physique surpassed many of the so-called fresh faces in the entertainment industry. Adoration filled the air. Yet, Wang Shasha privately scoffed. What good is good looks? Once he opens his mouth, it will be a cacophony, provoking the ire of some ruffians and rebellious youths in the audience. Soon enough, plates, bottles, and fruits will rain down upon him. Upon reaching the stage, Qin Feng did not take the microphone but instead approached a grand piano. Excuse me, may I borrow the piano for a piece? The female pianist was momentarily taken aback. It was common for patrons at the nightclub to sing, dance, or perform magic tricks on stage, but no one had ever requested to play the piano before. Sir, are you certain you wish to play the piano? Indeed. The pianist reluctantly yielded her seat. Very well, I wish you a successful performance. Jike, observing from the audience, smirked derisively. Lin, does your husband truly know how to play the piano? Absolutely. Lin Shireen had unwavering faith in her man. Since Qin Feng chose to play, he would undoubtedly deliver a mesmerizing performance that would leave the audience in awe. True to her expectations, Qin Feng did not disappoint. Calmly taking his seat, he gazed down at the audience and began with a heartfelt introduction. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe you are all familiar with the love story of Liang Shanbua and Zhu Yingtai. Tonight, I wish to perform Butterfly Lovers for you, and dedicate this piece to my beloved wife, Ms. Lin Shireen. His eloquent preamble was met with rapturous applause even before he struck a note. Please, everyone, quiet down. With a gentle touch, Qin Feng pressed the keys, and a hauntingly beautiful melody filled the bar. Butterfly Lovers is a masterpiece by the esteemed Wu Ili. The elderly artist played this piece throughout his life, touching the hearts of countless souls with its poignant love story. As the prelude concluded, Qin Feng's voice harmonized with the music, The verdant grass blooms in abundance. Colorful butterflies linger in pairs. A love story for the ages, Shanbua and Yingtai's eternal bond. The lyrics were enchanting, the melody poignant. The audience could almost visualize Liang Shanbua and Zhu Yingtai, unable to be together in life, yet yearning to unite in death as butterflies soaring beyond the mountains and mundane world. Lin Shireen could hardly fathom that Qin Feng, usually so talkative, could evoke such deep emotions through a classical piece. The melody resonated with sorrow, prompting her to softly join in. Butterflies frolic amidst the blooms, Liang and Zhu forever intertwined. A timeless masterpiece, a classic tune, heart-wrenchingly beautiful for all mankind. The crowd, mostly composed of young patrons at the nightclub, typically favored DJs or popular hits. However, Qin Feng's rendition of Butterfly Lovers was so masterfully executed that it captivated the audience, rendering them utterly silent. As the final note faded, the entire audience rose to their feet, erupting in thunderous applause and relentless whistles. The female host was overwhelmed with emotion, tears brimming in her eyes. Such profound skill. Every note infused with emotion. This is the most beautiful version of Butterfly Lovers I have ever heard, bar none. Jike was left utterly dumbfounded. How could it be that a graduate of a prestigious music academy was completely outperformed by Qin Feng? Seething with displeasure, he stormed onto the stage. His expression one of disdain. Mr. Qin, Butterfly Lovers is your native music. Being able to play it doesn't mean much. To put it bluntly, such pieces rarely grace the grand stage. What? Butterfly Lovers unworthy of the stage? His words ignited outrage among the audience. Wow, this foreigner is quite brazen. Wasn't the piece you just played back home also a native tune? If you have the guts, try playing Butterfly Lovers. A blonde youth shouted. How dare you come to our homeland and act so defiantly? Get off the stage. The majority of the nightclub's youthful clientele would not tolerate such provocations. In an instant, plates, fruits, and cigarette butts flew toward him. Chapter 94. Qin Feng ignites a firestorm of popularity. Everyone, please, remain calm. Stop. Qin Feng raised his hand to halt the chaos. Escalating to a matter of national pride would be counterproductive. Mr. Jike, in your view, what songs deserve to grace the grand stage? Mr. Qin, if you're capable, refrain from singing native songs. I would respect you if you sang an English song. An English song? Indeed, it must be a world-renowned piece. Certainly, though Qin Feng had previously only been versed in Chinese and English, the music master's skill endowed him with not only a heavenly voice, but also the abilities of a linguistic genius. All the world's renowned songs were now at his fingertips. When it came time to sing, he needn't even glance at the lyrics, for the melodies and notes had seamlessly fused with his memory. Qin Feng knew that to truly impress, he must make a grand statement. With a delicate touch, as the familiar melody began to play, the bar fell into a hushed silence. Every night in my dreams, I see you, I feel you. That is how I know you go on. Far across the distance, and spaces between us, you have come to show you go on. Near, far, wherever you are, I believe that the heart does go on. Indeed. This is the theme song of Titanic, My Heart Will Go On. Qin Feng delivered a captivating English solo, his pronunciation impeccable and his emotional expression profound. The piano accompaniment flowed like a gentle stream, each note infused with sentiment, leaving the audience entranced. With such caliber and sound quality, even the original artist, Celine Dion, would graciously step aside. As the final note lingered in the air, the audience erupted into a frenzy, with whistles and cheers echoing thunderously, refusing to cease. Tonight, Qin Feng stood on stage, the focal point of all attention, radiating like a dazzling star. Lin Shireen gazed at her husband with admiration, her smile radiant, her satisfaction palpable. Wang Shasha seethed with frustration, a top student from the Jike Royal Music Academy. She found herself utterly overshadowed by Qin Feng. She had intended to return home to flaunt her talents, yet, unexpectedly, it was Qin Feng who basked in glory. How infuriating. After a minute, the applause and cheers gradually subsided. Our dragon's descendants are indeed remarkable. Huang Mao, do you concede now? Yes, if not, then let us see you try again. Jike's face shifted from pale to flushed. He understood well that at his current level, he would only face a more humiliating defeat. Bowing respectfully to Qin Feng, he declared, Mr. Qin, your celestial voice and musical prowess are truly formidable. I humbly acknowledge my defeat. Ding. The host's prowess has outshone the foreigners. Congratulations on acquiring a 100 stake in the Night City Bar. Ha! Qin Feng laughed heartily, relishing his triumph over the foreigners and the acquisition of the Night City Bar's stake. The system is impressive. At this moment, Qin Feng could only exclaim, exhilarating. Just moments ago, while performing Butterfly Lovers and My Heart Will Go On, the host recorded a video and posted it on Douyin. Within mere minutes, the view count soared past 1 million. Audience comments were overwhelmingly positive. Wow, this young man is incredibly handsome. I suggest he debuts immediately. His performance is exceptional. So delightful to the ears that they might just conceive. TSK. With such looks and talent, he utterly eclipses the plethora of youthful stars in the entertainment industry. Please share your address. I want to fly over and have babies with this young man, followed by a drooling emoji. Qin Feng had no intention of becoming famous. Yet in this era of virality, these two songs propelled him into the limelight. He became an internet sensation, just as Qin Feng was about to leave the stage. The female host hurriedly aimed the microphone at him. Mr. Qin, please hold on. Which music academy did you graduate from? Oh, I've never attended a music academy. I am self-taught. What? Self-taught? The host was astounded. How could someone who had never been to a music academy perform world-renowned songs at a masterful level? A genius. Mr. Qin, with your divine voice, you must participate in the Voice of China. The championship is surely yours. Oh, I'm afraid I'm not interested in the entertainment industry. As far as I know, the grand prize for The Voice is a staggering 8 million. May I ask why you refuse? I have no time. I need to return home to take care of the kids. Goodness. The female host took a step back, nearly exclaiming in disbelief. Chapter 95. Acquiring the Night City Bar. The era of virality is astounding. Qin Feng's singing video went viral, immediately shared across various platforms. Headlines, Weibo, Kuaishou, and Zhongshi saw the view count skyrocket past 10 million. The entire internet was captivated by Qin Feng's piano and singing. Handsome, truly handsome. His vocal skills are incredible, with looks and talent like that. How could he not be famous? Director, The Voice of China can be put on hold. This young man is undoubtedly number one. Nobody stop me. I must fly over to have babies with this young man. Although Qin Feng expressed disinterest in the entertainment industry, the female host was relentless. Discovering a new generation of musical divinity in the vast sea of people was a significant achievement for her. Mr. Qin, participating not only brings fame, but also an 8 million prize to buy milk for your baby. Why not? I'm not short on money. What? The female host suddenly noticed the Patek Philippe on Qin Feng's wrist, her eyes widening in shock. She recognized the watch, valued at 10 million. Who cares about an 8 million prize when one can afford a 10 million watch? Well, everyone has their own ambitions. But I still hope you don't let your talent go to waste. Qin Feng had indeed become an internet sensation. Wang Shasha opened Douyin, where Qin Feng's singing video dominated the front page, with views exceeding 10 million. What the heck? How could this be the outcome? She had intended to humiliate Qin Feng. Yet he had transformed into a singing deity with just 2 songs. This is infuriating. As Qin Feng descended from the stage and returned to his wife, Lin Shireen praised him. You were amazing. She handed him a glass of red wine, her eyes brimming with affection, transformed into a lovesick fan. Of course. When has your husband ever let you down? Witnessing their flirtatious banter, Wang Shasha felt a surge of envy and resentment. No matter how handsome he is or how well he sings, without money, he is still a loser. Shireen, what company does your husband own, and what is its valuation? Qin Feng hasn't started a company. I told him to stay home and take care of the kids for now. Taking care of the kids? My God. Isn't that the legendary stay-at-home husband? Shasha, what are you saying? Every family needs someone to manage the home while the other works. Wang Shasha raised her hand, displaying a large diamond ring with pride. My boyfriend's family owns a department store. This was a 5 million proposal gift from Jike. Isn't it beautiful? It's beautiful. The diamond is large, and the design is nice. Hey, Shireen, where's the engagement ring your husband gave you? How many carats? Let me see. Shasha, I'm sorry, but I'm not wearing the ring tonight. Not wearing your wedding ring. Hey, could it be a gold ring your husband gave you? This. Shireen, I truly feel it's a shame. With your beauty, why not find a successful man to rely on? What good is a handsome man without money? You women have gone too far. How dare you insult our marriage? Qin Feng could no longer tolerate it. System, extract the acquisition contract for the Night City Bar immediately. Ding. The acquisition contract for the bar has been successfully extracted. A dedicated person will deliver the contract to the host within 3 minutes. In 2 minutes and 50 seconds, a well-dressed man rushed to Qin Feng's side. Of course, this man was not the same one who had acquired the romantic Full House restaurant earlier. Mr. Qin, here is the acquisition contract for the Night City Bar. Please sign. Only my wife needs to sign. The suited man. Why are you staring? The bar is a gift for my wife. Do you have any objections? Oh, none at all. It is your right to gift your property to anyone you choose. He quickly handed the contract to Lin Shireen, his demeanor humble. Madam, please sign. Lin Shireen understood that Qin Feng was retaliating against Wang Shasha and knowingly signed the contract. How he acquired the Night City Bar was no longer important. What mattered was that her husband was impressive. Acquiring a bar? Wang Shasha was nearly speechless. She was no stranger to the Night City bar, which was valued at no less than 5 billion. Yet Qin Feng effortlessly acquired it as a gift for Lin Shirin. This was utterly shocking. Her 5 million diamond ring paled in comparison to a 50 billion bar. Qin Feng took Lin Shirin's hand and exited the bar. Dear, what kind of friend do you have? That is a plastic sisterhood at best. Shasha wasn't he like this before? I don't know why she changed after going abroad. Upon returning to the villa, Qin Feng had already put the 4 babies to bed, dressed in formal attire, which felt rather uncomfortable. Qin Feng tore off his shirt and headed into the bathroom, wearing only a pair of shorts. In the bathroom, there lies an opulent jet bathtub, equipped with 4 adjustable temperature nozzles that allow water to swirl in all directions. A lavish investment, costing no less than 200,000, soon filled to the brim. He casually tossed aside his shorts and reclined into the soothing water. What a delightful experience. With his eyes closed, he surrendered himself to the comforting pleasure of the bath. Just a minute into his indulgence, Lin Shirin, wrapped in a towel, entered the room. Darling, what are you up to? She inquired. Honey, you were absolutely amazing today. Allow me to pamper you with a back rub as a reward. Huh, if you wanted to take a bath together, you could have just said so. Come on, dear. The tub is spacious enough for 2. As Lin Shirin squeezed out some shower gel, she began to massage Qin Feng's back. His bronze skin, sculpted abs, and robust physique made Lin Shirin's cheeks flush with an unexplainable warmth. All done. Now it's your turn to help me. Lin Shirin's flawless back glistened under the light. Her hair elegantly pinned up, revealing her delicate collarbone. The moment Qin Feng's hands made contact, she couldn't help but emit a soft moan. With such beauty in his embrace, who could possibly resist? Suddenly, he lifted Lin Shirin effortlessly, determined to cherish her until she was breathless, pleading for mercy. Hey, darling, this is a bathtub. Hee hee. There are things we can do in a bathtub too. No. But her protest was silenced as Qin Feng captured her lips. To elaborate on the details would be unnecessary. Seasoned readers understand far better than the author. Chapter 96. The 60 billion auction for the Land King. The following day, Qin Feng awoke earlier than Lin Shirin. Last night, he had carried her out of the bathroom, and after multiple encounters, she had been left utterly exhausted. Her delicate body sprawled in his arms as she swiftly drifted into slumber. Fortunately, he had given her a Tianyuan pill. Otherwise, with his stamina, how could his tender wife have possibly kept up? Qin Feng relished the sight of Lin Shirin nestled in his embrace, filling his heart with joy. Men are steadfast, while women are fluid. He adored his woman, softened by his presence. So beautiful, both innocent and alluring. Lin Shirin's long eyelashes framed her small, flawless face, one that no plastic surgeon could ever replicate. Her lips, luscious and inviting, compelled Qin Feng to steal a kiss, yearning to savor her sweetness entirely. Lin Shirin suddenly opened her eyes, shimmering with a mist of desire, gazing at him with tenderness. Honey, please, my back hurts a bit. Damn. It must have been his roughness last night that caused her discomfort in the tub. I'm so sorry, my love. Let me help you. His wife was meant to be cherished, after all. There would be plenty of time ahead. After their morning routine, Qin Feng drove to the garden, where Qin Feng and their 4 little ones awaited. Lazy parents, sleeping in until the sun is high. How embarrassing. Qin Feng's expression darkened. The little ones truly lacked understanding. Did they think their parents could simply fall asleep like them without responsibilities? Besides, it was barely 8 a.m. One by one, he lifted the 4 adorable children into the car. Qin Feng gazed at her babies with reluctance. Be good at kindergarten, and don't get into fights with your friends. We know, Mommy. We're very good. Lin Shirin embraced her shoulder. Mom, you can check your phone or watch TV. The kids finish school at 4. Pooh. I'm not watching TV. I'll be cooking and cleaning for you. You have a chef for cooking and a maid for cleaning. You don't need to do that. Besides, you'll just be idle. No, a mistress is still a mistress. Mom, this afternoon, I'll pick up Grandpa from the hospital. And then you'll have someone to chat with. All right, I'll wait at home for my precious babies to return. Goodbye, Grandma. After dropping the children off at kindergarten, Qin Feng accompanied his wife back to the company. Lin Shirin convened a meeting to review important documents, and before long, it was 10 a.m. Qin Feng lounged on the sofa, scrolling through his phone for news. Are you done, dear? There's a major auction at 11 a.m. The last piece of land in Modu up for bid. Let me take you to enjoy it. Qin Feng, what does land auction have to do with us? We're a cosmetics company. Who says a cosmetics company can't venture into real estate? Huh. Before Lin Shirin could process this, she found herself pulled into the car. At the grand auction venue, luxury cars filled the surroundings. Rolls-Royce, Lamborghini, Bentley, Maybach. It was as if a car show were underway. Modu truly had no shortage of the affluent. However, in the presence of a systematic man, they paled in comparison. As he led Lin Shirin into the auction hall, they had just settled down when a man clad in black wheeled in Duan Xiaoxiong. flanked by 4 imposing bodyguards in sunglasses, exuding a formidable aura. Although his limbs had been mended after Qin Feng's earlier intervention, he was still unable to walk. Arriving in a wheelchair to the auction, it was evident he was determined to secure this parcel of land. But Qin Feng had other plans. As he anticipated the upcoming confrontation, a smile crept across Qin Feng's face. Duan Xiaoxiong was no ordinary figure. Everyone in attendance was a business elite or wealthy magnate. Yet, here he was, positioned prominently at the main stage. Casting a glance at Qin Feng from afar, Duan Xiaoxiong felt a jolt of unease. What was this interloper doing at the auction? However, he smirked, confident in his own prowess. Esteemed ladies and gentlemen, we are here to commence the bidding for the last piece of land in Modu. With a total area of 50,000 square meters, we will engage in fair bidding to secure the highest price. The auctioneer, a middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses and a slicked-back hairstyle, spoke eloquently, addressing the elite without even glancing at his prepared notes. This is the last plot of land in Modu, starting bid at 10 billion. The wealthy bidders quickly raised their paddles. 15 billion, 20 billion. Shanshui Group bids 30 billion. The speaker was a poised middle-aged man with a handsome, composed face. A newcomer clearly hailing from outside the province. As Modu serves as the economic hub of Huaxia, the bidding for the last piece of land was fierce. Duan Xiaoxiong remained indifferent, knowing that at a critical moment, the Duan family would seal the deal. 35 billion. Wanfang Group bids 40 billion. Very well. The head of Wanfang has bid 40 billion. Is there anyone willing to go higher? 50 billion. Duan Xiaoxiong's final bid came in quietly, but was enough to astonish everyone present. All right, the Duan family has bid 50 billion, which is currently the highest bid. 50 billion for the first time. 50 billion for the second time. 50 billion for the third. Just as the auctioneer was about to finalize the deal, a sudden voice rang out. 60 billion. Chapter 97. Bidding for the Land King, tenfold returns. 60 billion. Who else but our dashing protagonist, Qin Feng, would dare to open with a bid of 60 billion? In an instant, all eyes in the room turned towards him, the wealthy elite now fixated on this unfamiliar face, questioning his audacity to challenge Duan Xiaoxiong. Was he perhaps a mysterious tycoon from afar? Are you out of your mind? Lin Shireen gasped, shocked. Qin Feng, where on earth did you get 60 billion? Honey, why are you so anxious? If your husband dares to bid, he surely has the means to pay. Trust me. Seeing that the bidder was Qin Feng filled Duan Xiaoxiong with rage, his teeth grinding in frustration. Lin's enterprise in the cosmetics industry boasts a total asset value barely surpassing 10 billion. How could they possibly possess 600 billion? It is evident that this scoundrel is deliberately attempting to create chaos. As the illustrious tycoon of Shanghai, how could he endure the humiliation of losing to Qin Feng? With a firm resolve, Duan Xiaoxiong declared, 700 billion. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Feng countered, 800 billion. This fellow is clearly intent on provoking a reaction. This piece of land, valued at market price, has reached its zenith at 500 billion. An offer of 800 billion? Have you lost your mind? What to do? With countless eyes fixated upon him, Duan Xiaoxiong understood that this situation hinged upon sheer willpower. 900 billion. He believed this was already an astronomical figure. Yet, to his astonishment, Qin Feng proclaimed with unwavering confidence, 1,000 billion. Gasp. Duan Xiaoxiong, infuriated, spat out a mouthful of blood. President Duan, are you all right? His female assistant, alarmed, hurriedly offered him a tissue. I'm not dying. Duan Xiaoxiong snapped, swatting at his assistant. If he were to follow up on 1,000 billion, he would be risking his entire fortune. Mr. Qin has raised the bid to 1,000 billion. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? 1,000 billion for the first time, 1,000 billion for the second time, 1,000 billion for the third time, sold. Congratulations to Mr. Qin for successfully securing the last piece of land in Shanghai. A collective gasp echoed among the wealthy attendees. To bid 1,000 billion for land valued at 500 billion. Is this not a miraculous maneuver? Yet, the auctioneer was internally elated. This parcel of land, capped at 500 billion in market value, had now fetched an astonishing 1,000 billion. Just the commission from this auction would ensure his financial security for the remainder of his life. In order to prevent fraud, large auction houses require immediate transactions upon successful bids. A elegantly dressed hostess approached Qin Feng, presenting the card reader. Mr. Qin, please swipe your card. All eyes were upon him. The atmosphere was tense with anticipation. Qin Feng calmly produced his card and entered the password. Beep. 1,000 billion transaction successful. Gasp. The crowd collectively gasped at the sight of a 1,000 billion transaction without any collateral. How terrifying. Ding. The host has spent 1,000 billion to acquire the Land King. Congratulations. The system rewards a tenfold cashback. Tenfold cashback? 1,000 billion becomes 10,000 billion. Wait, This reward is rather extraordinary. Across the entirety of China, no, across the entire globe, whose personal account holds 10 trillion. Huh. Just a fraction of that amount would suffice to acquire the Duan family. However, Qin Feng was not in a rush. He relished the challenge and the game. As soon as Qin Feng completed the transaction, a female reporter hastened to conduct an interview. Mr. Qin, may I ask, why did you spend 1,000 billion on this land? No particular reason. I simply fancied it, and I intend to gift it to my wife. What? $1 billion parcel of land, merely as a gift for his wife? Such extravagant indulgence. Incredible. After the auction concluded, Qin Feng escorted Lin Shirin out of the venue. Even now, her heart raced uncontrollably. 1,000 billion, a sum equivalent to 10 Lin family conglomerates. Yesterday, Qin Feng had gifted her a restaurant worth several billion and a nightclub. She had managed to remain composed. Yet, today's auction of the billion-dollar land had rendered her utterly flabbergasted. This man is shrouded in mystery. So mysterious that it is somewhat frightening. Qin Feng, you must clarify where you obtained 1,000 billion today. If you do not explain, I fear I may no longer dare to live with you. My dear, is it truly that serious? Your husband is not a ferocious beast. No, Qin Feng. You are far more terrifying than any beast. Gazing into Lin Shirin's fearful eyes, Qin Feng pondered whether it was time to reveal the truth. But if he did, how would they continue to play their game? Chapter 98. An emergency at the hospital. There shall be no revelation. Once the truth is out, the game is over. My dear, did I not mention that the old Chinese doctor gave me a mysterious card? You must find it curious that the funds on that card seem to flow endlessly, increasing with each use. What? Lin Shirin gasped, her eyes wide with shock. Darling, do not frighten me. Money does not simply multiply with use. Precisely why I say this card is mysterious. Qin Feng's eyes glimmered with intrigue. I suspect that the old doctor saved some enigmatic billionaire during his lifetime, and in gratitude, the billionaire bestowed this card upon him, which he subsequently passed on to me. Is this truly the case? Oh dear wife, you are the one I share my bed with, my most cherished treasure. I would never deceive you. Lin Shirin had visited his hometown and could ascertain that he was no second-generation rich kid. Thus, the only explanation must be that he had acquired that exceedingly mysterious card. Qin Feng, is the card safe? Absolutely. I personally visited the bank last time, and the bank manager assured me that the funds originate from some obscure overseas bank. But what if one day the card's owner demands it back? Haha, my dear, you are overthinking it. Once a card is given, it cannot simply be reclaimed. Qin Feng, regardless of the circumstances, you acted impulsively, bidding 1,000 billion for land valued at 500 billion? Well, without bidding 1,000 billion. How could I obtain the system's tenfold cashback? Of course, the existence of 10 trillion in the card must remain a secret from his wife. He feared Lin Shirin might faint from shock. I simply wished to thwart Duan Xiaoxiong. He was determined to have it, and I, Qin Feng, refused to yield. My dear, did you not find his blood-curdling reaction immensely satisfying? Qin Feng, while it may have been gratifying to humiliate him, what will you do with the land? Do you truly intend to venture into real estate? Of course. The Lin family cosmetics and real estate will develop in tandem. Entering the top 500 is merely a matter of time. Developing real estate is not akin to producing cosmetics. How much funding remains on that card? Fear not. The funds on that card are inexhaustible. Darling, do not glare at me with such bewildered eyes. Besides, your husband is skilled in medicine. Establishing a clinic will solve funding issues in no time. Very well, since we have acquired the land. Let us work together as a couple to ensure our company swiftly breaks into the top 500. It is imperative. Before long, the Lin family conglomerate shall ascend to prominence in the business world. Lin Shirin glanced at her phone, 11:30 a.m. Darling, let us first go to the hospital to pick up Grandpa. A mere 10 minutes later, their Land Rover parked in the hospital's designated area. As Qin Feng grasped his wife's hand, preparing to make their way to the inpatient building, he sensed something amiss. A security line blocked the entrance within 10 meters. With several police officers armed with rifles standing guard, their expressions stern. No one was allowed to enter. What has transpired? Before Qin Feng and Lin Shirin could approach, the officers halted them with firm warnings. Unrelated personnel, please evacuate immediately. Why must we leave? My grandfather is in the inpatient department. We are here to retrieve him. You cannot enter even to discharge a patient. Come back tomorrow. Leave quickly. It is dangerous. Dangerous? Lin Shirin shivered, realizing that the sudden presence of police outside the hospital could only mean something had gone awry inside. What has happened at the hospital? Police are conducting an investigation. We cannot disclose any information. This response infuriated Qin Feng. What makes the police so important? Citizens have the right to know the truth. As Qin Feng contemplated retrieving his firearm to assert his dominance, a tall man in his 40s, clad in camouflage attire, strode towards him with purpose. Upon recognizing the man, Lin Shirin's face lit up with astonishment. Uncle, uncle? Qin Feng was taken aback. It turned out that this man was Qin Feng, the captain of the criminal police team in the first squad of the Magic City, and Lin Shirin's maternal uncle. Lin Shirin's grandfather, holding conservative views, had been furious when she gave birth out of wedlock, feeling that his dignity had been compromised, and thus harbored resentment towards his granddaughter. Especially after Lin Shirin's mother tragically passed away in a car accident, their familial bond had frayed even further. However, Qin Feng, being a younger generation with more progressive thoughts, still maintained contact with Lin Shirin during festive occasions. Shirin, what brings you to the hospital? He inquired. Oh, my grandfather is hospitalized. Hospitalized? What affliction does the old man have? Is it serious? He is already recovering. We came to take him home today, but the police are preventing us from entering. Uncle, what exactly is happening inside? A young father's daughter succumbed to leukemia during surgery. Overwhelmed by grief, he strapped explosives to himself in a bid for revenge, taking the lead surgeon hostage and threatening to perish alongside the hospital. Oh my goodness. Lin Shirin staggered back in fright. Watch out, dear. Qin Feng firmly grasped her wrist. It's natural for a woman to become flustered in such dire circumstances. Husband, is grandfather still inside? If the hospital explodes, what shall we do? Husband? Qin Feng stared at Qin Feng. Shirin, when did you get married? And you didn't even inform your uncle? Uncle, this is Qin Feng, the biological father of my 4 children. We haven't held a wedding yet, so... Enough. Your uncle has no time to concern himself with your wedding details. I am handling a case. Step aside. Qin Feng frowned, sensing that this uncle was decidedly unfriendly towards him. Uncle, this situation demands swift resolution. We cannot allow the perpetrator to act recklessly. I have dispatched a female officer to negotiate, hoping to persuade the captor to release the hostage, but he is adamant, threatening to take the doctor down with him. Just then, Qin Feng's phone chimed with an urgent message. Captain Cheng, the assailant has stated he will release the hostage only if the hospital compensates him 100 million. Otherwise, he will detonate the explosives in 3 minutes, obliterating the entire building. How ruthless. This is indeed a life or death situation. Qin Feng's expression grew grave. The captor will detonate the explosives in 3 minutes. The situation is critical. Lin Shirin, you must take your husband and leave immediately. Lin Shirin wept. No, I won't leave. Grandfather is still inside. I must stay with him. Leave. Take your husband and go. Qin Feng shouted. Qin Feng, maintaining his composure, suddenly declared, leaving? I can save him. You can save him? What a jest. Qin Feng retorted. Qin Feng remained silent, his brow furrowing in concentration as he took decisive action. Qin Feng felt a sudden pressure against his waist. What on earth? How did your gun end up in your hand? Ah, as the captain of the criminal police. It seems you have committed a grave error by losing your firearm without awareness. Captain Cheng, this is quite the transgression. You. Qin Feng toyed with the pistol. Uncle, do you not think I am qualified to save a life? Who exactly are you? Qin Feng's instincts warned him that this Qin Feng was no ordinary person. Qin Feng smiled, leaning in to whisper a few words. I believe you. Qin Feng nodded in agreement. A true expert reveals their prowess with a single move. Qin Feng placed his trust in Qin Feng's words. Otherwise, who would dare to voluntarily enter a hostage situation with a bomb-wielding assailant? Qin Feng, the hostage is an elderly doctor nearing 80. How confident are you in saving him? I won't claim 100% certainty, but I will risk my life to ensure the hostage's safety. Excellent. However, rescuing someone is no trivial matter. We must act judiciously and allow no room for error. Uncle, I promise to complete the task. As he spoke, Qin Feng subtly gathered a few small stones from the flower bed. Lin Shirin had witnessed his skills. Even Duan Xiaoxiong was no match for him. Nevertheless, considering the explosives strapped to the captor, the danger was palpable. Husband, uncle, please be careful. Wife, fret not. Everything will be fine. The 2 men split their approach. Qin Feng boldly advanced towards the hospital lobby, while Qin Feng stealthily infiltrated from the left side. Inside the lobby, a young man in his late 20s, his eyes bloodshot, held a knife to the throat of an elderly doctor. The glint of the blade was chilling to behold. From his concealed position, Qin Feng focused intently. To his shock, the hostage was none other than Du Jiangwo. Du Jiangwo was a longtime comrade of his grandfather's. Just yesterday, the elder expressed his desire to introduce his grandson to Qin Ling as a potential suitor. If successful, it would make the 2 families truly united. To save a life is worth more than a towering pagoda, especially when the individual is personally connected. Qin Feng clenched the small stones in his hand, determined that the elderly gentleman must not come to any harm. The assailant, covered in explosives and driven mad by grief, shouted, "You old man, return my daughter's life. Your daughter died unjustly. You doctors treat lives as disposable. I will take you down with me." Du Jiangwo, a former military doctor, remained composed in the face of peril, demonstrating remarkable fortitude under pressure. Sir, it is our duty as doctors to save lives. If there is even a glimmer of hope, we will exert every effort to save a patient. What? You dare claim you did your utmost? Then why did my daughter die? Why did she die? We are doctors, not deities. Young man, your daughter's illness had reached an advanced stage. No one could have reversed her fate. You bastard, how dare you speak such nonsense? Old man, if you dare to defy me, I will plunge this knife into you. Stand down. Qin Feng stepped forward, his voice commanding. The area is completely surrounded. You cannot escape. I order you to release the hostage immediately, and leniency will be afforded. Silence. If you have the guts, shoot. Go ahead, shoot me in the chest. The assailant, aware of the explosives strapped to himself, felt emboldened, knowing that firing a weapon would lead to an explosion. With Qin Feng's marksmanship, he could surely eliminate the assailant with a single shot. However, with the hostage's life at stake, he hesitated to act impulsively. If force would not suffice, a softer approach was necessary. Brother, I too am a parent. I empathize with your misfortune. If you believe there was wrongdoing in the surgery, you may seek legal recourse for compensation. My daughter is gone, and the hospital bears full responsibility. The hospital owes me 100 million, and only then will I release the hostage. 100 million? Indeed, not a penny less. Moreover, I demand the hospital issue a check immediately. Huh. You are indeed a greedy and obstinate individual. Compensation must follow legal procedures. Once a verdict is reached, if the hospital is liable, you will receive every cent owed. Stop wasting my time. I want 100 million. Seeing Qin Feng aiming his gun at him only fueled the assailant's rage. Bastard, do not point that gun at me. If you provoke me, I will send this old man to the afterlife immediately. As he spoke, Feng Li's dagger was poised to slice across Du Jiangwo's neck. In this life and death moment, Qin Feng cast an urgent glance towards Qin Feng. Act. Whoosh. Whoosh. Suddenly, two streaks of cold light zipped through the air towards the robber. As Qin Feng sprang into action. Chapter 100. Contract signing at the traditional Chinese medicine clinic. Whoosh. Whoosh. The small stones sliced through the sky like twin bolts of lightning, accurately striking the robber's wrists. To ensure absolute certainty, Qin Feng exerted his full strength this time. The robber's wrists were nearly pierced by the stones, and the ensuing pain was unimaginable. The dagger clattered to the ground. Injured, the robber collapsed, and Qin Feng, like a cheetah pouncing, swiftly subdued him. Qin Feng quickly leaped forward, handcuffing the robber's wrists. Their cooperation was seamless. In under 30 seconds, the hostage was successfully rescued. The bomb disposal expert immediately set to work disarming the explosives strapped to the robber. Free from the captor's control, Du Jiangwo felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Despite his robust health, he was still over 70. Dr. Du, Grandpa Du, are you all right? Qin Feng hurriedly supported him, having narrowly escaped death. Du Jiangwo let out a long sigh of relief. I'm fine, Qin Feng. I owe you my gratitude for your skillful rescue. Oh, it was merely my duty. Your medical skills are impressive, and your martial prowess is remarkable. Old Lin is truly fortunate to have a son-in-law like you. I envy him. Haha, I only tapped into my potential under pressure. Qin Feng, you are far too modest. In Grandpa Du's eyes, you are nothing short of extraordinary. One word, impressive. Lin Shireen rushed in, and upon seeing her uncle safe and sound, her heart finally settled. With the hostage rescued, reporters waiting outside surged in, snapping pictures of Qin Feng. Captain Cheng, the robber was armed with explosives. Firing a weapon would surely trigger an explosion. Could you share how you managed to subdue the captor? Dear, let us go? Qin Feng tugged at Lin Shireen. We should escort Grandpa Du back to the office before picking up Grandpa from the hospital. Qin Feng gestured an okay to Qin Feng, leading his wife and Du Jiangwo away. Qin Feng was no fool. He understood that Qin Feng's quiet departure was an attempt to let him take all the credit. Not bad. This kid is quite capable. With the hostage safely rescued, Qin Feng, as the captain, would receive commendation from his superiors. Without Qin Feng's intervention, the robber would not have been so easily subdued. This kid is genuinely impressive, tall, and handsome too. My Shireen has truly married well. Haha. One day when I have the time, I must prepare a feast and open a fine bottle of wine to celebrate with you. In the lobby, Qin Feng was interviewed by reporters, elaborating on the rescue process. Meanwhile, Qin Feng and Lin Shireen escorted Du Jiangwo back to the office. Although the elder was unharmed, he was shaken, and Qin Feng insisted on a thorough checkup before he felt at ease leaving. Once assured of Du Jiangwo's well-being, they proceeded to Lin Jintang's hospital room. Dear, please don't mention the hostage incident to Grandpa Du, but he was a comrade of Grandpa. The elder is of advanced age. It's better to share good news than bad. Oh, I understand. Lin Shireen quickly grasped Qin Feng's reasoning, despite their similar ages. He was indeed more mature in certain respects. The rescue had taken some time, and by the time they completed the discharge formalities, it was already past 1 o'clock. Having missed mealtime, the trio decided to dine at a hotel before returning home. Grandpa, how are you feeling now? Should we rest at the hotel? Lin Jintang's face glowed with health and vitality. Qin Feng, that pill you gave me is truly miraculous. I now feel invigorated and as lively as ever. I could even go to battle. Haha, that goes without saying. The Tianyuan pill awarded by the system is undoubtedly a treasure. No need for rest. By the way, do you two have any free time this afternoon? What for? I checked online this morning, and there's a restaurant for lease at the entrance of our villa community. Spanning 2 floors and totaling 300 square meters. The location is superb. Grandpa, what does a restaurant have to do with us? What I mean is, we should lease the restaurant and renovate it into a traditional Chinese medicine clinic. Oh, I see. Having the clinic in the villa community would be convenient for both practice and childcare. Haha, I completely agree with your thinking, Grandpa. So what are we waiting for? Let's sign the contract right away. Is it really that urgent? Of course. If something is decided, it should be acted upon immediately. The old man, true to his military background, is decisive in action. Lin Shirin wholeheartedly supported Qin Feng's venture into opening a traditional Chinese medicine clinic. While he possessed a mysterious black card with an unknown balance, it was essential for a man, regardless of wealth, to have a career to uphold his dignity. The primary goal of establishing the clinic wasn't merely profit. She hoped Qin Feng could treat difficult illnesses and give back to society, becoming a man of stature. Reaching a consensus, the three soon drove to the restaurant. The owner, having run the establishment poorly, faced continuous losses and was forced to lease it out. Upon finding a potential buyer, the owner was quite pleased. After negotiations, the transfer fee was set at 500,000. The annual rent was agreed upon at 1 million. Qin Feng initially intended to purchase the restaurant since money was no object, but the owner refused to sell, so he opted to lease instead. Grandpa, I've chosen the location for the clinic. I'll arrange for renovations immediately, using only environmentally friendly materials, and it can open in a month. That is wonderful. With you opening a traditional Chinese medicine clinic, the old man is happier than anyone. Qin Feng, with your exceptional medical skills. Once the Qin family traditional Chinese medicine clinic opens, it will surely attract a throng of patients. Chapter 101. The 4 little ones have diarrhea. After signing the contract, Qin Feng promptly contacted a renovation company. The renovation boss assessed the shop and designed several styles on the computer. However, Qin Feng found none of the proposals satisfactory. Having studied computer science himself, he might still be working a 9-to-5 job, if not for the formidable system he was bound to. Since this was a traditional Chinese medicine clinic, the style needed to be traditional, yet dignified. A vision of the clinic's aesthetics formed in his mind, and Qin Feng swiftly drafted a design proposal on the computer. Lin Shirin and Lin Jintang reviewed it and unanimously praised it. The renovation boss's eyes lit up. A genius. That's exactly how I envisioned it, but I couldn't articulate it. Qin Feng smiled nonchalantly. All right, enough flattery. We'll proceed with this design. Using all environmentally friendly materials. Money is not an issue. Understood, we will adhere to Mr. Qin's directives. After signing the renovation contract, Qin Feng made an initial payment of 1 million, with the remainder due upon completion. Having the financial means expedited matters, and the boss announced work could commence the following day. After finalizing the contract, it was nearly 4 o'clock, time to pick up the little ones from kindergarten. The trio drove home with the children, and as soon as they entered the hall, Qin Feng was greeted by a rich aroma of chicken. Oh, that's the scent of home. In his memory, that fragrance was only present when returning to his hometown. Mom, did you make stewed chicken soup tonight? Qin Feng, your nose is incredible. You could smell it from the living room? Lin Jintang had been discharged today, and Qin Fengxia had specially prepared a 5-kilogram-old hen. The hen had been raised on grains for over 3 years. After simmering in a clay pot for over 2 hours, the chicken was golden, and the broth was rich and fragrant. Grandpa is discharged today, so Mom made a stew with the old hen to nourish him. Plus, for my 4 little babies to enjoy the legs and meat. Wow, it smells so good. For little cherubs, cheered in unison. Grandma, Chimbao wants a chicken leg. Grandma, Chibao wants yo. Grandma, Sibao desires some soup. Grandma, Yangbao wishes to have that big chicken backside. Laughter erupted among the crowd. Lin Yang, this peculiar boy, had an unusual appetite. While the others clamored for chicken legs, he was eager for the chicken's rear. All right, everyone gets their share. First, let us wash those little hands, and soon enough, there will be chicken to savor. Before long, a pot of country chicken soup was brought to the table. Its rich aroma tantalizingly inviting. Come, Grandpa, you've just been discharged from the hospital. Have a bowl of chicken soup to nourish your body. How thoughtful of you. Qin Feng's mother. Grandpa, how does this chicken soup taste? Delightful. It is pure and unadulterated, incomparable to any delicacy from the mountains or the seas. Haha. Grandpa certainly knows how to express himself. Raising the chickens they had reared for the family brought great joy to Qin Feng. Qin Feng's appetite surged as he gulped down 3 bowls of chicken soup in one go, still yearning for more. Delicious. This tastes like Mother's cooking. Lin Shireen shot him a sidelong glance. Didn't you try to stop Mother from loading the chickens onto the car at first? Now you find the country chicken soup delightful? Hey dear. I was merely concerned about the chickens soiling the garden. Qin Feng felt a twinge of guilt. Shireen, Qin Feng is right. It's indeed inappropriate to raise chickens in such a beautiful garden. I'll make sure to have the chickens processed in the coming days. Mother, please don't process them all. If you do, what will the babies eat for chicken eggs? Just have Sister Zhang clean regularly for hygiene. All right, let us count on Sister Zhang then. Although Qin Feng claimed not to want to raise chickens, her heart wouldn't allow her to part with them. Having grown accustomed to farm work back home, everything felt unfamiliar in the bustling metropolis. Keeping a few chickens was a perfect remedy for her loneliness. After dinner, Qin Feng tidied up the leftovers and took the 4 little ones to the garden to feed the chickens. Cluck, cluck, cluck. The 4 children eagerly mimicked the sound of chickens, quite convincingly. Haha, my little Yangbao mimics the best, perhaps because he had the chicken backside. Lin Chun, believing this to be true, eagerly exclaimed, Grandma, next time Qinbao also wants to eat the chicken backside, and Qinbao wants to mimic it the best. Amidst the warmth of this scene, Qin Feng and Lin Shireen exchanged a glance from a distance, unable to stifle their laughter. This is love. This is home. Bringing his mother to live in the metropolis to care for the children was undoubtedly the wisest choice. After the family shared their evening meal, they chatted amiably in the garden. After bathing the children, past 8 o'clock, Qin Feng led the 4 little ones to bed. The children were particularly affectionate towards her, all vying for a cuddle with Grandma to sleep. Normally, the little ones would sleep soundly until dawn, but tonight they tossed and turned, groggily complaining of stomachaches. In the middle of the night, Qin Feng suddenly felt her back damp. Oh no, the children wet the bed. It is quite normal for toddlers over 3 years old to have occasional accidents. Qin Feng hurriedly got up to change the sheets. However, when she turned on the light, she was horrified to see the sheets soiled, as all 4 children had diarrhea. Her first thought was that the air conditioning had been set too low, causing the little ones to catch a chill. She swiftly turned off the air conditioning. With all 4 children experiencing diarrhea, the elderly woman was at a loss. Without a second thought, she called her son in the dead of night. Hello, Qin Feng. It's bad news. The 4 little ones have diarrhea. Diarrhea? They were fine before bed. How could this happen in the middle of the night? Unsure if it was due to a chill, she explained, the sheets are completely soiled. And they are still so small. What should I do? Mom, don't panic. I'll be right over. Chapter 102. A traitor in the Lin family. With all 4 little ones suffering from diarrhea, Qin Feng could hardly sleep. Anxious and restless, he quickly got out of bed, causing enough commotion to wake Lin Shireen. She rubbed her eyes, looking bewildered. Honey, who called you at this hour? Mom called. She said the kids have diarrhea. Which child has diarrhea? Yangbao or Qinbao? All 4 of them. Oh my goodness, how could they all have diarrhea at once? Lin Shireen was alarmed, sitting up in bed. Don't panic. It's likely the air conditioning caused them to catch a chill. Let us hurry over and check. This is incredibly urgent. The couple quickly donned their clothes and rushed to the children's room. Upon opening the door, they were met with a nauseating stench. Their eyes widened in horror as they saw the sheets soaked with diarrhea, a complete disaster. Don't be scared, babies. Grandma will clean it up. Qin Feng frantically tried to wipe the children, but as soon as she cleaned one, another would soil the sheets again. The 4 little ones realized their mistake and sobbed. Daddy and Mommy, we didn't mean to make a mess on the bed. Daddy, Xibao's tummy hurts. Daddy, Qibao's bottom hurts too. Seeing the tear-streaked faces of her children broke Lin Shireen's heart. Those 4 little ones were her world. She would rather suffer herself than let them endure such misery. Qin Feng, what should we do? We don't have any anti-diarrheal medicine at home. Qin Feng was in a panic. How could they all suddenly have diarrhea? Heaven, let me take their place in suffering. To be honest, with Qin Feng's acupuncture skills, he could have treated the children's diarrhea. However, he feared that inserting needles might frighten them, considering they were only a little over 3 years old. Moreover, the collective diarrhea of all 4 children suggested something more serious. They needed to go to the hospital for tests to uncover the true cause of their condition. Don't worry, let us take the children to the hospital. The 3 adults hurriedly cleaned the little ones and dressed them in diapers before driving straight to the children's hospital. Just as they arrived, the children had another bout of diarrhea, so severe that even the diapers could not contain it. Qin Feng carried 2 of the boys, while Qin Feng and Lin Shireen each took a girl, rushing towards the emergency room. Doctor, my children have severe diarrhea. It won't stop. Please help. The on-call doctor wasted no time, quickly checking the children's temperatures and drawing blood for tests. After some time, The doctor delivered a preliminary diagnosis. The 4 children have acute gastroenteritis leading to diarrhea. Doctor, please find a way to stop their diarrhea. Parents are deeply attached to their children, and seeing the little ones pale and weak brought tears to Lin Shirin and Qin Feng's eyes. Don't worry. The doctor will take emergency measures. For fluids were administered, anti-diarrheal medicine given, and warm packs placed on their bellies. All methods to stop the diarrhea were employed, yet it persisted. By 8 o'clock the next morning, the children had already experienced diarrhea over a dozen times. Initially, it was somewhat thick, but eventually, what came out was pure water, spraying uncontrollably. It is well known that diarrhea is particularly harmful to the body. Adults struggle after a dozen bouts, let alone toddlers just over 3 years old. The formerly lively children visibly lost weight, their eyes sunken and lacking vitality, too weak even to speak. In the hospital room, Lin Shirin held 2 of the boys while Qin Feng cradled the girls, both parents filled with sorrowful tears. Qin Feng, their diarrhea is so severe. You must think of something. Although Qin Feng knew acupuncture could help, the doctor vehemently opposed the idea. The doctor deemed Qin Feng's concerns as mere disturbances, asserting that acupuncture could remedy diarrhea. Such a notion was utterly absurd. He remarked that recovery from diarrhea was not instantaneous and advised further observation, emphasizing that urgency was unwarranted. Shirin, this is all my fault. Qin Feng lamented, her heart heavy with guilt as she wiped away tears. The children were all afflicted with diarrhea, and she attributed the entire blame to herself. I shouldn't have given the baby chicken soup. It must have been the greasy broth that caused the diarrhea. Mother, how can you possibly blame yourself? Qin Feng interjected. Grandfather drank the soup without issue, and neither Shirin nor I had any problems. You were fine as well. No, it's definitely the chicken soup's fault. We adults have stronger constitutions, but the baby's digestive systems are still developing, making them more susceptible. Shirin, I apologize. I won't give the baby chicken soup again. Although Qin Feng's reasoning seemed somewhat sound, Qin Feng remained unconvinced. He recalled the last visit home when his mother had prepared chicken soup. All 4 children had consumed the meat and broth without any adverse effects that day. Why then? Were they now collectively suffering from diarrhea? Despite the doctor employing every conceivable remedy to alleviate the children's condition, nothing seemed to work, leading to the suggestion of transferring the 4 children to another hospital. Transfer? This hospital was the finest children's facility in the metropolis, and even the most esteemed doctors were at a loss. Where else could they go? The doctor also prohibited Qin Feng from administering acupuncture on the children, leaving him no choice but to seek assistance from the omnipotent system, hoping for a swift remedy in the form of an effective anti-diarrheal medication. System, are you there? Qin Feng called out. The system, having just awakened from a comfortable slumber, responded, Host, what is the matter? You seem quite relaxed while I am on the brink of despair. My 4 babies are all suffering from diarrhea. We've tried injections, medications, and all forms of treatment. Yet the diarrhea persists. What is going on? Host, the problem lies with that pot of free-range chicken soup. Someone secretly added laxatives. Laxatives? Indeed, and they are exceptionally potent. Then why were the adults unaffected while only the babies suffered? All 4 adults consumed Tianyuan pills, which can counteract various toxins, allowing you to escape unscathed. Oh, that explains it. Observing the 4 children with sunken eyes and weakened forms, Qin Feng ground his teeth in anger. Who would dare to poison the chicken soup? Did they wish for their own demise? Ah, host, there is a traitor within the Lin family. Qin Feng gasped in shock. What? A traitor? Chapter 103. System rewards the miracle antidiarrheal drug. A traitor? A specific individual immediately sprang to Qin Feng's mind. Could it be him? He had long harbored suspicions about this person, but he never imagined they would stoop so low as to harm the babies. When the system mentioned a traitor, it confirmed Qin Feng's suspicions about the very same individual. System, what kind of laxative did he use, and why is it beyond the reach of specialized doctors? Host, you are unaware that this laxative is imported from overseas, colorless and tasteless, making it extremely difficult for doctors to detect. However, its destructive capabilities are severe, causing gastrointestinal damage that leads to acute diarrhea. A patient may experience dozens of bowel movements in a single day, and for young children, dehydration can occur within 2 to 3 days. Gasping, Qin Feng inhaled sharply. What a malicious scheme. That scoundrel dared to add laxatives to the chicken soup. He would ensure they suffered a fate worse than death, descending into the deepest abyss. Looking at the 4 children, barely clinging to life, Qin Feng felt an overwhelming urge to rend the traitor to pieces. Yet, now was not the time for vengeance. The immediate priority was to halt the baby's diarrhea. System, what should I do for my 4 babies? Perhaps I could take them home and use acupuncture to stop the diarrhea. Though acupuncture could indeed alleviate diarrhea, the sight of silver needles might frighten the little ones. A different approach would be preferable. What method? Qin Feng urged the system, his anxiety mounting. Do not fret, host. I shall provide you with a packet of rapid-acting antidiarrheal medication. Dissolve it in water for the babies to drink, and it will take effect immediately. The system was remarkable. In an instant, Qin Feng found a packet of powdered medication in his pocket. This was splendid. He had unwavering faith in the efficacy of the antidiarrheal drug, with the Tianyuan pills being ample proof of its reliability. Of course, it was paramount that the doctors and nurses remained oblivious to the miraculous drug provided by the system. Fortunately, the powder was colorless and tasteless, easily dissolving in warm water. As the babies consumed the mineral-enriched water, they unknowingly ingested the medication. The quality and effectiveness of the system's offerings were beyond reproach. Indeed, it was undeniable. Once the miraculous antidiarrheal medication was administered, the children's gastrointestinal tracts began to mend swiftly, and the diarrhea subsided. As long as they refrained from further bouts of diarrhea and received intravenous fluids for nourishment, their complexions gradually regained their rosy hue. The doctor, perplexed, wondered how the diarrhea, which had been so severe, could cease so abruptly. Qin Feng, of course, would not divulge that the rapid resolution was due to the system's gifted antidiarrheal drug. Doctor, surely it is your treatment that has begun to take effect. Thank you so much for your care. It mattered not that he offered his gratitude. As long as the babies were well, a few kind words were inconsequential. The doctor, convinced by this reasoning, acknowledged that diarrhea was not a grave illness. Given their medical expertise, it was impossible for them not to find a solution. It was merely a matter of time. After administering the miraculous medication, Qin Feng felt confident that the 4 children could be discharged immediately. However, Lin Shirin and Shun Fengxiao opposed the idea of leaving the hospital right away. The babies had experienced numerous episodes of diarrhea and required hospitalization for intravenous nourishment before being discharged. Unable to sway the 2 women, Qin Feng acquiesced to their wishes. His thoughts drifted to the traitor at home, and unease crept into his heart. Although Lin Jintang had consumed Tianyuan pills, which would shield him from poisoning, other dangers could not be dismissed. The longer the traitor remained at large, the greater the peril. Swift action was imperative. Just as Qin Feng resolved to return home to confront the traitor, Lin Jintang suddenly called. Qin Feng, are the babies ill? Not at all, Qin Feng replied. Having just been discharged the day prior, the elderly man, aware of the tendency to report only good news, pressed on. Qin Feng, I know you wish to spare me worry, but Zhang Sa just informed me that the baby's bedsheets were soaked with diarrhea. Are they all right? Faced with the inability to conceal the truth, Qin Feng relented and spoke candidly. The babies did indeed have diarrhea last night, but do not worry, grandfather. It has completely subsided now. Diarrhea is particularly harsh on the body. Even adults struggle to cope, let alone 3-year-old children. How much they must have suffered. The elderly man's eyes glistened with tears, filled with concern for the little ones. The 4 lively and adorable babies, with their sweet little voices calling great-grandfather, often brought laughter to Lin Jintang's heart. Having lost his son and daughter-in-law in a car accident, the 4 grandchildren were the Lin family's only hope. The elderly man held them in higher regard than his own life. Qin Feng, are you at the children's hospital? What room number? I will have the driver take me there immediately. Grandfather, I'll come and get you. Also, please be particularly cautious of one individual. There is a traitor in the Lin family. A traitor? Who? Qin Feng revealed a name to the elderly man. What? It is him? Lin Jintang exclaimed in shock, incredulous at the audacity of the individual. He seeks death. Grandfather, do not act rashly. I will return home to deal with this matter. Understood. Qin Feng, I will await your return. Dear wife, mother, the baby's diarrhea has ceased. They just need to replenish their fluids, and I'm heading home to fetch grandfather. Hurry back. And please bring along some clean clothes for the babies. Of course, I understand. You and mother stay with the babies. Do not let them out of your sight. Having concluded his business, Qin Feng hastily drove back to the villa. The traitor must be dealt with promptly. The longer they remained, the greater the danger. Daring to poison an entire family. I, Qin Feng, shall ensure that you suffer a fate worse than death today. Chapter 104. Severe punishment for the traitor. Upon exiting the hospital, Qin Feng quickly returned to the Lin family villa. He honked the horn, and Butler Chun rushed over to open the iron gate, his face etched with concern. Mr. Qin, you're back. Where are the 4 little ones? They haven't been affected by the diarrhea, have they? Qin Feng let out a cold chuckle. Oh, Butler Chun, you seem quite well informed. How did you know the 4 children had diarrhea? Butler Chin's eyes flickered, unable to meet Qin Feng's gaze. Well, I saw Sister Zhang cleaning the sheets, and they were all soiled. That's when I realized the little ones were ill. Alas, they are so young, it's truly distressing. Qin Feng had no desire to engage in idle chatter. Some people simply wouldn't shed tears until they saw the coffin. Butler Chun summoned the driver, chef, gardener, and all the servants to the living room at once. But Mr. Qin, is there something wrong? Let's talk. and execute my command immediately. Understood, I shall go. Before long, the butler, driver, chef, gardener, and servants had gathered and stood in a row. Lin Jintong sat in the center of the sofa, his posture straight and commanding, exuding an unspoken authority. With a resounding slap on the table, the elder exclaimed, "Last night, someone laced the chicken soup with laxatives, causing the 4 children to suffer from diarrhea. What audacity! Heavens, how could such a thing happen?" The servants were at a loss. Qin Feng let out a chilling laugh. "The person who poisoned the soup is among you. Step forward and admit your guilt, and the Lin family will show leniency. Otherwise, I, Qin Feng, will make you wish you had never been born." "Sir, Mr. Qin, we would never dare commit such an act." The servants exchanged nervous glances, and a minute passed without anyone stepping forward. Qin Feng's piercing gaze swept over the 5 individuals, finally freezing on Butler Chen. "Mr. Chen, why do you stare at me?" "Kneel." Butler Chen trembled at the command. "Mr. Qin, on what grounds do you demand I kneel? While you may be the son-in-law of the Lin family, you have no right to command me without reason." Qin Feng's patience was finite. With a swift kick to his knee, Butler Chen collapsed in agony before Lin Jintong. "Master, save me. You cannot allow the son-in-law to act with impunity." With a surge of anger, Lin Jintong slammed his palm on the table. "Butler Chen, the Lin family has treated you well. Why would you poison the soup? What is your intent in making the children suffer?" "Master, this is a misunderstanding. Even if you gave me 10 lives, I would never dare to poison the food." Lin Jintong shot a glance at Qin Feng, questioning if he had wronged Butler Chen. It was impossible. The system's judgment could not be mistaken. "Very well, it seems you require a harsher lesson. For the weak." Qin Feng could muster sympathy. However, for such a cunning and malicious individual, he would show no mercy. With a swift motion, he clamped Butler Chen's wrist against the marble table, shattering it instantly. "Ah!" Butler Chen's face turned pale as he howled in pain. "This is not merely a fracture. It is a severing of tendons, beyond even the finest physician's ability to mend, leaving you permanently crippled." At that moment, Butler Chen fully comprehended the meaning of ruthlessness. "Mr. Qin, spare me. I shall never do it again." "Indeed. It seems you are the culprit. Speak, why did you poison the soup? If you utter a single falsehood, your left hand will meet the same fate, with tendons severed." Butler Chen trembled, his complexion drained of color. "Mr. Qin, please spare me. I shall confess everything." "Speak." "It was Wang Changming who instructed me to poison the food." "Wang Changming?" Qin Feng was somewhat taken aback. He had anticipated Duan Shaoxiong's involvement, given the depth of their enmity. However, it made sense that Wang Changming would seek vengeance after Qin Feng had harmed his son. "Wang Changming offered me 2 million to poison the food. I was blinded by greed. I am not worthy of the Lin family's kindness, nor of the elders or the children's forgiveness." "Butler Chen, your time is up." "Mr. Qin, spare me. I have an elderly mother and a 3-year-old grandson. I implore you, grant me mercy." Lin Jintong, being a benevolent man, did not wish for this to end in bloodshed. Qin Feng, he was merely following orders, considering his 10 years of service to the Lin family. Let him off with a warning. Grandfather, the true mastermind, Wang Changming, must not be let off lightly. "Thank you, master." "Thank you, Mr. Qin, for your mercy. Get out." Qin Feng delivered a swift kick, sending Butler Chen sprawling from the living room into the garden. Thud. His body crashed onto the concrete ground, followed by anguished cries echoing outside. Knowing this was his retribution, Butler Chen dared not call for help. Like a dog, he bore the excruciating pain and crawled away from the Lin family villa. The driver, chef, gardener, and servants gasped in shock. Listen carefully. If you wish to serve the Lin family, show unwavering loyalty. If there is even a hint of selfishness, you shall meet the same fate as Butler Chen. Mr. Qin, master, rest assured, we are utterly loyal to the Lin family and would never entertain a shred of selfishness. In the office of a certain department head on the 18th floor, Qin Feng strode in without hesitation. "Sir, who are you looking for?" 2 guards responded with irritation. "Wang Changming." "What audacity!" Wang Changming, a high-ranking official, wielded immense power. Who would not treat him with utmost respect? Yet, Qin Feng dared to call him by name and with such blatant arrogance. "Do you have an appointment? If not, please leave." Qin Feng let out a cold laugh and continued forward. "Kid, are you looking for trouble?" The 2 burly guards brandished their electric batons, crackling with sparks as they swung them at Qin Feng. "Get out, or don't blame us for being rude. How dare a nameless brat act so brazenly?" Bang! Bang! Qin Feng retaliated with 2 swift kicks, sending the guards crashing against the wall, their fates uncertain. Bang! He kicked open Wang Changming's office door. "Who are you?" Qin Feng. 10 minutes prior, Butler Chen had sent word that the poisoning plot had been exposed. However, he had not anticipated Qin Feng's swift arrival. Wang Changming's complexion shifted. You are Qin Feng?" "Indeed. Wang Changming. You have chosen the path to hell. Today, your time has come.